Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun video. Chapter 86. As a relatively cautious Gods of Destruction, he is naturally very worried about the fact that Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction are connected by the same fate. If Supreme Kai is killed, that means he will die too. Therefore, he naturally regards the matter of protecting Supreme Kai as extremely important. So he placed some monitoring equipment in the Supreme Kai world, mainly to watch what happens in the Supreme Kai world. Once there is a crisis in Supreme Kai, he can rush over as soon as possible. Not long ago, he suddenly felt the powerful divine aura appearing in Universe 10. Then he quickly looked at the Supreme Kai world. Sure enough, a strange guy appeared in the Supreme Kai world. So he and Angelox rushed over as quickly as possible without stopping. Oh! It's Lord Rumsshi, the Gods of Destruction from Universe 10. Whis looked at the two people who suddenly appeared and said to Carlo. However, the strength of Gods of Destruction in Universe 10 is quite average. Rumsshi walked up to Carlo step by step, staring at Carlo with cold eyes. Hey! You are also a Gods of Destruction, right? Although I don't know where you are from the Gods of Destruction, but you dare to kill people at will in the Supreme Kai world of my 10th universe, you really don't take me seriously, right? Rumsshi looked at Carlo with cold eyes and said in an indifferent tone. This guy actually dares to kill a candidate for Supreme Kai in his universe. This is definitely a naked provocation to him. Although the breath of Gods of Destruction can be felt from his body. But no matter who he is, this matter will never end easily today. Of course I don't take you seriously, because you don't have the qualifications. Looking at Rumsshi with cold eyes, Carlo smiled coldly and said. Among all the Gods of Destruction, this guy's strength is not outstanding. It's just that his roar was a bit harsh. For Carlo, this is not a problem at all. And if he dared to kill someone in Universe 10, then he shouldn't be taken seriously. Besides, Carlo had a reason to kill. At this time, Angelox from Universe 10 also walked up to Whis. Then, he asked with a puzzled look, Whis, what on earth is going on? Aren't you assisting Lord Beerus? Why are you following the other Gods of Destruction, and he actually killed the Supreme Kai candidate of our 10th universe? You must know that Gods of Destruction from other universes go to other time and space to kill their Supreme Kai candidates. This is against the rules of Gods of Destruction. If Zeno-sama finds out, he will definitely be punished. As for Whis as the guide angel, he didn't know how to stop it. This really confused Kessie. Sister, we come from future time and space. In our future time and space, Lord Beerus has disappeared, and the Lord Carlo in front of us is the Gods of Destruction of our 7th universe. As for why we want to kill people in the Supreme Kai world of Universe 10, there is naturally a reason. Whis spoke calmly and slightly politely to Kessie. The angels of their 12 universes are all children of the Grand Priest. Angelox from Universe 10 is the oldest one. So Whis calls her sister. What reason? Kessie asked in a gentle tone. If Whis said so, there must be a reason. It's just that he is curious about what kind of reason would cause the Gods of Destruction from the future time and space to come to this time and space to kill a candidate for Supreme Kai. No matter how you look at it, this is a bad thing? Sister, Master Carlo will definitely talk about this later. Whis smiled and replied. KSI didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, these things are not a big deal to Angel. As long as they can handle it well between Gods of Destruction. Damn guy, he openly killed the Supreme Kai candidate in my 10th universe, and he is still so proud of his job. Do you think I dare not deal with you? Gods of Destruction Rumsshi also had anger on his face. Killing the candidates for Supreme Kai in his universe was the biggest provocation to him. Now this guy's attitude is actually so arrogant. As the Gods of Destruction of the universe, this is naturally something that cannot be tolerated. After all, the Gods of Destruction in each universe are extremely proud and have never been humiliated. Don't you dare, I don't know. But I know you don't have that ability. Because in my eyes, you are really too weak. You are so weak that I don't even bother to fight with you. Carlo glanced at Rumsshi with disdain and said calmly. Just now he took a look at this guy's combat power template. The combat effectiveness is only 1054 soil. In other words, his combat power is only slightly stronger than Compa. Carlo's combat effectiveness at this time has already broken through the ditch. It can be said that there is a huge difference in their combat effectiveness. I'm weak. Rumsshi was stunned. Tens of millions of years have passed, and this is the first time I have heard such stupid and ignorant words. Even if he is a little weaker than some gods of destruction in the universe. But it will never weaken. This guy actually openly called him weak, and he didn't take him seriously at all. As a god of destruction, how has he ever been so angry? Mobilizing his breath, purple flames instantly burst out from his body. This is the destructive energy of the gods of destruction. He was going to teach the guy in front of him a lesson. Let him know that even the gods of destruction from other universes can never do whatever they want in the 10th universe. Well. Looking at Rumsshi, who was bursting out and preparing to fight, Carlo could only sigh and shook his head. He really has no interest in such a guy. But if he wanted to fight, he would just fight with him. Aha! With a low roar, golden flames instantly burst out from his body. Carlo directly transformed into Super Saiyan 5 form. Even in Gods of Destruction's form, he can be completely defeated. But that will consume a little bit of time. When it comes to Rumsshi, Carlo doesn't waste time. So just transform into Super 5 and easily solve the battle. The moment he transformed into Super 5, the terrifying power of God was instantly revealed. Nanny! What a powerful energy! Why is the aura in this guy's body so different? And this is the first time I've seen gods of destruction who can transform. What is the origin of this guy? After feeling the powerful breath of God, Rumshi's face instantly showed a look of horror. Because the aura that Carlo just burst out has already surpassed the strongest gods of destruction Beerus and Quitella. This means that he is no match for the guy in front of him. What a powerful spirit of God! Is this the strength of the 7th universe gods of destruction in the future time and space? It can completely crush all the gods of destruction in this time and space. Universe 10 Angels also looked at Carlo in surprise. It's just that the breath he burst out is indeed extremely powerful. Hundreds of years ago, all the gods of destruction once gathered in the Chuantian temple. At that time she felt the breath of all the gods of destruction. But there is no doubt that no aura of gods of destruction can reach this level. How did he train? You can actually increase your strength to be so powerful. Whis, Master Carlo is too strong. How did he train? Kessie asked, looking at Whis in surprise. If they are the gods of destruction in future time and space, it shouldn't take long to become the gods of destruction. No more than 1,000,000 years at most. But it can actually surpass all gods of destruction. This was indeed beyond her imagination. Sister, Master Carlo is a truly talented warrior. It has only been 3 years since he became the gods of destruction. Looking at the surprised Kessie, Whis said with a little pride. After all, he is assisting angel. The stronger the gods of destruction he assists, the more face he will have when he goes out. 3 years. You're not kidding. Kessie was shocked again. Can it surpass all gods of destruction in just 3 years? This is simply unheard of. Well, it was indeed 3 years. Whis nodded and replied. At this time, on the other side, Rumshi's face was already very ugly. Because he is still very self-aware. The strength of the guy in front of him was too strong, and he couldn't deal with it at all. But now the sword is on the string, and the cruel words are spoken at the front. If you don't fight this guy now, when the time comes, I will be laughed at by the other gods of destruction. Come on now. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Looking at Rumsshi with a hesitant expression on his face, Carlo waved to him and said, "Damn BD! Don't get too carried away." As the gods of destruction, Rumsshi naturally has his own arrogance and pride. How can you endure such provocation? After the sound came out from between his teeth, Rumshi's body rushed directly towards Carlo. The speed was very fast, almost fleeting. Even Trunks, who has reached Super Saiyan's fourth full energy form, is completely unable to see Ramsey's movements clearly. It's just that this speed is still too slow in Carlo's opinion. Call out! Punch out! Carlo turned his body slightly to one side and easily dodged Rumshi's attack. Call out! A punch missed, and Rumshi swept his leg again. Carlo easily dodged it again. After all, in Carlo's opinion, such a fight is like college students bullying kindergarten children. Swish swish swish! Rumshi launched several more attacks. But he didn't even touch the corner of Carlo's clothes. What he said was that he also fully realized that there was no way he could be Carlo's opponent. It can even be said that there is an insurmountable difference between the two. Take 2 steps back. Prepare to use 707 to display his ultimate move. $20. This is his most powerful killing move. He has the biggest voice of all the gods of destruction. The roar can temporarily paralyze people's motor nerves, and those who are not strong enough will faint or die on the spot. DFL. With a roar, circles of energy waves spread out like ripples. The ground in front of me began to collapse instantly, and a piece of gravel hit Carlo. Carlo behaved calmly and a protective shield appeared around his body. All the gravel directly turned into powder when it came into contact with the protective shield. Sweat suddenly appeared on Trunks' forehead. His face is also very ugly, and he is in great pain now. Although he is very strong, there is still a big gap in front of Gods of Destruction. After seeing Trunks' situation, the Whis staff waved gently. A light green energy shield protects Trunks. Damn it! My roar had no impact on that guy at all. Looking at Carlo, who was looking calm, with his hands folded in front of his chest, Rumshi felt a little desperate. This is his most powerful killing move. I didn't expect that when used at such a close range, nothing happened to that guy. Is this the secret trick of the 10th universe Gods of Destruction? I have to say, it's really disappointing. It seems that I shouldn't take any chances with your strength. Carlo sneered and shook his head. Almost as soon as the sound fell, Carlo's body disappeared from where he was. Rumshi didn't see clearly what was going on. I don't even know where Carlo went. Boom! But in the next second, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his abdomen, and he finally found the location where the card was stuck. But this punch almost made him lose consciousness. Wow wow wow! He quickly hugged his abdomen with both hands and spit out acidic water. The body has bowed into a prawn. Carlo looked at Rumshi's hunched body with cold eyes, and then his right elbow landed heavily on the back of Rumshi's neck. Snapped. Forehead. At that moment, Rumshi's pupils suddenly dilated. The whole person completely lost his will. With a snap, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Gods of Destruction are also divided into strong and weak ones. The Gods of Destruction in the 10th universe couldn't even get past one round in front of Carlo. This is the gap. Chapter 87. Lord Rumshi. Angelox saw a worried look in her eyes when she saw that the Gods of Destruction in their 10th universe was defeated in an instant. At the same time, he was even more surprised at Carlo's strength. The same Gods of Destruction, their 10th universe's Gods of Destruction was actually killed in an instant. There was no resistance at all. Even just now, Rumshi probably didn't see Carlo's movements clearly. This gap is really too big. Don't worry. I just knocked him out. As a Gods of Destruction, I will not kill other Gods of Destruction unless absolutely necessary. Carlo said calmly. Then he clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. Come on, Whis. After dealing with Rumsshi, Carlo looked at Whis and said. He came here mainly to get rid of Zamasu. Now that that's settled, it's time to leave Universe 10. What a boring universe. Yes. Lord Carlo. Whis immediately nodded with a smile. I don't know why, but I always feel very comfortable when I see Master Carlo instantly killing other universe gods of destruction. Sister, let's go then. After speaking to Whis and Carlo's bodies instantly disappeared into the Supreme Kai world of the 10th universe. Are the gods of destruction from the 7th universe in future time and space so powerful? It only took 3 years of training to reach this level. If we give him hundreds or even thousands of years of training time, maybe he will be strong enough to beat Angel. Kessie looked at the direction where Carlo and the others disappeared and whispered to herself. As Supreme Kai, Gervasi was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the gods of destruction in their universe were knocked unconscious by others in an instant. This is definitely a huge humiliation for the entire 10th universe. But so what? The strength of Lord Carlo has far exceeded their imagination. At this time Angelox walked up to Rumsshi. The angel staff in his hand waved lightly. Light green energy instantly injected into Rumshi's body. Afterwards, Rumshi also regained consciousness immediately. After standing up, his face looked gloomy and scary. Because what happened just now was a humiliation that he could never forget in his life. At the same time, he was also shocked. How could that guy be so strong? It feels like it's almost reaching the level of Angel. Lord Rumshi, what should we do now? Seeing that you were extremely gloomy, Rumshi, Kessie asked. It is almost impossible to take revenge. Because with Master Rumshi's strength, there is no way he can defeat Carlo. Kessie, do you know who that guy is? Where is he, Gods of Destruction? Rumshi asked. As long as he knows the identity of that guy, he can find a way to deal with him. This matter must not be left alone. He soaked up his universe, killed the Supreme Kai candidate, and humiliated him by the way. If this is the case, after that, he would no longer have the shame to be regarded as the gods of destruction. Master Rumshi, Whis told me just now. His name is Carlo. He does not belong to our time and space, but is the 7th universe gods of destruction in the future time and space. KSI also said without any concealment. Because he felt that what Master Carlo did was really a bit too arrogant. TCH. Is it actually the gods of destruction from the future time and space? The gods of destruction from the future time and space have already committed a serious crime when they come to our time and space. And he actually dares to kill the Supreme Kai candidate of our universe. He is too brave. Kessie, take me to Xeno Temple. Rumshi also said extremely gloomily. Although he couldn't deal with that guy with his strength. But in this world, there are many people who can deal with him. Since he does not belong to this universe, traveling through time and space at will has violated God's taboo. If you can't handle him yourself, of course someone can. As long as Master Xeno is told about this matter, he will naturally be punished as he deserves. Yes, Lord Rumshi. Kessie nodded. Then the two of them left the God realm directly. After leaving the 10th universe, Carlo and Whis returned to the 7th universe again. For them, the 7th universe is the most familiar. After a little taste of the delicacies of the earth, you are ready to go back. It's just that right after Carlo, they appeared on Earth. Beerus and Whis in this time and space immediately felt their presence. Lord Beerus, that aura of God appears again. That Lord Carlo seems to have come back. Whis suddenly said. At that moment just now, he felt the aura he had felt before in the 7th universe. It seems that Mr. Carlo and the others have lost other universes. Well, I feel it too. They seem to be heading towards Earth again. Whis, let's go there quickly. Beerus and the others were just about to return to the world of Gods of Destruction. Now I suddenly feel the breath of Carlo and the others. Naturally, he immediately wanted to turn around and return to Earth. No matter what today, he wants to see if the gods of destruction in future time and space are qualified to become the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. What qualifications does he have to say that he is more powerful than himself? Phew! Carlo and Whis arrived on Earth first. Master Carlo, I can already feel the aura of Master Beerus. It seems that they already knew about our existence, so they came here in the morning. Whis said calmly. Well, that's expected. Carlo nodded without any surprise. When fighting Son Goku and the others before. As a universe, the gods of destruction Beerus must have felt his presence. But when Beerus arrived on Earth, they had already gone to Universe 10. Now I feel his anger again. Beerus will naturally not let this opportunity pass. After a few minutes. Whoosh! A sound broke through the air. Then, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared directly in front of Carlo and the others. Lord Beerus, it's them. Son Goku immediately pointed at Carlo and said. Vegeta's face was extremely gloomy. Especially when he looked at Trunks, his face was so dark that he could squeeze out ink. Trunks lowered his head in shame. After all, beating his father down was not a glorious thing for him. Instead, I feel a little guilty. Are you the gods of destruction from the seventh universe in future time and space? Did you hurt Goku and Vegeta? Beerus narrowed his eyes into two slits and stared at Carlo and asked. Sure enough, this guy is exactly what Goku and Vegeta said. Also a Saiyan. But he couldn't figure it out. How could a mere Saiyan be qualified to become gods of destruction? And he claims to be more powerful than him. Are you kidding me? He had never seen more powerful gods of destruction. Even the rat in the fourth universe that keeps screaming. He just got some advantage by luck in the arm wrestling match. So the guy in front of me probably has only reached the level of Super Saiyan God at best. Coupled with the power of gods of destruction, it is indeed easy to defeat Goku and Vegeta. But in front of him, he is simply vulnerable. Soon, he will prove it to everyone. The strongest of the gods of destruction is Beerus. Even if future time and space are included, this is still the case. Yes, it's me. Carlo smiled at Beerus. Then he continued, it's really better to meet than to be famous. I finally met the most powerful Saiyan in the past. I have admired Beerus for a long time. Regarding gods of destruction Beerus, Carlo actually prefers it. At least this guy's personality is more likable than those gods of destruction from other universes. Cut. What an uncomfortable guy. Seeing the smile on Carlo's face, Beerus felt uncomfortable. No matter how he looked left or right, he felt that this guy was not qualified to replace him. Become the gods of destruction in future time and space. And from beginning to end, he never regarded those Saiyans as real opponents. Hey! You hurt Goku and Vegeta in my universe. As the gods of destruction, I naturally want to seek justice for them. Let's do this. Let's have a fight. If you win, I won't pursue this matter. How about it? Beerus raised the corner of his mouth with a provocative arc and said to Carlo. Even the so-called finding justice. It was just an excuse for him to want to fight. Since this guy is stronger than Goku and Vegeta, then fighting should make you feel more comfortable. If you want to fight, just say so. It's not like your character to talk so much nonsense. Carlo glanced at Beerus with contempt and said. This guy obviously just wants to fight with himself? Probably to prove that he is the most powerful gods of destruction in the seventh universe. He actually said the words to find justice for Son Goku and Vegeta. It's really embarrassing. Not bad. You actually noticed it. Beerus smiled, then looked at Whis and asked, Whis, there shouldn't be any big problems when two gods of destruction from different universes are fighting, right? The big problem he is talking about is naturally the collapse of the universe. Because if the gods of destruction of two universes fight with all their strength, then the two universes will. But now is the battle between the gods of destruction in future time and space and the gods of destruction in the present. They are both gods of destruction from the seventh universe. The battle shouldn't lead to the collapse of Universe 7. No, Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a smile. He was also very curious about the gods of destruction in the future time and space. Does he have more power than Lord Beerus? Humph. That would be great. Beerus moved his neck excitedly. It seems that I can finally have a hearty battle. But at this time, on the other side, two Whis chatted. How did Master Beerus of your universe disappear? Was he killed? Or was he replaced by Master Zeno? Super Dimension Whis asked curiously. Generally speaking, no one can kill the gods of destruction at all. Xiong by Lord Beerus may have been replaced by Lord Zeno. None of that. In our time and space, Lord Supreme Kai was killed, so Lord Beerus also disappeared. Whis replied. Hey? That's really dangerous. How about Lord Carlo? He looks like a more gentleman than Lord Beerus, right? Super Dimension Whis looked at Carlo, and then asked Zhao Zhao. At least Mr. Carlo looks more human than Mr. Beerus. Yes, it is. I feel that it is much more comfortable to work with Mr. Carlo than with Mr. Beerus. By the way, the food made by Mr. Carlo is very delicious. Especially the delicacies called braised pork and cola chicken wings, tisk tisk tisk, they are simply the best. It's more delicious than the food on earth. Whis said with an intoxicated look. There are some delicacies on earth, such as tempura, tamagoyaki and other foods. You will get tired of it after eating it a few times. But you will never get tired of the braised pork and cola chicken wings made by Master Carlo. Even if I eat it every day, I still feel like eating it. Braised pork? Coke chicken wings? Sounds really mouth-watering. It seems that you and Mr. Carlo get along very well. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Super Dimension Whis said with a depressed look. In comparison, my other self is so happy. Two Whis are chatting. Beerus, however, was already full of desire to fight. The whole body exudes a hot breath, scary. Bring it on. Let me see if you Scions really qualify as gods of destruction. After improving his aura, Beerus waved to Carlo, indicating that he could take the initiative to attack. But Carlo didn't move. Instead he looked at Beerus with a smile. He had no intention of taking the initiative. TCH. Damn that guy. Seeing Carlo's strategizing smile, Beerus suddenly felt a little unhappy. Then his body flashed and he could only take the initiative to attack. Chapter 88. I have to say that Beerus is indeed much stronger than the other gods of destruction. Rumsshi and Kampa are simply not comparable to Beerus. Regardless of speed or strength, just the moment the body flashes out, the judgment is made. Carlo immediately checked Beerus' combat power template. Name, Beerus. Race, Gods of Destruction. Energy, the power of destruction. Combat power, 2605 soil. Ability, imperfect ultra instinct. Carlo was more or less surprised after seeing Beerus' fighting prowess. Because this kind of fighting power is much stronger than Quitella from the fourth universe. It looked like they were arm wrestling and Beerus's loss was definitely an accident. If the fight really started, Quitella would definitely not be Beerus's opponent. As for the battle between Gods of Destruction, both Quitella and Beerus were able to make it to the end. The main reason is probably because at the beginning, 11 Gods of Destruction worked together to deal with Beerus. Then Beerus consumed a lot of energy. So in the end, the two of them were able to persevere together until the end. Call out! And just when Carlo was looking at Beerus's combat power template, Beerus' fist was already roaring towards him. Carlo dodged back and avoided Beerus' attack. However, Beerus seemed to have expected such a result and tapped the ground lightly with his toes. The body followed instantly. Boo-hoo-hoo! Both fists were like machine guns, constantly blasting out fists like wind and rain. The shadow of the fist is like the wind, whistling non-stop. With every punch, it seems that the entire space will send out waves of ripples. What a speed! This is what the previous 7th universe destroyed, and it was indeed ridiculously strong. Trunks said in surprise. Compared with other gods of destruction in the universe, Beerus is indeed very powerful. Because Trunks could only see the afterimages one by one, he couldn't see Beerus' movements at all. Although his strength is already relatively strong. But if he fights Beerus, he will probably be defeated in an instant. That's natural. Master Beerus is known as the most powerful existence in the 12 universes, and he is not so undeserved. Although there is still a big gap between Master Carlo's 490, it is much stronger than other gods of destruction. After hearing Trunks' shock, Whis on the side calmly explained. Although the current gods of destruction is Lord Carlo. But for Beerus-sama, I still like Whis equally. So he doesn't want anyone to lose this battle. But since it is a competition, it is inevitable to lose. Humph! Trunks? What you said before is nonsense. Lord Beerus is much stronger than the gods of destruction in your universe. Watch carefully. Vegeta seemed to be unable to find any other reason to confront Trunks, so he could only speak coldly. After all, Trunks had told them before that Carlo was stronger than Lord Beerus. But how is this possible? Looking at the current situation, that guy is suppressed by Lord Beerus. He can only parry, but has no power to fight back. Dad, nothing can be seen from the current battle. Master Carlo hasn't shown his true strength in fighting yet, so it's a bit too early to draw a conclusion now. Trunks is also extremely protective of Carlo. Although Gods of Destruction Beerus is indeed very powerful. But Lord Carlo has not yet transformed. Beerus definitely can't win this battle. The one who finally won this battle must be Lord Carlo. There is no doubt about it. TCH. You're so tough. Then take a good look. I don't believe he has the strength to defeat Lord Beerus. Vegeta snorted again, holding his fists on his chest, extremely proud. It seems that he has forgotten the previous scene where he was defeated by Trunks. Trunks didn't want to talk to Vegeta anymore. Although this is called stubbornness and stubbornness. But he is his father after all. It's so exciting. Lord Beerus's speed is so fast that people can't see clearly. But it seems that Lord Beerus has gained an absolute advantage. Son Goku also clenched his fists with excitement, watching the battle. Boom! At this moment, Beerus punched Carlo hard on the arm. Carlo's body, abd, also fell backwards a few dozen feet away. The power of this punch is quite terrifying. Even Carlo felt a numbness in his arm. Not bad. You are indeed much stronger than the other gods of destruction. Carlo raised the corner of his mouth, shook his arm casually, and said with a smile. Although such an attack made his arms feel sore and numb. But there is no way to create any resemblance to him. You're not a bad guy. You were unscathed by my heavy punches. It seems that I underestimated you a little before. You are indeed very strong. Much more powerful than those guys in other universes. Beerus was also a little surprised. He had already exerted 70% to 80% of his power just now. But even so, he still couldn't completely defeat this guy. Even his heavy punches didn't cause any damage to him. It seems that the guy who replaced him in future time and space has some strength. Indeed qualified for the position of 7th universe gods of destruction. But if you want to be stronger than yourself, that is absolutely impossible. Keep coming. Carlo smiled and waved to Beerus. A hole. Obviously at a disadvantage. Although he showed a confident feeling. Your attitude is really annoying. Looking at Carlo, who had a smile on his face and didn't take him seriously at all, Beerus suddenly had an angry look on his face. Then his body flashed and he attacked Carlo again. Boo-hoo-hoo! The fists, feet, elbows and knees have now become weapons for the two of them to attack. Constant confrontation. Every time they collide, a huge sonic boom circle appears in the sky. As the sonic boom circle spreads, a huge sinkhole will be shaken out of the ground. The originally barren valley had now turned into a battlefield riddled with holes and devastation. This is not bad. Master Carlo, from your time and space, how long has he been training for? To be able to reach this level with Lord Beerus, his talent and strength are amazing. Whis, who was out of time and space, looked at the fight between the two in surprise and asked the other one. Among the 11 gods of destruction, absolutely no gods of destruction can fight to this extent with Lord Beerus. This shows that the 7th universe gods of destruction in future time and space are indeed incredibly powerful. It can even be said that it has surpassed the gods of destruction in other universes. 3 years. Sir Carlo has only been training with me for 3 years. Whis replied with a smile. After finishing speaking, he continued, Master Beerus has no chance of winning in this game. Master Carlo has not yet used his true power. He is a true genius. It can be seen that Whis admires Carlo very much. Oh! You haven't shown your true power yet. That really surprised me, I'm a little bit excited. The time-traveling Whis said in surprise. You can reach this level with Lord Beerus, but you haven't shown your true strength yet. It seems that this Lord Carlo is indeed a bit ridiculously strong. Boom! At this moment, the two fist bumped. Then the bodies fell back several tens of feet. A gully of dozens of feet opened directly on the ground. Under the surface, the scarlet magma can be clearly seen. You must know that these two people are still controlling their own power, otherwise the Earth and even the entire universe may have begun to collapse. Isn't it okay to keep going like this? The Earth will be destroyed by the two of them. Super Dimension Whis said, and then waved the staff in his hand gently. A huge energy barrier directly enveloped the two of them. The Earth is the food kingdom of the 7th universe. So we must not let him be destroyed. Otherwise, they will have to eat those unpalatable foods every day. Damn, how can this guy be so powerful? It seems that I have to use all my strength, otherwise it will be really difficult to defeat him. Beerus frowned and thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he only needed half of his strength to deal with the guy in front of him. But as the battle continued, he had already used 80% of his power. But Carlo still couldn't be defeated. This also means that he must use all his strength. Only then can we win this game completely. The longer time passes, the faster his image in the minds of Son Goku and Vegeta will decline. I admit that you are strong. But this game will end soon. Beerus said coldly. The moment the voice fell, purple flames rose around his body. At the same time, Beerus' aura was also explosively improving. In an instant, Carlo has completely surpassed him. He had exerted all his strength. Just to get rid of Carlo completely next. Too strong. Is this the full power of Lord Beerus? I feel like the entire universe is filled with this breath of God. After Son Goku and Vegeta felt the extremely powerful aura of God, their faces suddenly showed a look of horror. Although they have known Lord Beerus for a long time. But I have never seen Lord Beerus use all his strength. This seems to be the first time Lord Beerus has fought with all his strength. Both of them clenched their fists in excitement. Because Beerus is what they want to surpass. Indeed. Trunks was also extremely surprised. This overwhelming aura made him feel tremendous pressure. Fortunately, this aura was not released on his own initiative. Otherwise, the huge pressure of this aura would probably make him completely lose his will to fight. That's all my power. Next, I will completely defeat you in a very short period of time. By the way, I am the most powerful gods of destruction. anyone. It can't be surpassed. After showing all his strength, Beerus's lips curved into a confident arc. If fighting alone, no gods of destruction can be his opponent. Including this guy in future time and space, the same is true. As he finished speaking, Beerus flashed out again. The speed is obviously much faster than before. The power was also stronger, and a hole seemed to be opened in the space. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Carlo. There were no fancy moves, just a straight punch. Carlo quickly raised his arms to block. Because Beerus' power seems to be a little stronger than he imagined. And his combat power also directly increased to 3000 soil at that moment. This was something he didn't expect. Unexpectedly, after Beerus burst out with all his aura, his combat effectiveness would also increase by several hundred. Boom! Then, Beerus' fist hit Carlo's arms hard. The terrifying power struck instantly like Wang Yang. Boom! The ground under Carlo's feet suddenly collapsed, and his feet scraped against the ground and he continued to retreat. He immediately retreated a few hundred feet away before stopping. My arms felt completely numb. This guy is really powerful. This is a comfortable battle. Carlo pursed his lips. The desire to fight actually showed on his face. The strength Beerus showed at this moment made him feel a little bit of fun. Looks like it's time to transform. Humph. It seems that you are nothing more than that. I really want to know how many punches you can take. Seeing Carlo, who was directly knocked back by a punch, Beerus finally showed a confident smile on his lips. Next, he will completely defeat this guy. So, I'll show you my full power too, Beerus. But don't be shocked. After Carlo's voice fell, the corners of his mouth also raised. Haha! A low roar came from his throat. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and the gravel was directly turned into powder. The air waves spread in all directions. If it weren't for the protective effect of the energy barrier, the entire earth would have been completely exploded by this breath. Golden arrogance flickers from the dust. Nanny! What a powerful god's energy! Did this guy hide his power just now? Are you kidding me? Beerus put his hands in front of himself to block the spreading air waves. But under that terrifying shock wave, Beerus's body still keeps retreating. There were also 2 traces scratched out on the ground. Chapter 89. Ha! The roar continued, and the golden flames rose directly into the sky like a swirling beam of light. Even the protective barrier built by Angel Whis was trembling wildly at this time. It seemed like it could be torn apart at any time. Are you kidding me? What's going on with that guy? Why did his energy suddenly become so terrifying? Beerus's eyes narrowed to a slit, because this aura was too terrifying. But he couldn't open his eyes at all. The body is still retreating. Even though he was trying his best to stabilize his body, he still couldn't resist the terrifying air wave. Suddenly, Beerus had a sudden realization. By the way, this guy is Saiyan too. That means he could be like Goku and Vegeta, he would also transform into a Super Saiyan form. Damn BD, just the ordinary form is already so strong. If he can still transform into Super Saiyan form, then how perverted is this guy? At this moment, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. It turned out that the guy was just teasing him. Just the power in ordinary form can be compared with his all-out effort. At this time, if this guy transforms again, there is no doubt that he is no longer an opponent. Gilyalu. Good, what a terrifying smell. It's so awesome. What form will he take? At this time, Son Goku and Vegeta were completely shocked. If Beerus's aura just now was already ridiculously strong, so at this time, Carlo's aura could no longer be described as outrageous. Simply a monster. They had never felt such a powerful aura. Even with Angel's protective barrier, the overwhelming pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. This kind of intensity is simply unimaginable to them. But, damn, what's going on with this guy? Why does he have so much power? Vegeta was completely stupid at this point. I originally thought that the most powerful Gods of Destruction Beerus would definitely be able to teach this guy a lesson. Unexpectedly, the power that this guy burst out at this time was more powerful than Gods of Destruction Beerus. He told Trunks very confidently just now. That guy has no chance of being a match for Lord Beerus. But now, am I going to be slapped in the face? Trunks, do you know what form Master Carlo is going to take? Is it the same form as you? Son Goku was surprised and immediately looked at Trunks beside him and asked. Since Trunks and Lord Carlo are together, then he must know how strong Lord Carlo is. Moreover, Trunks before was always so determined and confident. Uncle Goku, you underestimate Master Carlo. The realm and transformation he has mastered are something I will never be able to match. I'm just able to turn into Super Saiyan 4. But maybe I'll never be able to transform into Super Saiyan 5's form. Trunks looked at Son Goku with some pride in his tone. Maybe it's because Master Carlo is more powerful than Beerus. What? Super Saiyan 5? Are you saying that Carlo-sama can transform into the form of Super Saiyan 5, which is more powerful than Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku was immediately even more shocked. Although he doesn't know what Super Saiyan 5 actually means. But you can feel it from this aura, which is simply indescribably strong. And when Trunks said something like this, it further confirmed that he was the Super Subhuman 5 the next day. And Whis, who was in time and space on the side, was also shocked by Carlo's aura. Then, looking at the other Whis, he said, I really didn't expect that the Lord Gods of Destruction from another time and space would be so powerful. His strength has probably reached the level of a quasi-angel, right? Indeed, with the aura Carlo showed at this time. It has indeed reached the level of quasi-angel. Much more powerful than trainee angel. Okay. Whis smiled and nodded. The stronger Mr. Carlo becomes, the more proud he becomes. In the earth-shattering breath, the earth finally stopped shaking. The dust and air waves in the energy barrier are also gradually calming down. At this time, Carlo appeared in everyone's sight again. But Carlo at this time was completely different from before. The whole body is covered with silver-white hair, the messy silver-white hair hangs straight down to the waist, and the pupils turn into vermilion. A silver tail swung flexibly behind him. It is the transformation of Super Saiyan 5. There are also jet-like golden flames surrounding the body. Damn it! What on earth do you look like? Why have I never seen this kind of transformation? Neither Goku nor Vegeta have reached this level. Beerus also looked at Carlo with great solemnity and asked. The aura that this guy burst out already made him feel deeply afraid. In fact, Beerus knew it very well. In the next battle, he has no chance of winning. This guy is too strong. This is called the Super Saiyan 5 form. With the current strength of Son Goku and Vegeta, it will take hundreds of years of training, maybe even longer, to reach this level. Carlo said calmly. If Son Goku and Vegeta in this time and space take the Super Saiyan 4 evolution route, then in more than 10 years or even decades, they may be able to reach the level of Super Saiyan 5. But they chose the realm of God. So it can be said that it is almost impossible to become a Super 5. So his answer was already very conservative. Beerus, it is undeniable that you are much stronger than the other Gods of Destruction. But in my opinion, the strongest Gods of Destruction are nothing more than this. You have no chance of winning, and you probably know it very well. After transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Carlo's aura became even more fierce and cold. Stop joking here. How could I lose to you? There is no way I could lose to any of the Gods of Destruction. Beerus bared his teeth and said. His pride and arrogance prevented him from admitting the fact before him. Even if the guy in front of him is really better than him, There is absolutely no way he would admit defeat. Stubborn. He would have to beat you to the ground before you would admit your weakness. Carlo's tone was still very calm. That tone and gesture didn't put Beerus in his eyes at all. If there is no transformation, Beerus is indeed quite strong for him. But after becoming Super Saiyan 5, Beerus was already vulnerable in his eyes. Arrogant BD. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with angry flames. Although he admitted that the aura of the guy in front of him was much stronger than his own. But he still had one last trick that didn't work. That's the imperfect Ultra Instinct. As long as you use Ultra Instinct to deal with him, it is not impossible to win the final victory. According to his observations, Carlo's transformation should consume considerable physical energy. When his physical energy is exhausted, that's when he loses the game. DT. Thinking of this, Beerus launched another active attack. This is his body shape, as fast as lightning. The moment the body flickered, an afterimage was left on the spot. And his true body has appeared behind Carlo. Without hesitation, he swept his kick towards Carlo's temple. Beerus shows no mercy. Because he knew that even if this kick hit Carlo firmly, it would not cause too much damage to him. Zero, please ask for flowers. After Beerus casts Ultra Instinct, the speed is indeed ridiculously fast. But that's only relative to ordinary people or ordinary gods of destruction. In Carlo's opinion, that's all. Raising his right arm, he easily blocked Beerus' leg sweep. The attack was blocked, as Beerus expected. There was no surprise on his face. Then, the other leg swept towards the other side. Carlo continued to fight with his arms raised. Bang bang bang. Beerus kept using his legs to sweep and kick, but Carlo blocked all of them. Carlo's body stood on the same spot, as steady as a rock, without moving from beginning to end. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Attack after attack was blocked, and Beerus roared angrily. The attack speed is getting faster and faster. Anger can consume a person's sanity. Beerus' attacks are becoming more and more unorganized. Bang bang bang! Beerus continued to attack, but each attack had no effect. There must be a limit to joking. Master Beerus's attacks were all blocked. And the guy just stood there the whole time without moving his body. Vegeta looked extremely ugly. It was as if he was the one being humiliated. The gods of destruction, who he considered to be the strongest, are now in such a mess. In the eyes of the gods of destruction in future time and space, perhaps he is as unworthy of mention as a child. It's unimaginable that there is such a powerful Saiyan in the world. It seems that our cultivation levels are still quite different, Vegeta. Son Goku seemed extremely excited. Lord Carlo, the gods of destruction in the future time and space, is Saiyan. Since he can reach this level, then as Saiyan, he and Vegeta should be able to reach this level. They seem to have just started on the road to becoming strong. But he firmly believes that one day he will reach Carlo's level. Cut the nonsense, Carlo. Vegeta was furious at this time and could only vent his anger on Son Goku. In the energy barrier. After countless attacks, Beerus obviously had some problems with his physical fitness. This all-out attack is a great test for physical fitness. Even Gods of Destruction is no exception. Snapped. Just when Beerus launched an attack, Carlo suddenly grabbed Beerus' fist. Then there was an over-the-shoulder throw. Beerus was hit hard on the ground, and his body was directly embedded in the ground. Boom! Rumble! The ground trembled crazily, and gravel splashed everywhere. Before Beerus could react, Carlo directly pressed Beerus' face with his palm and applied a little force. Beerus' body instantly sank dozens of feet. And Carlo's palm was still firmly pressed on Beerus' face. This is the gap between us, which can never be bridged or bridged. Maybe you were the strongest gods of destruction before, but from today on, you are no longer Beerus. Carlo said calmly. Beerus was struggling wildly. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of Carlo's shackles. This guy's power is so great that he can't even imagine it. It was like a universe was pressing on him, and he couldn't move at all. A hole. Hateful. His body couldn't move, and an angry roar came from his throat. Beerus felt like he was being humiliated like never before. He has never been insulted like this since he became Gods of Destruction. But he was so helpless at the moment. I can't move my body. He did lose. A complete defeat. Looking at Beerus, who was burning with anger, but with a bit of despair in his eyes, Carlo slowly released his palm. Chapter 90. There is no suspense in this game. Although Beerus is known as the most powerful Gods of Destruction, he has no power to resist in front of Carlo. After releasing his palm, the energy protection barrier also disappeared. Carlo's body flashed and he was directly in front of Whis and the others. Beerus' body still lay at the bottom of the pit. His face was very ugly. I didn't expect that he would lose so embarrassingly today. The gap between him and Carlo is simply irreparable. Lord Beerus, actually lost. Vegeta and Son Goku also looked in disbelief. At the same time, I am also very surprised that the strength of the Gods of Destruction in future time and space has actually reached this level. The Super Saiyan 5 form he just transformed into was simply too powerful. Of course, this is because his body originally contains the power of Gods of Destruction. Therefore, after transforming into the form of Super Saiyan 5, the power is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary Super Saiyan objects. Even now they can transform into the same form. It's also impossible to exert 1% of Carlo's power. Trunks, on the other hand, was extremely excited. It seemed to excite him even more than if he had won the game. Oh! Master Beerus looks a little pitiful. Whis looked at Beerus's absent-minded look and felt somewhat distressed. After all, I had assisted Lord Beerus for hundreds of millions of years. I have never seen him so lost. Master Carlo is really strong. He is probably the strongest among the Gods of Destruction in the future time and space. Whis from Super Dimension 717 said with a smile. Yes, it is. Another Whis also said with a smile. The stronger the Gods of Destruction you assist, the more proud you will be of being an angel. At this time, Beerus also flew up from the bottom of the pit. At this time, his expression turned out to be completely different from normal. Obviously, being easily defeated by Carlo just now was a huge blow to Gods of Destruction Beerus. He never expected to be defeated by a Gods of Destruction. And was defeated almost humiliatingly. Whis, go back. Beerus glanced at Whis on the ground, and then said lightly. He doesn't want to see Carlo anymore. I can't beat him again and again, and I will only get angry when I see this guy. Okay, Yunkai. Although usually Whis likes to tease Beerus. But at this moment, he also knew that Lord Beerus was in a very bad mood, so naturally he did not dare to say anything. Then he jumped up and appeared next to Beerus. Soon the two left the earth directly and returned to the world of Gods of Destruction. Son Goku and Vegeta were a little at a loss. I originally thought Lord Beerus could defeat Carlo easily. But I didn't expect it to end like this. Sir Carlo, what should we do next? Are we going back to our own time and space? Whis asked. In fact, the main purpose of coming to this time and space this time is to eliminate the candidate for the 10th universe, Supreme Kai Zamasu. And Lord Carlo's inner goal is probably to compete with Lord Beerus. Now that all their goals have been accomplished, it's time for them to return to their own time and space. After all, the tournament of power that Master Zeno mentioned is imminent. So they have to find all 10 players quickly. No hurry, let's go get something to eat first. Carlo wasn't worried at all. Anyway, in the future time and space, they have basically developed Broly's talent. And Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan have also become Super Saiyan 4. As long as there are a few of them, plus Trunks, the tournament of power will definitely win the final victory. And he has one last resort. Even the strongest 11th universe will never be able to defeat their 7th universe. So Carlo is not in a hurry at all. Anyway, we have come to this time and space, so let's take a short stroll. Eat something. As soon as he heard about eating, Whis naturally became interested immediately. His only pleasure now should be enjoying the delicious food of the earth. And there seems to be more delicious food on earth in this time and space than in their future time and space. This is of course related to the fact that the earth in their future time and space has suffered a fatal blow. Afterwards, the three of them also disappeared. Only Son Goku and Vegeta were left in place. The two seemed to be still immersed in the battle just now. It's so strong. This is the power we Saiyan should have, right, Vegeta? Son Goku said with great excitement. No matter what, he must reach the level of Master Carlo just now through his own efforts. His goal before was to surpass Lord Beerus. But now he has a new goal, that is, his strength must reach Carlo's level. You're right, Carlo. The Gods of Destruction in the future time and space is also Saiyan, since his strength can be improved to that level. Then we can definitely do it. This time Vegeta didn't scold Son Goku. But he also clenched his fists and said extremely firmly. As a Saiyan prince, he should have purer and nobler blood than other Saiyans. Since they can reach that level, there is no reason why, as a prince, he can't. That's right. Let's hurry up and start making trouble about Carlo-sama's transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Son Goku reacted immediately. If they know the method or opportunity to become Super Saiyan 5, then it will be easier for them to reach that level. Although Vegeta was a little reluctant. But in order to become stronger, I have no choice but to follow Son Goku. As long as you can have arrogant strength. For him now, self-esteem and pride are no longer so important. Just when Carlo and Whis were enjoying the delicacies of the earth. Gods of Destruction Rumschi from the 10th universe has appeared at Xeno Temple with angels. Grand Priest was sitting on his throne playing marbles. Just like a real child, playing is not fun. But the marbles in his hand are planets. Once two marbles collide, it means that two planets will be destroyed. So the fate of the planet is in his hands, it's like a joke. After Grand Priest saw Rumschi and the others coming in, he asked in a calm tone, Gods of Destruction of the 10th universe, what business do you have in coming to the temple? Generally speaking, the Gods of Destruction are very afraid of the temple of all. Gods of Destruction will almost never come on their own initiative without being summoned by Lord Xeno. Because they all know Xeno-sama's character. Maybe they say a wrong sentence, or even a single word may be at risk of being destroyed. Therefore, all Gods of Destruction are avoided by Master Xeno. Now that the Gods of Destruction from Universe 10 have come to the temple on their own initiative, there must be something very important. What are you doing here? Are you coming to play with me? Xeno also put down the toy marbles in his hand, then looked at the three of them and asked. He is feeling bored because there is no one to play with him. Unexpectedly, someone came to look for him. After hearing Xeno's words, Rumschi and Supreme Kaigvas next to him suddenly showed a look of fear on their faces. You must know that the games Master Xeno plays are all very mentally retarded games. But once they lose the game, they may be severely punished. It may even be cleared. Master Xeno, Master Grand Priest, we have taken the liberty to come here for a very important matter. I want to sue someone. Rumschi made a plop and immediately knelt down in front of the two of them, with a look of grievance on his face. I almost burst into tears. Hey! Oh! Xeno and Grand Priest were both stunned, looking at Rumschi with some surprise. I didn't expect that his complaint would come here. As the Gods of Destruction of a universe, is there anything in his universe that he can't solve? Who are you going to accuse? Exactly what happened? Grand Priest asked still calmly. It seems that this matter should be quite important. Otherwise, the gods of destruction from the 10th universe should not dare to come to this place. Replying to Grand Priest, I want to accuse Carlo, the 7th universe gods of destruction in future time and space. The gods of destruction in the 7th universe of future time and space are too arrogant. Just a few hours ago, he suddenly traveled through time and space to the 10th universe. Kill the candidate of Supreme Kai in front of Supreme Kai. What he did was really too arrogant. I don't even pay attention to the rules of gods of destruction. I hope Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest can seek justice for us, and at the same time punish this unruly gods of destruction. 0. Rumshi said to the two of them with great respect. The tone was naturally indignant. That guy not only killed the Supreme Kai candidate, he actually humiliated himself in the first place. With just one blow, he completely lost his fighting power. This is definitely a huge humiliation for a gods of destruction. Although my own strength is completely helpless against that guy. But Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest can make him disappear in an instant. Even if he is the gods of destruction in future time and space, he is no exception. Oh? You mean, the gods of destruction from the future time and space came to this time and space through the ability to travel through time and space. And you killed the Supreme Kai candidate in your 10th universe? Grand Priest asked in surprise. Because he has been busy playing with Master Zeno recently and has not observed the situation of universe. So he didn't feel anything like this happening. Unexpectedly, gods of destruction from the future time and space came to this time and space. Actually killed someone? This thing is indeed a bit ridiculous. It completely violates the rules of gods of destruction. Yes, Grand Priest. Not only did he kill the Supreme Kai candidate, but he also severely injured me with one punch. Rumshi replied immediately. Saying this, I just hope that Carlo will be punished more severely. Hey? But isn't the gods of destruction of the 7th universe Beerus? Why did you just say his name is Carlo? Zeno asked with some confusion. If he remembers correctly, the gods of destruction in the 7th universe should be Beerus. Master Zeno, there may be some changes that we don't know about in the future time and space. But if something like this happens, it still needs to be dealt with. As gods of destruction, you should know that you cannot travel through time and space at will. Knowingly committing a crime is a violation of God's rules. If we don't punish him a little and set this precedent, there will probably be more gods of destruction who will take God's rules to heart. Grand Priest said calmly to Zeno. Gods have their own rules, and if there are some gods who don't want to abide by such rules, then you will be punished accordingly. Otherwise, 12 universes would not be so easy to manage. So this is all. Zeno nodded in understanding. Then he looked at Rumshi with contempt and said, You guy, you were defeated by a gods of destruction from the future time and space. Now you actually have the nerve to come here to complain. Gods of destruction has been completely embarrassed by you. Having been gods of destruction for 200 million years, hasn't your strength improved at all? He has always felt that it is necessary to warn these gods of destruction. Even if you become the gods of destruction, you cannot waste your cultivation. But since becoming gods of destruction, they don't seem to take this matter to heart at all. And the strength of some gods of destruction becomes weaker and weaker as time goes by. Many times he wants to punish these gods of destruction and their universe. But as time passed, he forgot these things. Yes, I'm sorry Zeno-sama. Zeno's words scared Rumshi so much that he fell to the ground. Forget it. I don't have time to talk to you today. Zeno glanced at Rumshi, and then said to Grand Priest on the side, Grand Priest, go and bring Carlo, the gods of destruction from the future time and space. I would like to see what the gods of destruction will be like in the 7th universe of future time and space. You actually dare to travel through time and space and kill people in other time and space. You are quite brave. He was more or less interested in such a courageous guy. Okay, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded. Then he walked out of the temple directly. Rumsshi on the side also gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Although Master Zeno's words just now made him feel very dangerous. But as long as that smug BD can be punished well, this trip will not be in vain. He can't wait to see that self-righteous BD wiped out by Master Zeno. Chapter 91. At this time, on the Earth of the 7th universe, Carlo and Whis were enjoying themselves. There are indeed more delicious foods on this Earth than on their Earth. Perhaps when artificial humans appeared, they killed too many people in future time and space, including many gourmets. Therefore, there will not be so many delicious things on Earth in future time and space. Carlo never expected that Gods of Destruction Rumsshi would actually go to complain to Master Zeno about this matter. But if he dares to complain, he will only shoot himself in the foot. It may even push him into the abyss of eternal destruction. After eating and drinking enough, the three of them left the restaurant. At this time, they are also preparing to return to the future time and space. But just when they walked out of the restaurant, Carlo suddenly had a bad feeling. Whis's expression also changed slightly. The two finally looked at each other. Whis, do you also feel a very powerful energy? Carlo asked looking at Whis. Yes, Master Carlo. If I guess correctly, it should be Lord Grand Priest. Whis replied with a serious look on his face. Almost at the moment his voice fell. A purple crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and the space was torn apart. The whole earth seemed to be silent at that moment. In the originally bustling and noisy streets, everything suddenly came to a halt. Pedestrians coming and going seemed to be frozen. Whis and Carlo quickly looked up. From the purple crack, a figure flew out from inside. He has a silver back hair, is about 1.5 meters tall, and wears light blue clothes. There is also a golden big character on the golden belt around the waist. Obviously, he is the Grand Priest who just came to Earth to find Carlo. Grand Priest! Whis called out immediately, with a respectful look on his face. Whether it is this time and space or another time and space, Grand Priest is his father. He is the god who stands at the forefront of the 101 universe. Possessing the most powerful power in the entire dimensional universe. Therefore, every angel respects and fears the Grand Priest very much. See Grand Priest! Carlo also reacted immediately, and then saluted the Grand Priest respectfully. Grand Priest is known as the most powerful being in the dimensional universe. Although he usually looks smiling and has a warm temperament. But the power he possessed made Carlo extremely afraid. As for Trunks, he knelt down in front of him. Because he also met the Grand Priest. Learn the horrors of the Grand Priest from Lord Whis and Carlo. You are the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe of future time and space, right? Grand Priest still had a warm smile on his face, and then stared at Carlo and asked. The Gods of Destruction in front of him did make him feel a little surprised. Because the previous Gods of Destruction were all crooked. More are some animals. And the guy in front of me actually looks a bit handsome. And from his body, Grand Priest also felt very powerful power. Yes. I am the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe in future time and space. Carlo nodded and quickly answered. At this time, he had already realized that it might be the Gods of Destruction Rumsshi from the 10th universe or the Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 7th universe who filed a complaint. Otherwise, Grand Priest would not have appeared so quickly and found himself. But he wasn't worried either. After all, in addition to being the Gods of Destruction, he is also the God of Time and Space. This time traveling through time and space to other time and space, the main purpose is to maintain the order of time and space. It's really good. It seems that you have not been a Gods of Destruction for a long time and you were able to defeat Rumsshi. Grand Priest said still smiling. But as Gods of Destruction, you should know that Gods of Destruction cannot travel through time and space at will. Traveling through time and space at will is a felony. Even the gods of destruction cannot escape punishment. Grand Priest's expression changed slightly. The warm smile on his face also disappeared little by little. As the Grand Priest, he has the right to punish some gods of destruction. Then he looked at Whis and said, Whis, as a guide of the universe angel, I think you understand this rule better than gods of destruction. As a guide to the universe, angel, how can you allow the gods of destruction to travel through time and space at will, and even you yourself are making fools along with it? Grand Priest's tone was a bit more bewildering. After all angels are his children, and he will definitely not allow Angel to make mistakes. Grand Priest, please forgive me. We come to this time and space this time because we have something very important to do. And Master Carlo is not only the gods of destruction of the seventh universe in the future time and space, but Master Zeno has granted him the position of God of time and space. Because there are some problems in the future time and space, some gods travel through time and space at will, causing some disasters in the future time and space. Lord Carlo is also here to investigate this matter. When facing Grand Priest, Whis respected him very much, but he was not too afraid. After all, Carlo is the god of time and space, so this time he is not traveling through time and space for no reason. But there is a mission. So they have nothing to worry about. Oh? God of time and space. Is Master Carlo the god of time and space? Did the position of time and space god of the future actually fall to Lord Carlo? Grand Priest asked in surprise after hearing what Whis said. As a Grand Priest, he is naturally very clear about his role as the god of time and space. This position also exists in this time and space. It's just that the gods of destruction in this time and space are too disappointing. After becoming the gods of destruction, I didn't have much training, so I was not qualified to become the god of time and space. I didn't expect that someone would be the god of time and space in the future time and space. And it looks like there is a new gods of destruction. This really surprised him. At the same time, it is also clear that the Carlo in front of him must have talents and abilities that are different from ordinary people. Otherwise, Mr. Zeno and him in the future time and space will not hand over this position easily. Yes, Grand Priest. Lord Carlo is not only the gods of destruction of the seventh universe in future time and space, but also the god of time and space. Because of the failure of time and space, some gods traveling through time and space appeared. According to Master Carlo's analysis, he should be the candidate for the 10th universe in this time and space, Supreme Kai Zamasu. So we came here to investigate and found out that the god who travels through time and space is Zamasu. Whis continued to speak in a nonchalant manner. I see. No wonder Rumsshi wants to sue you. Grand Priest whispered. I don't know if the gods of destruction in Universe 10 know about this. If he knew about it, he didn't stop it. If the evildoer complains first in the end, he will definitely be severely punished for this matter. But Master Carlo, Master Zeno just sent a message, asking me to take you back to Zeno Temple. So you have to follow me to the Zeno Temple, but don't worry. Since you are the god of time and space in the future, Master Zeno will naturally not make things difficult for you. Grand Priest's tone was more or less polite to Carlo. Gods of destruction are indeed not worth mentioning in his eyes. This is true whether it is this time and space or future time and space. But the god of time and space is different. Although it is still not comparable to the status of Grand Priest. But he is more or less qualified to make Grand Priest polite. After all, he is the direct leader of all gods of destruction. The position is already more prestigious than that of the guide angel. Okay. Then go for it. Carlo nodded. Since Grand Priest came to invite him personally, he didn't want to go and had no choice. Then Carlo asked curiously, Master Grand Priest, is someone suing me in front of Master Zeno and you? He thought it must be Rumsshi or Beerus. Well, yes. It's the gods of destruction from Universe 10. Grand Priest also has nothing to hide. Judging from Whis' explanation just now, it seems that there was actually a problem with Universe 10 first. I see. Carlo nodded. If this is the case, then let the gods of destruction of Universe 10 disappear completely. Later, Grand Priest brought Whis, Carlo, and Trunks to the Temple of Zeno. Grand Priest walked at the front and said respectfully, Master Zeno, Master Carlo has already brought us here. Okay. Zeno nodded. At this time, the gods of destruction Rumsshi of the 10th universe immediately spoke, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, that's him. He was the one who killed the Supreme Kai candidate in our 10th universe Supreme Kai world, and also severely injured me with one punch. If Kessie hadn't been there, I would have probably been killed by him. Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest must make the decision for me. Seeing his aggrieved look, I almost burst into tears. Carlo looked at Ramsey in surprise. This guy looks like a fool, but his acting skills are amazing. Are you the gods of destruction Carlo from the 7th universe in future time and space? Zeno stared at Carlo and asked in a childish voice. Well, Zeno is worried about people. Carlo replied respectfully. Whis and Trunks on the side also saluted very respectfully. At this time, Grand Priest walked up to Master Zeno, and then said, Master Zeno, Carlo is not only the gods of destruction of the 7th universe in future time and space, he is also the god of time and space in future time and space. So he has the right to travel through time and space. This cannot be punished. If there is no such identity, just traveling through time and space at will is enough to convict Carlo. But now they know that Carlo is the time and space god of future time and space. Then traveling through time and space is already his right. It's not enough to violate God's rules. Hey! The god of time and space in the future time and space? Really? In that case, traveling through time and space seems to be no problem. Zeno also looked at Carlo with some surprise. He did not expect that the position of god of time and space in the future would actually fall to him. Nanani? Time, god of time and space. It's just that gods of destruction Rumsshi of the 10th universe's face did change wildly in an instant. Big drops of sweat instantly fell from the door. His body couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect that guy, although he is the god of time and space in the future time and space. And now he comes here to talk to Zeno. He complained to the Grand Priest. The reason for the complaint was that Carlo traveled through time and space at will. What a nonsense! By saying this, he not only offended the time and space god of future time and space. And 177 also deceived Lord Zeno and Lord Grand Priest. Indeed, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded, and then continued, according to what the guide angel Whis just explained, the reason why Lord Carlo came to this time and space was to kill people in the Supreme Kai world of the 10th universe. Damn that candidate Supreme Kai! It's because the candidate of the 10th universe, Supreme Kai, traveled through time and space to the future time and space, and almost caused a devastating blow to some planets in the 7th universe. If Lord Carlo hadn't stopped it, it would have probably caused a more serious disaster. This is also the reason why Master Carlo came to this world to kill the Supreme Kai candidates in the 10th universe Supreme Kai. Grand Priest also truthfully told Master Zeno all the information Whis shared with him. After all, in their eyes, the gods of time and space in the future are more important than the identity of the gods of destruction of the 10th universe in front of them. Hey? What? Is there such a thing? Zeno was a little surprised. Naturally, they didn't notice this kind of thing. I didn't expect Supreme Kai, a candidate for Universe 10, to be so courageous. At this time, Whis also replied, that's true, Master Zeno. Please take a look. After the sound fell, the staff in Whis' hand tapped lightly. The scene of Zamasu and Black Goku appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, the two of them were still talking. He said that there is no need for the creator god who created stupid humans to exist. There is only one righteous god in this world, and that is him Zamasu. All other gods should disappear. These remarks also made the expressions of Zeno and Grand Priest change slightly. A mere candidate for Supreme Kai actually wants to replace the gods and even kill all living beings. The courage has reached this level. Things like ants also want to replace them. Seeing the constant changes in the expressions of Zeno and Grand Priest, Gods of Destruction Rumshi of the 10th universe was already trembling with fear. Sweat flowed down his body to the ground. He had no idea about this before. If he knew about Zamasu, he would definitely deal with Zamasu himself. How dare you come to complain? Thinking about it now, Carlo did not tell Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest about this before, but went directly to Universe 10 to erase Zamasu, which was already the biggest threat to him. Forget it. But he shot himself in the foot. It's so stupid. After the video has finished playing, Grand Priest looked at the 10th universe Gods of Destruction Rumshi, and asked in a calm tone, "Did you know about the 10th universe Gods of Destruction before?" Chapter 92. If the Gods of Destruction of the 10th universe knew about this a long time ago, then he deliberately deceived Master Zeno and him. This matter is more serious than traveling through time and space. There is no doubt that Lord Zeno is the supreme god in this universe. Gods of Destruction, who deceived Lord Zeno, is even more sinful. If nothing else happens, Master Zeno will completely eliminate them, including the entire 10th universe. Gods of Destruction Rumshi of the 10th universe fell to his knees with a plop, and said with an extremely horrified expression, "No, Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest, I never knew about this. I really had no idea that Supreme Kai's candidate actually did something so stupid. If I had known, I would have destroyed him long ago. I won't bother the god of time and space to take action at all." He really didn't know about this. He really didn't know that Zamasu had done such a stupid and ignorant thing. If he knew, he would absolutely destroy Zamasu once and for all. And he doesn't know the future time and space. The Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe are the gods of time and space. If he knew about this, even if he beat him half to death, he would never complain. But now, it seems it's too late to say anything. "Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, please forgive us. We really had no knowledge of what Zamasu did. Although Zamasu in our time and space may have some problems with his thinking, for now, he has not done such a thing." Supreme Kai Kvass also quickly knelt down and said in an extremely frightened tone. But what was in front of them was the god standing at the highest point of the universe. As soon as they get angry, the entire 10th universe will disappear. They looked at the two people with great fear. Grand Priest also felt that they were unaware. If they had done it before, they probably wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Put your own life on the line and complain. Master Zeno, it seems that the Gods of Destruction in the 10th universe really don't know about that matter. How do you think this matter should be handled? Grand Priest looked at Zeno and said. In fact, he felt that it could be dealt with lightly. After all, those who don't know are not to blame. And he didn't hide it intentionally. Zeno's face was extremely calm. He just asked calmly, "Grand Priest, what is the overall level of the human beings in the universe? In the past 10,000 years, how much has the overall level of humanity in Universe 10 improved?" In fact, he has always felt that there is no need for 12 universes. Some universes that are not enterprising and have low human standards. There is no need to exist. It's just that there was no suitable opportunity for this matter, and he kept delaying it. Today, Universe 10's Gods of Destruction made such a mistake, whether he knew it or not. If a mistake has been made, it must be punished. And just a candidate for Supreme Kai, since he has the idea of replacing the gods. That is absolutely unforgivable. Whether it's Gods of Destruction or Supreme Kai, jump the buck. This is related to their management and teaching. Forward. Grand Priest was stunned. He knew that if Master Zeno asked this, this matter would definitely not end easily. Lord Zeno has long been unable to look down upon some universes with low human comprehensive levels. Maybe this incident will be the trigger for him to eliminate universe. Returning to Zeno-sama, the overall human level of the 10th universe is 3.32. Ranked third from bottom among 12 universes. In the past 10,000 years, the comprehensive level of humans in the 10th universe has not increased at all, and has even dropped from 3.86 100 million years ago to 3.32 now. Grand Priest understands what Master Zeno is going to do next. Naturally, I didn't dare to hide anything, I just told the truth. Thousands of years ago, they conducted a survey on the comprehensive human level of 12 universes. The bottom one is Universe 9. The penultimate one is Universe 7. The third to last is Universe 10. The comprehensive level of human beings in these three universes can be said to be very low. And after 5 years, there seems to be no improvement. After hearing such words, the gods of destruction Rumshi and Supreme Kaikwasai of the 10th universe were so frightened that they crawled to the ground. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, and the ground was already wet. The overall human level of Universe 10 ranks only third from the bottom. Such results will definitely not satisfy Master Zeno. And after 100 million years of development, not only has their universe not made any progress. On the contrary, it has regressed. In the past, gods of destruction never considered the comprehensive level of human beings. Unexpectedly, it has now become the key to their survival. Even Angelx's face changed slightly. That's why the level of humanity in the 10th universe is so low. It is directly related to Lord Rumshi's laziness. He has always claimed that he is a gentle gods of destruction. He will not destroy the universe easily. But in fact, as an angel, she knows very well that Rumshi is lazy and has little time to manage the entire universe. So even if something serious happened today, he would just reap the consequences. Is it that low? And in 100 million years, not only has there been no truth or falsehood, but it has actually gone backwards. Does the Grand Priest think it necessary for such a universe to exist? Zeno's eyes were a little cold, and he glanced at the 10th universe Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction lying on the ground. Then, he said to Grand Priest. Perhaps time has been too kind to them over the years. That's why they are so indulgent. Didn't take their responsibilities seriously. Forward. It's really a bit too lazy. As Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai, you do deserve some punishment. Grand Priest naturally has to cater to Zeno's ideas. But he knew in his heart what Master Zeno looked like at this time. It's obvious that he has no plans to let go of Universe 10. Today's incident just gave Master Zeno a better opportunity. If Universe 10 is cleared today. So, the 9th universe and the 7th universe are ranked second to last and first to last. It's definitely hard to escape punishment. It might even be cleared out altogether. Hearing the word punishment, Gervasi and Rumshi almost fainted from fright. Master Zeno's punishment may be to be directly erased. But they don't want to die yet. Master Zeno, please let us go this time. After we return, we will make sure to organize the time of the universe. Given us 100 years, we will definitely be able to improve the overall level of humanity in the 10th universe. Rumshi quickly begged for mercy. If she had known something like this would happen, she would never have been so lazy before. It will definitely improve the overall level of human beings. But now, it seems that everything is too late. Master Zeno's expression has not changed at all. Then he said calmly, "It is because of your neglect of duty and failure to take the responsibilities of Gods of Destruction to heart that the comprehensive level of human beings in the 10th universe is so poor. And you didn't even notice that my own universe's Supreme Kai candidate had such thoughts. Do you think you are qualified to stay? Disappear." After Zeno's faint voice fell, there was no chance for Rumshi and Gervas to continue speaking. The right hand was slowly raised high. Then, a faint voice came out of his throat. Universe 10, Disappear. As he finished speaking, a silvery white light emerged from his palm. At the same time, a layer of silvery white light suddenly appeared on the bodies of Gods of Destruction Rumsshi and Supreme Kai of the 10th Universe. All. Master Zeno. No. The screams echoed throughout the temple for a long time. But in the blink of an eye, the Gods of Destruction Rumsshi and the Ghost King Shenhua Sutra disappeared without a trace. Delph. See what happened in front of you. Carlo and Trunks both took a deep breath, with apprehensive looks on their faces. In an instant, it was just a clenched fist. Billions of creatures in a universe were directly destroyed. This is the horror of Zeno. With just one thought from him, the entire universe can be wiped out. There is simply no existence that anything can resist. An incarnation of the rules of the universe, it can no longer be described with a strong word. Okay, it's so scary. Has the 10th universe disappeared? Trunks' body trembled slightly. Under the power of this rule, any power seems to have become worthless. He originally thought that the power of Super Saiyan 4 was powerful enough. But in the face of such rules, power seems useless. Carlo also looked solemn. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. The 10th universe actually disappeared completely. Although he didn't do it, it has an indirect relationship with him after all. But all said and done, the Gods of Destruction in the 10th universe are responsible for their own destruction. If he was beaten by himself, he would have to endure it. If he doesn't come here to complain, maybe he is still the Gods of Destruction in Universe 10. Live your own lazy life. And if he improves the overall level of Universe 10, this ending may change. Besides, in this world that destroys the universe at every turn, mercy is worthless. Although the billions of beings in the 10th universe sympathize. But no one can change Zeno's decision. At least that's the case for now. Master Carlo, this is the horror of Master Zeno. It only takes one thought to make a universe disappear. Whis also lowered his voice and reminded. As Gods of Destruction, he seems to be very glorious. But only they know how dangerous this identity is. As long as you make Zeno-sama unhappy, he will be destroyed instantly. Even the soul will be completely erased. Carlo, are you satisfied with the result? Just when Carlo frowned and felt some sympathy, Zeno suddenly asked. His eyes were fixed on Carlo. This. Carlo was stunned for a moment and could only bite the bullet and said, satisfied. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. I finally felt the horror of Zeno personally. That's good. Zeno said calmly. Then, he said to Grand Priest, you just said that the 9th universe and the 7th universe are the last and second universes in terms of human level. There seems to be no need for such a universe to exist. Chapter 93. All along, he has actually been thinking about whether there are too many universes. The 12 universes are a bit difficult to manage, and the basic level of human beings in several universes is too low. In his opinion, there is no need for such a universe to exist. It's just that if you want to destroy other universes, you have to explore the current level of human beings in their universes. This would be too troublesome. And what happened today in Universe 10 is just the opportunity to completely resolve this matter. He is not in a particularly good mood now. So destroying a few universes might make him feel a little better. Master Zeno, are you sure you want to directly erase the 9th universe and the 7th universe? I seem to remember that last time you promised a human from the 7th universe that you would hold a universe-wide conference. Have you forgotten this? If 3 universes are destroyed now, will it have some impact on this game? Grand Priest asked. In fact, in his opinion, there is no need to clear out so many universes at once. This will cause panic among the other Gods of Destruction. Hey! Is there such a thing? Zeno scratched his bald head, and then muttered, it seems that there is indeed such a thing. The guy named Son Goku from Universe 7 seems to be quite interesting. It's more to his liking. It would indeed be a pity if he was destroyed. Yes. There is indeed such a thing. I've always wanted to remind you, but I thought you didn't want to mention it, so I didn't. Grand Priest said respectfully. After all, if Zeno-sama doesn't want to mention anything, he won't bother himself by saying it. He stayed by Lord Zeno's side for eons. If he really is just a 3-year-old child, that could not be more wrong. As the supreme god of a universe, he is in charge of the life and death of all universes. How could he be just a naive child? This is just one form of him. He is the only one who has seen Zeno's true form. Even the other angels have never seen Master Zeno's true form. It was a breathtaking feeling of power. Even if 813 has the identity of the strongest person in the dimension, he is still vulnerable in front of the real god of creation. Okay. In that case, let's give these two universes a chance to survive. If they can seize the opportunity to survive, the game between universes that was previously promised to them will go ahead as scheduled. If they can't seize the opportunity, let them disappear completely. The level of human beings in the universe is so low, which is inseparable from the gods of each universe. Zeno nodded, also preparing to give Universe 9 and Universe 7 another chance. After all, they didn't make themselves unhappy this time. The troublesome 10th universe has been completely eliminated. Grand Priest, let the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai, the two universes, come over. Zeno said to Grand Priest again. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded immediately. Finally, we gave Universe 7 and Universe 9 a chance. As for whether they can seize the opportunity and let their two universes continue to survive, it all depends on their next efforts and performance. Then, Grand Priest grasped it out of thin air. The angel staff appeared directly in his hand. The gem at the end of the staff shone with a dazzling light. The Grand Priest said in a calm tone, Angel, the guide of the 9th and 7th universes, please immediately ask the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai of the 7th and 9th universes to come to Zeno Temple. Let me know when you're ready and I'll have you come over as soon as possible. At this time, the 7th universe. Beerus and Whis have just returned to the God realm. Beerus is still angry. Damn it. Damn you BD. I actually lost to that hateful BD. It's absolutely unforgivable. One day I will crush him under my feet. I am the most powerful Gods of Destruction. Beerus is venting all over the place. The energy balls continued to be thrown out in all directions. Every time an energy ball hits the ground, a huge sinkhole will be blasted out of the ground. At this time, there was a raging anger in his heart. I didn't expect that today would be so humiliating. That BD from future times was completely humiliated. This matter is definitely not over. One day, he will pay back the humiliation doubled today. How could the most powerful Gods of Destruction endure such humiliation? Lord Beerus, I think you should not think about this matter. Though your talents are indeed strong in Gods of Destruction. But it's not easy to surpass Master Carlo. His talent seems to be stronger than yours, and he trains harder than you. Looking at Beerus, who was constantly venting his anger, Whis said calmly from the side. A person who is more talented than him and works harder than him. How could he possibly surpass it? Is this impossible? But fortunately, Master Carlo is only the Gods of Destruction in future time and space, after what happened this time. It is estimated that there will be few opportunities for them to meet in the future. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Cut the crap out of me, Whis. I was just careless today. From today on, you must train me well. One day, I will completely crush that BD. Beerus naturally cannot give up. It is not his character to be humiliated but not return it. Who? Whis sighed helplessly. After reading it, there will be a lot of troublesome things. Beerus continues to wreak havoc. Some of the decorative planets around the Gods of Destruction world have been completely destroyed by him. Whis looked helpless. Because it won't be long before decorating the world of Gods of Destruction will have to be done to you again. Buzz buzz. And just then, the gem on Whis's angel staff suddenly flashed. Whis immediately picked it up and took a closer look. It's a message from Grand Priest. Lord Beerus, please stop for a moment. It's a message from Grand Priest. Whis said to Beerus. The Grand Priest has not contacted Angel directly for a long time. I don't know what's going on with them suddenly this time. Is it what Goku said last time about all the universe competitions? Probably. Apart from this incident, he seemed to be unable to remember anything else. What? Grand Priest? Upon hearing the words Grand Priest, Gods of Destruction Beerus' fire suddenly disappeared. He quickly ran to Whis. At this time, Grand Priest's voice also sounded. Angel, the guide of the 9th and 7th universes, please bring the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai from the 9th and 7th universes to the Xeno Temple immediately. Although Grand Priest's tone was calm, he could tell he was quite anxious about this matter. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to go to the temple immediately. Moreover, it seems that Grand Priest is going to take them there personally. Whis, do you know what it means to go to Xeno Temple? Beerus asked immediately. They have a deep fear of Xeno Temple. They simply don't want to go there unless called upon. Because after going there, the risk factor was 5 stars. The last hide-and-seek game in the universe. Because he accidentally fell asleep, all the universes almost disappeared. To this day all the Gods of Destruction are still angry with him. Even he was almost frightened at that time. I don't know why I went to Xeno Temple this time. And it sounds very urgent. Have no idea. Whis nodded and continued, maybe it has something to do with the previous agreement between Goku and Master Xeno. This is just his guess. It is naturally impossible for them to know whether this is the specific matter now. Damn it, it has nothing to do with that BD Carlo. Carlo's figure suddenly flashed in Beerus' mind. I think this matter has something to do with that BD. He had just had a fight with Carlo, because the priest immediately asked him to go to Xeno Temple. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? And just when Beerus was thinking about this, Whis' expression suddenly changed. Because he suddenly discovered something very bad. Beerus also saw the change in Whis, and immediately asked, what's wrong? Whis, what happened? You know, as an angel, Whis has always been very calm. At this time, his face actually showed this surprised expression. Then obviously something extraordinary must have happened. Lord Beerus, I can't feel the existence of Universe 10 anymore. It seems that the 10th universe has disappeared in this time and space. Whis also stared at Beerus in disbelief, and then said seriously. Just a moment ago, he realized that Universe 10 had disappeared. Are you kidding? Excellent, how could the 10th universe disappear? Is your perception wrong? Beerus asked in horror. 10 isn't the universe good? How could it suddenly disappear? This is absolutely impossible. Whis did not explain, but immediately used the gem on the angel's staff to check the situation of the 10th universe. But what appeared in the gem was not the 10th universe. It's a chaotic situation. Obviously, the 10th universe has completely disappeared. The place where the 10th universe originally existed has turned into a chaotic space. This is the 10th universe. Beerus suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. It was a scene of complete chaos. The 10th universe has completely disappeared. But when did this happen? Why did he, as the Gods of Destruction, not hear any news at all? The entire universe disappears, Gods of Destruction should receive some news. Lord Beerus, this is very bad news. Judging from the scene just now, the 10th universe, together with the gods, has been completed. It's all been wiped out. And the only one with this ability is Lord Xeno. That is to say, the 10th universe was wiped out by Xeno-sama. Whis said with the same disbelief. You must know that hundreds of millions of years ago, Lord Zeno destroyed 6 universes. No more universes have been destroyed. But why was the 10th universe suddenly destroyed? There was no warning, even Angel didn't receive any notification. The 10th universe was destroyed so suddenly. All. Master Zeno. Beerus looked horrified and took a few steps back uncontrollably. The 10th universe was actually destroyed by Master Zeno. And Whis just discovered it. That means this should have happened not long ago. The 10th universe is destroyed. And now, Master Zeno wants Earth universe and 7th universe to go to Zeno Temple. Even a fool seemed to realize what was going to happen next. Whis, you said. Mr. Zeno and Grand Priest let us go there this time, are they going to destroy our 2 universes as well? Beerus looked at Whis in great horror and asked absently. In fact, he seemed to already have the answer to this question in his mind. To be honest, this matter is very likely Beerus' celestial being. Whis was not prepared to deceive Beerus. Instead, he nodded seriously. Because the 10th universe, the 9th universe and the 7th universe were in the human level evaluation 100 million years ago. They are all countdown universes. Now that the 10th universe has been cleared, how can the 7th universe and the 9th universe, which have even worse human standards, be able to jump? It's over. Is it going to be destroyed? Beerus was completely frightened at this point. Because Zeno and Grand Priest are like judges in their minds of Gods of Destruction. If they want to solve the Gods of Destruction, then the Destruction Water will have no chance at all. This time, it seems that there is no way to escape. 01061030 Fila 1241311491. Master Beerus, don't be too pessimistic. What I just said is only possible, and it may not necessarily be destroyed. After all, if Lord Zeno wants to destroy 2 universes, there is no need to summon the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. Let's hurry up and see what's going on. If you go too late, maybe Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama will be unhappy. Whis said comfortingly. This kind of comfort sounds reasonable. But Whis can't even fool himself. At this time, the 9th universe Gods of Destruction and others were also shrouded in such fear. However, they must pass Zeno's call. Chapter 94. In the Temple of Zeno, the Grand Priest suddenly spread his arms. 6 figures suddenly appeared in Zeno Temple. These 6 people are none other than the Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 7th universe, the Guide Angel Whis, and the Supreme Kaiasan. There are also Gods of Destruction, Wizard Angel, and Supreme Kai from Universe 9. At this time, the faces of the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai of the 2 universes showed extremely surprised fear. Because just when they came to Zeno Temple, Angel suddenly felt the disappearance of Universe 10. And it was completely destroyed by Master Zeno in a very short period of time. Because in this world, except Master Zeno, no one else has such ability. See Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest. Several people quickly knelt down on the ground, their tone and posture were extremely respectful and panic-stricken. Because they feel that Daihu universe just disappeared. Then it is very possible that Lord Zeno brought them here this time just to completely destroy their 2 universes. You are here. Zeno just nodded lightly. This is something no one dares to express. Beerus suddenly glanced around and saw Carlo and Whis. His expression instantly froze. I thought to myself, why are they here? What is going on with this guy? Isn't he the Gods of Destruction from the future time and space? Why does he appear here? Does it mean that the disappearance of Universe 10 just now has something to do with them? Beerus had suspected it before, but this time Master Zeno asked them to come to Zeno Temple. It should be related to Carlo and the others. After all, Lord Zeno hasn't summoned them in thousands of years. But they had just fought with Carlo, and within a few hours, Lord Zeno summoned him. This reminded him of Carlo. The appearance of this guy in front of him obviously confirmed his previous guess. Obviously, what happened this time must have something to do with him. Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai from Universe 9 also looked surprised. Because they also discovered Carlo and Whis and Trunks. I was surprised in my heart that the guy wearing the Gods of Destruction costume in front of me, what on earth is he? Among the 12 Gods of Destruction, there is absolutely no such Gods of Destruction. But he wears Gods of Destruction exclusive clothing and stays in Xeno Temple. So obviously, he is also a Gods of Destruction. And it's the approved Gods of Destruction. Could it be said that he is the new Gods of Destruction in the 10th universe? But why is Angel Whis standing next to him? This really confused him. What was going on? Master Xeno, I wonder if you have any orders for us, universe, to come here this time. The 9th universe's Supreme Kai was bolder and raised his head, looked at Xeno and Grand Priest, and asked. Because he felt that they, universe, had always been dedicated to their work. Whether it is Supreme Kai or Gods of Destruction, they have always been committed to the management of the universe. They shouldn't have the same fate as Universe 10. But calling them here now probably won't do anything good. The Gods of Destruction from Universe 9 have always been timid in character. So at this time, I was so scared that I was lying on the ground, and I didn't dare to breathe at all. Xeno's voice paused, and then he continued, I brought you 2 universes here this time because the comprehensive level of human beings in your 2 universes is too low. The comprehensive human level of the 9th universe is only 1.8, and the comprehensive human level of the 7th universe is only 2.34. So you 2 universes are the ones with the worst comprehensive level of human beings among the 12 universes, and in these hundreds of millions of years, the level of your 2 universes has not improved at all. You should have also felt that the first universe has been destroyed by me. Master Xeno's voice was very cold. And this tone and what I just said already made Beerus and Sidra look ashen. According to what Master Xeno just said, the 10th universe should be at the 3rd to last level among human beings. Even the 3rd to last universe 10 was destroyed. As the 2nd worst and 1st place player, Zi had no chance of survival. Master Xeno, please give us another chance. We are already working very hard to rectify the entire universe. Please give us a while, and we will definitely improve the overall level of all humans in the entire universe. Please, Master Xeno. After hearing the boxing champion's words, Supreme Kai of Universe 9 was the first to react. Then he lay down on the ground and begged bitterly. I was so scared that tears welled up in my eyes. Xeno has an unparalleled sense of oppression towards the gods. Those words just now undoubtedly directly announced their death. Master Xeno, please. Give us another chance. We must change our ways. The 2 Gods of Destruction also immediately begged for mercy. If they had known that something like this would happen, they would have taken good care of their universe. But now, it's too late for Zipping to say anything. Actually, after clearing out the 10th universe, I wanted to destroy both of your universes immediately. Because you are so rubbish about the overall rating of all universes. But just now Grand Priest begged for you and gave you a chance to live. As for whether you can seize this opportunity, it depends on your own luck and fortune. Xeno looked at the few people who were almost scared to death. He spoke calmly. If it weren't for what Grand Priest said before, he would have made both universes disappear without hesitation. Grand Priest. The 4 people quickly turned their attention to Grand Priest, their eyes full of gratitude and emotion. Just now, they thought that Lord Chuan was going to completely destroy them. Unexpectedly, it was Grand Priest who begged for them. This kindness was firmly remembered in their hearts. Although I don't know what kind of opportunities will be given to them next, what are their chances of survival? But as long as there is a chance, even if it is only 1%, it is better than no chance. Thank you, Master Xeno, thank you Grand Priest. The four people quickly kowtowed vigorously to express their gratitude. Finally, it made them feel like they had walked away from the gate of hell. They now want to know, what opportunity is Master Zeno talking about? Carlo. At this moment, Carlo suddenly called out. Yes, what are your orders, Master Zeno? Carlo quickly took a step forward and then asked. Just now Zeno had a universe destroyed in an instant, which really shocked him. In front of a top god like Zeno, universe is as weak as a small insect. Say destroy and you will be destroyed. Even if he is the gods of destruction in future time and space, he still feels panic at this time. Because he knew that if Zeno wanted to kill him, he doesn't care at all which time and space he belongs to. In the future time and space, what is the overall level of humanity in your seventh universe? Zeno asked. Everyone was a little confused. I don't know what Zeno means by asking this. It's not bad. It shouldn't be the last or second. Carlo immediately answered. If he didn't show up, then there is no doubt that the seventh universe may become the last one. Because in the seventh universe at that time, Beerus was still sleeping. Most of the powerful people in the seventh universe have completely disappeared. Even the protagonist's son Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super were killed by androids decades ago. In that case, the seventh universe is probably not even as good as the ninth universe. But now it's completely different. There is a powerful Trunks. Already in Super Saiyan full power form. In this form, it is estimated that he can defeat most of the players in other universes. Even Toppo, the candidate for the 11th universe, Gods of Destruction, may not be Trunks' opponent. In addition to Trunks, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan have all become Super Saiyan 4. It has strength that is not weaker than Super Saiyan Blue. Therefore, universe's current human level should be only slightly weaker than that of the 11th universe who participated in the Tournament of Power. Stronger than other universes. Of course, if this is Son Goku of the Sora 7 universe who has mastered Ultra Instinct, that would be a different matter. Looking at Carlo's confident look, Zeno said, it seems that the 7th universe gods of destruction in future time and space have raised the level of humans in the 7th universe. Well, listen up you two universe. The opportunity I give you this time is to fight the 4th universe in future time and space. There are 3 contestants in each universe, and the 2 of your universes will take turns fighting the 7th universe. If you can defeat the humans in the 7th universe of future time and space, then you will have a chance to survive. If you cannot defeat the Foundation universe of future time and space, then what awaits you is the fate of being wiped out. Do you understand? At this time, Zeno obviously no longer had that childish expression. He has completely taken on the posture of a high-spirited god standing at the forefront of the universe. No one with a little bit of brain would think that Zeno is just a kid who doesn't understand anything. Because that is a very stupid idea. The 7th universe in future time and space. The gods of destruction from both universes were stunned. But soon, a look of hope appeared in his eyes. Great, in this case we finally have a chance to survive. A look of excitement suddenly appeared on Beerus's face, and he thought to himself. Zero, please give me flowers. Because according to Whis' previous chat with another Whis, Carlo, the gods of destruction in future time and space, only became gods of destruction for 3 years. Although I don't know how he has improved his strength to such a terrifying level in the past 3 years. But it is certain that while he improves his strength, definitely not going to be able to manage the 7th universe. That means that the human level of the 7th universe in future time and space cannot be higher than that of the current 7th universe. And more importantly, after Whis' suggestions, the strength of Son Goku and Vegeta has been qualitatively improved. Son Goku and Vegeta have been able to turn into Super Saiyan blue color to the extent. Although such strength is ridiculously weak for the real gods of destruction, Carlo can, in an instant, have them watching. Defeat them without taking any action. But it is absolutely impossible for humans in the 7th universe of future time and space to do it. He even felt that the humans in the 7th universe of future time and space were simply not good enough. This time, I finally had the chance of survival firmly in my hands. Sidra, Gods of Destruction from Universe 9, is naturally very excited. It was a doomed situation. Now they have a chance. And their universe dangerous trio are ridiculously strong. Those guys from Universe 7 are definitely no match for the dangerous trio. Yes, I understand, Master Zeno. Gods of Destruction Beerus and Sidra both nodded immediately. They finally saw hope of life. As long as the humans in the 7th universe of future time and space are defeated, then they can survive. 0. Carlo was a little confused. Why does Zeno let future time and space compete with this time and space? But it was too late for him to think too much. Zeno continued, Carlo, when you go back, talk to Zeno in your time and space about this matter, and we will start the competition in 5 days. Don't let the water go. Yes, the whole country is celebrating. Carlo could only nod. Although I don't know why he did this. But this guy is Zeno. The 10th universe was instantly wiped out just now. At this time, he still retained the shock in his heart, so naturally he did not dare to resist. Then, you all go back. I'll give you 5 days to prepare. After 5 days, gather at Zeno Temple. Zeno glanced at everyone and said something. Everyone also quickly said goodbye and left the temple. Even Carlo wouldn't want to stay in a place like this. I always feel that the Zeno in this time and space is different from the Zeno in another time and space. After walking out of Zeno Temple, after the destruction of the 2 universes, God and Supreme Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. Hey! Finally survived. Beerus patted his chest and said happily. I originally thought that after arriving at Zeno Temple today, there would be no chance of survival. It is a blessing to be able to come out alive. Beerus, don't be happy too soon. It's not certain whether you can truly survive. Looking at Beerus who looked happy, Carlo joked lightly. TCH. What did you say? Beerus's face immediately turned gloomy. Then he turned to look at Carlo. He always felt that this guy must have done this. Otherwise, how could he, a god of destruction from the future time and space, appear in Zeno Temple? Moreover, Master Zeno actually named their universe to compete with the 7th universe in future time and space. But soon, Beerus' expression softened. Then, he looked at Carlo and asked, what is the level of human beings in the 7th universe in future time and space? He does care about this issue. Because this question is related to the life and death of the 7th universe. It's also about whether you will be cleared. Everything he thought before was just a hypothesis. Very strong. The strength of every warrior is no weaker than the trunks next to me. Carlo replied calmly. This is of course a joke. Except for Broly, Son Goku, Vegeta and Son Gohan are not as strong as Trunks. But it should be achieved soon, right? Nanny. Beerus' expression changed. Although the human kid in front of him was inconspicuous in his eyes, he can obliterate it in an instant. But according to what Vegeta said before, he was defeated by this kid. And it was defeated very easily. That means that Goku may not be able to beat him. If all warriors were stronger than him, then their universe, doesn't it mean that they really have no chance of winning? This. Beerus is very dignified in color. He really doesn't want to die. Chapter 95. But if the level of human beings in the 7th universe of future time and space is really as Carlo said, then they, universe, have almost no chance of winning. In his opinion, the most powerful humans in the 7th universe are Son Goku and Vegeta. But Son Goku and Vegeta seem to be unable to defeat the Saiyan next to Carlo. If other humans were stronger, then their 7th universe has absolutely no chance of winning. This is Mr. Carlo. But at this moment, Lore, the Supreme Kai of the Ninth Universe, suddenly found himself in front of Carlo. Then he looked at Carlo with a smile and asked. Although his tone was polite and respectful, Carlo didn't like the smile on his face. Because in the Dragon Ball Super animation, I really don't like this guy's performance. It seems that he doesn't even pay attention to Gods of Destruction. He has no strength but likes to yell and jump around. Typical of the mindless Gods of Destruction. Moreover, as Supreme Kai, he is even more arrogant than Gods of Destruction. Although in the comics, the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 is not like this. But the image of this guy in the anime was deeply ingrained in Carlo's mind. And the smile he showed at this time was more appropriate than in the animation. Carlo just glanced at Lore indifferently. And didn't speak. This guy really licked his face again and said, "Sir Carlo, can you take care of our ninth universe a little during the game in 5 days? Our ninth universe will definitely be grateful. If you have any conditions then, feel free to ask for them." This is obviously naked temptation. But what kind of things could interest Carlo in the ninth universe? Apparently not. 977 is a universe where even Super Dragon Ball does not exist. It didn't appeal to Carlo at all. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of your ninth universe when the time comes. Carlo glanced at Luo and then a smile appeared on his lips. But this smile made Luo color change slightly. It seemed that the care he was talking about was completely different from the care Carlo was talking about. But he didn't dare to talk anymore at this time. Because he felt that Carlo didn't like him a little bit. If I continue talking, I may end up saying too much. If it really leads to the elimination of the ninth universe, it will be very uneconomical. Then, after just saying a few words, the two universes each returned to their own universe. Carlo, Whis, and the others also returned to the future time and space. After returning to the future time and space, they went directly to Zeno Temple. He told Zeno and Grand Priest exactly what happened. Both of them agreed with Carlo's approach. As the god of time and space, he should maintain the order of time and space. The candidate for the 10th Universe Supreme Kai from another time and space violated the order of time and space. Then just carry it to the grass and eliminate it. As for the 10th universe that was wiped out, it was their own fault. In Zeno's eyes, a universe is not worth mentioning at all. Even if he destroys a few more universes, it won't be any problem for him. Carlo, you did a good job on this. In the future, if you encounter this guy who travels through time and space at will, just destroy him directly. Even Zeno from other time and space will not make things difficult for you. Zeno said to Carlo with a smile. Yes, Master Zeno. Carlo nodded immediately. Sure enough, Zeno is the one in this universe who looks more comfortable. By the way, Master Zeno. So, do you think it is necessary to marry Master Zeno from another time and space? If Zeno in this time and space does not agree to compete, then he will definitely not go. After all, he is the god of time and space and the gods of destruction of this universe. It's not from another time and space. As long as Master Zeno from this time and space supports him, even Zeno from other universes probably can't do anything to him. Go and throw it away. This time, not only are you going, Grand Priest and I are going too. To be honest, I am also very curious, what is the comprehensive level of human beings in the 9th universe and the 7th universe in another time and space? In the 7th universe of our time and space, how much higher is the overall level of human beings than theirs? Zeno said with a smile. He has always been very fond of competitions between humans. Because it's a nice way to spend time. Sir Carlo, do you think your 7th universe in our time and space has a slight chance of winning? Grand Priest on the side suddenly asked. If the 7th universe in future time and space loses, that's not a glorious thing after all. Very. Carlo spoke without hesitation, with a firm and confident tone. As long as Broly is around, the 7th universe in past time and space will have no chance of winning. There are still 5 days left, you can give Son Goku and Vegeta a good training. The most difficult ones in the 7th universe are Son Goku and Vegeta. They just go as far as Super Saiyan Blue. It's impossible to beat Broly. Oh! Hearing Carlo's firm and confident answer, Grand Priest had a look of surprise on his face. You must know whether it is the present time and space or the past time and space. In fact, except for the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, human beings have not changed much. Moreover, future time and space will more easily cause the loss of strong people, such as death or some other factors. And according to Carlo, the time and space they went to was only a few years earlier than this time and space. Therefore, the gap between the two 7th universes will not be too big. I didn't expect Carlo to be so confident. Since Lord Carlo is so confident, it seems that we will definitely win this time. After a moment of surprise, Grand Priest said with a smile. Carlo, although I believe you 7th universe has such ability, but you still can't underestimate your opponent. Grand Priest and I will go there by then. If you are defeated, we will go there but we will lose our money. You understand? Zeno continued to say with a smile. From his smile, it could be seen that he admired Carlo very much. Of course not. How could I possibly embarrass Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest? Don't worry, we won't lose. Carlo continued firmly. There are still 5 days left to focus on improving their strength. By then, it will be very easy to defeat the 7th universe and the 9th universe. Okay, I believe you. In this case, you should go back first and improve their strength. Zeno continued. In fact, even Zeno didn't expect that he could see the game between the two time and space. Is this something he hasn't thought about before? It should be very exciting. And 2 Zenos and 2 Grand Priests can meet. They had never thought of such a thing before. Okay, Master Zeno. Then let's take our leave now. Carlo hugged his fists towards Zeno and Grand Priest, and then left Zeno Temple. You thought that after instant transmission, you would reach the destructed world of the 7th universe in a moment? Sir Carlo, Mr. Whis, you are back. After returning to the Gods of Destruction world, Son Goku and Vegeta immediately ran over. They are grateful to Carlo and Whis. If it weren't for Carlo and Whis, they would probably still be in the underworld. And it is simply impossible to comprehend Super Saiyan 4's form. Because in the underworld, they don't have that condition at all. How's your training going? Carlo asked, nodding. It's okay. It's just that it seems to be very difficult to break through to a higher form based on Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku said with a smile. He also tried to break through to higher forms. But without the right guidance, he simply couldn't do it. Indeed, Super Saiyan is too difficult for you right now. Your first priority right now is to break through into the full power form of Super Saiyan. Carlo said calmly. Although there is no doubt about the training talents of Son Goku and Vegeta. But if you want to break through Super Saiyan 5, it takes more than just talent. Although I have seen some fan works about Super Saiyan 5 training before. But in real life, after trying it several times, he also knew that it simply wouldn't work. Yes. Son Goku and Vegeta nodded quickly. Even if they each have their own character. But in front of Carlo, they were still very obedient. By the way, in 5 days we will have a game with the 7th universe from other time and space. The objects of the competition are Son Goku and Vegeta from other time and space. Those guys are also very strong, so in the next time, you must quickly improve your strength. If I lose to the 7th universe in another time and space, it will not only embarrass me, but also be blamed by Master Zeno and Grand Priest. Carlo said to everyone. This time, there are only 3 contestants from each universe. Therefore, among the 5 of them, the 3 most powerful ones can be marked. Broly is definitely a must-go. Son Goku and Vegeta are about the same strength. Trunks is slightly stronger than them, and relatively speaking, Son Gohan is the weakest. So this time, Son Gohan may not be able to participate. Among Son Goku and Vegeta, only one can be chosen. Ah! Do you want to compete with us in other time and space? Son Goku and Vegeta were both stunned. In fact, they all know that there are many other parallel time and spaces in this world. It should be a very interesting thing to be able to fight with yourself in other parallel time and space. Sir Carlo, are we strong in another time and space? Can you become Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku immediately asked curiously. If you can become Super Saiyan 4, it should be a very fierce battle. If it doesn't work, then fighting probably won't be much fun. No, they can't become Amerasians 4. But they can reach the realm of gods. Perhaps you haven't heard of it, but it is a transformation called Super Saiyan God. Carlo shook his head and said. According to his view, Son Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. They can definitely not be said to be the sure winner in Super Saiyan Blue. So they must also undergo training. Only then can we ensure that nothing goes wrong. Nani? Super Saiyan God. Can Saiyan also step into the realm of God? Vegeta asked in surprise. Could he have never heard of Super Saiyan God before? Then he immediately asked, Sir Carlo, is Super Saiyan God really strong? In fact, Son Goku and others do not fully understand the concept of God. Because the gods of the earth, the king of hell, the king of the underworld, the king of the great realm and supreme Kai are all gods, but their strength is ridiculously weak. But Lord Carlo, who is also a god, the strength is ridiculously strong. And above Master Carlo, there are even more powerful gods. So after Saiyan becomes Super Saiyan God, is he strong or not? This made them curious. At this time, Trunks answered, Dad, Uncle Goku, Super Saiyan God is very powerful. After Uncle Goku in another time and space becomes Super Saiyan God, even I may not be able to defeat him. Trunks was telling the truth. If only Super Blue had full power, he could still be defeated. But if Son Goku adds 20x Kaioken based on the 2.4 Super Saiyan Blue color, then Trunks should be unbeatable. Wow! Can't even beat Trunks. It's so strong. Son Goku was surprised and shouted excitedly. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he becomes. Especially him in another time and space. This made him look forward to this battle even more. TCH. Even Trunks has no chance of winning. It seems that if I want to defeat Carlo from another time and space, I must become stronger. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Trunks is stronger than him. If you can't beat Trunks, then he can't beat him. Whis, tell me, can they comprehend Ultra Instinct? After glancing at Son Goku and Vegeta, Carlo suddenly looked at Whis and asked. What he is more worried about now is whether Son Goku of Dragon Ball can comprehend Ultra Instinct. If he realizes the perfect Ultra Instinct, then it is estimated that even Broly may not be able to win the battle. Just in case, if someone on their side can understand Ultra Instinct, that is the safest result. This, don't you know? If we could try. Whis shook his head. Naturally, he didn't know if Son Goku and the others could comprehend Ultra Instinct. After all, even the extremely talented Lord Carlo has not yet fully mastered Ultra Instinct. Okay. Let's try it. In these few days, let's start training them Ultra Instinct. Carlo said immediately. Chapter 96. Ultra Instinct, what is that? Son Goku and Vegeta naturally looked confused. Because they have never heard of Ultra Instinct and don't know what it is? Is it also a transformation of Saiyan? Simply speaking, Ultra Instinct is a kind of divine realm. Just like us angel, we always maintain the state of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct is different from the way you fight in the past. It relies on sensing chi. It relies on conditioned reflex movements of various parts of the body. It does not require any thinking from the brain, maximizing movement speed and reaction capabilities. The separation of the body and consciousness allows each part of the body to transcend instinct to perceive the dangers around it. It no longer requires the brain to think before acting. To put it more simply, after reaching the realm of Ultra Instinct, you can maximize your body's power, speed, physical strength, and various functions. In order for Son Goku and the others to have a more thorough understanding of Ultra Instinct, Whis explains it very clearly. In fact, Ultra Instinct is not just a spontaneous reaction of the body, nor is it just an increase in speed. It will stimulate all the limits in the body, and spontaneously adjust the power, speed and body intensity to the highest range. When Ultra Instinct is fully understood, the strength of the body will also change accordingly. Even if it is a sudden attack that cannot be avoided, it can also be carried down easily. Is this so powerful? After hearing Whis' introduction, Son Goku and Vegeta were completely shocked. Maximize all functions in the body and be able to evade all attacks spontaneously. This is indeed a very powerful ability. Even if Son Goku is able to concentrate on nothing while fighting, he still cannot use all the skills in his body to their full potential. If used to the extreme, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. So, Mr. Whis and Carlo01 should have mastered this realm, right? Son Goku immediately asked curiously. As gods of destruction and angel, they should have mastered this divine realm. It's no wonder that their strength is so strong. Especially Lord Carlo, who is also a Saiyan, has such unfathomable strength. It probably has a lot to do with Ultra Instinct. Ho ho ho! No. Angel does maintain the form of Ultra Instinct, but Carlo-sama's Ultra Instinct is still imperfect. Whis explained with a smile. This matter has always puzzled him. Lady Carol's training talent is so powerful. When training, you can also be focused and calm. But I just can't comprehend the perfect Ultra Instinct. Even the imperfect Ultra Instinct was something I learned the last time I fought Zeno-sama's time guard. So he always felt puzzled. I see. Master Carlo has not fully understood this realm, even though he is so powerful. Son Goku and Vegeta were even more shocked. I didn't expect that before I fully understood this realm, I would become like this the next day. It is simply an existence that is unimaginable to them. So, if he understood this realm, wouldn't it be even more ridiculously powerful? Later, Son Goku said curiously, Mr. Whis, since you have understood this realm, can I give it a try? See how powerful Ultra Instinct is. Son Goku is always highly curious about all unknown things and moves. Ultra Instinct is so powerful. Then he naturally wanted to see it. Even though he knows that he can't be Whis' opponent at all. Master Carlo. Whis glanced at Carlo, as if asking for his permission. After all, Master Carlo is the Gods of Destruction. To train Son Goku and the others, they naturally have to seek permission from Master Carlo. Well, let them see it. Perhaps this will give them more motivation. Carlo nodded and said. After getting Carlo's consent, Whis took a step forward. Then, he waved to Son Goku with a calm expression. He smiled and said, by the way, you can come together. This allows them all to feel the power of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta, come on together. Let's all feel the power of Ultra Instinct. Son Goku said excitedly immediately. He has never had any grudges about fighting alongside Vegeta. Although Vegeta really doesn't want to join forces with Son Goku to fight. But for a clearer feel Ultra Instinct, he could only give up his arrogance and his grudge against Son Goku. Naturally, I also want to try it for lunch. The Son Gohan of this time and space is completely different from the Son Gohan of Dragon Ball and beyond. He has a strong desire to fight. After all, what he experienced was something Son Gohan of Dragon Ball Super League had never experienced before. The three clenched their fists, instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. However, at this time they have not reached the Super Saiyan 4 full power form. Broly doesn't seem to have much interest in Ultra Instinct. Just stood aside and watched calmly. "Mr. Whis, here we are, don't underestimate us," Son Goku said with a smile. The body suddenly flashed and moved directly towards Whis' attack. Vegeta and Son Gohan followed closely behind. Vegeta's body appeared directly behind Whis, while Son Goku and Son Gohan appeared on the left and right sides. Although the three of them have never fought together, but after this period of training, it seems that the three of them have a very good understanding. "Bring it on." "You're welcome." Whis still had a flat smile on his face. Not to mention the three of them, even Lord Carlo couldn't attract his attention. Boo-hoo-hoo. The three people, who had great tacit understanding, launched the attack at the same time. Son Goku attacked the bottom plate, Son Gohan attacked the middle, and Vegeta's fist hit Whis' head. The three of them brought their speed and strength to the extreme. But in the face of such an experience, Whis didn't panic at all. The body is like a dancing butterfly. It was just a small-scale movement that evaded all three people's attacks. The expressions of the three people changed slightly. Then the attack continued. The stormy attack greeted Whis like raindrops. But even with such an intensive attack, it's not worth mentioning in Whis' eyes. His feet were motionless, but his body was as slippery as a loach. The three people's attacks couldn't touch Whis' body at all. Moreover, Whis didn't look sideways and didn't even look at the attack of the three people. Damn it! How could this happen? Does this guy have eyes all over his body? Why is it that every attack we make is clearly seen by him? But he never looked back. Vegeta said with a serious expression. It seems that this is the power of the so-called Zig Guo. The body can spontaneously sense a crisis and then systematically avoid it. Otherwise, this guy would have eyes all over his body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with the attacks of three of them at the same time. And it seems to be done with ease. This is Ultra Instinct. Every inch of my body can sense and even predict your attacks. Be able to make evasive movements in advance. Even if you are 10 times or even 100 times stronger, you will never be able to touch my body. Whis smiled and said calmly. Even with the same strength, there is absolutely no way he can be the opponent of Ultra Instinct. What's more, Son Goku and Vegeta are so different. Next, I will show you Ultra Instinct's offensive capabilities. Whis' voice fell, and a shot of Da suddenly appeared in his hand. The body was like a ghost, disappearing in front of everyone in an instant. Just 0,001 seconds, even shorter than that. He returned to his original position again, his eyes calm and not squinting. At this time, Angel's logo appeared on the chests of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. These are the marks Whis made for them with a pen just now. If this pen were replaced with other offensive weapons, Son Goku and their hearts would have been pierced. Only after Whis returned to the original place did the three of them react. I quickly looked at the logo on their chest, and their expressions became ugly. Whis was so fast just now that they didn't see it clearly. It seems like nothing happened, but if in actual combat, they are already dead. What a fast attack speed and such fast dodge ability! Son Goku said with excitement. If he can master this realm, by then his strength will definitely be qualitatively improved. Now that Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis are ready to teach them, then he must reach this level. Even Trunks on the side has seen the power of Ultra Instinct. I was also very shocked at this time. He is also full of expectations for Ultra Instinct. However, Mr. Whis taught him before. He just didn't realize it himself. Alright. Don't be so surprised, I just used 1/10,000th of my speed. Even if you and I are equally powerful, after mastering Ultra Instinct, I can kill you all in a matter of seconds. Then next, I will show you another function of Ultra Instinct, which is to strengthen your body. Looking at the serious Vegeta and Son Gohan, as well as the excited Son Goku, Whis said lightly. Ultra Instinct can also increase body stiffness. Carlo knows this. Because in the Dragon Ball Super Manga Season 2 Mora chapter, Son Goku, who has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, once demonstrated this ability. The previous strength was not weaker than the Ultra Instinct sign. After hitting the perfect Ultra Instinct Son Goku with one punch, not only did it not cause any harm to him. Instead, he broke all 850 of his arms. And there are clear records in the comics. Ultra Instinct can adjust the strength of any part of the body at will. To resist the unexpected. The attack. Mr. Goku, attack me with all your strength. I won't hide this time. It's just that my physical strength may be beyond your imagination, so it's best to protect your arms. Whis said calmly. If Son Goku launches a full force attack, his entire arm may be broken. So he naturally had to remind him in advance. Attack with all your strength. Is it really okay? Mr. Whis. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then asked uncertainly. After you become Super Saiyan 4, your full offensive power is no joke? Although Ultra Instinct's dodge ability and attack speed just now really surprised them. But, without hiding or avoiding, can Mr. Whis's frail body really be able to bear it? Do not worry. You just have to protect yourself. Whis said to Son Goku with a gentle smile on his face. Carlo on the side seemed to have foreseen what would happen next. Good. Ha! Son Goku nodded. Then his arms shook and he opened a stance. The terrifying golden flames instantly burst out from the body, forming a beam of light and rising into the sky. At this time, Son Goku's aura also reached an unprecedented height. He won't be polite to Mr. Whis. Haha. After raising his aura, Son Goku rushed directly towards Whis. A straight hook and jab, nothing fancy. Boom. Click. A low crashing sound and a crisp bone cracking sound sounded almost at the same time. The moment Son Goku's fist hit Whis' body, Son Goku's entire arm suddenly completely deformed. Because of the strong inertia, his whole body hit Whis. Then it bounced back hard. Oh! Son Goku, who was knocked out and landed on the ground, suddenly let out a painful scream. And is it normal for everyone to gasp? Open your mouth wide and look at Whis like you've seen a ghost. Although I know this guy is very powerful. But when Son Goku was beaten standing up, Son Goku's arm was broken. This strength once again exceeded all of their imaginations. Chapter 97. Are you, what a joke. Every one of us knows very well how strong Super Saiyan 4's physical body is. Unexpectedly, Carlo's punch not only did not cause any damage to Whis, but actually broke his arm. What kind of physical strength is this? Vegeta was so surprised that his eyes almost fell out of his head. Although he usually acts aloof, he was completely shocked at this time. Because no one knows better than them how powerful Super Saiyan 4's body is. It can be said that it is not comparable to the transformations of Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan 2. In front of such a powerful body, something so outrageous happened. Not only did it not cause any damage to Whis, it also broke Carlot's arm. I guess if it had been him, the result would have been the same. So strong. Is this Ultra Instinct? Son Gohan and Trunks swallowed hard. They were also extremely shocked. I also have a new understanding of the power of Ultra Instinct. That kind of state is definitely not comparable to Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Whis grasped it out of thin air, and the staff appeared in his hand. Then he waved towards Son Goku, and a touch of grass-green energy shot directly into Son Goku's arm. Then, Son Goku's injuries completely disappeared. The arm has also returned to its original state. Then he stood up and said excitedly, is is this Ultra Instinct? Mr. Whis, please guide us quickly. He couldn't wait any longer. If you haven't personally experienced the power of Ultra Instinct, maybe he wouldn't be so excited. But now they know that Ultra Instinct is too powerful. If they can master this realm, their strength will make a qualitative leap. Good. Whis nodded. After all, Master Carlo had already approved this matter. Moreover, Master Zeno has promised before that he must win this competition. Otherwise, they would run over to watch the game. If they lost, they would lose face to some extent. Although the two time and space are the same as Master Zeno and Grand Priest, they are not the same person after all. Since it is a competition, it is still a bit embarrassing after losing. Mr. Whis, how long do you think it will take us to master this state? Son Goku asked immediately. They don't have much time left now. There are only 5 days left before the competition with other time and space. I wonder if I can master this realm in these 5 days? Whis touched his chin and thought for a moment, then replied with a serious face, it depends on one's talent. To give you the simplest example, Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction before Lord Carlo, has only mastered the entry-level Ultra Instinct after practicing for hundreds of millions of years. Master Carlo himself also trained for about 3 years before he understood the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Whis' answer undoubtedly poured cold water on Son Goku and Vegeta. Because they know that Master Carlo's talent is definitely stronger than theirs. Even Lord Carlo took more than 3 years to master the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Then shouldn't they last 30 years or even longer? Moreover, the last Gods of Destruction actually took hundreds of millions of years to reach the level of imperfection. To be able to become the Gods of Destruction, one must not be a muggle. The talent of each Gods of Destruction is absolutely unquestionable. It will take eons to comprehend the perfection of Ultra Instinct. One can imagine how difficult it is to understand Ultra Instinct. You don't have to be discouraged. Ultra Instinct not only depends on talent, but also a person's character. The calmer your mind is and the more focused you are when training, the faster you can master Ultra Instinct. So in all subsequent trainings, please be sure to relax. This way you have a better chance of understanding Ultra Instinct. Looking at everyone who seemed a little disappointed, Whis said. In fact, what he just said is not complete. Although Lord Beerus spent hundreds of millions of years, he never trained Ultra Instinct seriously and properly. I think Gods of Destruction will be fine if it has the Gods of Destruction skill. There is no need to waste time learning Angel's Ultra Instinct. That's why he didn't master the perfect Ultra Instinct. Oh. Son Goku and others nodded. If peace of mind is needed, Son Goku doesn't think there's hope for him. After all, whether it is fighting or training, he is able to keep his mind focused and not think about other things during training. It's also perfectly fine to pay attention. As for Vegeta, the color is a bit ugly. He's not as brainless as Carlo. When fighting, he will think about many things, and even predict his opponent's moves and what will happen next. During training, I kept thinking about surpassing Carlo. The mental burden was too heavy. So he couldn't stop thinking about other things in his heart. Want to achieve peace of mind during combat or training. It was a very difficult thing for him to do. Mr. Whis, Lord Carlo. Since training Ultra Instinct takes so long, I think we can go to Earth's spiritual time room. On our Earth, there is a spiritual time room in the Temple of Heaven. Staying in it for a year is only equivalent to 1 day outside. If we train for 5 days, it is equivalent to 5 full years of training there. Son Goku immediately spoke. The spiritual time room is a training sanctuary. The reason why they didn't go in before. That's because they have no chance. When artificial humans first appeared on Earth, Son Goku had already died of a heart attack. Then Vegeta and the others died one after another. There is no chance to enter the spiritual time room. Now, it can finally come in handy. Oh? Is there such a place on earth? Being able to change the flow rate of time is not something that ordinary strong people can do. Even us angels can't turn one day into a year. Angel Whis looked at Son Goku in surprise and said casually. Being able to control time is something that only gods above angel level can do. I'm afraid only Grand Priest and Zeno can slow down the flow of time for 1 year. Even their angels are far from that level. There is such a place on a remote planet in the 7th universe. It seems that something big happened in the 7th universe before? But that wasn't something he needed to think about right now. What he should be thinking about now is to let Goku and the others master Gong as quickly as possible. Then win the game against 2 universes from another time and space. Carlo was actually surprised too. The gods on earth cannot create a spiritual time house. So it's definitely a mysterious place. I don't know exactly what kind of big shot made it. Could it be the mysterious figure Mr. Popo? Probably not. After a brief moment of surprise, Whis said, there is such a place, so let's go there quickly. After all, time is quite tight for them. Even if it takes 5 years. They may not be able to master Ultra Instinct either. After casting instant transmission, several people immediately arrived on Earth. Then entered the spiritual time room. According to the previous settings of the spiritual time room, only 2 people can enter at a time, and each person can only enter for 2 days in his life. But this setting has been abandoned after Majin Buu appeared and Gotenks reached the strength of Super Saiyan 3. Because the Gotenks are only stronger than Super Saiyan 3. You can break the dimensional wall and come out from inside. This is not a problem at all. After entering the spiritual time room, 10 times the gravity was nothing to them. I can't feel any effect at all. Then under the guidance of Whis, several people started training. Carlo is no exception. After all, he only mastered the imperfect Ultra Instinct now. He hasn't mastered the perfect form yet, and even more so, Ultra Instinct has merged into an ordinary form. Everyone, please start next. You guys, let's continue training. I will guide you from the side. But please remember that when training, you must be focused and let yourself achieve absolute peace of mind. Think more about the things that can calm you most. This will be more conducive to your training. Whis said to everyone very seriously. He felt that among these people, Son Goku and Broly had the best chance of mastering Ultra Instinct. He had already taught Trunks before that Trunks was not suitable for practicing Ultra Instinct. Because he had too many thoughts in his mind and his previous experiences were too miserable. It is impossible to achieve absolute inner peace. The same is true for Son Gohan. There is too much panic in their hearts, which is their previous experience. It is not so easy for them to completely get rid of this emotion that is not hidden deep in their hearts. As for Vegeta, let alone that. This guy's vigilance is really too strong. Whether you are training or fighting, you always have a backup plan. In this way, he simply cannot exert his full strength. In this case, it will be even more difficult for Vegeta to practice Ultra Instinct. As for Son Goku and Broly, both of them have relatively simple minds. This is also great for training Ultra Instinct. If you don't work hard to transform, it is really not suitable for Ultra Instinct. But without transformation, Broly in normal form is very suitable. Living on that desolate planet all year round allowed him to live a life without fighting against the world. My heart is not affected by any hatred or negative emotions. The mind is very simple. As for Son Goku, innocence may be his character. In this way, time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed outside. In other words, they have been training in the spiritual time room for a year. It's time. Although Whis holds out hope for Son Goku and Broly. But a year didn't take them to master Ultra Instinct. Not even the entry-level level has been reached. On the contrary, it was Carlo, in this year's training. Progress is rapid. Others are still training hard. But Whis's eyes fell on Carlo. Then he whispered to himself. It seems that Master Carlo can master the perfect Ultra Instinct this time. But as expected, Master Carlo's temperament and talent are very suitable for practicing Ultra Instinct. And just after Whis' voice fell, Carlo, who had been sitting cross-legged and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a silver crescent suddenly flashed across his pupils. Then, the pupils turned directly to silver grey. Wisps of brilliant spiritual energy also emerged from around Carlo's body. Black hair began to flow automatically without wind. The next second, Carlo's hair turned silver white. There is a large amount of brilliant aura surrounding the body. Then, the body slowly stood up. He opened his hands and looked at it, and then looked at the gorgeous aura around his body. His face was very calm, without any excitement. Because this day, he knew it would come sooner or later. Is this what the perfect Ultra Instinct feels like? After whispering, Carlo glanced at Whis. After 4 full years, I finally mastered the perfect self, Zhao extreme intention Kung Fu. It's like your body has blended into the world, which is a wonderful feeling. It's really good, Lord Carlo. You've mastered the ultimate in Ultra Instinct. However, you still went into a misunderstanding. For Angel, Ultra Instinct is just a normal state. There won't be any change in appearance. But you seem to have cultivated it into a kind of transformation. Whis smiled and then pointed out Carlo's shortcomings. Ultra Instinct is not a transformation, but a state. Although Carlo-sama can be considered the pinnacle of perfection, Ultra Instinct. The strength may not be inferior to the normal Ultra Instinct. But in this state, the consumption of physical energy is still very large. If Carlo-sama's body wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the transformed Ultra Instinct. Ah! I know. Carlo just nodded, as if he already knew this, with a strategizing look on his face. Because in Dragon Ball Super Manga Season 2, Son Goku also made the same mistake. Cultivate Ultra Instinct into a kind of transformation. An angel's Ultra Instinct is just the power of normalcy. With Carlo's voice falling, the gorgeous aura around his body began to disappear little by little. The hair that originally turned silver gradually turned black. And Carlo's pupils began to slowly change color. But it didn't turn into the same black color as before. Instead, it turned into a very faint light purple. What? Master Carlo did it so quickly. Seeing how Carlo turned the transformed Ultra Instinct into his normal form like their angel in an instant. Even Whis, who was always calm, had a look of surprise on his face. Master Carlo is truly worthy of being a gifted cultivation genius. Chapter 98. But after seeing Carlo's changes, everyone stopped training. There was a look of horror on his face. Did Master Carlo comprehend Ultra Instinct just now? Son Goku asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, Master Carlo has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Didn't Whis say before that the previous Gods of Destruction spent hundreds of millions of years failing to master the perfect Ultra Instinct? Master Carlo was able to understand so quickly. And he, in a year, seemed to have not even touched the surface. This kind of talent really made him feel that it was beyond his reach. It looks like it is, Uncle Goku. Look, Master Yinluo's pupils have become the same as Whis. Trunks said quickly, looking intently at Carlo's light purple pupils. Son Goku and others also looked over immediately. Indeed, the pupils have changed. It seems that Sir Carlo has indeed mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. No need to guess. Master Carlo has indeed mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. And it's the same Ultra Instinct as Angel. Looking at everyone with shocked faces, Whis answered with a smile. After comprehending Ultra Instinct, Master Carlo's strength has further improved. From now on, the gap between him and Angel will become smaller and smaller. The gap between the other Gods of Destruction and him will become wider and wider. At this time, Carlo also said to everyone in a calm tone, "Okay, continue your own training. Ultra Instinct is actually not that difficult to master. Let your mind be at peace. There are still more than 3 years left. I think everyone has a chance." Looking at the surprised and envious faces of everyone, Carlo also gave them enough confidence. After receiving support and encouragement from Carlo, everyone continued to train hard. Try to calm down your mind. But the harder you try, the less you can feel calm and peaceful. Just like that, time flies. In the spiritual time room, more than 3 years almost flew by. Especially for the people who are working hard to practice. 3 years is more like a blink of an eye. And within these 3 years, everyone's strength has made a huge breakthrough. Even the weakest Son Gohan has reached the Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. However, Ultra Instinct was not understood. The one closest to Ultra Instinct should be Son Goku. It's a pity that he still hasn't understood it. It has not reached the level of Ultra Instinct. But Carlo's strength has improved qualitatively. After 3 years of training and guidance from Whis, Carlo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It has completely integrated the normal Ultra Instinct and Gods of Destruction forms. Sir Carlo, I didn't expect that your training this time would be harder than before. There is no doubt that after merging the forms of Ultra Instinct and Gods of Destruction, your current strength has reached or even surpassed that of Angel. Whis said with a smile. The stronger Lord Carlo becomes, not only does he not have any jealousy. On the contrary, I was very happy. This is all the result of your guidance. Thank you, Whis. Carlo said with calm eyes. Being able to reach Angel's level is something worth being excited about. But he trained hard for nearly 5 years. Every day brings me closer to Angel. As time goes by, the strength becomes stronger little by little. The excitement also faded little by little. Until now, even if he has reached the level of Angel, there is not much turmoil in his heart at this time. Master Carlo, there is no need to thank me. If you are a Gods of Destruction who is not enterprising and lazy, no matter how hard I train you, your strength will never reach this level. So reaching this level is just the result of your own hard work. The person you should thank the most is yourself. Whis still said with a smile. He is also sincerely happy that Carlo's strength has improved so quickly. Whis, can I challenge you a little? Look how far there is between me and you. Carlo suddenly became interested. His strength has become so strong that no one in the Gods of Destruction can be his opponent. Then his current opponents are only Angel, including those strong above Angel. As Carlo, Angel Whis is naturally the best tool man. Sure. Sir Carlo, maybe your strength has surpassed mine now. Whis nodded and said. Master Carlo is indeed very strong now, even ridiculously strong. He didn't even know if he could beat Carlo. Bring it on. Carlo also doesn't talk too much nonsense. Instead, Whis posed a challenge. The moment the voice fell, purple flames suddenly appeared around the body. The pupils are still light purple. At this time, Carlo has not undergone any Saiyan transformation, but his strength is already ridiculously strong. In the past 5 years, he has not used Saiyan's transformation. So scary. Awesome. Is this the result of Sir Carlo's 5 years of training? Sure enough, the gap between us is like a world of difference, and it is simply impossible to make up. Trunks could clearly feel Carlo's strength and aura. Has reached an unprecedented level. He had never felt such a powerful aura. Because he couldn't sense the auras of powerful men like Zeno and Grand Priest. Even Angel's breath, Trunks couldn't feel it. So Lord Carlo is already at the top of his game. The most powerful presence among the auras he could sense. It's really exciting. Mr. Luo actually wants to fight Mr. Whis. This is definitely a thrilling battle. Son Goku clenched his fists with great excitement. He seemed to be more excited than he was about to fight. This battle was definitely the most powerful confrontation he had ever seen in his life. Carlo and Whis are simply the ceiling in their cognition. I don't know who will win this battle between the two of them. Does Lord Carlo really have the strength to rival Angel? It's unbelievable. Vegeta also looked at the two of them in disbelief. After spending time with them, I naturally know how powerful Angel is. Based on chatting with Whis and others, there is a huge difference in strength between the Gods of Destruction and Angels in each universe. It is no exaggeration to say that Angel can completely defeat the Gods of Destruction in an instant. Therefore, in history, there has only been one Gods of Destruction whose strength surpassed that of Angel. As for the Gods of Destruction in other universes, they cannot even reach 30% of Angel's strength. Whis, use all your strength. Carlo said also excitedly. Although I have experienced countless games with Whis before. But at that time, the gap between them was really too big. Whis may have only shown 10% or 20% of his strength. He never fought with all his strength. But today, I can finally compete with all-out Whis. Don't worry, Master Carlo. Even if you don't say so, I will use all my strength. Whis also nodded seriously and said. Now Carlo's strength is not weaker than their Angel at all. If he doesn't show his full strength, there is no way he can be a match for Lord Carlo. In a real battle, Angel really cannot show his full strength. But when training Gods of Destruction, there is no problem at all. Look how serious Whis is. Carlo tapped the ground lightly with his toes. A huge purple protective barrier surrounded the two of them. The next battle will be extremely fierce. If the shock wave accidentally hits Son Goku and Trunks, they may be instantly wiped out. Moreover, the spiritual time house cannot withstand any collision between the two of them. ATT. After doing all this, Carlo's body flashed. In an instant, it turned into an afterimage like a ghost. Appeared directly in front of Whis, and then punched the doctor hard. He didn't hold anything back with this punch, but used all his strength. Because he knew that in front of Angel Whis, it was impossible to defeat him without retaining his strength. The staff in Angel Whis' hand pointed directly forward. The moment the fist collided with the gem on the staff, the entire time and space seemed to fall silent. Buzz. Then, an unparalleled terrifying shock wave spread in all directions. The hit energy protection barrier buzzed, and the energy protection barrier began to shake violently. Even the entire spiritual time room began to shake violently. If it weren't for the protection of the energy barrier, it is estimated that this collision will completely wipe out the entire 7th universe. Swish! After a punch exchange, Whis and Carlo's bodies each fell back more than 10 meters away. Whis moved his wrist holding the staff slightly. There was even more surprise in his eyes. Is this the power Lord Carlo has now? I didn't expect that after the combination of Ultra Instinct and Gods of Destruction forms, the strength would actually reach the level of Angel. Indeed, Whis' heart was filled with turmoil. Although there have been Gods of Destruction reaching the level of Angel before. But that was a wrong way, using some crooked ways to improve. But Master Carlo is really improving his strength. Practice hard and realize constantly. Only then did he have the strength he has now. Therefore, Lord Nobu, the former Gods of Destruction, is completely incomparable with Lord Carlo in terms of talent. Come again. Carlo stretched his fist slightly, shouted excitedly, and then rushed towards Whis again. Since becoming the Gods of Destruction, she has never fought so heartily. Because every battle is so unhappy. When fighting Angel Whis didn't use any of them at all. With all your strength, you can defeat him easily. Then there are Zeno's guards, and they are even more different. Therefore, the battle is at an overwhelming disadvantage. Now the battle between him and Whis can be said to be evenly matched. Come on! Master Carlo! Whis seemed a little excited too. After all, as an angel, I have never fought with all my strength so seriously. This seems to be the first time for them. So naturally I was very excited. With a wave of his hand, the staff in his hand disappeared. He is no longer prepared to rely on the power of the staff, and wants to have a good fight with Lord Carlo. Call out! Boom! Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Sounds of breaking through the air and low crashing sounds continued to sound in the energy barrier. Every time there is a collision, the entire spiritual time house will tremble violently. At this time, Son Goku and Vegeta were completely unable to see clearly the movements of Whis and Carlo. All you can see is the popping circles flashing continuously inside. Other than that, nothing can be seen. This speed seems to have been integrated into the space and is simply not something they can see with the naked eye. Bang bang bang! At this time, Whis and Carlo had exerted their strength to the extreme. The two kept fist bumping. As the battle progresses, fists, feet, elbows and knees have all become weapons in combat. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of rounds have been fought. Even Whis brings out Angel's strength to the extreme. There's no way I can beat Carlo. Boom! Click! After another powerful collision, the bodies of Carlo and Whis each flew out upside down. Then redo the state energy barrier above. Later, clear cracks appeared where the two collided. The energy barrier began to collapse little by little. Only then did the two of them appear in Son Goku's world. There were many scars on both of their bodies. There were also streaks of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, there seems to be no winner in this competition between the two people. But what is certain is that Carlo has really become stronger. And it's ridiculously strong. Even Angel Whis has nothing to do with him. Sir Carlo, you are really too strong. With my current strength, it is simply impossible to defeat you. This contest ends here. Whis smiled and said to Carlo. If this continues, there will probably be no winner. Okay, that's it. Carlo nodded excitedly. The contest with Whis was just to verify his current strength. Whis has already used all his strength just now. This also means that now he has a strength that is not weaker than Angel's. It takes just 5 years of training to reach this level. This result was beyond his expectation. Chapter 99. I'm so sorry, Mr. Whis, Master Carlo. I didn't expect that after 5 years of training with you, we still haven't understood Ultra Instinct. Son Goku said with some embarrassment and self-blame. Originally he thought his talent was pretty good. 5 years should be enough to get a grasp of Ultra Instinct. But the fact is that apart from theoretical knowledge, he has not mastered any combat skills at all. So he still felt a little guilty in his heart. After all, I haven't learned anything in 5 years. As for other people, they have the same idea. More of it is regret and loss. Especially after seeing the power of Ultra Instinct. I felt even more lost. Okay. I'm more or less not used to your wrinkled look. Although you have not realized Ultra Instinct in the past 5 years, your basic combat power has improved a lot. It is more than enough to defeat the 7th universe and 9th universe in another time and space. Carlo said calmly. In fact, Son Goku is not poor in talent. It's just that there is an opportunity missing. The reason why Son Goku from the future was able to comprehend Ultra Instinct in just over a year. It's not entirely the result of Whis guidance either. The pressure Jiren put on him in the Tournament of Power was also an important factor in his understanding of Ultra Instinct. Without this pressure, let Son Goku break through to the realm of Ultra Instinct. It's not easy. Moreover, Son Goku at this time has only reached Super Saiyan 4. He has not reached the level of Super Saiyan God. Maybe it has a lot to do with the route they chose. Sir Carlo, can we go out? Whis asked from the side. If you count the time, they have been there for almost 5 years. After all, you have to clean up a little after going out. Time outside is not as slow as inside. Okay, let's go out. You also need to keep your spirits up. Don't lose this game. Because Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama will also go over to watch the battle, and we will be very embarrassed after taking it away. Carlo was joking but said it very seriously. If Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest do not participate in the battle, then if you lose this game, you will lose it. And he expected to lose this game even more. Because after winning this game, the 7th universe and the 9th universe in another time and space may be destroyed. 9th, the universe has nothing to do with him. After all, he didn't know many people, and the few he met in the animation were all characters he didn't like very much. But the 7th universe is Son Goku's universe after all. If they were eliminated, they would probably feel uncomfortable. Everyone nodded quickly. Then left the spiritual time room. After leaving, there were only 3 hours left before the agreed time. Carlo also took everyone to the temple of Zeno. After arriving at Zeno Temple, seemingly sensing the improvement in Carlo's strength, Grand Priest and Zeno were both a little surprised. Sir Carlo, your strength seems to have improved a lot. I didn't expect that in just a few days, there would be such a huge improvement. Does it really surprise me? Grand Priest looked at Carlo in surprise and said. According to his speculation, Carlo's strength should surpass some angels. It has even reached the top level among angels. It is estimated that even Whis and Vados may not be able to defeat Carlo. In just 4 days, there was such a huge improvement in strength. This kind of talent has completely surpassed their angel. Okay. Carlo has become a lot stronger. Zeno also spoke in agreement. As for the 2 guards behind Zeno, they also had surprised looks on their faces. The last time I fought Carlo, they were able to defeat Carlo easily. But if we fight now, it probably won't be that easy. I have to marvel, Carlo's training talent is indeed very strong. They have never seen Gods of Destruction improve so quickly. Thank you Grand Priest and Zeno for your compliments. This is what Whis teaches well. Carlo said modestly. He didn't dare to be proud in front of these real big shots. Such humble words for Carlo. Grand Priest and Zeno naturally didn't believe it. Even if Whis is angel, no matter how good his guidance is, it is impossible for Carlo's strength to change drastically in a few days. It has even grown to the point where it is not weaker than Whis. If Whis really had this ability, the previous Gods of Destruction Beerus wouldn't be so weak. So all this is the result of Carlo's own training. Sir Carlo, you are a bit too modest. Grand Priest smiled and then continued, it seems that the time you agreed on is not far away. How about we go there first? They are also full of curiosity about this game. Especially Zeno, he is even more looking forward to the competition between the 2 time and space. The same 7th universe, how big is the difference? Carlo nodded. Then, with Carlo's ability to travel through time and space, everyone arrived at Dragon Ball. Except Zeno, Grand Priest, Angel Whis, Carlo. There are also participating Broly, Son Goku, Trunks, Son Gohan and Vegeta. Although there can only be 3 contestants participating this time, you might as well take them over to see the world. By the way, take a look at Dragon Ball Son Goku's Super Saiyan God form. At this time, the Earth is in Dragon Ball hyperspace. Beerus and the others are also ready. In the past 5 days, they have also stayed in the spiritual time room of the Earth. Because at this time, Son Goku understands the spiritual time house better. After all, he wasn't dead for long. And when Cell appeared, he had also seen the spiritual time room. And when Majin Buu showed up, Trunks and the others also went in. So no more secrets and functions of the spiritual time room. As long as you are strong, you can stay in there forever. Goku, Vegeta, are you sure this time? I have told you the importance of the matter before. If we lose to humans in future time and space, then our 7th universe will be completely destroyed by the entire network. This is no joke, all the planets in the universe will be wiped out in an instant. Beerus looked at Son Goku and Vegeta with great seriousness and said. The two of them are the seed players of their universe. If the two of them are not sure, then this game will definitely be lost. Don't worry, Beerus Tianping. With my current strength, I can definitely defeat that brat Trunks easily. Vegeta said very confidently. I stayed in the spiritual time room for 5 years. And under the guidance of Whis, his strength has already made a qualitative leap. It also makes further breakthroughs based on the Super Saiyan blue color. Although he lost to that brat Trunks last time. But if we meet again, he will definitely not lose. Vegeta, while confidence is a good thing, overconfidence may put you at a disadvantage during the game. The only thing you could beat was Trunks from 5 years ago if she was competing this time. Then do you think he will stand still and wait for you? Or, do you think his strength will not improve at all? See Vegeta who looks confident and even a little arrogant. Whis poured a basin of cold water over him. He didn't want to dampen Vegeta's confidence. But his self-confidence sometimes becomes a fatal flaw. No one will stand still and wait for him. Trunks is his son, if he can surpass him. That means Trunks may have stronger talent, or train harder. After hearing Whis' words, Vegeta's expression changed. However, he did not retort verbally. What Whis said makes sense. There's no way Trunks is waiting there for him. The reference he chose before was just Trunks from 5 days ago. But the improvement in strength and breakthrough in form made his self-confidence too inflated. That's why I said those words just now. Whis is absolutely right Vegeta, you are too conceited. If you lose the battle because of your pride, I will destroy you first before Lord Zeno clears us. Do you understand? Beerus said in an unusually cold tone. This competition is related to the life and death of the entire 7th universe. Any player who loses the game due to carelessness will never be forgiven. I understand, Lord Beerus. Vegeta immediately lowered his head and replied respectfully. He knew why Beerus was so serious. It's because I don't want the Foundation universe to be destroyed. He doesn't want to die either. 0. In fact, everyone feels the same way. They are afraid of death and the destruction of the earth. Goku, your way of doing things makes me even more worried. That guy Vegeta will definitely go all out, but I'm most afraid that your carelessness will cause you to lose the entire competition. Remember, this time is different from the last game against the 6th universe. If you lose, it means that the entire universe will disappear. I hope you understand the seriousness of the matter. Beerus looked at Son Goku very seriously and said. The person he is most worried about is Son Goku. Because in the last match against Universe 6, we were about to win. He actually gave up on his own initiative. At that time, I was so angry that I almost died. If something like this happens again this time, he will completely destroy this BD without hesitation. Even if he now regards Son Goku as somewhat of a friend, this is no exception. Hey, don't worry, Beerus. What happened last time will never happen again. I will definitely fight well this time, okay? Son Goku showed a naive smile to Beerus. And such a smile made Beerus even more worried. Cut. What a worrying guy. Beerus gritted his teeth and looked at Son Goku. But there was nothing we could do. After all, he couldn't control Son Goku's mind. Then he told Son Goku earnestly about the result after losing the game. Son Goku finally became a little more serious. But more than anything, it was excitement. He is looking forward to seeing the powerful man in the future time and space more than anyone else. Then, under Supreme Kai's instant transmission, Beerus brought Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta to Zeno Temple. As for the 9th universe, they also arrived at Zeno Temple with full confidence. Gods of Destruction Sidra and Supreme Kai lore felt that as long as there was Earth Universe's dangerous trio, then it should be no problem to win this game. I have to say that their mentality is quite good. It's just that the idea is somewhat unrealistic. It's more like living in your own world. Boo hoo hoo. Several ear-piercing sounds sounded at the same time. The 7th universe, the 9th universe, and the 7th universe in future time and space arrived outside the temple almost at the same time. All. Master Zeno. Grand Priest. The moment when the 7th universe and the 9th universe appear. Seeing the appearance of Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest, Yese turned pale with fright. Then he quickly fell to his knees on the ground, down. Chapter 100. When Whis and Angel from Universe 9 saw the two of them, their expressions were stunned. Then he immediately saluted with great respect, "See Lord Zeno, see Lord Grand Priest." It was obvious that the two of them had recognized the two people in front of them as Zeno and Grand Priest from other time and space. Okay. We are here to watch the game today, so everyone should cheer. Zeno nodded and said to everyone. Hee. At this time, Son Goku from time and space suddenly smiled innocently, and then walked directly in front of Zeno. Said, "Long time no see, Ah Chuan." After saying that, he manually stretched out his samadhi. Zeno was stunned by this move. Do humans in another time and space also know themselves? But I have never seen him before. Son Goku's initiative to strike up a conversation scared Beerus so much that he almost fainted. This BD really can't figure out the situation. Before coming here, I warned you many times that after arriving at the Zeno temple, you must not let anything go unnoticed. Not to mention having a relationship with Zeno-sama. This BD completely mistook his words as farts. I don't know how he did it. Goku, this lord is not the Lord Zeno you know. Please pay attention to your title and wording. Whis on the side also raised his eyebrows slightly and explained. Mr. Goku's careless personality will definitely lead to big losses sometimes. Because he was completely unscrupulous in front of Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. If one day makes Master Zeno unhappy, then the entire 7th universe will be buried with him. He didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem at all. At this moment, the two guards behind Zeno appeared directly in front of Son Goku. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mere little human bug who lives in 100 dares to take the initiative to strike up a conversation. And he also called Master Zeno Aquan. This is simply seeking death. As long as Master Zeno gives an order, they will instantly make the stupid human in front of them disappear from this world. Hey! You two stand down! Zeno said to the two guards, and then said to Son Goku, I don't know you. His expression was cold and he didn't give Son Goku any face at all. Of course, as the most advanced mysterious person in the universe, there is no need to give anyone face. In his eyes, there are only likes and dislikes. And the human being in front of me seems a little too unruly. Yes, Master Zeno. The two guards nodded immediately and then returned to the back. Son Goku also smiled awkwardly and returned to his seat. Unexpectedly, Master Zeno in another time and space did not recognize himself. Then he looked at the people behind Carlo. All were familiar faces except one, Saiyan. Could it be that the future time and space are different from what happened in their time and space? Carlo, you idiot! Do you want to kill us all? Master Beerus has told you a long time ago, just bring someone here. I want to bring your troublesome mouth. Vegeta also whispered to Son Goku coldly. He feels that sooner or later he will be killed by this BD Carlo. At the same time, they were also surprised. Haven't Son Goku and Vegeta from the future time and space disappeared? But why are they still there? Could it be that he was resurrected using Dragon Ball? But this is no surprise. Each of them has been revived by Dragon Ball. At this time, Whis on the side also said to the superdimensional Whis, it seems that the humans in your universe lack the due respect for the gods. Same goes for Son Goku. But Son Goku in their time and space, no matter for Master Carlo, or for Master Zeno. All with due respect. In front of them, you would never dare to be so unruly. But Son Goku, a human in this time and space, seems to take himself a little too seriously. Or maybe it's a little silly and over the top. Haha. This. Whis smiled awkwardly. This is the character of Mr. Goku in this time and space. Master Zeno in this time and space also seems to like Mr. Goku's character. I don't know why Lord Zeno in the future time and space doesn't seem to like Mr. Goku. Why does the father from another time and space look so childish? Don't he know that Master Zeno is the highest god in this universe? You actually spoke to him in such a frivolous tone, and even called Master Zeno Akwan. Son Gohan also said in a low voice. She has never seen a father with this kind of character. Although sometimes Dad's behavior is indeed a bit childish. But he felt that it was all foolishness, and definitely not true stupidity. But the other behavior just now was that of my father, which was really stupid. He doesn't take the survival of the universe seriously at all. Ah. Maybe he has a good relationship with Zeno-sama of this universe. Son Goku said lightly. And just then, Dragon Ball's time-traveling Grand Priest walked out of the temple. After seeing Zeno and the other Grand Priest, there was no surprise on his face. Because they have already felt it. Meet Master Zeno. Welcome Master Zeno to be a guest in our time and space. Grand Priest smiled and said in a very respectful tone. For him, there is not much difference whether it is Lord Zeno in this time and space or Lord Zeno in the future time and space in front of him. They are all people worthy of his respect. Okay. I really want to see this competition. It's coming. Zeno finally had a smile on his face. Okay. It's great that you can come, Zeno-sama. Then please, Master Zeno. I mean Master Zeno in this time and space has been waiting impatiently. Grand Priest still said with a smile. After saying that, he made a gesture of please. Zeno was not polite at all. He strutted directly into the temple. The Grand Priest and the escorts followed closely behind. Others followed. And Beerus pulled Son Goku, seeming to remind him what he should do next. His face was very ugly. After all, he didn't know when the time bomb Son Goku was carrying would suddenly explode and kill him. Enter the temple of Zeno. The two Zenos looked at each other. Hey. Zeno in time and space walked in front of Zeno in future time and space. It feels like looking in a mirror, my little head swaying from side to side. It seems that he is very curious about this little creature in front of him. Next, it was like I had never looked in the mirror before. Let's watch the game together. After admiring it for a while, Zeno said with a smile. Okay. Let's watch the game together. Zeno from the future time and space also nodded, and the two held hands. This kind of scene looks very much like kindergarten children having S**X. The two jumped up and down directly to Zeno's throne. As for Zeno's guards, they stood behind them very wisely. The two Grand Priests looked at each other and smiled. It seems that the two Zenos don't get along very happily when they get together. If two people fight, the situation will be quite bad. Grand Priest, hurry up and start the game, I'm already a little impatient to wait. Dragon Ball Chrono Zeno said to the Grand Priest. It was obvious that he had been waiting for this game for a long time. Let's start quickly, I'm very curious too. Zeno from the future time and space also nodded in agreement. Okay. Grand Priest nodded. It seems to have been prepared for a long time. The staff in his hand tapped the ground gently. Then the huge Zeno temple turned directly into a huge arena. There are 4 spectator stands in total. Zeno's audience stage is naturally at the top. Then there are the audience stands for the other 3 universes. Lord Sidra, Lord Lore, are those guys from the future time and space. Why do they all look like Taihanin? Basil, the third member of the dangerous trio of Universe 9, looked at Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space and said, "After all, the three of them are the most powerful humans in the 9th universe. Known as the dangerous trio. In the entire Earth universe, every planet knows their famous names. Yet, there's nothing powerful about those guys at all. Sir Sidra and Lord Lore don't need to worry at all. The three of us brothers will completely eliminate them in an instant." Lavanda, the second oldest, also said confidently. "He is very good at using poison. If those guys are careless, they can be completely sent to hell. Even if they take it seriously, I can crush them completely. And there is also their eldest brother, Belga Ime of Shatter. Therefore, in this game, humans in the 7th universe of future time and space have no chance of winning at all." "Ha ha ha. That's absolutely right. See, those guys have nothing to be afraid of. Let them see the strength of our 9th universe today. The current comprehensive strength of our 9th universe is not the same as that of the 9th universe 100 million years ago." Supreme Kai Lul also smiled arrogantly and said, "Wanting the 9th universe to disappear is an idiot's dream. Whether it is the current 7th universe or the future 7th universe. He simply doesn't have that qualification. You three, it's better not to be too careless. I can feel that those guys are not simple, they have very strong strength. Even if you can defeat them, it probably won't be that easy. Caution is the boat." Gods of Destruction. After Sidra heard the dangerous trio's arrogant words, he reminded them seriously. This time is no ordinary competition between Universe 0. After losing, it will be completely eliminated. "Yes, Lord Sidra." The three of them nodded quickly. Although they are still disdainful in their hearts, they still want to listen to Gods of Destruction. However, the 7th universe in future time and space, Son Goku, their eyes and their thoughts. Everything is placed in this time and space. Of the 7th universe. He didn't take Universe 9 seriously at all. Then, the game will officially begin. First, the 7th universe in future time and space will fight against the 9th universe. The competition is divided into 3 games in total, with a best of 3 game system. Please send your own universe contestants. Grand Priest looked at the 2 universes, and then said calmly. He can feel that the human bodies in the 7th universe of future time and space contain very powerful power. This is obviously better than the 9th universe. I wonder if Universe 9 has any tricks of its own. If not, they may be eliminated. And being eliminated means being completely eliminated by Master Zeno. For the 7th universe of their time and space. It also surprised him. Unexpectedly, after 100 million years of not exploring, the level of human beings in the 7th universe has also improved. Son Goku and Vegeta also have very powerful power zones in their bodies. More importantly, their bodies contain the power of God. It seems that the overall level of human beings in the 7th universe has improved. If the statistics were recalculated, it would probably no longer be second to last. 9th Universe Audience Station. Brother, let me take part in this first passing contest. I will definitely get a good start. Basil, the third child, said to Bergamo confidently. Be careful. Bergamo nodded confidently. Then his body jumped and appeared directly on the ring. Vegeta, you can do this. Carlo said to Vegeta. This guy has been looking forward to fighting for a long time. And he is also full of confidence. Defeating Universe 9 will probably give him a boost in confidence. Sir Carlo, can I challenge 3 of them at the same time? Those 3 guys are too weak. Vegeta said with a proud look on his face. He does have such capital. Having reached Super Saiyan's 4th full energy form, he can indeed defeat the dangerous trio with ease. After all, they are not opponents on the same level at all. Well, okay. Carlo nodded. In order to save some time, let Vegeta fight with them alone. It also satisfies Vegeta's vanity. After getting the agreement, Vegeta was grateful. Then he jumped up and appeared in the ring. Then he pointed at the three of them and said, "You three, come up together." To be honest, being alone is really not enough. Nanny! You don't know how to live or die, are you too complacent? The faces of Bergamo and the other two brothers became ugly. I didn't expect the guys from the 7th universe in future time and space to be so arrogant. One person wants to challenge 4.73 of them. Just when they were about to fight back, Sidra said, as he said, the three of you will come together and end the battle as soon as possible. Win 2 out of 3 games. After winning this game, we can avoid the fate of being eliminated by winning one more game. For him, surviving is the most important thing now. As for whether it would be embarrassing, it was not within his scope at all. Yes. Lord Sidra. The remaining 2 people could only nod quickly. Then the body jumped onto the ring. Vegeta from time and space also expressed his appreciation for Vegeta from future time and space. There is no shame in the name Vegeta. Vegeta, who likes to show off, shows off his momentum as soon as he comes on the stage. Directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energies. Golden energy is constantly swirling around the body. The tips of the hair are also covered with a layer of dark red energy. At this time, the temperature of the entire arena suddenly rose. So awesome! What kind of transformation is this? Zeno seems to be very interested in Vegeta's Super 4 transformation. After all, the last time he was on the nameless planet, he had not seen Saiyan from the 7th universe transform into this form. The future time and space Grand Priest on the side explained, Master Zeno, this is the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. The auditorium of the 7th universe. Damn it, can that guy from the future time and space also become Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta frowned tightly. Because he feels that Vegeta in the future time and space is ridiculously strong. Super Saiyan blue color full power form, absolutely impossible to win. He thought he had become strong enough. But he didn't expect that Vegeta in the future time and space would be so powerful. Son Goku was also very surprised. It seems that in the future time and space, everyone can already transform into the 4th form of Super Saiyan. Chapter 101. It's such an exciting battle. I didn't expect that each of the warriors in future time and space would be so powerful. The power Vegeta possesses now should not be weaker than Trunks before, right? Son Goku said with excitement. Although he is also worried about the entire universe being destroyed. But seeing such a powerful Vegeta, he will naturally feel his blood boiling. At this time, I was already extremely excited. On the stage, Basil, the 3rd member of the dangerous trio, said to Lavanda and Bergamo, "Brother, 2nd brother, you two don't need to take action. I can take care of this stupid guy by myself. You dare to challenge us 3 brothers alone, you really overestimate your capabilities. But I can feel that the guy opposite is really strong. The smell is also outrageous. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. Perhaps the title of having the strongest human being in the 9th universe. So they ignored many people. Don't be too impulsive, 3rd brother. That guy is indeed very strong. You can't win with your own strength. Bergamo is worthy of being the boss, he knows that Vegeta is very powerful. You can tell from the energy bursting out of his body. It is absolutely impossible for Lao San to defeat this guy in front of him with his own strength. But as long as the 3 brothers join forces. Apart from the Gods of Destruction, there is no opponent that cannot be defeated. Fine. Basil could only nod his head. He was still very obedient to Bergamo's words. Boo-hoo-hoo. The moment the words fell, the 3 bodies directly formed a triangle formation, surrounding Vegeta in the middle. Arrogant guy, we will make you pay for your arrogant remarks soon. Bergamo said with a serious face. Almost at the moment his voice fell. The three bodies flashed out at the same time and attacked Vegeta. Boo-01 Boo-hoo. All three have great strength and speed. It is estimated that even Son Goku from Super Saiyan 3 may not be able to win. But Super Saiyan 4's Vegeta, and reached full energy form. It's really easy to defeat the three of them. Swish swish swish. In an instant, the three of them launched countless attacks on Vegeta. Vegeta is very arrogant. He folded his hands in front of his chest and didn't take them off at all. It was easy to dodge all the attacks. I didn't expect you three huskies to be quite fast. It's just that this speed is simply not enough in front of me. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled up with a hint of pride, and his tone was even more disdainful. It's been a long time since he had such an opportunity to show off. Naturally, I won't miss it at this time. If I don't show off properly, I'm afraid there will be very few opportunities like this in the future. Damn thing! There should be a limit to how you can get carried away. At this time, the expressions of the three people also became serious. With the three of them joining forces, dozens of attacks failed to touch Vegeta's body. This also made them gradually realize how powerful Vegeta was. Even if you use your strength and speed to the extreme, neither can touch Vegeta's body. Aha! The three roared angrily, and then used all their strength, attacking Vegeta again. Vegeta obviously lost his heart to fight them at this time. The pretentious effect has been achieved. Then, they can be completely eliminated. Because Vegeta is more interested in the 7th universe than them. If you can fight Carlo, it must be a very good thing. That was also the fight he had been looking forward to for a long time. At the moment when the three Bergamo brothers rushed over, Vegeta's body shot out like lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared in front of Lavanda. Then he punched him hard in the lower abdomen. Boom! Puff! The moment the collision sounded, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the avatar's mouth. The body was directly knocked out. Finally, he landed heavily on the edge of the ring. Maybe it was because Vegeta controlled the power and didn't eliminate them so easily. 4. Second brother. I didn't expect Lavanda to be knocked away so easily. The expressions of Bergamo and Basil also changed suddenly. With an angry look on his face, he attacked Vegeta again. But the difference in strength and speed between them is too great. Before their bodies could escape, Vegeta was already in front of them. Then one person punched them and flew them away. The three bodies instantly fell to the edge of the ring. If it's just a few millimeters away, it will be completely released. This is Gods of Destruction from the 9th universe. Sidra and Supreme Kai, Lore's face has become extremely ugly. Didn't expect them to be the most powerful and dangerous trio in the universe. I felt so vulnerable in front of that guy. When they think about it now, they can understand that Vegeta was completely capable of eliminating the three of them in an instant. Except Vegeta didn't do that. Probably just to humiliate the three brothers. It's over, it's over. It seems that today our 9th universe will be destroyed by Master Zeno. Gods of Destruction Sidra was like a deflated rubber ball in an instant, and his spirit wilted. It's not that he wants to accept his fate. But in this case, their Earth universe has no chance of winning. One player can defeat three of the most powerful people in their universe. Then there are still two people who haven't taken action. So this is already a battle without any suspense. Damn it! Damn it! How could we lose? Supreme Kai Lul also had a look of anger and fear on his face. But with the power of Supreme Kai, he can't change anything at all. And he could only watch the 9th universe disappear. Oh! Your 7th universe is so powerful. And he transformed like a Super Saiyan. He looks so handsome. Zeno from Time and Space said to the other Zeno. It seems that he is not very interested in victory or defeat. Do you only care about whether the game is good or not, and whether the transformation is handsome enough? Okay. Carlo is even stronger, he seems to have reached the level of angel. Zeno from the future time and space said with a smile. Fortunately, this is just a competition between humans in the universe. If it's a game between gods of destruction, then Carlo can kill everyone in an instant. That's really curious. Super Dimension Zeno said with great interest. In the arena, the curve of the corner of Vegeta's mouth has become higher and higher. At this time, Vegeta suddenly transformed into a war god with a crooked mouth. Hello. Do you three huskies only have this kind of power? But if you still have other powers, please quickly show them to me. If there are no other powers, then I will send you down. Vegeta said dismissively. Regardless of whether they have hidden powers or not, it is impossible to surpass him who became Super Saiyan 4. What a hateful thing! Isn't it too much to get carried away? Bergamo roared. Then his body suddenly stood up. The two people behind him quickly stood up. Because they still have one last trick. Basil, Lava and Dar, use all our power. Let this reckless BD see how ignorant his arrogance really is. Bergamo said in a low tone. I originally thought that there was no need to use the most powerful moves of the three of them. But now it seems that if you don't take it out, you won't be able to defeat them at all. They both nodded. Then his hands directly condensed energy balls. Triangular array of dangerous rays. A low roar came from the throats of the three of them. Then, 3 energy beams blasted directly towards Vegeta. It has to be said that after the energy of the 3 people is combined, the effect is not just 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Instead, it showed an improvement several times. Under normal circumstances, such a joint attack can indeed achieve unexpected results. But Vegeta's power is much stronger than them. There is simply no gap that such a joint attack can make up for. Humph! Is this your final trump card? It's disappointingly weak. Show you what a Ki Blast is. Vegeta was still dismissive. Once again, he transformed into the crooked god of war. His hands suddenly opened flat, and energy balls instantly condensed from the palms of his hands. At any time, the 2 energy balls converge directly together. The ultimate, Flash. This is also Vegeta's strongest trick. Vegeta's ultimate flash is more lethal than Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. The moment the 2 energies collided, Vegeta's ultimate flash directly destroyed the triangle array of dangerous rays with a devastating gesture. Bang bang bang! The energy wave hit the chests of the 3 people and knocked them out of the ring. This gap is visible to everyone. Hey? Those guys from Universe 9 are too weak. I didn't expect Vegeta to eliminate them all by himself. Son Goku glanced at Universe 9, which had been eliminated, and said with a little surprise. According to what Lord Beerus said before, the 9th universe is the last one, and their 7th universe is the second last. Logically speaking, the gap shouldn't be too big. But those 3 guys are so weak. How could he be the most powerful being in the 9th universe? Even if you and Vegeta go up there, you can easily defeat them. Ah! It's indeed too weak. If it were me, I would beat them in a shorter time. Over time Vegeta crossed his arms across his chest and spoke calmly. I didn't expect that humans in other universes are so weak. But then again, if they hadn't met Whis and Lord Beerus, it is estimated that their strength is not as good as the Earth universe. It is precisely because of Whis' guidance that they were able to make such huge improvements in such a short period of time. It's over, it's over. Gods of Destruction Sidra and Supreme Kai Lore of 947 9th Universe just sat down on the ground. They knew very well that Universe 9's performance this time was too overwhelming. Lord Zeno would never allow such a weak universe to exist. Yes. I'm sorry, Lord Sidra, Lord Lore. Bergamo said with great shame. But now the entire universe is going to be destroyed. It seems that apologizing has no effect. That's it. This is also our responsibility. Sidra didn't blame. If it weren't for the inaction of Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai, the level of humanity in Universe 9 will not be so low. There won't be any improvement in 100 million years. So how can you blame the three of them? I can only accept my fate. At this time, Master Zeno, who was sitting on the throne, changed his expression slightly. Unexpectedly, the 9th universe of their universe could defeat the 7th universe of future time and space so easily. And it was a 1-on-3 game, and they were all eliminated. 9th universe Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. I told you 5 days ago that if you lose this battle, you will be completely wiped out. Your performance is so poor, I am very disappointed. So, Universe 9th, please disappear completely for me. After Zeno's voice fell. Raise your right hand high above your head. A ray of white light shot out from between the fingers. At that moment, silvery white light appeared on the bodies of Gods of Destruction Sidra and Supreme Kai Noel, as well as the dangerous trio. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared without a trace. The entire 9th universe also went from existence to nothing at this moment, completely disappearing into this time and space. What? What's going on? Has the 9th universe been cleared? Son Goku and Vegeta suddenly had surprised looks on their faces. They only knew that this time they came to compete. But I didn't expect that the universe that lost the game would be completely eliminated. After being eliminated by Master Zeno, there is no chance of resurrection without Master Zeno's consent. A living universe actually disappeared under their noses. Shock. Panic instantly spread in the hearts of all the players in the two universes. Because they are not sure, after their universe loses, will it also be eliminated? Damn it! A universe disappeared just like that. Future time and space Son Goku clenched his fists tightly. Such a result made him very uncomfortable. Billions of living beings in a universe were completely destroyed in this way. Chapter 102. Carlo, now is not the time for you to be sentimental. I know this is your character, but this universe has always been like this. After seeing Son Goku's expression, Vegeta, who had already come down from the ring, reminded him in a low voice. Carlo, this guy is very easy to get angry. But Zeno and Grand Priest are definitely not something they can mess with. It's not something they can handle. Showing any negative emotions in front of them may lead to death. He is still very clear about this. Carlo's expression at this time was obviously very dangerous. It can be seen from his expression that he does not agree with Zeno and the others doing such a thing. If he dares to say one more thing, it is very likely that many people will be hurt. It even affects the entire universe. So he had to remind him. Carlo also glanced at Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku loosened his fist slightly, and the expression on his face returned to calm. Then he said, "You are right Vegeta, this universe is like this, it is not something we can decide." In fact, he stayed in the underworld for more than 10 years. He has already completely figured out many things. This is the way the world is. The weak eat the strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for artificial humans to kill so many humans on Earth. But now, they are facing top gods that are billions of times more powerful than artificial humans. It's even more impossible for them to compete or resist. Seeing Son Goku's expression return to calmness, Carlo also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Son Goku's impulsive character would say something stupid. The situation will be quite bad by then. Fortunately, at this time, although Son Goku has a strong sense of justice, he is still rational. As for Son Goku from the 7th universe, what kind of stupid and ignorant things would he say? It has nothing to do with Carlo. Even if the entire 7th universe is destroyed because of this, what does it have to do with him? Although I don't want to see these protagonist groups destroyed. But if it's because of their stupidity, it's not worthy of sympathy. Sure enough, Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe seems to have expected that Son Goku would say this. His mouth had been covered a long time ago. Zeno didn't seem to notice the change in expressions of Son Goku in the two universes. Zeno from time and space said to Zeno from future time and space, I didn't expect that the level of human beings in the 7th universe of your time and space is so high. Is every player so strong? He was indeed curious. The 7th universe is clearly the 2nd universe in terms of human level. But why are they so strong? Not only the future time and space, but also Vegeta and Son Goku of their universe have very powerful powers. Yes. Every player is very powerful. Zeno in the future time and space obviously didn't take what happened just to heart, and answered with a smile. Regarding the first victory, he was still in a very good mood. After all, if you go to other people's time and space to compete, if you lose to others, it is also a very embarrassing thing. In that case, then let the two 7th universes compete. The two of them seem to have a lot of the same faces. I'm curious which one of them can win the final victory. Zeno continued. What he said was truer than the match with Universe 9. The competition between the two 7th universes made him even more curious. Which universe will win in the end? With the same face, or even the same person, who is more powerful among them? I'm very curious. Zeno from the future time and space also nodded and said. Watching other people play is also a very good pleasure for them and a way to pass the time. At this time, they were in the auditorium of the 7th universe. The players on the opposite side of the 7th universe are very strong. I think each of you can feel it, right? Beerus said to Son Goku and Vegeta with an extremely serious expression. Things in their universe are too serious. Because after they lose, they may face the fate of being directly destroyed. But it's not necessarily the case if we don't have time and space. Therefore, their pressure is greater than that of the 7th universe in future time and space. Well, we know Beerus. Vegeta nodded heavily. Son Gohan on the side also nodded hastily. After several years of training with Whis, their strength is already there and they are advancing by leaps and bounds. It is undeniable that Son Goku and Vegeta from the future time and space are ridiculously strong. But they don't necessarily lose. Lord Beerus, let me do this first game. I am confident that I can defeat Vegeta in the future. At this time, Vegeta stepped forward and said to Beerus very seriously. Vegeta from the future time and space just now really shocked them with his performance or his strength. But Vegeta is still confident in defeating Vegeta from the future. The training these years has not been in vain. And Vegeta in the future time and space has been dead for a long time. It's definitely not the case when training in the underworld. They usually train better in the gravity chamber. Are you sure? Vegeta. Those guys in the 7th universe of future time and space are ridiculously strong. Beerus asked very seriously. As long as they lose the first game, they will have more pressure on the next two games. So this first game is very important. I have confidence. Vegeta nodded and said. Seeing Vegeta who was so confident, Beerus couldn't say anything else. Anyway, they all have a chance to play in the end. Although Vegeta is usually very arrogant, he is not as arrogant as Son Goku. You won't lose the game because of carelessness. Perhaps letting Son Goku see the battle between Vegeta and the players from the future time and space can help Goku recognize their strength. Then you won't lose the game because of carelessness. Okay. It's up to you to play the first game. Beerus nodded. Then, Vegeta jumped up and appeared directly on the ring. Then, he looked at Vegeta in the future time and space. Vegeta in the future time and space is indeed very powerful, so Vegeta really wants to challenge him. Sir Carlo, let me come. I also want to see what experience I have in this time and space. Vegeta immediately volunteered again. The battle just now ended without him even having a chance to warm up. so it was very unsatisfying to play. Stay still, let Trunks do it this time. Trunks, remember Whis for the 5 years he spent training with you. Maybe this is a good opportunity for you. Carlo didn't let Vegeta play. Because Vegeta has already fought once. Although his physical energy may not have been depleted. But it is already inappropriate to continue to let him play. And Vegeta's character simply cannot understand Ultra Instinct. But Trunks is different. Trunks has the talent and opportunity. Maybe through this battle, he will gain a higher level of understanding of Ultra Instinct. That's okay. Although he was extremely reluctant, Vegeta could only nod. As for Carlo, he would never dare to disobey. After all, they have personally experienced how strong Carlo is. Trunks nodded vigorously. Then his body flashed and he appeared on the ring. It's you brat again. Seeing Trunks take the stage, Vegeta's expression immediately changed. This brat completely defeated himself a few days ago. Even in a humiliating way. As Trunks' father, Vegeta felt that was the greatest humiliation to him. I didn't expect this kid to dare to face him now. I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, Dad. What I did was to save you. If I hadn't defeated you at that time, or even knocked you unconscious, Lord Carlo might kill you. And not even Beerus can stop it. Trunks spoke immediately. What I did at that time was actually to save my father. It's just that he didn't seem to notice it at all, nor did he appreciate it. After hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta's expression softened slightly. Because he knew what Trunks said was true. A universe's gods of destruction, indeed have the ability and qualifications to kill him. And even Lord Beerus couldn't have saved him at that time. Anyway, you little brat actually defeated me last time. You disgraced me. So this time, I will beat you to the ground completely. Vegeta immediately said while clenching his fists. Only by giving this brat a good meal today can his unbalanced mind be calmed down. Dad. We must win this game. So I will never be polite. Trunks also said extremely seriously. Master Carlo said before that Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest are going to participate in the competition. So they absolutely cannot lose. Because I don't know what kind of punishment I will face if I lose. Although this time and space may be cleared after it is lost. However, their universe must not be cleared. In this difficult choice, Trunks would choose their universe without hesitation. Humph! What a joke! Do you think you can still be my opponent now? Don't be too self-righteous, Trunks. Watch carefully, as long as I use all my strength, I will knock you down completely in a few seconds. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth, pointed his thumb at the tip of his nose, and said confidently. 5 years of hard training in the spiritual time room is definitely not a waste of time. Trunks, no matter how much his strength is improved. There is absolutely no way they can be their opponents, number A. Trunks did not continue to argue. He could feel that his father was getting stronger. But it is not easy to defeat him. Ha! Then, Trunks directly transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form to fight. He doesn't like to show off his strength bit by bit. Because that would be too lots of instability. Is this what it's like? It seems like you haven't improved at all in the past few days. So wake up, Trunks, you are no match for me. Vegeta smiled confidently. Then it instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, a blue full power form. And after seeing Vegeta's transformation, Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space, they both looked surprised. Then, what's going on? Why can't you feel his breath all of a sudden? And the color of his hair and arrogance has completely turned blue. I have never seen such a transformation before. Future time and space Son Goku and Vegeta looked at Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta in surprise. Although I can't sense Vegeta's aura. But it can be seen that Vegeta is definitely not weak at this time. It is definitely far more than Super Saiyan 3. Even looking at Vegeta's confident expression, it is very likely that this transformation is not weaker than Super Saiyan 4. This one is called Super Saiyan Blue. To put it simply, it is to transform into Super Saiyan form again based on Super Saiyan God. Looking at Vegeta's strength at this time, it shouldn't be, Zhao's, weaker than Trunks, right? Carlo explained calmly. It has to be said that Vegeta does have a stronger training talent than Trunks. The reason why Trunks was able to surpass Vegeta last time. It's because I have been training with Whis for a long time. Maybe Vegeta's training time was too short. That's why he is no match for Trunks. But this time, Vegeta has obviously undergone special training. The basic combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. If Trunks can't continue to increase his power during the battle, then Trunks is probably going to lose this game. Because that guy Vegeta seems to have some hidden power. I guess I'll use it when I'm ready to show off. After all, for this Saiyan Prince, his whole life is either showing off or on the road to showing off. Or get beaten to the ground for showing off. So strong. What kind of training has Dad received in the past few days? His basic combat power has actually become stronger than mine. It seems like it's really not that easy to defeat Dad. At this time, Trunks also realized Vegeta's power. It seems like he must have received special training these days. Only then will his basic combat effectiveness increase so much. Are you scared? Brat. But soon you won't be afraid anymore, because I will eliminate you. After Vegeta's voice fell, his body rushed towards Trunks. And Trunks was not to be outdone and went straight to meet him. Boom! Bang bang bang! The two fought together instantly. Exploding sound circles kept flashing on the ring. The ground began to collapse bit by bit. It seems, there is not much difference in strength between the two. Chapter 103. Boom boom boom! The ground was constantly exploding, and the speed of both of them was astonishingly fast. However, the strength of anyone in Xeno Temple at this time is extremely outrageous. So it's easy to capture their movements. Trunks and Vegeta seemed to be on par at this point. After hundreds of rounds, neither of them had a clear advantage. Boom! After another punch exchange, Trunks and Vegeta's bodies fell back nearly 100 feet apart. Stopped directly at the edge of the ring. They each managed to stabilize their bodies. Trunks in Super Saiyan's 4 full energy form, and Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue's full power form seemed to be indistinguishable. You brat! I didn't expect that your strength would improve so much in just a few days. Looks like Super Saiyan Blue can't defeat you at all. Vegeta's face was still very relaxed at this time. Because after reaching the Super Saiyan Blue full power form, fighting will not consume too much physical energy. So even after fighting Trunks for so long just now, physical fitness is still at its peak. Dad, I know you still hide a stronger power. I may not be able to win this battle. Show me all your strength. Trunks said with a serious expression. He could feel that there was a stronger power hidden in his father's body. Maybe it's the result of her practice in the past few days. I have to say that in terms of cultivation talent, my father is indeed stronger than him. Same time, same practice next to Whis. Dad's strength has improved even more than him. Not bad, brat. I didn't expect you could still feel my hidden power. Yes, I have broken through to a more powerful form than Super Saiyan Blue. So you have no chance of winning this game. Vegeta said to Trunks with an extremely confident look on his face. His subtext was obviously telling Trunks. Your father is your father after all. It's simply not something you can handle. I heard Vegeta admit it. Trunks' face became even more ugly. If he loses this first game, then he feels very sorry for Mr. Carlo. And if they lose another battle in the next battle, they may lose it. This is something he will never allow. What? Can that guy Vegeta turn into a more powerful form? How is it possible? This form is not weaker than Super Saiyan 287's 4 full energy form. If he can get stronger, wouldn't it mean that Trunks has no chance of winning? Even if we may not be his opponents. Son Goku also said with a heavy expression. He and Vegeta are on par with Trunks in strength. If Trunks wasn't another Vegeta's match, then the two of them will naturally have the same result. In other words, if you want to defeat Trunks, you can only let Broly take action. Are you kidding me? How could he be stronger than me? Vegeta in the future time and space clenched his fists, obviously not wanting to accept this result. He is obviously older than Vegeta in this time and space. And in the underworld, his practice never stopped for a moment. How could Vegeta, who is younger than him, be stronger than him? And under everyone's surprised and expectant eyes, Vegeta started clenching his fists. He seemed to really enjoy the attention. It's been a long time since he enjoyed this kind of treatment as a protagonist. The person standing in the spotlight today has finally become him. Ha! With his pride satisfied, Vegeta began to improve his aura. Blue flames continuously burst out from the body. A powerful cyclone was directly formed and rose into the sky. The entire arena began to shake violently. Ha! Vegeta's aura continues to grow. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in his pupils. The pupils also changed from the previous blue to dark blue, and looked like gems, shining brightly. Ha! With the last roar, the blue flames around Vegeta's body suddenly disappeared. Then it turned directly into a dark blue flame. It appears like a jet, swirling around crazily. The dark blue arrogance made the air rustle when it struck. At this moment, Vegeta's aura has reached a completely different level than before. There is obviously a qualitative improvement. Super Saiyan Dark Blue. I didn't find that Vegeta actually passed this form, and his strength has improved a lot. It seems like Trunks really has no chance of winning. There was a hint of surprise on Carlo's face. But this surprise was fleeting. It's not strange at all that Vegeta can reach this level under Whis' training. After all, Trunks defeated Vegeta before. Maybe it also gave him enough help. Damn it, how could that BD become like that? Is Trunks going to lose? After seeing the dark blue Vegeta in the future time and space looked extremely ugly. Just now I thought the other Vegeta was bragging. I didn't expect this guy to be a real jerk. Surprisingly, based on the Super Saiyan blue color, it can also be transformed. This means that Trunks is no longer a match for him. Maybe even myself and Carlo are not opponents in this form. How was Vegeta trained in this time and space? To be able to reach such an extent. It's so awesome. Vegeta from the 7th universe seems to have changed into a new form, and it looks great. Zeno looked at Vegeta with an excited look on his face and said. He seems to like the way Vegeta looks at this moment. After all, this kind of colorful form is the easiest to win the favor of children. Yet. So awesome, so awesome. Zeno from the future time and space also nodded immediately and said. His face was also filled with excitement. There didn't seem to be any emotional change over Trunks losing. Master Zeno, it seems that in our 7th universe of time and space, the overall level of human beings has also improved a lot. Mr. Vegeta's strength alone seems to have surpassed the level of most people in the universe. The great god would say to Zeno with a smile. He was indeed a little surprised that the humans in the 7th universe could actually possess such powerful power. It is no exaggeration to say that the 7th universe Vegeta at this time has the qualifications to become a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Okay. Zeno nodded. Then, he began to watch the game with full concentration. At this time, the face of the 7th universe Beerus. He finally showed some relaxed smiles. Awesome, it looks like our universe won this game. This guy Vegeta is quite reassuring. Not as thrilling as that BD Goku. While praising Vegeta, he also glared hard at Son Goku. He always felt that when he was with Son Goku, there was always the possibility of being eliminated. It's just too dangerous. Where can I find Master Beerus? Son Goku muttered unjustly. But Beerus ignored him at all. As long as Vegeta wins this game. Next, Goku or Son Gohan win another game. Then they won't be cleared out. After transforming into Super Saiyan dark blue form, Vegeta also instantly transformed into a war god with a crooked mouth. The corners of his mouth were raised high and he said to Trunks, "Kid, are you going to give up on your own initiative, or are you going to let me beat you down? If you choose the latter, I might knock you out and then throw you down." Vegeta's demeanor at this time could be described as extremely arrogant. He has been waiting for this moment for 5 years. It's finally his time to shine. Not to mention just a brat like Trunks. Even the card Carlo from the future time and space and the first Vegeta. I can defeat him easily. That the entire universe will be destroyed is just empty talk. With him here, it would be absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Abdi, at this moment, Vegeta seemed to feel that the protagonist's aura had transferred to his head. Look at Vegeta's form and feel Vegeta's history. Trunks said with serious eyes, "Dad, the strength you have now is indeed very strong. But it is absolutely impossible for me to voluntarily admit defeat. Unless you are completely beaten to the ground and unable to get up. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for someone to voluntarily admit defeat. You have some courage, you are worthy of being my Vegeta's son." At this time, Vegeta did not forget to put gold on his face. "But then you will have to endure a lot of pain." After saying that, Vegeta dodged directly. At this time, his speed has improved significantly. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Trunks. He charged up a punch and punched Trunks. Seeing this, it was already too late to escape. Trunks could only quickly raise his arms as quickly as possible and then block. Boom! The moment his fist landed on his arms, Trunks' body flew backwards. Only after they were separated by tens of meters could they stabilize. But Trunks's face also became particularly solemn. Adadadada. At this time, Vegeta kept blasting energy planets with both hands. A set of princely tactics was launched directly towards Trunks. Boom boom boom. The energy balls continued to explode, and the billowing smoke instantly swallowed Trunks' body. Trunks crossed his arms in front of his chest and kept walking backwards. He was already at the edge of the ring. Vegeta's prince strategy may be effective for the first time. Hateful. Haha. Already reaching the edge of the ring. Trunks roared angrily, and a powerful force burst out from his body. It directly bounced away all the energy balls around the body. His body flashed and he was in front of Vegeta. Then a heavy punch came out. Perhaps it was anger that brought out some of the hidden power in his body. But such power is for dark blue Vegeta. Obviously does not pose any threat. Snapped. I already blocked Trunks' fist easily. Then he punched Trunks hard in the stomach. Boom. Wow. The moment his body flew out, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Call out. Vegeta followed closely and launched countless strikes against Trunks. Every attack can clearly hit Trunks' body. After hundreds of attacks, Trunks was already scarred. There was blood constantly overflowing from the corners of his mouth. You brat, get down here quickly. Stop being so pointless. You have no chance of winning this battle. Seeing the scarred Trunks at this time, Vegeta couldn't bear to continue serving as a slave. Trunks would be able to jump out of the ring obediently. Otherwise, his pride will drive him to keep attacking Trunks. Until he throws in the towel. Stop wishful thinking. I haven't lost yet. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly and said to Vegeta. He hasn't lost this battle yet. He must persist until the end. Smelly brat. Vegeta's expression changed. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. When the voice fell, Vegeta slapped Trunks hard on the face. Trunks flew straight away. The body slid dozens of feet against the ring. Finally, he landed on the edge of the ring again. As if his physical strength had reached its limit, Trunks exited Super Saiyan 4. But he still stood up with his own perseverance. Calm. Peace in the heart. You must calm down. After dragging his tired and scarred body to stand up, Trunks unclenched his fists and gave up all resistance. He had to work hard to calm down. This is his only chance. You know that he has reached an extremely peaceful state of mind. This way he can realize Ultra Instinct. Now even if you give him fairy beans, he can regain all his physical strength. There is no way he can defeat his father. The only way to defeat Dad is to understand Ultra Instinct. This is his only hope. Have you given up? Seeing Trunks look like this, everyone also thinks Trunks has given up. After all, the gap is too big and there is no chance of winning. But Carlo and Whis don't think so. They knew exactly what Trunks was like and what his personality was. He would never give in like this. Taking a long breath, Trunks looked at Vegeta with an extremely calm expression. Ultra Instinct has become his last hope. You brat, are you finally giving up? If I had done this earlier, wouldn't I have suffered less pain? Seeing Trunks, whose eyes were extremely calm and had returned to normal, Vegeta said calmly. Next, he will completely throw Trunks out of the ring. I won this game. It's over. Trunks. I recognize your strength. You are worthy of being my son, Vegeta. Vegeta also looked at Trunks appreciatively and finally stopped calling him a brat. Then, the body flashed directly, kicked towards Trunks. However, at the moment Vegeta's body flashed out, in Trunks's calm eyes, a flash of silver light suddenly flashed. Subsequently, the hair becomes windless automatically. Wisps of silver lines continued to float from around the body. The body was like a ghost, instantly appearing in the center of the ring. Easily dodged Vegeta's attack. Nanny. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 104. Whether it is the 7th universe in time and space, or the 7th universe in future time and space, everyone's faces showed a look of extreme surprise. What the hell is going on with that guy Trunks? He actually dodged another Vegeta's attack. Future time and space, Son Goku said in great surprise. He simply wondered if he had seen it wrong. Trunks was clearly at the end of his rope just now. According to his situation at that time, there was no way to avoid Vegeta's attack. But I didn't expect him to escape. And it was so fast that even they didn't see clearly what was happening. Did that boy Trunks realize Ultra Instinct? Vegeta also shouted out in great surprise. Apart from this result, he could not think of any reason. In that case, Terex was able to escape the attack. It seems very possible, Whis said with a smile. After all, he had never seen such freedom before. The imperfect Ultra Instinct understood by Lord Beerus at that time was not like this. So see what Trunks looks like at this time. He also felt a little surprised, but it was incredible. It's unclear whether Trunks has realized Ultra Instinct. But a smile appeared on Carlo's face. Even if Angel Whis doesn't know him, he does. This is the form of Ultra Instinct, but Ultra Instinct Mega. The Ultra Instinct that humans understand is definitely different from Gods of Destruction and Angel. Trunks has indeed figured out Ultra Instinct. Just not the perfect Ultra Instinct. This Ultra Instinct consumes a lot of energy. In the Dragon Ball Super Power Tournament, Son Goku realized Ultra Instinct for the first time, and it looked like this. So he is extremely clear. Are you kidding? You were beaten to that level by that brat first. Vegeta said with an envious look on his face. Unexpectedly, they have been training together for such a long time, and no one else has mastered Ultra Instinct. But Trunks said he was hit first. For them, this is a very embarrassing thing. Master Carlo. Whis glanced at Carlo and originally wanted to ask Carlo if this was Ultra Instinct. But after seeing Carlo's expression, Whis's heart immediately felt confident. Unexpectedly, as an angel, I would ask Master Carlo if this is Ultra Instinct. Yes, Trunks has indeed understood Ultra Instinct. Although it's not a perfect state, it's pretty good. As long as you reach this level, you will definitely be able to master the perfect Ultra Instinct in the future. Looking at the extremely surprised people, Carlo on the side also calmly explained. It's normal for them to be so surprised. After all, everyone has strong talents. Little did he know that the first person to realize it was Trunks. Well done, Trunks. Son Goku doesn't have any envy or jealousy. Instead, he said with excitement. Wait until Trunks's game is over. He must have a good fight with Trunks. See if you can understand the secrets of Ultra Instinct from combat. At this time, it was in the auditorium of the 7th universe. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Whis, what's going on with that guy? Why can you still dodge Vegeta's attack when you're clearly at the end of your rope? And his speed just now was simply ridiculously fast. Even Vegeta didn't seem to see his movements clearly. Beerus, who was still looking happy at first, now turned very solemn. Asked looking at Whis. Maybe Whis will know something. It can explain why that guy was suddenly able to dodge Vegeta's attack at the last moment. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Supreme Kai were also extremely surprised. Lord Beerus, it seems that Trunks in the future time and space has already commanded the imperfect Ultra Instinct. The way he dodged just now is very similar. Whis opened his mouth to explain. Although it is just a guess, this guess is already very close to 10. Imperfect Ultra Instinct. You mean Ultra Instinct Mega? Are you kidding me? It's not like I don't understand Ultra Instinct. When we used Ultra Instinct, we didn't have this strange energy at all. Beerus spoke immediately. It's not that he doesn't believe what Whis said, it's that he doesn't want to believe such an ending. Whis also taught Goku and Vegeta about the Ultra Instinct realm. But they didn't understand. That kid from the future time and space, why did he understand Ultra Instinct? I'm not sure either. Maybe this is what it will be like after humans understand Ultra Instinct. Whis could only shake his head and said. It seems that humans and gods understand Ultra Instinct differently. Because Lord Beerus and when he cast, there will be no such strange energy. There will be no spillover of energy at all. Hateful. Beerus clenched his fist tightly. Could it be that the advantage Vegeta established just now will disappear soon? Beerus, who has mastered Ultra Instinct, is very aware of the power of Ultra Instinct. After mastering Ultra Instinct, Vegeta is definitely no match for Vegeta. Now he can only hope. That guy didn't master Ultra Instinct. He just happened to avoid the attack. In the arena, Vegeta was more surprised than anyone. Because he knows best how violent his attack just now was. Trunks was seriously injured. In that case, avoiding one's own attack is simply a fantasy. But Trunks not only dodged it, but he was so fast that he didn't even see it clearly. This is just a huge joke. Damn, this brat. So he immediately turned his head. Then he looked at Trunks with an angry look. This kid really surprised him time and time again. At this time, he was under everyone's gaze. The silver lines around Trunks' body became more and more intense. Immediately afterwards, the Emperor's heat emerged. All the auditoriums could clearly feel the searing energy. Ing! And in the next second, a white beam of light suddenly appeared around Trunks' body. Help rose directly into the sky and swallowed Trunks. The entire arena was suddenly in turmoil. At this moment, Trunks' breath is very calm, but the symptoms are caused. But it's not weak at all. Are you kidding me? How come that kid still has such powerful energy in his body that he can create such a formation? Vegeta feels like he is autistic. It was obvious that he had beaten Trunks until he was unable to fight back. Even standing up is difficult. But now, energy actually bursts out again. And it immediately made the entire arena start to tremble. Wow! What a dazzling light! Trunks from the future time and space seems to have been upgraded. Zeno covered his eyes with his hands and shouted excitedly. Unexpectedly, except for Vegeta's breakthrough just now. Trunks is so strong too. What an exciting battle! It seemed like they hadn't seen such a fierce battle among humans for a long time. Yes, yes. Zeno from the future time and space also nodded repeatedly. It seems that he is very interested in the Ultra Instinct shown by Trunks. Is that Ultra Instinct? I've never seen Ultra Instinct like this. But what is certain is that Vegeta will lose the game this time. The two Grand Priests on the side also started chatting. Clearly, there's also potential interest in Trunks' Ultra Instinct. At this time, everyone's eyes were in shock. The silvery white beam of light around Trunks' body disappeared. But that scorching energy is still lingering. At this time, Trunks' eyes were extremely calm. Then he looked at his body and the scorching energy around it. Is this Ultra Instinct? He whispered to himself. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he actually realized Ultra Instinct. But obviously, this Ultra Instinct is not perfect. Because it is completely different from Mr. Whis and Mr. Carlo. It doesn't matter, as long as you can win this game, it's not perfect if it's not perfect. Zero, please ask for flowers. Call out. Vegeta's body flashed and he appeared directly in front of Trunks. Then he asked with a very ugly face, "You brat, what's going on with you? What happened at that moment? Why were you able to dodge my attack?" He really couldn't figure it out at all. It was obvious that Trunks was at the end of his rope and could barely stand up. He actually dodged his attack easily. It was so fast that he didn't even see it clearly. It's so evil. Dad, I don't know what happened. Perhaps some changes have occurred in your body. Trunks said calmly. He really didn't know what happened just now. Everything happened so fast that even he himself didn't react. Even now he was very shocked. But he had to suppress this feeling of excitement. Ultra Instinct requires peace of mind. Once your mentality changes, then it is absolutely impossible to maintain the form of Ultra Instinct. You brat, you don't want to say that, do you? It doesn't matter, you will be eliminated sooner or later anyway. Vegeta became even more angry. After saying that, he launched another attack on Trunks. This time he did not hold back, but used his speed and strength to the extreme. One punch was enough to seriously injure Trunks. 0. Let him completely lose the ability to fight. Wow! However, in the face of the deep blue Vegeta's full blow, Trunks easily turned his body to the side, avoiding Vegeta's attack. Vegeta was shocked again. Unexpectedly, this guy actually dodged his full blow. Hateful! Gritting his teeth tightly, Vegeta launched another attack. The fists and kicks kept coming towards Trunks. Strength and speed are brought to the extreme. Trunks' body is constantly moving. It doesn't seem to be fast, and the amplitude is very small. But he can accurately avoid Vegeta's attack every time. This made Vegeta's blood surge with anger. But there is no way. Smelly brat, stinky brat. Da. Vegeta's attacks are getting faster and faster, his fists are like machine guns. But it couldn't hit Trunks' body at all. Attacked hundreds of times. Trunks' expression didn't change. Vegeta's face became increasingly gloomy. At this moment, he finally realized that Trunks seemed to have undergone a mysterious change. This change is very similar to what Whis said before. No need to think through the brain. The body can respond spontaneously. That's right, it's the whole state Whis talks about. What the hell Ultra Instinct? I don't care. Vegeta roared and attacked Trunks again. Trunks also knew that he wouldn't be able to maintain this form for long. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Once he exits this realm, he will definitely lose. Trunks' body is like a loach. Vegeta's fist grazed his chest. And Trunks' knee did hit Vegeta's chest hard. Boom! The moment his knee hit Vegeta's chest, Whis' body flew backwards. Call out! Trunks is obviously not a waste at all and is not prepared to give Vegeta a chance at all. The body suddenly jumped directly above Vegeta. However, after being knocked down, his body continued to retreat. He simply cannot control his own body. Trunks directly performed a 360-degree roundhouse kick. Boom! The calf hit Vegeta hard on the chest. The other bodies instantly formed a diagonal line and hit the ground hard. Rumble! The solid arena exploded instantly. A huge gap appeared directly in the arena. And Vegeta's body has already fallen out. Return to the 7th Universe Auditorium. There was a trace of bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, even the Ultra Instinct isn't perfect. The strength is also far superior to Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Chapter 105. I lost again. Vegeta's face turned pale, although the injury was part of the reason. It's more of a psychological blow. Losing twice at the hands of his son Trunks was a huge blow to him. Although there was no heart-rending roar, no one could understand the pain in Vegeta's heart at this moment. And this time he has transformed into Super Saiyan, a dark blue form. The strength is much stronger than before. I was about to eliminate Trunks, but I didn't expect it at the last moment. That guy realized a higher level of Ultra Instinct. Although he was unhappy and regretful, he felt that he was convinced that he had lost this time. Trunks is indeed more powerful than him. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. I lost. I am indeed no match for Trunks. Vegeta lowered his head and said to Beerus. Beerus didn't blame him. Just now he knew that Vegeta had tried his best. It's a pity that Trunks realized Ultra Instinct at the last moment. This is something uncontrollable. After realizing Ultra Instinct, Trunks was simply not something Vegeta could handle. Call. And just after eliminating Vegeta, Trunks let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, his mood was also very depressed. He didn't feel happy just because he defeated his father. Because he knows what terrible things will happen if the 7th universe loses. Subsequently, the silver lines and scorching energy around the body began to dissipate little by little. Finally, it returned to normal, and the whole person instantly became weak. The body jumped up and appeared in the auditorium of the 7th universe in future time and space. Trunks, it's okay. Some things are beyond our control. If you don't defeat Vegeta, maybe we will be the ones to be wiped out of the universe. I know you don't want future time and space to suffer another disaster. I can understand how you feel, and I know Vegeta and the others will understand you too. Son Goku also transformed into a warm man at this time and walked up to Trunks. He gently placed his palm on Trunks' shoulder and spoke to comfort him. But he knew that Trunks must be feeling more uncomfortable than anyone else. I understand, Uncle Goku. Thank you. Trunks raised his head, smiled at Son Goku, and said. Then he glanced at Carlo. In this game, I defeated my father. But he did not let down Lady Carol. In fact, to Trunks, Lord Carlo is like a second parent. It was he who gave life to the people he cared about most. On this point, even if he dies, he will never betray Master Carlo. Trunks won. Every player in the future space and time is so strong. It was a bloody battle. Zeno looked excited. It seems that I am looking forward to the next battle even more. Yes, Master Zeno. The Trunks player from the future time and space won the final victory. But I have to say that Vegeta from the 7th universe also performed very well. The emergence of such a powerful human being in the 7th universe is something we did not expect before. Perhaps their strength can improve the comprehensive level of humans in the 7th universe to a certain extent. Grand Priest said calmly from the side. Indeed, everyone sees Vegeta's strength and performance. Although he lost the game in the end. But his strength is worthy of recognition. It's definitely to a quasi-gods of destruction level. There are only a handful of humans who can reach this level, even if we look at 12 universes. It's just that the human level of the 7th universe in the future time and space is too strong. That's why Vegeta doesn't look so conspicuous. Well, that's right. That Vegeta did really well. Zeno also nodded seriously and said. The power shown by Vegeta from the 7th universe has indeed exceeded their imagination. And next? The second game is coming soon. This is a crucial game for the Dragon Ball Super Dimension 7th universe. If we continue to lose this game, then their 7th universe will be completely wiped out by Master Zeno. Therefore, there is no room for sloppiness in this game. Goku, let me compete in this competition. I think you should know the importance of this game. If we also lose the second game, according to the best of 3 game rule, our 7th universe will be eliminated. At that time, the entire 7th universe will be completely wiped out by Master Zeno. That's it. Let's fight well. Beerus looked a little lonely at this time. Because she felt that she wanted to win this competition. The possibility is no longer that great. Trunks is so powerful. Then the other players must be even more powerful. Even if Son Goku wins the second game. The third game is Son Gohan. Son Gohan is weaker than Son Goku and Vegeta. So the chance of winning is very small, it can be said to be very, very small. At this time, Son Goku also showed a serious look on his face. Although he seems to be carefree on weekdays. But he also knew the importance of this matter very well in his heart. After losing, they will be destroyed. Including Shishi, Bulma, and all of Earth. He protected the Earth for decades. Never let anything happen to the Earth. Don't worry, Lord Beerus. No matter what, I will not lose this game. Son Goku nodded very seriously. When competing with the 6th universe, it was just a matter of replacing the Earths of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. It makes no difference to them. Anyway, whether they live in the 6th universe or the 7th universe, there is no difference between them as Earthlings. But this time it was completely different. Once you lose the game, the Earth will be completely destroyed. This is something he will never allow. After the voice fell, Son Goku also flashed his body. Then he appeared directly on the ring. And the 7th universe auditorium in future time and space. Son Goku, this battle is yours to fight. To be honest, I'd love to see a fight between the two Son Gokus. After all, you are stronger when you become Super Saiyan 4, and when you become Super Saiyan, the blue Son Goku is stronger. Carlo said to Son Goku. He has always been curious about this question. Which one is stronger, Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku or Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku? Maybe it's not just him, most people are very curious about this issue. In the end, is Super 4 Son Goku stronger, or is Super Demi-Human Blue Son Goku's suit stronger? From the current point of view, there should not be much difference in the basic combat effectiveness of the two of them. Although Dragon Ball's Son Goku is a bit younger. But he has been training with Whis for longer. He also broke through the realm of Super Saiyan God faster. As for Son Goku in the future, the time it takes to become Super Saiyan 4 is not very long. But he did not lose any of his cultivation in the underworld. So who will win the final victory in this battle is indeed a very curious question. And he also has his own ideas in doing so. Have Son Goku fight another Son Goku. Win or lose, the last one is Broly. Dragon Ball Chrono's son Gohan may have gotten rid of Nobihan's shadow after training. But his strength is probably at the level of Super Saiyan Blue in the early stage. Broly can defeat him easily. In this game, they are already invincible. Well, okay Carlo Tianxia. Son Goku nodded seriously. He knew that the other Son Goku from Dragon Ball Chrono must be very strong and not an easy opponent to deal with. Later, future Son Goku also appeared in the ring. The two Son Gokus met and looked exactly the same. Wearing the same orange martial arts uniform. Both of them had extremely serious looks on their faces. This is Son Gukong, who is super in Dragon Ball, and he is also very serious. I never thought I would have the chance to fight myself in another time and space. It really made me feel excited, and the blood in my body started to boil a little. The corner of Super Son Goku's mouth raised a slight arc, and then he spoke to Son Goku in the future time and space. Although this is a crucial game. But the excitement and boiling blood made it difficult for him to control it. Because the one in front of me is also ridiculously strong. Ah! You are right. I never thought I would fight against my other self. The blood in my body also started to boil. Future Son Goku also smiled and nodded. The two seemed to have a great understanding. Almost at the same moment, a low roar came out of his throat. Ha! Same sound. At that moment, golden and blue flames burst out from their bodies. The entire arena was shaking violently. The hurricane formed circles of air waves, spreading out in all directions over Nagasawa. Swish! The next second, the transformation was completed directly. Son Goku directly transformed into the fourth Saiyan form. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku, on the other hand, has transformed into a Super Saiyan blue-colored full power form. This time neither of them held back much. As soon as it came up, it immediately became the most powerful expectation. Wow wow wow! Two Gokus competing together are so exciting. Right. Zeno from Dragon Ball jumped up from the throne with excitement on his face. He'd always liked Goku. I think Goku is a very interesting person. And also really enjoy watching Goku's matches. Unexpectedly, this time, there were actually two Gokus competing on the same stage. This made him even more excited. Yes. I'm really looking forward to the match between the two Gokus. Zeno from the future time and space also said excitedly. At this moment, he can be with Carlo before. It was completely different when I saw it. I don't know whether Zeno is schizophrenic, but there are two personalities living in his body. Sometimes it's terrifyingly gloomy. Sometimes he is as childish as a child. As for the two universe players, he was also watching the battle between the two Son Goku with excitement on his face. This kind of scene is very rare for them. Bring it on. Show me the power of Super Saiyan God. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, future Son Goku waved towards the Dragon Ball through time and space. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku nodded. Then, he directly took the lead in launching the attack. The body flashed and appeared directly in front of future Son Goku. A punch thrust out. It's just that Riot hasn't touched future Son Goku yet. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku's body suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Son Goku in the future. Haha! Along with the shout, Dragon Ball surpassed Son Goku and kicked him directly in the waist. Brush! The powerful force directly tore future Son Goku's body in half. After image. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku's expression changed. But at this time, the body of future Son Goku had appeared above his head. He clenched his fists and smashed them down without hesitation. Brush! The clenched fists directly tore apart Dragon Ball Super Son Goku's body. Obviously, this is also an afterimage. Both of them are very fast. It can be said that they are evenly matched. After a moment of testing, the two of them also gave up this indifferent temptation. Su. The two fists blasted out at the same time, and then collided heavily. Boom! In an instant, the arena beneath his feet suddenly cracked. The gravel was shot out in all directions like bullets. However, as soon as they reached the edge of the ring, the gravel disappeared without a trace. Bang bang bang! The two were constantly bumping fists, giving up some fancy moves, and constantly clashing in strength. The arena is constantly being destroyed. The sound circles flashed crazily on the ring one by one. The speed is overwhelming. Such a fierce battle made everyone's blood boil with excitement. This kind of evenly matched battle is the most comfortable thing to watch. Haha! Haha! The two roared angrily, and then punched at the same time. Boom! Buzz! When the fists collided again, the whole space seemed to be silent. The gravel was directly suspended in mid-air. The two arrogances of gold and blue are constantly tearing and colliding. Aha! Dragon Ball Super Dimension Son Goku roared angrily, and then another fist hit future Son Goku hard on the face. In the future, while Son Goku's body was flying upside down, his knee also hit the Dragon Ball Super Son Goku's chin hard. Their bodies flew out simultaneously. Then he landed hard. The terrifying power caused the ground to collapse again. It's just that both of their faces were solemn, but deep in their eyes, there was unparalleled excitement. Ha! Future Son Goku was the first to roar. The arrogance continues to erupt from the body. The temperature of the entire arena suddenly increased. Son Goku's hair and body hair are covered with a red energy zone. It was very hot, and it felt like a sun was placed in the middle of the ring. 10 times Kaioken! Son Goku also roared angrily. Dark red arrogance exploded instantly. 10-fold Kaioken was cast directly. After 5 years of training in the spiritual time room, it is already a very easy thing for him to increase the Kaioken 10-fold based on the Super Saiyan blue color. Moreover, it lasts longer than before. Chapter 106. Wow! They both showed more power. That's really good, both Gokus should work hard. Zeno looked at the two Son Goku with excitement. At this time, two arrogant flames shot straight into the sky. The next second, their bodies disappeared from the same place at the same time. Then, sonic boom circles flashed in the air one after another. The bodies of the two seemed to have turned into countless clones, fighting in all directions of the arena. With every collision, the arena was constantly being shattered. Aha! Haha! At the same time, the strength of the two people is constantly improving. It seems that the more I play, the more excited I become. I don't know who will win in the end in this battle. Beerus watched the battle anxiously. Judging from the battle at this time, the two of them are evenly matched in combat power. Every Son Goku has a hope of winning the final game. So he was naturally even more uneasy at this time. Once they lose this game, everyone is clear about the consequences they will bear. It might just be destroyed directly. It's hard to say, Lord Beerus. Maybe Goku has a better chance of winning. Whis shook his head and then spoke again. 10 times the Kaioken is definitely not Goku's limit. Because when training in the spiritual time room, Goku can enhance Kaioken to 10 times the level. So Goku still has a good chance of winning this game. On the other hand, Goku in the future time and space is also very powerful. But it seems that the limit of Super Saiyan 4 has been reached and I want to continue to break through in this situation. It seems a little impossible. Boom! At this moment, Super 4 Son Goku punched Son Goku hard in the chest. Son Goku's body also formed a diagonal line and fell towards the ring. When he was about to hit the ring, Son Goku suddenly changed his position and planted his feet firmly on the ground. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, with rubble flying everywhere. 01 A huge sinkhole appeared. And Son Goku also used this power to flick his feet hard, and his body was shot out like a bullet. The speed is amazing. Future Time and Space Son Goku didn't react at all. He was hit hard in the abdomen by a superdimensional punch. The body was thrown directly into the air. Instant transmission. The index finger and middle finger touch the center of the eyebrow, after casting instant transmission. Appeared directly behind Son Goku in future time and space. Haha. Then he slapped Son Goku hard on the back in future time and space. Call out. Rumble. Future time and space Son Goku's body directly hit the ring heavily. The arena was once again smashed into a huge sinkhole. At this time, the solid arena had been damaged and riddled with holes and devastation. It looks like a deserted valley that has been deserted for a long time. Kamehameha Wave. Super Dimension Son Goku has obviously started fighting seriously. The battle just now had already excited him enough. Then it's time to decide the winner. Because he also knows how important this game is to the entire universe. So at this time, he also directly worshipped the most powerful Kamehameha wave. What? See Kamehameha waves falling directly from the sky, Son Goku's direct instant transmission from the future time and space. He quickly evaded. Rumble. The moment the powerful Kamehameha wave hit the ring was instantly pierced. A huge hole appeared. And Son Goku also managed to escape. However, they were still a little frightened. If he had been hit by Ki Blast just now, he would have been eliminated, no doubt. However, at the moment of surprise, future Son Goku immediately launched a counterattack. Kamehameha waves. The same Kamehameha wave was struck. Super Dimension Son Goku also quickly evaded. In this case, no matter if any of them is hit by the Kamehameha wave, it will be very difficult to win the game. Wow! The Kamehameha wave shoots directly into the void and then disappears without a trace. Para! The two bodies also appeared on the ground again. After a long period of competition, they were still at an even level. No one has the upper hand. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku was the first to speak. You are really too strong. I didn't expect that even with Super Saiyan Blue's tenfold Kaioken, I still can't do anything to you. Indeed, 10 times Kaioken's Super Saiyan Blue color should be enough to defeat Sun Chen in the future time and space. At least you should have some advantages. But unexpectedly, he didn't have any advantage at all. In this case, you can only show higher strength. Being able to add Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan, you are indeed far beyond my imagination. I've only done this when I was in the underworld without a physical body, and never after resurrection, so you really surprised me. I think you can also come up with a higher multiplier of Kaioken. Future Time and Space Son Goku also smiled and said. While in the underworld, you can indeed add Kaioken to Super Saiyan. But after resurrection he had a physical body. When he continued to try, he could no longer do it. Because Super Saiyan's energy is inherently more violent, if Kaioken is added to it, it will become more powerful. The body will be unable to bear it, and it is very likely that it will explode and die. For Son Goku, who was resurrected recently, he was naturally unwilling to take such a risk. Ah! I can indeed cast 20x Kaioken. So now it's time to decide the winner. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku didn't hide anything and nodded directly. 20 times Kaioken is no longer so reluctant for him. After all, after 5 years of training in the spiritual time room, although he did not break through to a higher form. But I have already practiced the existing forms to the point where I am very proficient. 20 times Kaioken. Son Goku's expression in the future time and space changed slightly. If it's 20 times Kaioken, it won't be that easy to defeat him. Ha! Dragon Ball Super Son Goku starts roaring. The crimson arrogance is also constantly increasing. 20 times. Kaioken. Accompanied by a low roar. Son Goku yelled directly. In an instant, the crimson flames around his body doubled in size. Whisper, rustle. The sound of the flames hitting the air was particularly crisp. Goo 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 goo. But what could be clearly heard was that there were some strange noises in Son Goku's body. Maybe even though his body can handle 20 times more Kaioken. But in this case, it still caused great damage to his body. With 20 times Kaioken, it looks like the next battle will be even more difficult. Future time and space Son Goku pursed his lips. Although the 20x Kaioken is indeed very difficult to deal with. But it made him particularly excited. Ha! Then he roared angrily. Although the form has not changed much. But his aura has also improved greatly. Maybe it was because of the excitement that the stronger power in the body exploded. Let's end this battle as soon as possible. Even my current body can only withstand 20 times Kaioken for 3 minutes. After casting Kaioken 20 times, Dragon Ball Super Son Goku said with a helpless smile. Because now, he is suffering from heartbreaking pain all the time. Every inch of skin on the body felt like being pricked by needles. Bring it on. Future time and space Son Goku also nodded. The two then continued to rush toward each other. Boom boom boom. The fists are constantly colliding, and the ground is continuously exploding. Over time, it's obvious that Dragon Ball's Son Goku has gained some advantages. Boom. At this moment, Dragon Ball Super Dimension Son Goku punched Son Goku in the future time and space hard in the chest. Future time Son Goku's body was also punched directly to the edge of the ring. So, great! There is a chance of winning. Come on, Xiao Kong! After seeing this scene, Beerus screamed excitedly. Judging from the current situation, Goku does have a high chance of defeating Goku in future time and space. But he also seems to be suffering from pain that is unbearable for ordinary people. Because his face was very ugly. Come on, Carlo! Even Vegeta on the side is cheering for Son Goku. Because he didn't want Trunks and Bulma to be wiped out. And in the auditorium in future time and space, everyone's faces were a little solemn. Especially Son Gohan. He murmured in a low voice, "Is Daddy going to lose?" Because in this case, Son Goku in future time and space does not have any advantage. And he has been forced to the edge of the ring. Maybe. Carlo also nodded. Because he can feel that Dragon Ball Super Son Goku's power after using 20 times Kaioken has surpassed Goku in future time and space. If it weren't for the fact that his power was draining too quickly, there is no suspense in this battle. But after Dragon Ball surpassed Son Goku and used Kaioken 20 times, the damage to the body seemed to be great. And the energy consumption is also amazingly fast. And now in the ring, Son Goku from time and space has obviously felt the state of his body. If this stalemate continues, then he will definitely be exhausted by then. Then there will be no chance of winning. So now he must use the most powerful power to completely defeat Son Goku in future time and space. Kamehameha Wave. This time, Son Goku used Kamehameha Wave again. The blue ki blast is covered with a layer of red energy. Because this is his strongest killing move and the move he relies on most. Kamehameha Waves. Son Goku in the future time and space naturally also uses Kamehameha Waves to block. When the two energies collided, I felt the entire temple tremble. Two powerful energies are constantly biting and colliding. The two of them roared again. Son Goku in the future time and space is gradually at a disadvantage. Rumble. Suddenly, the energy exploded directly. The entire arena was instantly filled with billowing smoke. How's it going? Everyone quickly looked towards the arena. They really want to know who won the final victory in this game. The thick smoke dissipated little by little. The two bodies of Son Goku were once again presented to everyone. This is Son Goku from the future time and space, half of his feet already hanging on the edge of the ring. The whole person fell to one knee on the ground, his face was very ugly. Breathing heavily. The collision just now consumed almost all the strength in his body. At this time, on his right side, a gully several meters wide was very eye-catching. Black smoke is still rising from the gully. It's obvious, Samurai Son Goku just passed the fatal attack. But at this time, he has become the norm. Under the collision of forces just now, all his energy has been consumed. Ho ho! Son Goku from time and space was also breathing heavily. 283 The ki blast just now also consumed almost all of his energy. Unexpectedly, the other Son Goku was not eliminated in the end. Wow! The next second, Son Goku from time and space also changed directly back to normal. This time, Beerus felt like he was ready to die. He clearly had the advantage just now. But why was the most important ki blast avoided by that guy? Moreover, Son Goku's physical energy consumption is too serious now. I can no longer maintain basic transformation. The two of them seem to be back to the original situation. The strength of the two people is almost the same again. But at this time, the two Son Goku fought together again. Although they couldn't even complete the transformation at this time. The speed and strength are even more weak. But both of them gritted their teeth and persisted. Bang bang bang. Constantly bumping fists. But in everyone's eyes, the two of them are already very weak. It is estimated that any player, or just a Saiyan who can transform into Super Saiyan, could eliminate both of them. Boo hoo hoo. The two were still bumping fists. Calm down. You must calm down. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku desperately tried to calm down. This is the best time to stay calm. Whis taught before that inner peace will make it easier for them to understand Ultra Instinct. In the last game, Trunks also suddenly understood Ultra Instinct under such circumstances. Call. Future time and space Son Goku also took a long breath. Try to keep yourself as calm as possible. As the battle continues, the mood of the two became calmer and calmer. This surprised everyone. Especially the two Xenos. They were curious, how could the two Son Gokus maintain such a calm posture in such a life and death battle? Grand Priest, why are they so peaceful now? Didn't the two of them fight fiercely before? It was so fierce, but now it's completely different. Zeno asked somewhat confused. Even knowing that their physical fitness has been severely reduced. But their mentality and expressions have completely calmed down. Will this enable them to achieve final victory? Master Zeno, based on my guess. Both Mr. Goku should have been guided by the guide angel, and they wanted to understand Ultra Instinct under such circumstances. Once you're the first to understand Ultra Instinct, you'll win the game. Grand Priest replied with a smile. At this time, many people can understand the thoughts of the two Son Goku. I just don't know which of the two of them can persevere until the end. Who can finally understand Ultra Instinct? Chapter 107. Even if he understands the Ultra Instinct sign like Trunks just now, he can easily defeat another person. Oh! I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder which of the two of them can comprehend Ultra Instinct first. Both Xenos asked very curiously. It's hard to say. Since both of them are Mr. Goku, they should have the same talent and understanding. So both of them have a chance to realize it. Grand Priest could only smile awkwardly and said. Even if he is the most powerful god in the dimension, he cannot predict such a thing. After all, both Son Goku's potentials are very strong, so he naturally can't predict who will realize Ultra Instinct first. At this time in the ring, the two were still fighting very calmly. After constant fighting, not only did the two of them not get excited. On the contrary, I felt extremely calm at this moment. Because they all know that their physical fitness is almost at its limit. So if you want to win this game, the only hope is to understand Ultra Instinct. Like Trunks before it. And after 5 years of training with Whis, the two of them have explained the theoretical knowledge of Ultra Instinct to a very clear level. It can be said that I know it by heart. Bang bang! At this moment, the two men each hit the other's chest. The body also goes backwards. After a long battle, this game has become very boring. The physical strength of both of them has reached its limit. Therefore, the battle shown was naturally weak and without any sense of impact. Both Son Goku's bodies retreated to the edge of the ring. There is a feeling of being eliminated at any time. It seems like Ultra Instinct is really not that easy to master. That's it. Let's let this game end. In the future, Son Goku no longer wants to delay it any longer. It seems that not everyone can master Ultra Instinct in battle. At this time, Son Goku from time and space also had the same idea. It seems Trunks was just an accident. Chances like this don't happen often. It won't appear 3 times at once. Then the two of them had a tacit understanding, and they put their hands together to form a calyx shape, and then the energy ball quickly condensed in the palms of their hands. This is all the energy in their body. Maybe this time, it's a draw? Haha. Aha. The two of them knocked out the Kamehameha wave at the same time. This is the only strength left by the two of them. The third key blast collision was like two giant snakes biting and colliding with each other. It seems that no one is convinced. Boom. After a terrifying squeeze, the place where the energy wave touched suddenly exploded. A mushroom cloud also rose into the sky. The bodies of both Son Goku were instantly swallowed up by the energy shock wave. And at that moment, everyone felt that the breath of the two Son Goku suddenly changed qualitatively. Successful. Have those two guys realized Ultra Instinct? Carlo's expression changed slightly, and then he made a sound of surprise. To be honest, he was not optimistic about the two Son Goku just now. Although they all have that idea, Ultra Instinct is definitely not that easy to understand. Trunks was already an accident. Accidents like this should not continue to happen. But I didn't expect that at this moment, these two guys would have the power of God born in their bodies. Son Goku from time and space no longer has the power to transform into Super Saiyan God, the above form. This also means that the power of God appearing in his body should be carried by Ultra Instinct. The power of God also appeared in the body of Son Goku in their future time and space. Without a doubt, this is Ultra Instinct. Because before Son Goku could only transform into Super Saiyan 4. The body does not contain any divine power. The two Whis and Grand Priest also had surprised looks on their faces. Because they also felt this divine power. Under the shocked eyes of several people, the mushroom cloud dissipated little by little. Two Son Gokus appear again in this world of everyone. There are silver lines flowing around the body. He is almost identical to Trunks just now, including his determined gaze. Oh! Both Mr. Goku have realized Ultra Instinct. What a surprise! Both Whis said in surprise at the same time. Unexpectedly, 5 years of training did not allow them to comprehend Ultra Instinct. But a battle made both of them realize Ultra Instinct at the same time. This really surprised them. At this time, the two people were in exactly the same shape, standing opposite each other. It's like looking in the mirror. Hey! Both Goku have transformed. So handsome. So cool. Zeno jumped up again with excitement on his face. I didn't expect to see it like this. This made him feel really handsome. Okay. It seems that the humans in the 7th universe have very powerful potential. Zeno from the future time and space also said with a smile. I didn't expect that so many of these human beings could comprehend the realm of God. It seems that the 7th universe is indeed an amazing universe. Is this Ultra Instinct? Both Son Goku looked at their bodies in surprise. He looked at the other Son Goku opposite, with a surprised look on his face. They finally reached this state. This feeling is very wonderful. It's like your body is completely integrated into this space. All the breaths and things around him became clearer. It seems that the body can feel the precise presence of everything. It's surprising. I didn't expect the two of us to reach this level together. Looks like the fighting is going to continue again. Keep going. Future Son Goku said with excitement. I have been training for 5 years without any breakthrough. Unexpectedly, a battle between the two people caused them to both break through. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Keep going. Super Son Goku also nodded excitedly. He can't wait to try out the power of Ultra Instinct. Whoosh! Then, the real body flashes out. It was as if the injury mentioned earlier had fully recovered. Faster than at his peak. In an instant, it turned into 2 silver rays of light. Then there were constant collisions and entanglements. There was no collision because their bodies were able to avoid the attack spontaneously. Boo-hoo-hoo! The silver light is constantly entangled. It's so fast, it's something Super Saiyan Blue can't even compare to. Dragon Ball Super Son Goku said with great excitement. Although he already felt very powerful before. Especially after adding 20x Kaioken to the Super Saiyan Blue color. Whether it was speed or strength, he felt that he had reached a peak state. I didn't expect it to be comparable to Ultra Instinct. Too strong. This is still an imperfect Ultra Instinct. How terrifying it would be if Ultra Instinct was practiced to perfection. Son Goku from the future space and time is also extremely excited. But they must suppress their excitement as soon as possible. Because such emotions will make them quickly break away from the realm of Ultra Instinct. Boo-hoo-hoo! Bang bang bang! After a long period of entanglement, the two finally began to fight. Because if you just rely on Ultra Instinct to dodge, in the end it was still difficult to tell the winner. Therefore, we still have to use strength to achieve the final victory. This competition has already been a big breakthrough for them. Of course, Vegeta in both time and space looked very ugly. Originally, the gap between them and Carlo was already very small. It can be said that there is almost no difference. But now, Carlo has realized Ultra Instinct. Once again, they were left behind. That feeling of jealousy made them feel like there was a fire in their hearts. Time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. To Son Goku after realizing Ultra Instinct. The strength seems to have once again reached a subtle balance. So no one can defeat anyone. But as time went on, their physical fitness and health deteriorated greatly. The imperfect Ultra Instinct Mega is strong though. But the consumption of physical energy is very serious. And it also does some damage to the body. At this moment, the two of them felt that every inch of their body was in pain. Swish! Almost at the same time, the silver light on the two Son Goku suddenly disappeared without a trace. The light grey pupils completely turned back to black at this moment. The two fell to their knees directly. The Ultra Instinct just now consumes too much and causes too much damage to the body. This child has been unable to stand. Hey! Both Gokus seem to have no strength to stand up. Who should win this game? Looking at Son Goku who can no longer stand in the ring. Zeno asked, looking at Grand Priest. Master Zeno, neither of the two Mr. Goku has eliminated the other. In this case, this game will be judged as a draw, right? Grand Priest looked at the two Zenos and asked. Both of them have lost the ability to fight. They can no longer eliminate their opponents. Therefore, such a game can only be regarded as a draw. Okay. Then let's call it a draw. The two Zeno also nodded and said. After all, Son Goku has lost his ability to fight. Okay, then I'll announce it. This second match, the two Mr. Gokus are tied. Grand Priest announced toward the ring and the two auditoriums. And such an announcement made Beerus and the others look even more ugly. Their only hope is that Goku can beat this one. By then, they will more or less have a chance of winning. But now, Goku didn't win the game, it just ended in a draw. Then the last game will be after winning. It can only be regarded as a draw. At that time, there may still be a risk of being erased by Master Zeno. And he felt that Goku's son might not be able to win the last game. Because compared to Goku and Vegeta, his strength is still lacking. On the ring, the two Son Goku also looked at each other and smiled. There is clearly a feeling of sympathy. Being able to fight to this level, Li Xiao, ended in a draw. For the two of them, this should be the best ending. Later, two Son Gokus were brought into the ring. Angel then recovered all their injuries and physical strength. The last game is between Son Gohan from the 7th universe and Broly from the future time and space. Originally Carlo wanted the two Son Gohans to fight. But after thinking about it, this approach is not safe. If Zeno and Grand Priest hadn't followed, or even had little interest in this game. If you lose, you lose. It can also prevent this 7th universe of time and space from being cleared. But now they are following. And they need to win this game. Then Broly can only appear. Impact on the final game. 2 wins and 1 draw, defeating Super Time. Son Gohan was obviously a little nervous. Although he already has power beyond his peak. But Saiyan in the future time and space is too powerful. This Saiyan, who has never been masked, is definitely ridiculously strong. If they lose, everyone will be killed. Aha! On the ring, Son Gohan suddenly roared. The bangs in front of her eyebrows instantly began to dance in the wind. Powerful energy also burst out from the body. 0. You are no match for me. Broly felt Son Gohan's breath, and then spoke lightly. Although Son Gohan's chi is also very strong. But he has no chance of winning. TCH, the game hasn't started yet. Son Gohan frowned tightly and said, even if there is no chance of winning, he must fight to the end in this game. Chapter 108. Then let me show you the gap between us. Broly's tone was still very calm. He does have his arrogant capital, because the power he possesses cannot be compared to Son Gohan at all. Even Son Goku and the others are absolutely no match for Broly. Especially after mastering Super Saiyan's full power form, his strength becomes even more powerful. Even Whis spoke highly of Broly's talent and blood. If he trains well, Broly will never be able to reach Carlo's level in the future. It will definitely not be too weak. Of course, Carlo now has the form of Gods of Destruction plus Ultra Instinct. The strength is not weaker than Angel's at all. Broly definitely can't catch up. Then Broly clenched his fist. Grass-green flames were instantly released from his body. As the arena shook violently, Broly directly transformed into Super Saiyan form. His hair is greenish gold, and the aura around his body is also greenish gold. This is completely different from other Saiyans. Are you kidding me? Is that guy a Saiyan too? His Super Saiyan form seems to be different from ours, and it is just a transformation. How can he have such powerful power? Vegeta was completely shocked by Broly's transformation. You must know that after they become Super Saiyan, their strength is very weak. But the guy in front of me from the future time and space. After becoming Super Saiyan, his strength is simply unbelievable. It is no exaggeration to say that the power he possesses in his body does not seem to be weaker than that of Super Saiyan Blue. Even more powerful. Damn it! What kind of ghost is this guy? Have you mastered a higher level of transformation? Is Goku's son going to lose? Beerus' face became even more ugly, and in his heart he had already sentenced their 7th universe to death. Son Goku's son is pretty good though. But this guy in front of me is too perverted. It was just a transformation, and it did not release any breath of God. Not even turning into that red-haired form. To be able to possess such a powerful power has completely surpassed Goku's son. It looks like it's a mutant Super Saiyan. Completely different from Goku and Vegeta. This game is probably going to be lost. Whis on the side also made his own judgment. He hopes that this universe can survive well. But judging from the current situation, it seems that this kind of thing is a bit unrealistic. The Broly on the opposite side has a power of 977, which is completely superior to Son Gohan. It is simply impossible for Son Gohan to defeat Broly. All 7th Universe people had solemn expressions on their faces. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? The one with the ugliest face is naturally Son Gohan. I originally thought this guy was just bragging. But I didn't expect that it was just a transformation, comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. But no matter how strong his opponent is, he will never compromise, let alone admit defeat. After the words fell, Son Gohan directly took the initiative to launch an attack. If you are beaten passively, there is no chance. I have to say that Son Gohan's mysterious form at this time is still very strong and very fast. It's totally Super Saiyan Blue. Call out. A straight punch, nothing fancy. Snapped. But in the next second, Broly easily blocked Son Gohan's attack. Then pull back and lift the top of your right knee heavily. When Son Gohan saw this, he quickly used his other arm to block it. Boom! When his knee collided with Son Gohan's forearm, his body was directly knocked away. The terrifying force made him fall back dozens of feet before he stopped. The entire arm lost consciousness in an instant. Damn it! How can the power be so powerful? There's no comparison to Super Saiyan Blue. Only then did Son Gohan realize that this guy's strength was not just Super Saiyan Blue. Possibly even 20 times more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken's dad. Call out. At this time, Broly's body appeared like a ghost. Obviously, such a battle may be too uninteresting. Broly wants to end the battle quickly. Then he stabbed directly with both fists. An attack like a hail of bullets was launched in an instant. Bang bang bang! Under this stormy attack, Son Gohan had no power to fight back. He could only hold both hands in front of his eyes to protect his vital parts. His feet rubbed the ground, leaving 2 clear traces directly on the hard ground. The body keeps retreating. But there was absolutely nothing he could do to stop it. Broly's power is too strong, one punch is stacked on top of the other. It left him unable to take any action to counterattack. In just a few seconds, Son Gohan had been suppressed to the edge of the ring. What should I do? What should I do? Abat, I am no match for him at all. If this continues, I will definitely be eliminated. Son Gohan was already sweating profusely. Even though he has a very bright mind. But in the face of absolute power, it seems to have no effect. Broly is too repressive. He almost didn't even have a chance to breathe. Get down! Seeing Son Gohan already appearing on the edge of the stage, Broly jumped up. Then came the punch. In this case, Son Gohan is inevitable. You can only block with your arms again. Boom! After a muffled sound, Son Gohan's body was directly punched out of the ring. There were no accidents. The body landed directly on the 7th Universe's audience. It's over, it's over. The moment Son Gohan was eliminated, everyone in the 7th Universe turned pale. Because they know that the 7th Universe is going to be completely destroyed. Just like the 9th Universe that was destroyed just now, they have no ability to stop it at all. Oops! Son Gohan, the contestant from the 7th Universe, has been eliminated. In this way, in the future time and space, the 7th Universe will defeat the 7th Universe with a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Grand Priest said calmly. Such a sound is obviously the death sentence that has been pronounced on the 7th Universe. According to Master Zeno's previous agreement, this is the last chance for Universe 9 and Universe 7. If they lose to the 7th Universe in future time and space, then there is only a clear destiny. The 9th Universe just now is a lesson from the past. Now it's their turn for the 7th Universe. Yes. I'm sorry, everyone. Broly's strength is too strong. I am no match for him. Son Gohan looked at everyone very ashamed and said. In fact, he felt sadder than anyone else. Because his wife and daughter will be completely destroyed because of his incompetence. This was what hurt him the most. Okay, you don't have to say sorry anymore. This is also directly related to us gods. It looks like our universe is no longer alive, so be it. After finishing speaking, Beerus took a long breath. As gods of destruction, they have actually been prepared to be eliminated at any time. It's really dangerous to work in front of Master Zeno. Lord Beerus. Whis was naturally a little reluctant to give up. After all, he and Lord Beerus have been together for eons. And they just found the food kingdom of 7th universe not long ago. I didn't expect it to be destroyed. And I will temporarily lose all angels' abilities. There is no such thing as a feast that lasts forever, so just say goodbye, Whis. Looking a little reluctant to let go of Whis, Beerus said calmly. Anyway, left and right will be destroyed. It's better to be more generous and free and easy. After all, this is in line with his character. As for other people in the future time and space, their faces are not pretty. There is absolutely no joy like after winning a game. Because for them, their relatives also live in this 7th universe of time and space. Even their fathers, their wives, and children will be destroyed. Then, according to the previous agreement, the 7th universe should also be destroyed. Zeno glanced at Grand Priest and said. After all, Universe 9 has been destroyed. As Zeno, you can never break your promise. Master Zeno. Otherwise, let the 7th universe stay. Although they did lose to the 7th universe in future time and space, we have seen the potential of humans in the 7th universe today. With their current combat capabilities, they definitely surpass most humans in the universe. If such a universe is destroyed, it will be a loss. Grand Priest glanced at Zeno and hesitated for a moment. He just opened his mouth to plead for mercy. The 3 players of the 7th universe all showed strong talents. If trained, it is estimated that it will not take many years for them to grow to the level of gods of destruction. They are all human beings with a promising future. He always felt it would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. Oh? Does Grand Priest mean to let them go? But I have said it before. If this matter is settled like this, wouldn't it mean that I would break my promise? Officer, then Danyang also spoke. The talent displayed by the 7th universe is indeed very good. And it also gave them a very exciting game. If it is destroyed like this, we may not be able to see such a wonderful competition in the future. Or, forget it. The human beings in this 7th universe of time and space are also very powerful. At this time, Zeno from the future time and space also said with a smile. Today's game made him very enjoyable and happy to watch. Although he shouldn't interfere in this universe's affairs. But it's still okay to give some advice. Hey! Do you think so too? Zeno looked at Zeno in the future time and space and asked. Well. 21. They're all quite fun, don't you think? We can agree on a time for them to host such a fierce competition in the future. Zeno from the future time and space nodded. Said. At this time, they heard that Zeno and Grand Priest from another time and space actually interceded for them. Beerus was almost moved to tears. But their hearts were also in their throats. The final decision is still in Master Zeno's hands. If he insists on destroying the 7th universe, no one can stop him. Carlo, what do you think? Your 7th universe in future time and space is the final winner, so I want to hear your opinion. As long as you open your mouth, I can make the 7th universe disappear in an instant. Zeno actually looked at Carlo. Then he asked with a serious face. I don't know if he really wants to ask Carlo for his opinion. Or have any other ideas. At this moment, everyone looked at Carlo and held their breath. Especially Beerus and the others. Their life and death seemed to be in Carlo's hands. This. Carlo looked embarrassed. He didn't know what Zeno was thinking. What if your answer is wrong, or your answer is not what he wants to hear? Then you might get into trouble. Even if it was Zeno in the future time and space, he didn't think he would fall out with Zeno in this time and space because of himself. But now that he asked, Carlo still said what he was thinking. It was not his intention to let the seventh universe disappear. And he was never prepared to actively compete with Universe 7. This is all Zeno's own idea. Master Zeno, I think the comprehensive level of human beings in the seventh universe of this time and space is also very powerful. So much more powerful than Universe 9. It would be a pity if such a universe was destroyed. So I beg you, Zeno-sama, to keep the seventh universe. This is what he really thinks in his heart. After all, billions of creatures in a universe can disappear in one go. They felt really uncomfortable. What's more, Carlo still likes some characters in Dragon Ball very much. And these favorite characters are basically in the seventh universe. Even if he is now the Gods of Destruction, he is also the God of Time and Space. But his heart might as well become so hard-hearted. It's hard to hear that Carlo actually interceded for their universe. Beerus was almost moved to tears. I originally thought that after the last battle, how could they become enemies? But now it seems that Carlo doesn't care about her at all. But it's true, how could a god of time and space take a gods of destruction into his heart? Forehead. Zeno's index finger and thumb kept clasping his chin. After thinking for a moment, he said, since Zeno, Grand Priest, and Carlo from another time and space have interceded for you, and your performance is indeed good 0106103001 number 124181001. I'll let you go this time. I won't destroy your seventh universe anymore. Anyway, for him, it doesn't matter if he has one more universe or one less universe. The reason why Universe 10 was destroyed last time was because the Gods of Destruction of Universe 10 made him angry. The ninth universe and the seventh universe are just fish in the pond that have been affected. Now I am not angry anymore. Moreover, the competition just now was very exciting, and the overall human level of the seventh universe seemed to have improved a lot. It seems good to leave them behind. At least, there are a lot of marbles to play with in a universe. Ah! Not cleared. After hearing what Zeno said, everyone in the seventh universe did not react for a while. Just now they were already prepared to die. Because they simply can't resist. In one word, Zeno cannot let the entire region of the universe disappear. They were waiting for death, but now they see hope of life. Master Beerus, why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up? Thank you Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. Looking at Beerus who was stunned on the spot, the 1-pound Whis quickly reminded him. If you continue to stay like this, it's very possible that Lord Zeno will change his mind. Chapter 109. Yab. Beerus and Supreme Kaizen quickly recovered from their daze. Then he immediately flew in front of Zeno, and then knelt down respectfully in front of them. Thank you, Zeno-sama. Thank you, Zeno-sama. Thank you, Grand Priest. At this moment, I was so excited that I almost burst into tears. They really had a narrow escape today. You know, the ninth universe, which also lost the game, has been completely destroyed along with the entire universe. They also lost the game, but they didn't expect to survive. People who have not experienced this kind of joy of surviving a disaster cannot understand it at all. Okay. Zeno just nodded. Beerus is also very sensible. After thanking Zeno and Grand Priest, he immediately looked at Carlo and started to thank him. Because he knew what Carlo just said was very important. If he says something to destroy the seventh universe, maybe the seventh universe will really be wiped out. Maybe this is enlightenment. At least he felt that he might not be able to repay kindness with kindness. In the joy of escaping from death, everyone slowly came back to their senses. After chatting briefly for a while, Zeno and Grand Priest in the future time and space are preparing to go back. Carlo and the others will naturally follow suit. Saying goodbye to everyone in this time and space, Carlo and the others also returned to their own time and space. Temple of Zeno. Carlo, you did a great job today. Not only did you defeat the seventh universe of their time and space with your strength, but what you did today was also very good. Zeno looked at Carlo with admiration and said. Not only did he defeat the seventh universe with his absolute strength, and his character is much better than Beerus's. Such gods of destruction really make them feel quite long-faced. Thank you, Master Zeno, for the compliment. Carlo could only say with an apologetic smile. After chatting briefly for a few more words, Carlo also returned to his own universe. This time the competition also made me gain a lot. I stayed in the spiritual time room for 5 years. Carlo's strength has also improved tremendously. At this time, his strength has reached the level of angel. Although it has become stronger. But he knew that there was still a big difference between Zeno and Grand Priest. Although both Zeno and Grand Priest were nice to him, he seemed to appreciate him quite a lot. But becoming stronger is the best guarantee for yourself. Carlo has never forgotten this. So every moment, he is desperately trying to improve his strength. After returning to the seventh universe, time passes day by day. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When Carlo was practicing in the world of Gods of Destruction. On this day, 2 uninvited guests suddenly came. Whoosh! A ray of light emerged, and the Gods of Destruction Kampa and Angel Vados of the 6th universe appeared in front of Carlo and Whis. Greetings to Master Carlo. As soon as they met, Gods of Destruction Kampa saluted Carlo with great respect. He doesn't have any thoughts about Carlo now. I'm even a little grateful that Carlo didn't come to embarrass him after becoming the god of time and space. After all, there were some grievances between them before. And it was he who started that feud himself. Carlo didn't cause any trouble for him, which is enough to show his generosity. Forget it, what are you doing here? Is there something important? Carlo stopped practicing, looked at Kampa and asked calmly. Although he is not prepared to pursue his previous grudge with Kampa. That's because he doesn't take Kampa seriously at all. But that doesn't mean he doesn't hate this guy. This chubby body makes people look a little upside down. I don't know why this guy suddenly came to the 7th universe. According to Kampa's rat-like courage, he should not dare to take the initiative to appear in front of him. This. Kampa paused, then said with some embarrassment, actually, it's not that I'm looking for Lord Carlo, but that Vados is looking for you. I can't stop you, I just came. In fact, he didn't know what Vados was going crazy about. He actually wants to come to the 7th universe to find Lady Carol. Doesn't he know that Carlo is now the god of time and space? It's not something they can mess with. Keek. Mr. Carlo, it is indeed me who came to find you. What? Aren't you welcome? Vados walked up to Carlo and said to Carlo with a bit of charm. How could it be? With beauties like Angel Vados, I would very much welcome a few more. Carlo also smiled and joked. In fact, he was very curious, why did Vados come to him? Oh? Master Carlo has a huge appetite. Do I need a few angels to be satisfied? Vados' tone and eyes seemed to be driving. But Carlo didn't have any evidence. One is enough. Carlo could only reply with a smile. I didn't expect Vados, as an angel, to drive so smoothly. At this time, Whis also walked up. Then, he looked at Vados and asked, Sister, you are not here to compete with me for the position of the 7th universe angel, are you? That won't work. You'd better assist Mr. Kampa. If he were asked to assist Master Kampa, it would be a huge torture. Look at how stingy you are. Don't worry. I won't tell you about this position just yet. Vados gave Whis a big eye roll. I didn't expect that my younger brother could be so stingy. Vados, what brings you to me? Say it quickly. Carlo asked straight to the point. After all, he still has a lot of training to do. The strength is still very weak and must become stronger as soon as possible. We have already contacted Zeno and Grand Priest, so we must improve our strength as soon as possible. Let him have enough power to protect himself. Actually, there's nothing special. I just suddenly remembered that Lord Carlo promised me before that he would take me to eat some delicacies from the 7th universe. Master Carlo will not forget it, right? Vados said with a smile. A pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at Carlo. This made Carlo a little uncomfortable. What on earth is Vados doing? Are you seducing yourself? As an angel, you shouldn't be able to have feelings, right? However, out of curiosity, Carlo nodded and said, "Of course I remember. If Angel Vados is willing to reward you, I would be very happy to take you to the food kingdom of the 7th universe." In Carlo's opinion, Vados really fits his aesthetic. And has great power. If you can soak it, it will naturally be a very good result. But now the problem is, Vados' father is Grand Priest. If you get too close to these angels, they will probably attract the Grand Priest's attention. Before there is absolute strength, this is not a good thing. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Master Carlo, let's go. I didn't expect Carlo to agree so simply. A happy smile suddenly appeared on Vados's face. He directly stopped Carlo's arm. Carlo didn't even react. Although he has lived for hundreds of millions of years, Vados is as happy as a young girl in love. After all, Angel, who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, can only be considered an adult among the angel family. It's just that Carlo doesn't quite understand. Is a delicious meal really so tempting? Or maybe Vados had other ideas. Ahem, sister, please restrain yourself. Whis coughed twice and said to Vados. Even he couldn't figure out why his sister became so enthusiastic about Mr. Carlo. Could it be that Master Carlo's charm is so great that even his sister, who is an angel, can't resist it? In other words, has sister forgotten Angel's responsibilities? Vados didn't pay any attention to Whis' words. Instead, he said to Kampa, "Master Kampa, please stay well in the God realm. 0 request flowers 0. When I come back from the food kingdom, I will definitely pack you some delicious food." Kampa had a dark face. Normally, he would have scolded Vados. But now in front of Carlo, he didn't dare at all. "I can only stay in the temple honestly." In the end, Kampa was ruthlessly left to look after Gods of Destruction. Whis and Vados accompanied Carlo to Earth. After arriving on Earth, Carlo asked Trunks to greet Whis. And he went wandering with Vados. Carlo randomly found a sushi restaurant. For Vados, who has never tasted Earth's delicacies, even random food is still the best delicacy in his eyes. Sure enough, sushi suited Vados very well. "Tell me. What's the reason for you to come to me? Or what's your purpose?" Looking at Vados, who was eating innocently, Carlo asked with a serious face. Although he thinks he is still very attractive in person. But it will definitely not fascinate Angel. Vados suddenly approached him. "There must be some purpose, right?" "Purpose?" Vados was stunned, and then said with the same serious face, "I am only looking for you to make you fulfill your last promise and take me to eat delicious food. Of course, I have to say that I admire you very much. From the first time we met, I think I should have expressed my appreciation." This is what she means. Because she felt that being with Carlo would be a very good experience. Even Vados didn't know why she had such strange thoughts after meeting Carlo. This was an emotion that Angel shouldn't have. Real. Looking at the serious look on Vados's face, Carlo felt that she was not lying to him. Could it be that Angel Vados is really interesting to me? So, isn't his charm too great? Even Angel can be attracted. He does remember. After meeting for the first time in the 7th universe Gods of Destruction, Vados wants to replace Angel's position with Whis. Let him be the angel of the 7th universe, and Whis be the angel of the 6th universe. But in the end it was rejected by Whis. Certainly. It's true, do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you about such a thing? Really, aren't you tired of being so suspicious? You are so paranoid, but you can still master the perfect ultra instinct. I don't know how you do it. Vados gave Carlo a big eye roll and started eating sushi again. Carlo wasn't prepared to ask further questions. It looks like what Vados said is true. Even if what she said is false, if she doesn't want to tell Carlo the reason, there was nothing he could do. Half an hour later, Vados had eaten a dozen pieces of sushi. Then he looked satisfied. He patted his flat belly gently and said with satisfaction, "This planet is truly the food kingdom of the 7th universe. I have never had such delicious food in the 6th universe. Sir Carlo, what are we going to eat next? Now that you are here, you must enjoy the delicious food of the 7th universe. Otherwise, after returning to the 6th universe, I don't know when I can come back." Although Lord Kampa may not be able to stop him, but angels from other universes have been coming to the 7th universe. If Zeno-sama and Grand Priest Sama knew about this, they would also receive some reprimands. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat all the delicious food today. Let's take you to have fun by the way." Looking at Vados Carlo with expectation on his face, he stopped thinking about her purpose of approaching him. "Anyway, we have arrived on Earth today, so let's have a good taste of Earth's delicacies. Then have fun and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Combining work and rest may make your strength improve faster." Chapter 110. The day flies by. In a blink of an eye, it was nightfall. "Carlo, I didn't expect this planet called Earth to be so fun. It's such an interesting planet, and every delicacy on this planet is so delicious, I don't want to leave." Vados looked at Carlo and said with a smile. It can be seen from her smile that Vados Yipping is very happy. "Don't want to leave? Aren't you afraid of Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest?" Carlo smiled and asked. In fact, after spending the past few days together, Karu felt quite relaxed. Perhaps his strength has reached Angel's level. For Angel, there is no longer that kind of fear, or that feeling of inferiority in front of them. That's why you feel so relaxed after getting along with each other. And, after a whole day of playing, Vados is completely different from the usual aloof Angel. Just like an ordinary young girl on Earth, she is full of curiosity about many things. Food and shopping seem to be her favorites too. "Forward. We finally went out to have fun, could you please stop saying such disappointing things? By the way, does this planet still have day and night? It's such a pity. I originally wanted to have fun for a while longer." Vados looked at 973 as the night had fallen, and said with some frustration. Actually she didn't tell Carlo. Today seems to be the happiest day since she became Angel. Although Angel is a cutting-edge god in the universe, he is also the child of Grand Priest, seemingly radiant, with countless dazzling halos. But only they know that they are just flashbirds in a cage. They have no control over their destiny. Even if you violate Angel's law, you will be erased forever. For these billions of years, he has been assisting the Gods of Destruction. Doing the same thing every day is boring and boring. So spending time with Carlo today seems to be the most enjoyable day. I guess she will never forget this day. After thinking about it, there was something wrong with Vados's face. Carlo naturally noticed the change in Vados' expression. At this time, he basically believed that Vados came here just to have fun and eat delicious food. If she has other motives, it only means that Vados' acting skills are so good. Looking at Vados who had some mood swings, Carlo smiled and said, "The nightlife of the earth has just begun, let's go. The earth will be more beautiful at night." An hour later, the three finally returned to the world of Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction Kampa is bored and pulling weeds in the god realm. A look of despair. Unexpectedly, both Vados and Carlo went to have a good time, so he was left here alone to look after the house. This feeling of not being angry or speaking out is really uncomfortable. Boo-hoo-hoo. Just when Kampa was very bored, Carlo and Vados are finally back. Sir Carlo, if you have a chance next time, can you take me to Earth again? Vados seemed not satisfied at all, looking at Carlo and said. This kind of thing is the same as that kind of thing. After tasting the sweetness, there are only the first time and countless times. After the first time, I'm afraid it will be out of control. Fine. But if I am blamed by Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest, don't drag me into the water then. Carlo nodded and then spoke seriously. After coming to this world, he has not had a friend of the opposite s*x. His feelings for Vados are pretty good. Keek, don't worry. Even if anything goes wrong in the future, I will take all the responsibility. Vados was quite happy and agreed directly. Whis is walking behind. He always felt like a light bulb. Does your sister really like Mr. Carlo? But Angel is not allowed to like humans. Of course, angels cannot like each other. For them, angel, there is no word like in their dictionary. Everything is at the mercy of their father, Grand Priest. If my sister really likes Mr. Carlo, then the situation is a bit bad. He will definitely be punished by Angel's law. Hope this won't happen. Vados brought some delicious food to Xiangpan, and Kampa also devoured it. The two of them went back. At this time, two lonely people were left in the god realm. Because Trunks has also returned to Earth these days. Moreover, after becoming the god of time and space, the bond between Carlo and Trunks has also been eliminated. Even if Trunks is killed, Carlo will not be affected. After Vados and Kampa leave, Whis then asked Carlo tentatively, Master Carlo, do you think my sister has fallen in love with you? This thing must never happen. Once it happens, the consequences will be disastrous. Not only will my sister be restricted by Angel's law, but even Lord Carlo will be implicated. Don't overthink it, Whis. Vados just loves Earth's food. Or maybe he has stayed with Kampa for too long and is a little too boring. Carlo replied calmly. He didn't think Vados would fall in love with him. At best, he just likes Earth's food, or has a little interest in him. That's best. Because Angel's law clearly stipulates that angels are not allowed to have human emotions and feelings. In billions of years, there has never been any such thing as an angel having feelings. Once something like this happens, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. My sister will most likely be destroyed by this. Whis continued to speak seriously. This is definitely no small thing. So as Angel of the Seventh Universe, and also as Vados' younger brother, if such a thing really happens, he has an obligation to stop such things promptly. I just said, you think too much, Whis. Carlo said lightly. For some reason, after listening to Whis' words, he suddenly felt a little bad. Is Angel's law so inhumane? But Whis also gave him a kind reminder, so Carlo naturally wouldn't be angry. However, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Because only by making yourself stronger can you tell the truth and have the right to speak. That's right, Whis. You stay in the god realm for a few days, I want to go out. By the way, you can monitor my whereabouts. He said calmly. He did have something very important to do. This matter is related to him improving his own strength. Whis was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Lord Carlo has been training hard in the god realm all this time. I have never gone out before, and every time I go out, he is always with me. I didn't expect that I would have to go out on my own this time. This did make him a little curious. But it was not easy for him to ask further questions, so he just said, okay, Master Carlo. But with your current strength and ability, even if I want to supervise you, I probably won't have the ability. Indeed, Carlo has become the god of time and space. And he's not weaker than Whis at all. Regardless of ability or strength, Whis can no longer supervise him. Haha. Carlo smiled. Then he left the Gods of Destruction world directly. He used the ability to travel through time and space, and traveled to a time and space that even Carlo didn't know where he was. Then with a thought, 7 Super Dragon Balls from the system backpack flew out. Appeared in front of Carlo. This is what he wants to do. Rely on the power of Super Dragon Ball to increase his strength. Dragon Ball Super Season 2 Manga. The Shenron summoned by 2 Dragon Balls can make Granola the third in the universe. Then the most authentic Super Dragon Ball. It should be able to increase his strength to a level where he is not weak. Then, Carlo directly summoned Shenron in the language of God. Because Whis had previously taught him the language of God. So summoning Shenron was easy for him. After the spell is finished, a golden dragon appeared in the universe instantly. The moment it appeared, it swallowed countless planets in one breath. And Carlo was directly swallowed by Super Shenron. It's just that the true form of Super Shenron is in his body. It is a golden Shenron with a pair of small wings. He looks very ordinary, but his abilities should be extraordinary. Whoever summoned me, tell me your wish. I can help you realize any wish. Shenron's rich voice shook Carlo's eardrums. In fact, Carlo had already thought about Shenron making a wish. He knew that although Shenron was very powerful, but you can't beat Xeno and Grand Priest. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Super Shenron and Super Dragon Ball to exist. Give me the ability to resist Xeno's purge. They stated their wishes directly. Since there is no way to top Grand Priest and Xeno, then make a wish so that Xeno and Grand Priest cannot erase him. In this case, even if you can't defeat them, they won't be easily destroyed by 3.5. Although Xeno and Grand Priest are both good to him at the moment. But this is just a precaution. No one can be precise about what will happen in the future. Once Carlo's strength grows too fast, you may be targeted. So it is right to take precautions now. Sorry, I can't fulfill this wish. Because none of my creators can resist Xeno-sama's elimination. Please change your wish. Super Shenron's rich voice rang out. Sure enough, this wish cannot be realized. To know the future time and space, Zamasu can easily destroy even the advanced destructive power by using the immortal body made by Shenron. Not to mention Xeno's clearing capabilities. Although he had expected such a result. But I'm still a little disappointed. Then, improve my strength to the maximum extent. Carlo could only continue. At present, this is the only wish he can think of. Although using the Super Dragon Ball to increase your power, many people don't bother to do this. Especially the protagonists in Dragon Ball. But Carlo felt that it was the same whether he was practicing or using Shenron's power to gain strength. The ultimate goal is to become stronger and control your own destiny. Chapter 111. Okay, I can help you realize this wish. Super Shenron nodded, and then a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. To maximize the strength, such a wish can still be realized. Wow! Just when Super Shenron made a wish, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted around Carlo's body. At that moment, I felt that my strength increased countless times in an instant. This power. It's so strong. Carlo's face suddenly showed an extremely excited look. I didn't expect that it would take such a long time to practice, although it is not as strong as Super Shenron's one-time wish. He felt that he could easily defeat Angel now. From then on, the gap between Angel and him has been completely widened. Okay, your wish has come true. Then see you later. After Super Shenron's voice fell, it turned into 7 golden rays of light without giving Carlo a chance to react. Then disappeared. Originally, Carlo wanted to imitate Son Goku in the 7 Dragon Balls and intercept all the Dragon Balls after completing his wish. But the Super Dragon Ball has completely disappeared. It seems that he has returned to the previous time and space. So don't give him any chance at all. Forget it. Let's collect it later. Carlo didn't care either. Anyway, collecting Super Dragon Balls is not a very difficult task for him. And his current strength should have reached the limit that Super Shenron can help him improve. Even if this Super Shenron is summoned, it won't be able to help him increase his strength. At this time, Carlo also gathered all the power into his body. This sudden force and powerful feeling made him very comfortable. Although there may still be a big gap between him and the boxing champion and Grand Priest, this gap is slowly getting closer. After the wish was completed, Carlo's body suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, it was in the Gods of Destruction world of future time and space. Before and after, it only took a few minutes. Whis looked at Master Carlo who suddenly appeared. There was a look of surprise on his face. Because he could clearly feel that in just a few minutes, Master Carlo's strength had already improved qualitatively. This improvement made him feel incredible. In just a few minutes, his strength seemed to have increased countless times. Sir Carlo, how come your strength suddenly becomes so strong? Whis asked very curiously. But after asking, Whis immediately realized something, and asked first, did you use the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish? In addition to the Super Dragon Ball wish, it is possible to gain such great strength in such a short period of time. There shouldn't be any other way. It is obviously completely impossible to use cultivation to improve strength. Even if he was trained by Zeno-sama and Grand Priest Sama. There is absolutely no way that his strength can improve so quickly in such a short period of time. Well, I did make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball. Carlo didn't hide anything, but nodded directly and said. Regarding this matter, there is absolutely no need to hide it. And Whis has obviously thought of it too. The reason why he avoids Whis is to make a wish. Mainly to keep his first wish from him. In other words, it's about acquiring Zeno-sama's clear ability. Now that wish has not come true. There is nothing to hide from the desire to improve one's strength. Sir Carlo, use the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish. Although it can make you stronger. But what you are doing seems to be no different from trying to grow seedlings. If you don't have the strength you have cultivated yourself, you may not be so practical. Whis also said seriously. Although the power obtained by making a wish with the Super Dragon Ball is very powerful. But after all, it was not cultivated by oneself, so the foundation is not very solid. It's okay, just consolidate it slowly in the future. Okay, let's start training. Carlo said disapprovingly. Now he has gained so much power. As long as they are consolidated, these powers will be no different from what you have trained yourself. For him, strength is the most important thing. Without strength, you have no right to speak in this world. It's not even clear when it will be suddenly wiped out. All right. Whis nodded. Then I started training with Carlo. Since the elder Carlo has already done this, he must have his own ideas. Time passes day by day. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe, Vados put his hands on his cheeks and seemed to have a bored look on his face. Hey Vados, what the hell is going on with you? Ever since the 7th universe came back, you seem to be out of your mind every day. Hurry up and cook for me, I'm so hungry. Looking at Vados who looked bored and even a little distracted, Gods of Destruction Kampa spoke. Since the return of Universe 7 a few days ago, Vados seems to have become a different person. I sit here all day long with my cheeks in a daze. Is it because the food on Earth in the 7th universe is so delicious that she becomes like this? Master Kampa, you can make it yourself. I'm not in the mood to make you food right now. Vados glanced at Kampa and said lazily. Since returning to the 6th universe, Her heart has been lingering on the delicacies of the earth and the happy day on the earth. As an angel, she has never felt happiness in hundreds of millions of years. That day on earth with Carlo. It should be her most unforgettable day. This feeling is very complicated. He knew that as an angel, he couldn't have such thoughts. But I just can't help but think every picture will appear in my mind again and again. Not controlled at all. Even angel can't resist that kind of thinking. TCH. You guy, it's like you have lost your soul. Seeing the indifferent Vados, Kampa could only take action himself. Although he usually looks very fierce and curses Vados. Even he was helpless towards Angel. Originally, Angel's status was higher than theirs, and his strength was stronger than theirs. So, if Vados doesn't want to do it, he couldn't force it at all. Half an hour later, Kampa messed around with some food. It was terrible, even worse than what Vados had made before. There is no comparison with the delicacies of the earth. After finishing the meal, Kampa was bored and stayed with Vados in a daze. These past few days have been really boring. In the past, Vados would often joke with him and tease him. Joking and bickering, life is still boring but acceptable. But these days, Vados is completely like air. Sitting there in a daze. This made him even more bored. Lord Kampa, I want to discuss something with you. Suddenly, Vados turned his head to look at Kampa and said seriously. She has been thinking about this matter for 5 days. To her, these 5 days seemed longer than thousands of years. What's the matter? Kampa asked. It seemed that this was the first time that Vados discussed things with him so seriously, so he was more or less surprised. Is such that I want to go to Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest and apply to become the Angel of the 7th Universe. Instead of Whis assisting you, or you can let our universe's Custer directly become a full-time official and become the new Angel. Vados spoke seriously again. In fact, she had such an idea when she first met Carlo. It's just that the idea is not that strong. But a few days ago, after walking around the earth with Carlo for a day, this thought became stronger and stronger, and it seemed that it was a little out of her control. This is definitely the first time this has happened. Never felt like this before. For Angel, this is a feeling that shouldn't exist. Vados, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you still awake? Or are you just sitting here stupid? Since you would say such stupid things. Kampa immediately shouted loudly. For as long as he can remember, angels from various universes have been booked. It has never been changed or changed angel. I didn't expect Vados to say such a thing. After being together for hundreds of millions of years, now Vados suddenly wants to go to the 7th universe, and he feels a little bit disappointed in his heart. Although he is a little lower than Carlo, his strength is also a little weaker. But it's not like replacing yourself directly. Master Kampa, I am very serious. Vados said again. She had been thinking about this for several days. If she hadn't already firmly believed in this idea, she wouldn't have expressed it. Vados, I advise you not to do this. Because what you do is likely to anger Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest, and you should be very clear about the consequences. It may even be directly implicated in our 6th universe. Kampa also said extremely seriously at this moment. If Vados really does this, it will most likely bring disaster to herself and even to the 6th universe. This is a very irrational approach. He really couldn't understand why Vados, who had always been mature and calm, would have such crazy thoughts. I know exactly what I'm doing. Lord Kampa, please accompany me to Zeno Temple. Vados nodded and said extremely seriously. I just want to be transferred to the 7th universe to be an angel. Zeno-sama and my father shouldn't punish me. Seeing that Vados couldn't resist, Kampa could only nod in the end. Under the 6th universe Supreme Kai Foi's instant transmission, the people arrived at the boxing hall very quickly. At this time, Zeno was playing a boring pinball game out of boredom. Grand Priest also had a look of surprise on his face when he saw Vados and Kampa walking in. Because he did not summon them. I don't know what's the reason why they came here on their own initiative. See Lord Zeno, see Lord Grand Priest. B.A. Dos and Kampa immediately saluted the two of them. Oh. It turns out to be the Gods of Destruction and the Guide Angel from the 6th universe. What do you want? You came here to play with me. Zeno turned his head, looked at the two of them and asked. Grand Priest also stared at them with curiosity. I don't know what happened to the 7th universe. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest. I came to the temple this time because I have something to do. Vados took a step forward and spoke proactively. There was no fear on his face, he was still very calm. When she made this decision, she had already abandoned her fear. After hearing Vados' words and looking at her calm expression, Grand Priest 107's brows raised slightly. Angel as a guide to the universe. Their duty is to assist the Gods of Destruction in managing a universe. Generally speaking, they only need to report on the work of Gods of Destruction. There is no need to take the initiative to come to Zeno Temple. And they never take the initiative to say anything about them? So now Vados ran to the temple and said he had something to say. Grand Priest was naturally surprised. Zeno was also stunned. But he quickly asked, Angel, the guide of the 6th universe, just tell me what you have to say. After all, they are the children of the Grand Priest, and Zeno certainly cannot treat them like Gods of Destruction. Vados, what do you want? Grand Priest was also at the side and asked in a calm tone. The usual warmth on his face has disappeared. However, Vados did not show any fear and his face remained calm. Then, he said respectfully, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, I would like to exchange the universes we assist with Angel Whis of the 7th universe. Let me assist the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, and let Whis assist Master Kampa. Without any hesitation, Vados said straight to the point. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to drag it out. What? After hearing what Vados said, both Grand Priest and Zeno seemed surprised. I didn't expect Vados to say such a thing. You must know that Angel has been prescribed for hundreds of millions of years. There has never been such a thing as exchanging Angel. I wonder why Vados suddenly had such an idea? And look at his expression so determined. Could it be that he was having trouble getting along with Kampa, the Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe? But soon, the two of them recovered from the shock. Zeno looked at Grand Priest. He seemed to be asking what he meant. After all, Angel is his child. Angel's affairs have always been managed by Grand Priest. Zeno has rarely been involved in Angel's management. Vados, tell me. Why do you think so? Is it because you don't get along well with the Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe, or there are other reasons? Grand Priest asked in a calm tone. He hoped Vados had better give him a legitimate reason. No, Master Kampa and I get along very well. Vados shook his head, then raised his head and stared at Grand Priest and said, Master Grand Priest, I think becoming the 7th universe has nothing to do with Master Kampa. I just simply think Lord Carlo, the Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe, is more talented, and I have more hope in following him. And I am stronger than Whis, and I am more qualified to assist the strongest Gods of Destruction. Chapter 112. Naturally, Vados did not mention that he had been to Earth, nor did he say that he admired Carlo. But they already have some secrets in their hearts that cannot be told. Gods of Destruction. Kampa glanced at Vados and knew that Vados had begun to lie at this time. Although he is not a human being, he does not understand the love between humans. But the way Vados has been distracted these past few days can also be seen. Things are definitely not that simple. It's definitely not a universe that simply wants to go to the stronger Gods of Destruction. It's because Carlo is in that universe, and there is a food kingdom in that universe. Oh. Is that so? It sounds very reasonable. Grand Priest, what do you think? Zeno rubbed his chin, mumbled something, looked at Grand Priest more and asked. Let's leave Angel's matter to the Grand Priest. This is also the privilege of Grand Priest. After all, he is Angel's father. Well, that's not wrong. Vados is indeed a bit stronger than Whis, so it seems to be expected to assist Lord Carlo. Grand Priest also nodded. But then he asked, is that really what you think? You have no other ideas, you just want to assist the stronger gods of destruction. She was also dubious about what Vados said. You must know that in the past, Beerus was also known as the most powerful gods of destruction. At least it's much stronger than Kampa. But why didn't Vados say such a thing and make such a request at that time? Could it be that he saw Carlo's potential and could grow to a higher level in the future? Vados' expression did not change at all. His tone was still calm and he said, Master Grand Priest, because I think Master Carlo is more talented. He will definitely be able to grow into a more powerful gods of destruction and god of time and space in the future. She had already prepared her words. Naturally there won't be any tension. Grand Priest stared at Vados for a moment. But I didn't see any panic look on her face. It seems Vados wasn't lying. Maybe her purpose is that simple. In that case, let me ask Whis for his opinion. Grand Priest could only say this. After finishing speaking, come up with your own fault. Start summoning Whis. Angel, the guide of the seventh universe, please take Master Carlo to the Zeno Temple. In the Gods of Destruction world of the seventh universe, Whis was also a little surprised after receiving the information. Sir Carlo, the priest asked us to go to the temple. After receiving the message from Grand Priest, Whis immediately stopped Carlo who was training. Since Carlo last used Super Shenron to make a wish to gain more power. In the past few days, he began to work harder to consolidate his strength. This also makes Whis feel very gratified. Gods of Destruction has such strong strength and trains so hard. Master Carlo is probably the only one. Becoming a god of time and space is no accident. But he deserves it. Grand Priest. Carlo was stunned. What did Grand Priest want to do with him at this time? Could it be that he found out about his wish before, so he asked himself to go to the temple to ask? This is very possible, because he can't think of any other reasons besides this. You know what it is? Whis. But Carlo asked anyway. As Angel, Whis might know some of the reasons. But what disappointed him was that Whis shook his head and replied, Sir Beerus, I don't know what is going on. We'll find out after we take a look. Naturally, he didn't know what this sudden summons was about. But since it was Grand Priest's summons, they had to go. All right. Carlo could only stop training and nodded. With his current strength, there is no way he can resist Zeno and Grand Priest. Their summons should not be to deliberately embarrass themselves. Carlo and Whis were then taken directly to the temple of Zeno by the Grand Priest. I've met Lord Zeno, the first god of heaven. Carlo also greeted him respectfully. Whis also said hello. Then Carlo and Whis looked curiously at Vados and Kampa. Both of them were a little confused. Why are the two of them here? It seems that this matter has something to do with Vados and Kampa. Zeno nodded. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, do you have any instructions for coming to us this time? Carlo asked. I always feel like Vados and Kampa might not be up to anything good in this place. But at this time, Grand Priest spoke. Sir Carlo, I have come to see you this time. There is indeed something that you need to discuss. Angel Vados, the guide of the sixth universe, came over just now and offered to exchange the universes he assisted with Whis. What do you two think about this matter? Grand Priest asked. After hearing this, Carlo and Whis had surprised looks on their faces. Then, looking at Vados in disbelief. Originally they thought Vados was just joking. Just passionate about the food of the earth. Unexpectedly, he went directly to Zeno and Grand Priest and asked to replace Angel. This is something neither Carlo nor Whis expected. When did Vados become so bold? Whis is a bit hard to understand. Sister. Do you like being the angel of the 7th universe so much? Although Master Carlo is indeed very strong, he won't let you do this. Whis raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said to Vados. Although my sister has said more than once that she wants to be a Carlo wooden figure. But he never thought that his sister would dare to tell Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest directly about this matter. Yes, sister. I do enjoy being angel from Universe 7. Vados nodded very firmly and said. Even Carlo was confused. What is the purpose of Vados doing this? Is he really so charming that he can even charm Vados, who is an angel? If not, what is the reason for the discount? Whis, what do you think? Are you going to trade with Vados? And Lord Carlo, do you think it's better to let Whis be the Gods of Destruction, or let Vados be your Gods of Destruction? Grand Priest looked at the three of them and asked. This kind of thing has never happened today. If it were before, he would have refused Vados's unreasonable request without hesitation. But Carlo's talent is really strong. Now he has become the god of time and space. So it's understandable that Vados wants to be his Gods of Destruction. Master Grand Priest, Master Carlo, and I get along very well. And Lord Carlo is also my very favorite Gods of Destruction. Although my sister wants to become the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, I don't want to leave the 7th universe either. Whis naturally doesn't want to go to the 6th universe. It's not just that I don't like taking care of Master Compa. It's because he prefers to get along with Master Carlo. Even if Vados is his sister, he will never compromise on this matter. Ouch! It's a bit difficult to handle. Grand Priest looked at the two of them with helpless expressions on his face. Unexpectedly, both Whis and Vados want to become the angel of the 7th universe. It seems that the 7th universe is really a hot cake. Of course, as Grand Priest, he is not stupid either. They want to be the angel of the 7th universe just to assist Carlo. Master Carlo, what do you think? Grand Priest could only look at Carlo and asked. I can do whatever I want. Grand Priest Sama and Zeno Sama can just arrange it. Carlo said calmly. I have a good impression of both angels, Whis and Vados. Of course, if you like it. It must be more Bardos. But getting along with Whis is also very comfortable. But now, it is certainly impossible for him to ask for Vados. Besides, he just wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, no matter which angel he is. It doesn't seem to make much difference to him. In this situation, Grand Priest is also in a bit of trouble. From this point of view, we can only let them continue to maintain their original status. Vados's face also looked a little unpleasant. I didn't expect Whis to be so persistent. But at this moment, Zeno suddenly said, actually, Grand Priest doesn't have to be so embarrassed. Carlo's current identity is not only the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, but also the God of Time and Space. Since both angels want to be Carlo's angel so much, why not let them work together? For a time and space god, having two angels by his side is not a big deal. This. Master Zeno, if this happens, won't there be no angel in the 6th universe? Grand Priest spoke. To have two angels assist one Gods of Destruction is something that has never happened before. Even Master Zeno is the only one assisting. Now he is just a god of time and space, but he is actually being assisted by two angels. I remember that every universe has their universe's trainee angel, right? Wouldn't it be great if Angel, the trainee of the 6th universe, becomes a full-time employee? Grand Priest will not be upset about this kind of thing. Zeno's childish voice made perfect sense. Anyway, after one day of writing, the trainee angel has to become a full-time employee. And every trainee angel actually already possesses all the abilities of angel. It's just that the strength is slightly inferior. But assisting the gods of destruction is more than enough. All right. Since Master Zeno has said so, let's make this decision. Grand Priest could only nod. If it were according to his wishes, he would naturally not want two angels to assist one gods of destruction. But now Zeno-sama has spoken like this. He couldn't argue. What's more important is that both Whis and Vados want to be Carlo's angel. But Grand Priest changed the subject. Then he said to Vados and Whis. Said, perform your responsibilities as an angel well, and never do anything that violates your responsibilities as an angel. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be. This is also his advice to Vados and Whis. Yes, Lord Grand Priest. Vados nodded immediately, although his expression remained calm. But in the depths of his eyes, excitement shone. 2. It seems that Zhao Hazeo can go to Earth and enjoy delicious food every day. And we also have Mr. Carlo as our tour guide, which makes me a little excited. Vados, after returning to the 6th universe, hand over all your work to the trainee angel. Then you can go to the 7th universe. Grand Priest continued. Yeah, okay, Grand Priest. Vados nodded immediately. It seemed that she was very satisfied with today's results. Since today is so lively, let's play the hide-and-seek game together. Zeno looked at everyone and suddenly smiled and said. This caused a dark line to appear on several people's brows. It's this boring game again. Moreover, I don't know when it will end. A few days flew by. Vados has also handed over all handover tasks to trainee Angel Caster. In terms of various shortcomings, it should be Angel Custer of the 6th universe. Then I happily ran to the 7th universe to report. After seeing Angel Vados, Carlo was still very confused and a little worried. Looking at Grand Priest's face before, it was obviously not very good looking. He is not willing to let two angels assist one gods of destruction or god of time and space. Vados is so persistent that he doesn't know if there will be any problems in the future. Sister. Why do you think you have to be the angel of the 7th universe? Whis gave Vados a big eye roll. You don't understand, Whis. Vados just smiled. TCH. Sister, please remember what Grand Priest said before. Whis spoke again to remind Dao Song. I always feel that my sister's arrival this time will cause some trouble. Chapter 113. No need to remind you. Whis. Vados said lightly. Then, he said to Carlo on the side, Sir Carlo, let's go to the Earth again. Last time I only played for one day, and I felt a bit unsatisfied. Let's play for a few more days this time. It's really fun, interesting and exciting. To be honest, the last thing she did when she came to the 7th universe was to quickly go to Earth for a visit. Let Carlo take her to eat more delicious food. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, but it was extremely comfortable. If she is allowed to go alone, she always feels that it is not interesting. Even though there is a lot of delicious food, it doesn't taste that delicious anymore. Vados, I still need to train now. Increasing strength is what matters most to me. As for things like traveling, we have to put them aside for now. Carlo said calmly. Even if he has thoughts about Vados. With his current strength, he doesn't have that kind of picture book. Only by improving one's own strength, only by having a strength that is so powerful that it is arrogant. Only he deserves to control his own destiny and have what he likes. If there is no strength, everything is empty talk. All right. Vados could only nod. Anyway, now she has become the angel of the 7th universe, as for the time to visit the Earth. Just take it easy for a few days. By the way, Master Carlo, you seem to be very powerful. Can you let me feel it? I can give you some guidance by the way. My strength is stronger than Whis. Vados said with a smile. From Master Carlo's body, one can feel very powerful energy. He is many times stronger than when he first met him. Maybe he has reached the level of their angel. Sister, that was 1000 years ago. Now you are not necessarily stronger than me. Besides, Lady Carol is incredibly powerful. You have absolutely no chance of winning, let alone coaching. WHIS 383 on the side said calmly. He always felt that his status was somewhat threatened by his sister's appearance. Oh? Really? Then I'm even more curious. Vados continued smiling. You must know that Gods of Destruction surpassed Angel, but this is only one case. Moreover, the former Gods of Destruction used some cruel and evil methods to surpass Angel. But Master Carlo is obviously not that kind of person. He was actually able to have power beyond Angel, which really surprised her. You two come together. A one-on-one battle may be a bit boring. Carlo said with a faint smile. Carlo himself is very clear about the power he has now. After making a wish with Super Shenron, according to his estimation, his current strength is no weaker than Zeno's bodyguards. The two angels in front of him were not worth mentioning at all. Even if Whis and Vados are very strong, they cannot change this result. Hey! Is Master Carlo so confident? Vados said with a surprised look on his face. The strength of every angel is very terrifying. And she and Whis are both considered the best among angels. Now Lord Carlo actually said such arrogant words, I don't know if he really has that kind of strength. Or just having fun. Bring it on. I haven't had a good fight in a long time. I hope you two can let me experience a close fight. Carlo nodded, and then said with a relaxed expression. Of course, he knew this was a bit unrealistic. It's impossible for two angels to defeat him if they join forces. Oh! If Master Carlo is so confident, then let's take action together. Whis. Vados said to Whis. Whis also nodded. But they knew very well that Carlo Dolly was very powerful. It is estimated that even if the two of them join forces, they may not be able to win. At this moment, Mr. Luo has not released all the power areas in his body. But just a few days ago, when Lord Carlo first possessed this powerful power, he did not hide it. So Whis clearly felt that power at that time. Definitely not something Angel can compare to. The two of them grasped it out of thin air, and the Angel method appeared directly in their palms. Then his eyes straightened and his body disappeared like a ghost. Ridiculously fast. If it were ordinary Gods of Destruction, it would be impossible to see the speed of the two of them clearly. But Carlo is no ordinary Gods of Destruction. He possesses power that the Gods of Destruction can never touch. Whis and Vados have a great chemistry. They appeared in front of Carlo one after another. He didn't seem to be merciful, but directly waved his staff and attacked Carlo. Carlo's right toe gently tapped the ground, and his body appeared directly in mid-air. Both of their staffs also came up empty. The moment his body flew up, Carlo turned around and looked like an eagle striking the sky. Both palms were struck directly at the two of them. Whis and Vados didn't seem to be in any panic when they saw this. The staff tapped the ground gently, and a grass-green energy aperture wrapped their bodies in it. Buzz! When both palms hit the energy aperture, a harsh buzzing sound sounded. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, the solid ground exploded instantly. The energy aperture and the bodies of Vados and Whis were directly smashed into the ground with a palm. Boom boom! The moment Carlo landed, the ground behind him suddenly exploded. Vados and Whis bodies also jumped up. Obviously, the attack just now did not cause any news to them. Angel Judgment! The two men waved their staffs, and streaks of purple lightning fell from the sky. Each lightning bolt is as big as the mouth of a bowl. Obviously, the two of them showed no mercy. Rumble! Lightning and thunder roared. Lightning struck the ground one after another, and dark sinkholes appeared one after another. Carlo's body is like a flexible loach, constantly moving. He instantly dodged all their energy attacks. So fast. It seems that Mr. Carlo didn't lie at all just now. Under the attack of our group, he actually showed such ease. Vados was also surprised. I originally thought that Mr. Carlo was just having fun with his mouth. But now it seems that his strength is indeed very powerful. Even if he and Whis exert their strength to the extreme, they can't seem to hit Lord Carlo. Yes. Sister. Whis nodded, he had great faith in Lord Carlo's strength from beginning to end. If the two of them join forces, the final result will definitely be failure. And while the two were talking, Carlo's right foot suddenly touched the ground. Countless pieces of rubble rose directly into the air, suspended in mid-air. All the gravel instantly wrapped the bodies of Vados and Whis in it. Something is wrong. Vados glanced at the broken stones around him and frowned slightly. I always feel like something bad will happen next. Before Whis could fully react, two faint words came out of Carlo's throat. Destroy. The moment the sound fell, the rubble around Vados and Whis suddenly exploded. It turned directly into a purple explosion wave. This kind of explosion is completely different from being destroyed by energy. The explosion wave generated is thousands of times greater than the explosion wave generated by being destroyed by energy. Rumble. With the continuous explosion of gravel, the entire Gods of Destruction world was spread by purple shock waves. The God realm is even more turbulent, as if it may collapse at any time. The shock wave dissipated little by little. Half a minute later, the energy wave had completely disappeared. Not a speck of dust appeared. Because destruction is a process from something to nothing. In other words, completely destroy the original things. Not even a molecule or atom will be left. Let it disappear completely. Click. Click. As the shock wave dissipates, the crisp sounds were particularly harsh in the silent air. It's like the sound of breaking glass. At this time, it can be clearly seen that energy star barriers once again appeared around the bodies of Whis and Vados. It's just that spider web-like cracks have appeared on the energy barrier, spreading in all directions. Click. With a final crisp sound, the energy protective barrier around their bodies completely disappeared. The faces of Vados and Whis were also full of heaviness and shock. I didn't expect the energy barrier condensed by their angel power. It was actually completely destroyed by Lord Carlo's destructive power. Even high-level destructive power shouldn't be able to destroy their angel barrier. Okay, so awesome. Is this the strength of Lord Carlo? It's so strong that it's hard to believe. Vados blinked his big eyes, which was simply incredible. It's only been a few years since I became the Gods of Destruction. Unexpectedly, he had more than angel. Even if two angels join forces, they can be defeated by him in a moment. She even suspected that Carlo might already have the strength to surpass Master Zeno's bodyguards. Of course, this is just his preliminary guess. And just when the two of them were extremely shocked, Carlo's body appeared behind them like a ghost. Then, two purple energy balls hit their backs directly. A faint voice also sounded. You have already lost. If it was a real battle, you would have disappeared. The two looked helpless. Although some are not willing to do so. Even a little unbelievable. But Master Carlo's strength is indeed ridiculously strong, and it is simply not something that the two of them can deal with. Whis even felt that Master Carlo did not show his full strength at all. If he used all his strength, he might be able to completely defeat them in an instant. After Carlo's voice fell, the destructive energy in his palms also continued. See. Vados and Whis also turned their heads. Oh. I really didn't expect that, even though I have always known that Master Carlo is the most powerful Gods of Destruction. But I didn't expect that your strength would be so strong. Whis and I talked about joining forces with Angel, but you were defeated so quickly. Vados said, still very surprised. You must know that Angel rarely encounters opponents. Even except for Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest and Lord Zeno's bodyguards, they have almost no opponents. Gods of Destruction can never be their match. Number 0. But today, Carlo taught them a hard lesson. Sir Carlo, if I feel right, you probably haven't used all your strength yet, right? If you use all your strength, you may be able to defeat me and my sister in an instant. Whis sees clearly. After all, he had felt Carlo's anger before. The breath that Carlo burst out just now was obviously not as strong as the last time he felt it. Alas! Your strength seems to be a bit too weak. This kind of fighting makes me feel no fun. Carlo shook his head and said calmly. I originally thought that the two angels joining forces would at least allow him to experience the fun of fighting. But I didn't expect the gap between them to be so big. Really? You defeated the two of us so easily just now, and you still retained your strength. Are you a monster? Vados seemed to have completely forgotten his identity at this moment, looking at Carlo in disbelief. Even if he is a monster, he can't cultivate as fast as Carlo, right? In just a few years, his strength has completely surpassed Angel's. This kind of talent is simply unimaginable. Go on, Shen is pretty good. Master Carlo, if you continue to improve at this rate, maybe in a million years, you will be able to reach the level of Master Grand Priest. Indeed, judging from the current situation, Master Carlo seems to be the most likely to reach the level of Master Grand Priest. As for Angel, it seems that there is no such possibility. Millions of years. Carlo sneered. He can't wait that long. Chapter 114. After a brief discussion with the two of them, Vados also felt that Carlo was unfathomable. This kind of powerful strength is simply not something that their angel can handle. In this way, in constant cultivation, 3 days passed quickly. And Carlo's strength continues to grow stronger with the passage of time. Only then did Carlo discover that as his strength became stronger, cultivation became easier. And the speed of improving strength is getting faster and faster. Perhaps this is the benefit of being strong. There are only 10 days left before the tournament of power that Lord Zeno has scheduled. But Carlo wasn't nervous at all. Because in this time and space, Son Goku and Trunks have understood the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Although it still doesn't work sometimes. But let Whis or Vados adjust it in a few days, and there shouldn't be any big problems. When the time comes for the conference of power, only a few of them will participate. Then it doesn't matter if the other 5 players are ordinary people. And on this day when I was practicing, Whis suddenly came over. Then, he said to Carlo in surprise, Sir Carlo, just now I suddenly felt a mysterious planet appear. This is not a planet created by Supreme Kai and the others. It is more like it was moved directly from other time and space. Although he is not sure where this planet came from, but you can be sure that it was definitely not created by Supreme Kai. Because there is very little life on this planet. But some of the auras above are very powerful. So he dared to conclude that this was definitely not an ordinary planet. Oh? Is there such a thing? Carlo was stunned for a moment, also a little surprised. Because he might have been too involved in practicing just now, he didn't feel the appearance of other planets. After being reminded by Whis, Wei Wei sensed it. An inexplicable planet did appear. What's going on? If it wasn't the planet created by Dende and Carter. So where did this planet come from? Carlo was also a little confused. I do not know. There are some unpleasant smells appearing, which may have something to do with this planet. Whis shook his head and then continued. At the same time as the planet appeared, there were also several auras that made him feel uncomfortable. Obviously this is no coincidence. It is very possible that these auras are absolutely related to the planet that just appeared. Forget it, let's go and take a look. It just so happens that practice has been a bit boring these days. If some unscrupulous guys really show up, you can practice with them a little and relax your mood. Carlo stopped practicing, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said casually. In this universe, it even includes all universes and even dimensional time and space. Now it is estimated that except for Zeno and Grand Priest, there are only a few people who can defeat him. And if Zeno and Grand Priest want to come to Earth, they will definitely come to them first, so the possibility of it being Zeno and Grand Priest is ruled out. So he didn't have any worries at all. If they came from other time and space, then it is also Lord Carlo's job to deal with them. Whis also nodded and said. Vados came over curiously at this time. Then the three of them rushed over in the direction from which the breath came. At this time, we are on the edge of the seventh universe. Just now, an inexplicable planet suddenly appeared. This planet looks very weird. There is a huge iron chain outside, which looks more like several planets being tied together. At this time, there is a glass-like energy protective cover on the entire planet. Boo-hoo-hoo. Soon, Carlo and the others rushed over. The moment he saw the planet, Carlo quickly understood what was going on. This planet has appeared in Dragon Ball Heroes. It's called Prison Planet. It is a planet created by the demon Ephesus. Carlo remembers that when he was watching Dragon Ball Heroes, this guy was extremely arrogant. Not only did he play with many soldiers in applause, he can enter and exit the world of Gods of Destruction freely, and it seems that even Gods of Destruction Beerus doesn't take it seriously. Even after Angel Whis saw it, he didn't do anything to stop him. But this guy actually found the seventh universe of this time and space. Then Carlo would not spoil him. What a strange planet! It feels like several planets are forcibly tied together. And there are several very powerful auras, some of which are rather evil and seem to have demonic auras. Vados is slightly more perceptible, that is, he is completely aware of the aura existing on this planet. In addition to humans, there is also the aura of demons. It seems pretty strong. At least they are more powerful than Trunks. It seems that they traveled from other time and space, but the demons are too rampant, and they dare to appear so openly. Whis said calmly. Perhaps like Zamasu before them, these guys may think that Lord Beerus has disappeared in the future time and space. So I thought that without Gods of Destruction I would dare to be so presumptuous. But they probably didn't expect that Carlo would be tens of thousands of times stronger than Lord Beerus. When they set their sights on this universe, their good days are almost over. Let's go. Go in and take a look. I'm quite curious. Carlo smiled, then flashed his body and appeared directly in the barrier. Vados and Whis are not far behind. And this time in prison or a new control room. Fu looked at the images on the surveillance camera in disbelief. Is that Gods of Destruction and Angel? I didn't expect that they would discover it so quickly. But according to the information I had before, the Gods of Destruction in the seventh universe should be Beerus. Is there a replacement? Fu looked at Carlo on the surveillance camera with a puzzled look. But it doesn't matter, no matter who Gods of Destruction is replaced by, his plan will not have much impact. Wow wow wow! Even Gods of Destruction and Angel have joined in. It seems like my experiment is getting more and more interesting. I just don't know whether the new Gods of Destruction is strong or not. If it is too weak, this experimental class will be quite boring. Fu didn't seem to remember Gods of Destruction at all, but instead said with a playful smile. It seems that in his eyes, Angel and Gods of Destruction are just the objects he is about to study. Just when he was monitoring Carlo. Carlo also raised his head, with a sneer on his lips. And this smile caused the smile on Fu's face to disappear without a trace in an instant. That guy, found me. Fu said to himself with a surprised look on his face. Absolutely impossible, not even for Gods of Destruction. There is absolutely no way to catch him on this planet. Only. He underestimated Angel's ability a little too much. I underestimate Carlo's strength even more. And not long after Carlo and the others appeared. Just feel two breaths rushing towards them quickly. Whoosh! In a moment, two figures appeared directly. Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Why are you here? And you have changed into such strange clothes. Whis looked at Son Goku and Vegeta in surprise. The two of them ended up on this planet anyway. And he was actually wearing such strange clothes. Son Goku is a black tight-fitting training suit with a red gown on top. Vegeta's battle suit is also completely different. Son Goku and Vegeta in front of them were also stunned after seeing Carlo and the others. Then a confused expression appeared on his face. They just came here looking for the breath of God. But he didn't recognize the guys in front of him at all. But the one standing in the middle seems to be Saiyan, and he has a very powerful aura of God in his body. Whis, they are not Son Goku and Vegeta from our time and space. It should be the Space Patrol. Looking at their clothes, Carlo recognized them at a glance. You, how do you know about us? Son Goku looked at Carlo and asked with a surprised look on his face. He has definitely never seen this guy in front of him. But why does he know about the Space-Time Patrol? And it seems that he knows them quite well. You know it's hard for you? Carlo asked calmly. The Son Goku in front of him is obviously more mature and steady. Even more stable than Son Goku from the future time and space. After all, he has been through more than other Son Goku. Hey! What's your attitude? Vegeta on the side immediately frowned and said unhappily. Because from the face of the guy in front of him, he saw a look that was even more arrogant than his own. Isn't he just a god? How can you ignore them so much? You must know that whether it is Supreme Kai or Time and Space Supreme Kai, there is no comparison with them in terms of strength. 0 request flowers, 0. Even the previous Supreme Kai, they were still very polite. But the guy in front of me seems a little too arrogant. Oh? Is there something wrong with my attitude? Carlo smiled, and then said to Vegeta, it seems that Vegeta in every time and space can't change his bad habit of thinking he is himself. The way Vegeta looked at him, it was obvious that he didn't take Carlo seriously. You, what did you say? Don't think that just because you are a god, you can speak like this in front of me. Even if you are a god, I will still beat you if you provoke me. Vegeta clenched his fists and said with a sullen face. He has never taken these gods seriously. Especially becoming Super Saiyan 4. He doesn't even take these gods seriously. Although he usually wouldn't provoke these gods, if they were looking for trouble. He doesn't mind beating these gods to the ground either. Tisk tisk tisk. Your tone is louder than Vegeta from other time and space. You actually want to hit me? This joke is not funny at all. Carlo continued speaking calmly. He didn't feel angry at all about Vegeta's words. Not even surprised. If Vegeta didn't have such a temper. If so, it wouldn't be a complete Vegeta. Whether it is Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super, although Vegeta has undergone some changes. But as a Saiyan, his arrogance and self-righteousness have never changed. 0. Kakik. Mr. Vegeta, I think you don't know that standing in front of you is Lord Carlo, the most powerful gods of destruction in all dimensions. With your little strength, Master Carlo can wipe you out with one finger. So when you speak, you must show due respect to God. Vados on the side looked at Vegeta and said calmly. I don't know why, but after seeing Vegeta's arrogant attitude toward Lord Carlo, she was actually a little unhappy. Logically speaking, as an angel, she shouldn't have such emotions. Gods of Destruction. Surprise appeared on Son Goku and Vegeta's faces again. They have passed Supreme Kai and heard about Supreme Kai in time and space. I have even heard of the legendary demon god, but I have never heard of Gods of Destruction. Even the Supreme Kai of time and space has never told them that there are gods like Gods of Destruction. Moreover, the woman in front of me was actually said to be the most powerful gods of destruction in the dimension. Are you kidding me? If it was so strong, how could he not have heard of it at all? Although we don't know what kind of gods the gods of destruction are, we have an important mission now. So don't cause trouble, Sagitta. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, and then said in a very steady tone. This time they traveled from other time and space. Mainly to investigate Fu and his purpose. Now is not the time for extraneous matters. But Vegeta obviously didn't think so. Ignoring Son Goku, he took a step forward. Looking at Carlo, he said with a cold expression, Gods of Destruction? Are they very strong? I'd really like to see the difference between you and Supreme Kai. I just couldn't find him either. Moreover, Trunks in another time and space was captured, and he is feeling depressed now. And he was also angry. Since this guy is so short-sighted, then teach him a lesson. It can be regarded as a sigh of relief. Oh! What a stupid guy! Vados looked at Vegeta coldly. I have never even heard of Gods of Destruction, even though it is so arrogant. Really ignorant and fearless. Come on! I will completely defeat you in an instant. Vegeta waved to Carlo. Son Goku knows that Vegeta has a sigh of relief in his heart. Normally he wouldn't lose control like this. But I guess I want to vent a little today. In this case, let him vent. As long as you don't do anything outrageous and teach the god in front of you a little lesson, it'll be fine. And just after Vegeta's voice fell. Call out! Suddenly, a sound broke through the air. It was Son Goku and the others who felt Carlo's aura and other chi. I found this place with instant transmission. Before the person appeared, Vegeta's voice in future time and space had already sounded. Let me see which blind guy wants to defeat Carlo. Chapter 115. The sound came before anyone arrived, after Vegeta's voice appeared. With a whoosh, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared in front of Carlo. And Trunks and Son Gohan. Master Carlo. Then the four of them bowed to Carlo extremely respectfully. They truly admire and thank Carlo from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for Carlo, maybe they wouldn't have a chance to be resurrected. And it's absolutely impossible to master Super Saiyan 4's transformation. There is absolutely no way he can become this strong. For Vegeta, this is completely worthy of his respect. Okay, why are you here too? Carlo asked calmly. We feel Lord Carlo's aura, and some strange auras. That's why instant transmission came here. What is going on in this place? Why is the planet locked by huge chains? After Son Goku finished answering, he raised his head and looked at the sky, and said with some surprise. He had never seen such a planet before. Vegeta and Trunks also expressed their doubts. This is more like a huge prison than a planet at all. I don't know, someone must be behind it. But I feel like the seventh universe can cause trouble, and I kind of admire their courage. Carlo continued speaking calmly. That guy, no matter what kind of conspiracy he has. Since he dares to cause trouble in his own universe, he must completely crush Fu's conspiracy. By the way, let's destroy him too. At this time, everyone also looked at the opposite time and space, Son Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta in the future time and space said coldly, Hey, are you two guys doing this? These two guys don't look like good people. It's probably the same as the Black Goku who had the same specialty as Carlo last time. Not a good thing either. Just in time, you can use 2 of his 3 to practice. After all, after becoming Super Saiyan 4, their desire to fight became even more intense. Vegeta. Space-time patrolman Son Goku called out to Vegeta and then winked. It was obvious that he had his own ideas in mind. Vegeta also understood instantly and nodded. With both fists clenched, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Swish! The next second, the two of them directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Although it is not clear what the relationship between Vegeta and Son Goku in this time and space is with the Gods of Destruction in front of them. But judging from their respectful attitude, this Gods of Destruction may indeed be ridiculously strong. If Vegeta cannot be absolutely suppressed in terms of strength, then Vegeta, who is naturally arrogant, will never be so obedient and respectful. Oh? You fakers can actually turn into Super Saiyan 4, it really surprises me. But with this little strength, you are too weak. Future Vegeta glanced at the space-time patrolman Son Goku and Vegeta in surprise, and then said disdainfully. Judging from their appearance at this time, they can only transform into the ordinary Super Saiyan 4th form. So there is no way they can be their opponents. TCH. Arrogant guy. Space Patrolman Vegeta frowned and glanced at Vegeta in the future time and space. Although they are all the same person, I still think this guy is really unpleasant. He probably doesn't know that he and Vegeta are the same person and have similar personalities. Swish. The next second, Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space also directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Haha. Ha. Then, the two roared again. The golden arrogance expanded instantly. And dark red energy also appeared on the tips of their hair. The temperature of the entire space suddenly increased. This is the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energies. Nani? How can their energy be so strong? They are also in the form of Super Saiyan 4. I feel like they are stronger than us. Seeing the future on the opposite side, Son Goku and Vegeta directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energy, while Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta looked surprised. I thought they were already strong enough. Unexpectedly, Son Goku and Vegeta at this time were also extremely powerful. But that's fine, it suits their needs. Whoosh! The next second, the bodies of the 4 people rushed out. Vegeta from the future time and space directly faced Son Goku. The last time he fought with another time and space, he didn't meet Carlo. So there is no chance of defeating Carlo. This opportunity is in front of him, and he will never let it go. He will completely defeat Carlo to prove his strength. And Son Goku could only choose Vegeta. Boom! Boom! The moment they met, the fists of the 4 people collided with each other with all their strength. The entire space became turbulent in an instant. The ground was directly shaken to pieces. Whoosh! With the collision of the punch, the bodies of Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta both fell back a dozen meters. Obviously, in terms of strength, the two of them are no match for Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space. After all, there is a big difference between the full energy forms of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 4. TCH. Is the power actually so strong? It's a bit beyond my imagination. It seems that we in this time and space are very powerful. Space-time patrolman Son Goku raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Vegeta on the side. I originally thought that their strength was strong enough. After all, Super Saiyan 4 is almost Saiyan's limit. But I didn't expect that this empty Son Goku and Vegeta were more powerful than them. I don't know what kind of training they received. Humph. Is this all you have? Vegeta in the future time and space raised the corner of his mouth, showing a hint of arrogance. This advantage made him feel particularly excited. Especially after knocking Carlo away with one punch. Vanity and self-esteem seemed to be greatly satisfied. TCH. Arrogant guy. Space Patrol Vegeta gritted his teeth. Then the body jumped up again. Space-time patrolman Son Goku also immediately followed. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bang bang bang. The 4 people fought together again. Boom circles appeared one after another in the sky, but after hundreds of rounds of fighting, Time Patroller Son Goku and Vegeta were knocked back again. The gap in strength gives them no chance of winning. Vegeta, do it! Time Patrolman Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, and then said seriously. Fighting Son Goku and Vegeta in front of him is not his real purpose. Because when they first arrived on this planet, they found that the planet was protected by a powerful energy shield. You can come in, but it is very difficult to get out from here. He and Vegeta had tried countless times before, but could not break this energy barrier. So he wanted to use the power of the four of them to fight to completely break this energy protection barrier. Space-time Patrolman Vegeta also nodded. Afterwards, the two of them had an extremely tacit understanding and each performed their own signature moves. The hands are put together, and the energy wave condenses instantly. 10 times the Kamehameha wave. The ultimate flash. Haha. With a roar, the two directly took out their most powerful ki blast. 2 terrifying ki blast blasts directly towards Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space. I didn't expect that the imitation looks quite similar. Vegeta said disdainfully. Son Goku and Vegeta also immediately made their signature moves. The movements of the four are almost identical. Kamehameha wave. The ultimate flash. Then, 4 ki blasts collided directly. Rumble. The ground beneath his feet began to collapse, and a wave of air deficiency spread in all directions. It's just that such air waves will not have any impact on normal people. Because Son Gohan, who is the weakest, has also reached the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energies. Although they are weaker than Son Goku and the others. But not weaker than Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta. Therefore, the air waves generated by such a collision will not have any impact on him. Boom! Rumble! The next second, the contact point of the energy collision suddenly exploded. A terrifying shock wave spread in all directions. The surrounding peaks have been completely shattered into rubble. Above the energy barrier, there was a buzzing sound from being hit. Mushroom clouds soared into the sky, and gravel splashed everywhere. The bodies of Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta flew backwards a few dozen feet away. Still not working. The 4 people used all their strength, but they were unable to have any effect on this energy protective shield. Time Patrolman Son Goku's expression turned ugly. The power of 4 Super Saiyan 4 is still unable to break through this energy protective shield. It seems that it is impossible to get out from here. It seems that we must find Fu before we can leave here. Vegeta also said with a heavy expression. If they are trapped here, other times and spaces will be very dangerous. Because what the space-time patrol has to do is not only keep an eye on Fu, but also has other things to deal with. Hey! Are you two planning to admit defeat? Come on, tell me, who are you? Why are you pretending to be us? Looking at the 2 people, Ta said coldly again. They already have an absolute advantage. It won't take long to completely defeat those 2 guys. Vegeta, are we not pretending? Our identity is the Space-Time Patrol, Son Goku and Vegeta from other time and space. This time I came to this place specifically to investigate the prison planet, A&D. At this time, Son Goku knew that after the 4 Super Saiyans could not break the barrier, he could only show his cards. Because if they continue to fight, this is what Fu most wants to see. What? Space Patrol. After Space Patrol Officer Son Goku said these words, everyone. There was a look of surprise on all the faces. I originally thought that what happened this time was the same as what happened last time when Zamasu occupied Carlo's card. But I didn't expect that they were Son Goku and Vegeta from other time and space. And he's also a space-time patrolman. So that's it, no wonder their Kamehameha waves and ultimate flash are so skilled. Future Son Goku nodded immediately and said. If it weren't for me, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve that level of proficiency in regulating Ki Blast and ultimate flash. Master Carlo, is that so? What on earth is the Space Patrol? I've never heard of it. Vegeta was a little doubtful and looked at Carlo and asked. He had never heard of such a thing as the Space Patrol. I even suspected that this was made up by the 2 guys in front of me. They're right, Vegeta, they are indeed space-time patrollers. Although that Vegeta is not very popular, his identity is correct. Carlo said calmly. Space Patrol? Lord Carlo is the god of time and space, don't you know him? Vegeta said blankly. Just by listening to the names, you can tell that the space-time patrolman and the space-time god are not positions at the same level at all. If they are actually space-time patrollers, why don't they know about Lord Carlo, the god of time and space? What? The god of time and space? We only know the time and space Supreme Kai-sama. Never heard of the space god. Son Goku immediately shook his head in surprise. You know, they had never even heard of Gods of Destruction before just now. Because Supreme Kai and Time and Space Supreme Kai is the highest level of gods. But now it seems that there are more powerful gods in other time and space. TCH, I really didn't say that. Vegeta glanced at the two of them with disdain again. Since they don't even know about the god of time and space and the gods of destruction, they don't even know about the existence of Angel, Grand Priest, and Zeno. No wonder they are so self-righteous. It turns out that there were so many powerful gods missing in their time. And just then. At this time, a purple crack suddenly appeared in mid-air. Obviously, this is a space-time rift created by the power of time and space. Then, a figure with purple skin, elf ears, and silver-white hair appeared. There is also a sword hanging on his waist. This person is clearly the creator of the prison planet, Fu. Mom, Mom! I didn't expect so many strong men to appear at once. Even the gods of destruction showed up, which really surprised me. Fu stared at everyone, holding the sword at his waist with one hand, and gently pushing the frame of his glasses with the other hand. He said with a somewhat cold smile in his tone. It's obvious that he doesn't care about anyone at all. Including Carlo as gods of destruction. Who is that self-righteous guy? Is he one of you too? In the future, Vegeta immediately glanced at Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta. Then he asked coldly. That guy must not be a good person? And how dare you be so unreasonable in front of Lord Carlo? It's simply a life-threatening situation. No, Vegeta. That guy is not with us. The purpose of our visit this time is also to investigate him. Because this guy caused chaos in many times and spaces, and also captured many people. So we came here this time, 5.8, to see what his purpose is. Time Patrolman Son Goku replied seriously. Although they have met several times. But he never made a move. Because every time this guy is about to take action, he will directly travel through time and space to leave here. The two swords in his hand, Shizan, can travel through time and space at will. So even if they are time and space patrols, they still have the ability to travel through time and space. But he couldn't catch up with Fu. So this is It seems you are not bad people either. But isn't it easy to deal with this guy? Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth, once again showing a confident arc. His body flashed and he rushed towards Fu. Obviously, Vegeta's impulsive and self-righteous character is difficult to change. He had the upper hand in the battle just now, which also made his self-confidence explode. Humph! You overestimate your capabilities. Fu looked at Vegeta with disdain. Just go to Super Saiyan 4. He didn't take it seriously at all. He was able to take out Vegeta in a split second. But now he doesn't have to do that. Vegeta's energy can provide good nutrients for his universe tree. Two swords cut in time, the blade of surprise. Fu pulled out his sword in a moment, and the accessories were filled with purple flames. Then he drew two swords into the void. A purple cross was instantly formed and blasted directly towards Vegeta. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The moment Vegeta hits with the purple cross, the body flew out directly, and then plunged heavily into the ground. It was obvious that Fu had more power than they imagined. So strong. Son Goku and the others also looked shocked. Unexpectedly, Vegeta, who had the full power of Super Saiyan, was defeated in an instant. Chapter 116. Boom! In everyone's shocked eyes, the ground suddenly exploded. Vegeta's body jumped up. At this time, he was in a state of embarrassment, and even his specially made combat uniform was torn to pieces by the attack just now. Damn, UBD, how dare you do such a thing? I will never forgive you. Vegeta roared angrily, and then attacked Fu again. Back off, Vegeta! You are no match for that guy. Looking at Vegeta with an angry face, Carlo said lightly. Although Fu is nothing in his eyes, Vegeta from Super Saiyan 4 is no match for him. Yes, yes. Master Carlo. Although he was very reluctant, Master Carlo had already given the order, so he had no choice but to retreat quickly. Although he is usually very arrogant, he still dare not refute Master Carlo's words. Not bad. It seems that you are a very majestic Gods of Destruction. If that's the case, then you should just have fun here first. Behave well. Fu clapped his hands and said to Carlo with a smile on his face. In his eyes, the Gods of Destruction pose no threat to them. Because Gods of Destruction has no control over the power of time and space. So even if they have strong power, you can't do anything to them. Because of his two-sword style time slash, he can cut through the door of time and space at will. What? You just want to leave after pretending to be cool? Do you think too little of me? A smile appeared on Carlo's lips and he spoke lightly. This guy is showing off and wants to leave. I really don't take him seriously. If such a guy is allowed to leave, he, the most powerful Gods of Destruction, will not be able to survive in the future. Oh? From your tone, do you want to keep me? Fu glanced at Carlo teasingly and asked with a sneer. Even Angel can't keep him, let alone Gods of Destruction? Not only do I want to keep you, I also want to completely destroy you. Because you, this guy, make me feel very unhappy. 01. Carlo said coldly. This guy seems to act more self-righteous than Vegeta. If he is not dealt with properly, where will his reputation as Gods of Destruction go? Destroy me? You are so ridiculously ignorant. You are just Gods of Destruction. Do you think you have that kind of qualification? If you are Xeno, maybe you are qualified to say this. But they are just ant-like Gods of Destruction. They take themselves too seriously. Fu burst out laughing. I didn't expect this guy to say such ignorant and ridiculous things. His purpose is to overthrow Xeno's rule and create a new world. And he is the master of the new world. Although his current strength cannot compete with Xeno. But he still didn't take it seriously at all, just a Gods of Destruction. He has lofty goals, if even a Gods of Destruction cannot deal with him. Then stop talking about a new universe. Then let's try it. I also want to know what qualifications do you, an artificial human created by genes, have to be so arrogant? Carlo's expression did not change at all. Because he knew Fu very clearly. At this moment, he has not absorbed the dark factor of the Demon Supreme Kai Mecha Capra, so his strength is very average. Even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta would probably be able to defeat him now. What's more, the power zone Carlo now possesses. It is definitely not an existence that can be compared to the fused warrior. Moreover, his power of time and space is not a decoration. Cut. Fu grinned, a devilish smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Originally, I wanted them to fully display their abilities. He can absorb some energy and then cultivate the universe tree. But what if the Gods of Destruction in front of me are so ungrateful? Then take action and teach him a lesson. Let this ignorant Gods of Destruction know how powerful he is. After the words fell, Kaname's body jumped up. Pulling out the sword from his waist, purple light bloomed instantly. Purple jet-like flames also appeared around the body. Her silver white hair was tied up high, with a bunch of bangs in front of her forehead. F#YF+. Obviously, he has transformed. Somewhat similar to Saiyan. This transformation also greatly increased his strength. So strong, how could this guy's strength reach this level? Can that god of destruction named Carlo defeat Fu? The moment Fu burst out his aura, a solemn expression suddenly appeared on the face of Space Patrol Patrolman Son Goku. In just a moment, he could feel the power of Wei Tian. There is no doubt that it is absolutely impossible for him and Vegeta to defeat Vegeta. I just don't know if the gods of destruction in front of me is strong or not. If you can't defeat FO, the situation will be a bit less optimistic. TCH. Fu's strength is too strong. And he's so confident. It's obvious that he has a living room to choose from. I guess that Gods of Destruction is no match for him. Vegeta also answered from the side. If they all join forces, maybe he can defeat Fu, and this is what he thinks. Although such an approach would be detrimental to Prince Saiyan's dignity. But this matter is very important. If Fu is not completely eradicated, this guy may harm other time and space. As a galactic patrol officer, Vegeta also has a very strong sense of responsibility at this moment. While Space Patrol Son Goku was talking to Vegeta, Fu's body has jumped up high. He struck Carlo with his sword without mercy. Who knew that the strength of Gods of Destruction should not be underestimated? Definitely not Son Goku and Vegeta, they can compare. So from the beginning, all the strength was exerted. Because he must teach this Gods of Destruction a lesson and let him know that Gods of Destruction is a cutting-edge god in a universe. But in his hands, he can't take any advantage. Carlo glanced lightly at Fu who was swooping down. Then he extended an index finger. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Carlo blocked Fu's strongest blow with just one finger. It has not undergone any transformation. You must know that after fusing the normal Ultra Instinct, Carlo can adjust the intensity of his body at will. Therefore, such a weapon cannot cause any harm to him. Not even the slightest bit threatening. Nanny! The strongest blow was actually blocked by Carlo with one finger, and Fu's expression suddenly changed. You must know that if the attack he just made was an ordinary Gods of Destruction, he would not dare to block it with his fingers. Even if you exert all your strength, you may not be able to receive his full blow. But the guy in front of him blocked his attack with just one finger. Shocked, unparalleled shock. No. Impossible. Fu was completely dumbfounded. There was even more turmoil in my heart. As for Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta, their eyes are already wide open. His mouth opened wide in surprise. The scene that happened in front of them was definitely something they didn't expect. Even Son Goku and Vegeta from the future time and space were extremely shocked. Even after seeing Lord Carlo's power. But the guy in front of me is also very powerful. Why do you act like a child in front of Master Carlo? So awesome. I actually blocked Fu's attack with one finger. Is this the power the Gods of Destruction have? It's unimaginable. Space Patrol Son Goku swallowed hard and murmured to himself in disbelief. Vegeta on the side also nodded dully. The power of Gods of Destruction seems to be completely beyond their imagination. Damn it! Absolutely impossible! You damn BD! With an angry roar, Fu held the sword with both hands and struck Carlo continuously. Carlo still used one finger to block. It was easy to block all his attacks. The face was extremely relaxed, and it was obvious that no force was used at all. Your strength is too weak. You still want to dominate the whole world like this? Your ideas are too naive, bandit. While blocking all Fu's attacks, Carlo mocked from the sidelines. This guy simply overestimates his capabilities. There is a huge difference in strength from Carlo. Still dreaming of overthrowing Zeno's rule? I don't know what's going on in their minds. Shut up, BD. Fu roared again and waved the sword in his hand as fast as possible. But it still didn't have any effect. At this time, he already had the intention to retreat. The gods of destruction in front of him seemed completely different from the gods of destruction he knew. If you continue to fight, unexpected accidents may happen. He must put the overall situation first. We cannot stand in a stalemate with this guy, we must leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Quickly swinging out a knife, he prepared to use this knife as a cover. Then quickly use the time and space ability to leave here. No matter how powerful the person in front of him is to destroy him, he will never be able to master the power of time and space. As long as he leaves here, that guy can't do anything to him at all. Only. The idea is wonderful. But the reality is often cruel. Just when he swung the sword, Carlo clamped his long sword between two fingers. Then gently pull back. Fu's body was pulled back directly. Then Carlo punched out. Boom! The fist hit Fu's abdomen hard. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and Fu's body flew out. Then he hit the energy barrier directly and was bounced back to the ground. Kneeling on one knee, purple blood kept slipping from the corner of his mouth. One blow. One blow defeated Fo. Gods of destruction, how can they be so powerful? Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta were completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect gods of destruction to be so powerful. Just one punch caused Buddha to be seriously injured. Because they could feel that Fu's chi was rapidly weakening. This shows that this punch still caused a lot of damage to him. Ah! Hateful! Wow! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Fu's face had turned a little pale. He knew that if he continued to stay here, he would probably be killed. He must not die here before his great cause is accomplished. Get out of this place as quickly as possible. Fo suddenly stood up. Then he waved the sword in his hand and opened two purple cracks. The body jumped into the crack. As long as you leave this time and space, no matter how powerful the BD gods of destruction is in front of you, there is absolutely nothing he can do to him. Fu ran away. Everyone frowned. Although that guy is not as powerful as Master Carlo. But he also possesses very powerful power. Now that he is running away in 757, it is like letting the tiger return to the mountain. I don't know how many bad things he will do and how many people he will kill. Angel Vados and Whis looked calm. Because they know that Master Carlo will never let Fu leave so easily. Call out. The next second, Fu's body appeared directly on the spot. Nanny. What's going on? He has obviously left this place. Damn it! Why did you come back to where you were? Fu has been completely stupid. He had just clearly used the time and space ability of the two sword style Shizan to leave this place. But why does he still stay here? Do you have the right to escape in front of me? I forgot to tell you that in addition to being the gods of destruction of this seventh universe, I am also the god of time and space. So your time and space ability is just childish in front of me. When you are ready to escape, I have sealed this space. You can't escape. Looking at Fu, who was panicked and solemn, Carlo said with a faint smile. He knew that this guy could travel through time and space at will. So in order to prevent him from escaping, Carlo had already used the power of time and space to seal off the planet's time and space. How could he run away? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fu was completely scared. Unexpectedly, this guy is not only the god of destruction, but also the god of time and space. In this case, his power of time and space seems to have completely failed. It seems impossible to leave this time and space. But if he fights, he can't beat this guy. You'd better go to hell for this kind of thing. Maybe that place is more suitable for you. After Carlo's voice fell, a purple destructive energy appeared directly in his heart. Instantly locked onto Fu's body. Call out. not giving Fu any chance at all. The energy ball directly hit the suit's chest. No, I cannot. Damn it, get out of here. Ah! Along with the heart-rending roar, Fu's body began to melt little by little. Finally, it turned into a purple light spot and disappeared into the air. It only took a moment, and then it was destroyed. Son Goku and Vegeta, who are space-time patrollers, are now petrified in place. They had been tracking Fu for so long, and he was destroyed like this. And it was for a moment, almost in a playful way. Gods of Destruction, so powerful. While shocked, Son Goku also began to feel lucky that Vegeta didn't attack him just now. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Maybe it's possible that both he and Vegeta will be killed. Chapter 117. Sir Carlo, do you want to continue investigating him? I always feel like the guy who disappeared just now is plotting something more important. Angel Whis looked at Carlo and asked. From the face of the guy just now, he saw great ambition. And having the ability to travel through time and space shows that this guy is not simple. And he actually ignored Gods of Destruction, which shows that he has a great background. No, that's not necessary. He has completely disappeared from this world now. Even if he has any ideas, he can no longer realize them. Carlo said calmly. Fu's purpose is naturally to create a new world and then use it to compete with Xeno. Finally, the goal of unifying all dimensions of time and space is achieved. However, such a goal cannot be achieved after all. Because he has no idea how scary Xeno and Grand Priest are. Just like the hurts before, it was just a dream. Rumble. And just after Fu disappeared, the entire prison planet began to move violently. Soon, several powerful auras suddenly appeared. Rumble. The ground continues. Wow! Immediately afterwards, a black-red flame rose from not far away. At the same time, it was accompanied by an extremely evil aura. So, such a powerful evil aura. What is going on? Is there such a powerful person on this planet? Son Goku and Vegeta both looked shocked. I originally thought they were the only people on the planet. I didn't expect that he still had such strong chi. There is no doubt that the aura just now has a power that is not weaker than Super Saiyan 4. And when almost everyone was shocked. Boo-hoo-hoo. Sounds of breaking through the air continued to sound. Immediately afterwards, several figures appeared in front of Carlo and the others. For Carlo, these are all familiar faces. Of course, there are also some that Son Goku and Vegeta knew before. Trunks, Cooler. Why are you here? Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta looked at the sudden appearance of these people in front of them with surprised expressions. Among them are Trunks and Cooler. Dad, Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan. Trunks immediately looked at everyone in front of him in surprise. Unexpectedly, they also came here. Could it be that he was also captured by Fu? That guy, why does he look so much like Zamasu? Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space also immediately discovered a familiar face. The color of his skin and hair is very similar to that of Zamasu, who was completely eliminated by Lord Carlo before. But the facial features are the same as Son Goku. Apparently, this is the combined Zamasu. Even Carlo was a little surprised. Because in their time and space, Zamasu had no chance to merge and was completely eliminated. If you look at people this way, the combined Zamasu in front of you should not be from this time and space. But other parallel time and spaces have been cleared away. Cut. Saiyan. You filthy bugs. After seeing Son Goku and Vegeta, the merged Zamasu also showed angry flames on his face. In his eyes, anger was burning even more. I didn't expect to continue to see these dirty humans here. Fortunately, I can completely eliminate them today. At this time, Trunks and Cooler also hurried over. Although Cooler was a villain before, even now, he has not become a good guy. But at this time, he and Trunks were on the same side. He was not willing to obey those guys like Fu or Hertz. Who are these guys? I have never seen them in other universes before, but each of their bodies contains very powerful energy. Whis and Vados both said in surprise. Judging from their appearance, many of them are human beings. But it has the same strength as Goku and Vegeta. You know, Goku and Vegeta are Saiyan. More importantly, they became so powerful under Angel's guidance. What the hell is going on with these guys? Have all humans in the universe become so powerful? Carlo also glanced at everyone. Except Cooler, Trunks, combined Zamasu. There are also the evil Saiyan Kamba, Hertz, the glass woman Ragus and the two Zivers. Was it actually eliminated? Did that Gods of Destruction do it? Hertz looked at Carlo with a solemn expression. For Gods of Destruction and Angel, he knew each other a long time ago. And very clear about their respective responsibilities. Although Angel has more powerful power, Angel cannot take action without authorization. Although each of the other people has considerable strength. But there is absolutely no way to compete with Fu. Then there is only one person who can kill the server, the unfamiliar Gods of Destruction in front of him. He basically knows all the Gods of Destruction in the 12 universes. But the Gods of Destruction have never seen such a guy in front of them. In this case, it seems that the Gods of Destruction in a certain universe have been replaced. This is also to be expected. This is what the supreme power who stands at the forefront of the universe likes to do most. Destroying a universe for no reason, just based on his likes and dislikes. This approach is even worse than that of the devil. Chi chi chi. At this time, the evil Saiyan Kanzhong seemed to be trying his best to restrain his anger. However, black and red flames of anger continued to appear from his heavy body. Lord Hertz, destroy them all. The energy of these guys seems to be very powerful. As long as all their energy is absorbed by the universe seed, they should be able to add a lot of energy to the universe seed. At that time, the seed of the universe can be formed as soon as possible. The Ziverman on the side reminded him in a cold tone. To be more precise, they are just high-tech artificial life forms of the Ziver people. Not really a Ziver. Back off. There is nothing visible. Hertz cursed coldly. The reason why he and Fu were able to reach a consensus before. It's because their target is Zeno. That guy's strength is so ridiculous that even Hertz himself can't defeat him at all. If the Gods of Destruction in front of me can destroy Fu, that means that he is stronger than himself, even countless times stronger. If you provoke him in this situation, you will undoubtedly be seeking your own death. What's more, Hertz has only one goal, and that's Zeno. The Gods of Destruction were not the ones he wanted to deal with. In fact, speaking of it, Gods of Destruction is also a very pitiful existence. Because in Zeno's eyes, they are just pawns. Dispensable chess pieces. As long as he is in a bad mood, he may destroy this kind of chess piece in an instant. Even the entire universe. Roar. At this moment, Kamba, the evil demi-human, could no longer control his anger. With a roar, the black-red arrogance suddenly surged. The eyes even emitted scarlet light. Then, he rushed directly towards Carlo and the others. Disappear. A faint voice fell, and Carlo's fingertips shot out several purple rays of light. Instantly penetrated the bodies of the evil Saiyan Kamba, the combined body of Zamasu and the two high-tech life forms of Zephyr. Accompanied by screams. The bodies of several people directly turned into little purple light spots. And the scene happened before my eyes. Makes everyone feel creepy. I didn't expect that such powerful people would be destroyed by Carlo in an instant. They were not given any chance to react at all. Especially Cooler, he feels like he doesn't know this world at all. Everyone who appears is ridiculously strong. In the end, only he and the glass girl Lars were left on the opposite side. Hertz, your goal will never be achieved. At least with your ability, even if you let the seed of the universe take shape, you will never be able to do it. Carlo said straight to the point. As for Hertz's purpose, only the two of them should know it. At least Whis and Vados, who are angels, don't know. Even they have never met Hertz. You, how do you know? Hertz looked at Carlo in surprise. You can tell from this guy's confident face that he knows his goal. That's why he said such confident words. But why? He never told anyone about this goal. Gods of destruction are even more impossible to know. But he seems to be able to see through his own thoughts and even knows exactly what he is thinking. This is too scary. Could it be that he can read minds? You don't have to know how I know. You just need to know that what you are plotting now will never be possible on your own. Carlo continued speaking calmly. Hertz, on the other hand, was lost in thought. He naturally knows that what he wants to do is definitely not easy. He even had no idea how powerful the enemy he faced was. The seed of the universe is just his spiritual sustenance. It also gave him a direction to work forward. Now I give you two ways, either surrender to me, and I know this matter. Either you will be completely destroyed by me right away and disappear from this world forever. Carlo's tone was still very calm. When looking at Dragon Ball heroes, just above one, Carlo Hertz really didn't have any favorable impressions. But when he was about to be killed by Fusion Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, his words successfully cleared him up. Zeno frowns and can make a universe completely disappear. I just want to save you from freedom. But your power has exceeded the limit and is so dazzling. That's why I like humans. This makes all readers think that Hertz is probably a god who has lived for a long time. It is also possible that they are survivors from the 6 universes that were previously wiped out by Zeno. But no matter what, he seemed to like human beings, and he didn't like Zeno's gesture of being able to wipe out billions of living beings just by frowning. To be honest, Carlo is also very uncomfortable with this kind of thing. Clothes. Zeno can make the universe disappear just by frowning. In a universe, there are countless planets and billions of creatures. No matter good or bad, no matter what they have been through before, they will disappear completely. This is evil. Great evil. And he worked hard to continuously improve his strength, just to prevent himself from being destroyed for no reason one day. If what Hertz in Dragon Ball Heroes said before he died was true, then he should be considered a great love for human beings. Sir Carlo, what exactly are you talking about? What is that guy plotting again? Angel Whis and Vados both asked with curious faces. They were even more curious about Carlo now. Why does he seem to know so many things? Even what the angel didn't know, Carlo knew clearly. Zhao, to know them. Angel has lived in this universe for hundreds of millions of years and has seen countless scenes. But Carlo, it only took a few years to become the Gods of Destruction. Including the time spent training in the spiritual time room, it does not exceed 50 years. Why does he understand this universe better than Angel? Nothing, I'm just scaring him. This guy is pretty good, if we can convince him to join the Wanjin Association. It is also a very good thing for our 7th universe. Carlo lowered his voice and said to the two of them. Such words are naturally a lie to them. Angel is by Gods of Destruction's side. In addition to assisting Gods of Destruction, it is also one of his responsibilities to monitor Gods of Destruction. So no matter how much he likes Whis and Vados, I will never reveal all my secrets to them. So that's it. That being said, it's actually a good thing. This guy does have more power than Goku and Vegeta. Whis nodded, I believe what Carlo said. Hertz's eyes are constantly changing. He knows the Gods of Destruction in front of him, and he definitely knows his purpose. Because the look he just gave was not deceiving. He now has the ability to kill himself in an instant. Why didn't he just kill himself? Xi. Does he have other ideas too? An idea that is similar to what you are planning. I thought about it for a full minute. Hertz stared at Carlo and finally nodded. He doesn't want to die, and he can't die. Once you die, everything is gone. I surrender to you, husband. Hertz nodded and said very seriously. This should be the most correct choice, right? Chapter 118. Your choice is very correct. Okay, if that's the case, let's go together. By the way, the woman behind you should be with you, right? I didn't feel the evil aura from her body like other people. So I kept her too. Carlo said calmly. Then he glanced at the glass and coolers behind him. I have to say, this lowly-looking woman seems pretty good. It just doesn't fit Carlo's aesthetics. I really don't have much interest in this kind of little Lolita. Yes, Ragus is my more loyal subordinate. In the past, their clan was also very powerful. Unfortunately. Hertz paused and glanced at the two angels beside Carlo. Then he said, it's a pity that she is the only one left in their clan. I see. She seems to be quite strong, so let's take her with us. Carlo still said in a calm tone. Clearly, Hertz had something else to say. It's just that Whis and Vados were both there, so the real truth wasn't told. According to his guess, the reason why the Glass clan was destroyed was probably related to Zeno and Grand Priest. But in this case, naturally you can't say such a thing? Then Carlo took everyone and left the prison planet. With a wave of his hand, the prison planet disappeared without a trace. This kind of planet that should not exist in the first place has no need to exist in the seventh universe. After returning to the seventh universe, Carlo also began to make arrangements for the upcoming power conference. He made an agreement with Hertz, although he has his own goals and ideas. But now, his thoughts must not be exposed. Otherwise, no one can save him. And for Carlo, although he doesn't quite agree with Zeno destroying the universe at will, but he knows that this is the way the world is. The gods who stand at the forefront of the universe do have this ability and capital. In other words, this was originally the destiny of the universe. As long as Zeno and Grand Priest don't have any thoughts about him, Carlo will never do anything excessive. After all, judging from the current situation, Zeno and Grand Priest seem to appreciate him quite a lot. At this time, there are already 7 players participating in the power conference. The other 3, even if they all exist like Satan, it will not affect the final result of the game. Hertz is already very powerful. Coupled with the addition of Ragus, a glass woman whose strength is comparable to that of Ultra Instinct, the lineup of the 7th universe becomes even more powerful. As for the rest of the time, at Vados's request, Carlo also took her to travel around the Earth for several days. In the past few days, the relationship between the two has also heated up rapidly. Maybe Angel Vados has never experienced this kind of thing. Just like the young girls in costume TV series, it is easy to fall in love under such circumstances. And Carlo also felt that Vados seemed to be really interested in him. Carlo, I'm so happy these days. Being an angel for hundreds of millions of years, I have never been so happy as during this time. I really didn't expect that being a human being is such a happy thing. On Earth, after watching the movie, Vados looked at Carlo with a grateful face and said. She felt very, very comfortable spending time with Carlo these days. The whole person seemed to be surrounded by a feeling of happiness. The two of them were walking on the street, just like ordinary lovers. Vados would habitually hold Carlo's arm, and the doctor would naturally not refuse. This was something she had never felt before. As human beings, sometimes we are indeed very happy. But sometimes there is a lot of helplessness. If a bitch was just an ordinary human being, gods or demons could easily kill them. Even an ordinary ki blast can make billions of ordinary humans disappear on a planet. If Master Zeno frowns, it is estimated that all humans in the universe will disappear in an instant. This is the helplessness of human beings. They can never control their own destiny, no matter how strong, rich, or capable they become. You are so vulnerable and insignificant in front of God. Looking at Vados, Carlo smiled lightly, and then said seriously. Human beings do have many advantages and disadvantages. That is simply not being able to control your own destiny. Especially in this crisis-ridden world. If human beings want to control their own destiny, it is even more of a luxury. You must know that every person on Earth in time and space seems to have been killed. Ta. Vados nodded and said. Being human does have its drawbacks. But she felt that this short-term happiness seemed quite good. It's just a pity, she is an angel. There are too many things we can't help ourselves, and there are too many constraints imposed by heaven's laws. Okay. Let's go to the night market again. The day after tomorrow is the start of the power conference. I wonder if there will be a chance to hang out like this after the power conference. Carlo continued to smile. I wonder what Zeno's punishment will be this time. Will it be the same as Dragon Ball Super, where failed universes will be cleared directly? Finally, if the wish is selfish, even the winner's universe will be cleared. I don't know this either, even though I am angel. But Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest are actually not qualified to know about the matters discussed. Vados shook his head, with a bit of worry on his pretty face. This kind of sudden competition always feels like it's not that simple. Moreover, Master Zeno seems not to like universe, which has a relatively low comprehensive level of human beings. Maybe we can use this opportunity to eliminate the universe with a lower comprehensive level of human beings, but not necessarily. The two of them were having fun again, and it was already midnight. At this time, Carlo felt that there was no need to return to the world of Gods of Destruction today. Then I found a hotel and stayed casually. Originally he wanted to open 2 rooms, one for each person. But Vados said it's not necessary. Because Angel doesn't need to sleep, he just needs to stand aside. And Carlo is now the Gods of Destruction and the God of Time and Space, so he has no problem even if he doesn't sleep. The next time, the two chatted again. A man and a woman live together in the same room, and Vados is indeed charming. Carlo felt that he might lose control at any time. But Vados doesn't know whether it's intentional or unintentional, but he always says some pimple-picking words. Sir Carlo, judging from your aesthetics, do you think I am beautiful? Vados, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly asked with a smile. A pair of beautiful eyes looked directly at Carlo. Gilu. Carlo swallowed subconsciously. His eyes were also fixed on Vados. Although he has become the Gods of Destruction and the God of Time and Space. Of course he has full human emotions after all. Facing this naked right cheek, he naturally felt that his mouth was dry. Vados, you are playing with fire. And you seem to be trying to drag me down with you. Carlo narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke to Vados in a very serious tone. It is already a very dangerous thing for a man and a woman to live alone in the same room. If Vados wasn't angel, it is estimated that this posture is no longer in this position now. What? Is Mr. Carlo afraid of fire? Or, are you just afraid that I will bring fire? Vados actually came closer again and said. And this time in Zeno Temple. Grand Priest, who was watching Zeno playing the game with a smile, suddenly changed his face slightly. There was an incredible look in his eyes. Vados. When he called out Vados' name, the priest clenched his fist tightly. Grand Priest, how to do it? There seems to be something wrong with your expression. Did something happen? Zeno on the side saw the change in Grand Priest's expression, turned his head and asked. Grand Priest immediately unclenched his fist, then shook his head and said, It's okay, Lord Zeno. But his face was indeed very ugly. Unexpectedly, Vados didn't take Angel's laws into consideration at all. No wonder some time ago, she actually asked to be the angel of the 7th universe. And it's so determined. Now it seems that Vados has been prepared for a long time. Billions of years have passed since Angel was born until now. Nothing like this has ever happened. Vados, you are so stupid. Grand Priest's eyes became colder and colder, with anger surging in his eyes. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon of the next day. Carlo took Vados to wander around the earth a few times and ate a lot of delicious food. Vados also habitually held Carlo's arm. But just looking at it, it seems even sweeter. And Vados seems to have undergone a qualitative transformation in just a few hours. The whole person's temperament adds a bit of maturity in vain. As to why such a transformation occurred, it is estimated that only she and Carlo know best. After a few rounds, Carlo and Vados also returned to the Gods of Destruction world. Because tomorrow is the time for the Conference of Power. As the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, Carlo naturally had to make some arrangements. Although the 7th universe will definitely win the final victory. But it is still necessary to deploy it in advance. Wait until the two of them return to the temple. Everyone looked at Carlo and Vados curiously. It always felt like some subtle change had occurred between them. But no one can tell what the specific changes are. You are different. Son Goku pointed at Vados and said curiously. Carlo, can you stop talking nonsense? That's not your concern. Vegeta on the side immediately gave Son Goku a slap in the face, signaling him not to talk too much. None of Master Carlo's matters should be interfered with by them. Whis's face was a little solemn. Because she also felt the changes in Vados. This has never changed. In just a few days, Angel, who has a long lifespan, should not see any changes. But after only a few days on Earth with Mr. Carlo, Vados had undergone such a change. Something must have happened in the middle. Chapter 119. Vados, are you having fun visiting Earth these days? Whis suppressed the curiosity and doubts in his heart and stared at Vados and asked. There must be something seriously wrong with Vados. Otherwise, there would be no such mysterious changes in such a short period of time. This is definitely a very bad thing. Well, Sui is very happy. Every moment I am with Mr. Carlo is a joy. Vados nodded, seemingly not afraid of Whis' suspicion. Carlo on the side was no longer as fearful as before. He was really a little impulsive last night. But being impulsive is impulsive, and when he does something, he has already thought about what the consequences will be. After hearing Vados's answer, Whis's face became even more solemn. Vados seems to actually have human emotions already. Just like humans, I fell in love with Lord Carlo. This is Angel's taboo, something that must never happen. What my sister is doing now is obviously a very stupid and irrational approach. He didn't understand that feeling. Naturally, I feel that this approach is undoubtedly giving up Angel's position, which is a very stupid approach. Well. Whis sighed. Although the Grand Priest has dozens of children, every one of them is their brother or sister. But the 12 angels have different personalities, and many of them don't even interact with each other. The person with whom he has the best relationship is his sister Vados. If Vados is really punished for this, as his younger brother, he will naturally feel distressed. Although Angel cannot have human emotions. But it's not without emotion at all. Okay, tomorrow is the day for the Tournament of Power. How are everyone's preparations going? Carlo changed the topic directly and looked at Son Goku and asked them. Tomorrow's game may be more than just a game. This matter will definitely be noticed by Grand Priest soon. I don't know what he will do by then. Although there is indeed a big gap between his own strength and theirs, if he wants to destroy him. It's not that easy either. Don't worry, Lord Carlo, our 7th universe will definitely win. After these days of Mr. Whis guidance, Uncle Goku has been able to master the perfect Ultra Instinct. And our respective strengths have also made great breakthroughs. Trunks replied firmly. Naturally, he didn't know what happened to Master Carlo and Vados. But this has nothing to do with him. Lord Carlo is the person he admires the most, even if Lord Carlo wants him to die now. He will never look back. Well, Trunks is right. As long as there are no Gods of Destruction level experts in other universes, our 7th universe won't say anything. Son Goku also said very confidently. He is now able to cast Ultra Instinct with ease. According to Whis, although his freedom has not yet been perfected. But this level is already comparable to some quasi-gods of destruction. Just a pity. Since Trunks accidentally comprehended Ultra Instinct last time, he has not reached that state since his return. Good. Seeing how confident you all are, I feel relieved. Hertz, you should have no problem, right? Carlo glanced at Hertz and asked. Although this guy didn't fill the universe seed with energy. But his own strength is already very powerful. Maybe there's no way to beat Ultra Instinct's Son Goku. But the level of Super Saiyan 4 is still not comparable to hers. As for the strength of Glass Lady Ragus, she is more powerful than Hertz. Well, please don't worry. Master Carlo. Hertz also nodded immediately, looking confident. Maybe his strength is not comparable to those of Zeno. But it is absolutely impossible for humans in other universes to defeat them. This is a battle without any suspense. Good. Now besides the 7 of you, there are 3 contestants left. Trunks, I leave this task to you. Just go to Earth and find some relatively strong humans to participate in the competition. Seeing that they were all very confident, Carlo said calmly. This was also his previous thought. As long as there are a few of them here, the 7th universe will definitely gain the final advantage. As for the other 3 players, it doesn't matter whether they are strong or not. Besides, there are only a few truly strong people in the entire 7th universe. Although Carlo can still think of some powerful guys. It's just that those guys are extremely vicious, so there's no need to take them to participate in the competition. Yes, Lord Carlo, leave it to me. Trunks also nodded immediately and said. Anyway, it's just a matter of picking 3 players to fill up the numbers. You can find it just by looking around the earth. At this time in Zeno Temple, Grand Priest's expression was still extremely cold. He has had this expression for more than 10 hours. Grand Priest, what's wrong with you? You have been absent-minded all this time. Did something important happen? Zeno looked at Grand Priest, who looked unhappy, and asked again. If it was a big deal, as Zeno, there was no way he wouldn't feel it. But judging from Grand Priest's face, it shouldn't be a trivial matter. Even if one universe is destroyed, or even several universes are destroyed, it is impossible for Grand Priest to show such a solemn expression. Call. Taking a long breath, Grand Priest was no longer prepared to hide it. He said to Zeno, Master Zeno, I'm so sorry. As the guide angel, Vados already has expressions that angel shouldn't have. And he did something against the angel's law with Carlo, the god of time and space. He is not just the Grand Priest of this dimension. At the same time, he is also the father of all angels. His teachings to angel have always been very strict. And no angel has ever dared to do anything beyond the angel law. I didn't expect Vados to actually do this. And it was with Carlo, the god of time and space. Zeno was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Although Angel has always been managed by Grand Priest. But Angel is also a god after all. As long as they are gods, Zeno is qualified to manage. Vados, now an angel, actually did such a thing. Like a human being, he fell in love with Carlo, the god of time and space. This incident did surprise him. After all, this is something that has not happened in hundreds of millions of years. An angel's law clearly stipulates that angels cannot have any human feelings. Nor can you have feelings for anyone. This is true even for the gods of destruction who have lived with them for hundreds of millions of years. That means that the last time Angel Vados went to the 7th universe, the excuse he gave was false. He wants to become the angel of the 7th universe, not because he sees Carlo's talent, but because he has had this idea for a long time, right? The childish expression on Zeno's face disappeared at this moment, and then he looked at Grand Priest and asked. If this is really the case, then Angel Vados has made a fool of the two of them. Cheating Zeno and Grand Priest is absolutely unforgivable. Especially Vados as Angel. Even though she knew she would make a mistake, she still made the mistake resolutely. This is unforgivable. I'm afraid, that's the case, Zeno-sama. Grand Priest nodded and said. His face indeed became gloomier. To do such a thing, Vados's mistake must be the biggest. But Carlo is definitely not without any mistakes. Because he knows Vados is angel. And his identity is also the god of time and space. So they resolutely violated the law even though they knew it was against the law. Ouch! The situation is a bit complicated. To be honest, Carlo has a fighting talent that none of the gods of destruction have. I actually admired him before. After hundreds of millions of years, maybe he is the only person who can serve as the next Grand Priest. But now that something like this has happened, how should we deal with it? Zeno touched his chin, feeling a bit in a dilemma. To be honest, if gods of destruction from other universes did such a thing, he will eliminate them without hesitation, even the universe where the gods of destruction is located. Zero asking for flowers. But the person doing it now is Carlo. From the beginning, he admired Carlo. Because Carlo has the potential to even surpass Angel. If they are cultivated, they will definitely become the top powerhouses in their time and space. Even reaching the level of Grand Priest is possible. If he was destroyed because of this incident, he obviously didn't want to do it. But if you do something wrong without punishment, it will be difficult to convince the public. And maybe they will do something even more outrageous next time. Master Zeno, I think this kind of thing is intentional deception and intentional mistake. So whether it is the guide Angel Vados or the time and space god Carlo, they should be punished accordingly. Only in this way can all the angels and gods of destruction take a warning and not dare to make such mistakes in the future. Grand Priest said with extremely firm eyes. Even Zeno rarely sees Grand Priest's expression. Maybe it was because Vados did such a thing, it was a big blow to him. Grand Priest, don't be angry yet. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it personally after the conference of power is over. Besides, we have already discussed the conference of power before. The losing universe will be erased directly, and if the winning universe has selfish desires, it will also be erased at that time. This is something we have agreed upon before and it will never change. 0. So, the chance of 8 universes surviving is almost 0. Zeno's tone regained its calmness. The main reason for holding the power conference this time. It is because the comprehensive level of human beings in some universes in this time and space is very low. They believe that this kind of universe with low human strength and no ambition to make progress can disappear. Destroy a universe. For them, they only need to move their fingers to do it. Well, okay. After hearing Zeno's words, Grand Priest also nodded. Master Zeno is absolutely right. The real purpose of this competition is mainly to eliminate those universes with low human comprehensive level. 8 universes participate in the competition, and only one can win in the end. The players standing in the ring will have an opportunity to make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball. If they wish to do something selfish, or if they only seek the benefit of their own universe, then this kind of selfish behavior will be punished by them. The winning universe will also be destroyed. The only chance for 8 universes to survive. It is the universe that wins in the end. The wish of the last contestant left in the ring must be to resurrect other destroyed universes. If it weren't for this wish, then the 8 universes would completely disappear. By then, there will be no need to worry about Carlo and Vados anymore. Gods of Destruction Carlo will disappear along with the entire 7th universe. As an angel, Vados will also lose all angel functions. When the time comes, it will be considered a punishment for her to lose her angel function forever. Okay, Grand Priest. Although this matter is very serious, you don't need to keep it in mind. Because according to my speculation, no one among these 8 universes should make a wish to resurrect the disappeared universe. If that's the case, it would be a pity, Carlo. Zeno continued. But this is a rule he has set before. So even he himself will not make changes. Although he admires Carlo very much, he will never change his previous thoughts for Carlo. Those universes that are not enterprising should disappear completely. Anyway, for him, there is not much difference between 12 universes and 4 universes. And only 4 universes with relatively high human comprehensive levels are left, which are easier to manage. By the way, the arena has been set up. Zeno asked Grand Priest again. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded and replied. Well, let's look forward to this wonderful performance. The last time in another time and space, the game was really exciting. I still haven't seen enough. I hope that this time, the humans of the 8 universes can bring a more exciting game. Zeno said with a faint smile. Chapter 120. I will definitely do it, Master Zeno. Grand Priest said, still somewhat absent-mindedly. Vados did such a thing, which really makes it difficult for him to calm down even now. After all, this is something that has never happened to Angel in hundreds of millions of years. What Vados and Carlo did was not just a violation of Angel's rules. It is a kind of disregard and provocation to him. The day passed quickly. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe, all the players are already in place. Trunks also found 3 players who are a little stronger than ordinary people on Earth. After seeing Trunks and Son Goku, and the real God, the 3 of them were all submissive, with fear on their faces. Because they never thought that one day they would actually see God. And also participate in competitions with other universes. You must know that they have never been to other planets before. You don't even know that other universes exist. All this suddenness made them unable to adapt and extremely anxious. Everyone, today is the day when Master Zeno will hold the Tournament of Power. First of all, what I want to tell you is that each of you possesses the top power in the universe. So there are not many other universe players who can be your opponent. Secondly, Jiren from the 11th universe is very powerful. Just be careful when the time comes. Son Goku and Broly should be completely manageable for a few years. As for other people, don't worry about it. Carlo said to everyone. Although they, 7th universe, are bound to win this competition. But it is still necessary to explain 297 in advance. As long as you watch out for Jiren from Universe 11, others have nothing to fear. Even the candidate Gods of Destruction Topo from the 11th universe, and Hit, the strongest killer from the 6th universe. They pose no threat to the 7th universe. Of course, what he said was mainly for Son Goku and Hertz. He didn't regard the 3 human beings as players at all. I just went there to join in the fun and see the world. Yes, Lord Carlo. Everyone was very serious and nodded. There was a look of excitement on his face. Being able to compete with other universes is something that is very exciting and worth looking forward to. Especially for Son Goku and Vegeta, Saiyan didn't say anything. Being able to fight is a good thing for them. Correct. There is another very important thing, I hope you will remember it. After our 7th universe wins in the end, if Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest are rewarded with a wish from Super Saiyan, then when you make a wish, you must restore the destroyed universe. Remember, if anyone makes a selfish wish, I will completely destroy you on the spot. No matter who you are. When talking about this matter, Carlo became extremely serious. Although now, Zeno and Grand Priest still don't have a clear stipulation that losing the game will destroy the universe. There is no clear rule, the reward is the Super Dragon Ball. But he must tell everyone about these ideological work in advance. Just in case something goes wrong and it is destroyed by Zeno and Grand Priest. In the past, Zeno did show appreciation for Carlo. But he didn't think that Zeno would go against his previous thoughts because of such appreciation. Master Carlo, listen to what you say. If you lose this game, will you be destroyed by Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama? Son Goku and Trunks immediately asked. Master Carlo never mentioned this matter to them. And Zeno and Grand Priest have never mentioned it before. As for Hertz on the side, his expression was even more ugly. Zeno and the Grand Priest, the gods above the universe. What I like to do most is this kind of thing. If you don't like it, just frowning can make a universe disappear. Human beings are so unfree and so insignificant. If they just move their fingers, billions of human beings will be destroyed. Humanity. How pitiful. This is why he rebelled against Zeno. Even Whis and Vados on the side were very curious. Because Lord Zeno and Lord Grand Priest never said that the losing universe would be destroyed. Why does Master Carlo know? If it is a guess, then they definitely don't believe it. Whis asked curiously, Sir Carlo, why are you so sure that the universe that lost this game will be destroyed? And he actually made such arrangements in advance. He was indeed surprised. And recently, he feels like he can't understand Lord Carlo more and more. It's like he knows everything. Everything was as he expected. Yes. Carlo. What is going on? Have Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest told you about the reward and punishment system? Vados also asked very curiously. But since the last time I came back from Zeno Temple, she followed Carlo almost every step of the way. I have never seen him have any connection with Master Zeno or Master Grand Priest. Why did he just say that the losing universe will be wiped out? And by taking advantage of an opportunity to make a wish, the destroyed universe was restored. This is a bit unlike Carlo's character. Although it is kinder than other gods of destruction. But the opportunity to make a wish with a Super Dragon Ball is also very rare. You two don't have to be so surprised. I'm just guessing. If it is true that 7 universes will be wiped out, do you think how many creatures will be wiped out in the 7 universes? So I just try to prevent this possibility in advance. For Zeno and Grand Priest, this is something they can do. Some time ago in another time and space, didn't we all watch the 9th universe and 10th universe being destroyed before our eyes? Carlo just answered calmly. Naturally, he would not say that he knew the plot in the first place. And this matter was indeed predicted by him in advance. After all, reality is different from anime. And this is the future time and space, maybe Zeno and Grand Priest have no such plan. What worries him most now is not the conference of power. It's a matter between myself and Vados. After the battle the night before yesterday, he and Vados had completely established their relationship. As Angel's manager, he is also Angel's father. Grand Priest will definitely be able to detect this happening. But why is there no news about him in the past 2 days? This unknown fear was what worried him the most. That's it. Master Carlo is really a mastermind. Angel Whis just nodded. But I only half believed what Carlo said. As for Hertz on the side, after hearing Carlo's explanation, I admire Carlo even more. It seems that he likes human beings just like himself. I don't want to see humanity being wiped out wantonly by Zeno and the others. Don't let him feel very comfortable by being around like-minded people. At least, it's much more comfortable than dealing with guys like Fu. Do you all remember what I just said? Carlo looked at everyone and asked very seriously. Yes, we all remember it, Master Carlo. Everyone nodded firmly immediately. The contestants participating in the competition this time are all very kind-hearted. I definitely can't bear to see several universes disappear completely all at once. If you really have that desire then maybe they will all do it without Carlo reminding them. Even Vegeta's character has changed a lot. Okay. If that's the case, let's go to Wushija. Carlo nodded, but his expression became a little more serious. I don't know what will happen after Wushija gathers together this time. It seemed that Carlo was worried. Vados also walked quietly to Carlo's side. Then he lowered his voice and said, "You don't have to worry so much, no matter what happens next, I will bear it with you. And this incident all happened because of me. Even if there is a chance, I will not let you get hurt." Regarding Vados, Carlo still felt warm in his heart. That heavy feeling was also relieved a lot. Then Whis took out the staff and spoke to the gem. "Grand Priest, the 7th universe is ready and ready to go." Just after Whis' voice fell, Grand Priest's calm voice came from the gem. "Okay." Almost as soon as Grand Priest's voice fell, the bodies of several people were instantly covered by a layer of white light. Immediately afterwards, the world disappeared into the world of Gods of Destruction. When it appears again, the 7th universe has arrived at the realm of nothingness. According to the introduction and records in Dragon Ball Super, Wushija is a chaotic land without time and space. It's just that a huge arena with a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet appeared under their feet. There is a giant pillar in the middle of the ring. This giant pillar is the unit used to measure the time of the game. When the height of the pillar is equal to the surface of the ring, the game ends. And above the ring, there are several huge light bulbs. This is used for lighting. Each light bulb is as huge as a sun. Directly east of the arena is Zeno's palace. Zeno is sitting on his throne, playing a mini-game seriously. But Grand Priest squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the 7th universe. Especially after seeing Carlo and Vados, a cold light shone in his eyes. Das on the side was shocked. Because they have never seen Grand Priest's expression like this. Even Vados is already prepared in his heart. But the look in Grand Priest's eyes just now was really scary. Perhaps this is a kind of innate suppression that Angel simply cannot bear. As for Carlo, his expression remained calm. Grand Priest doesn't have that kind of blood for him. Of suppression. So the feeling of oppression is not very strong. Carlo and Vados and Whis took a step forward. Then, he bowed respectfully and looked in the direction of Zeno and Grand Priest and saluted, "See Master Zeno, see Master Grand Priest." Then Carlo secretly meowed Grand Priest. That guy's eyes are indeed completely different from before. It seemed that he had known about this for a long time, and Grand Priest was very angry. Perhaps it was because of Zeno that he didn't get angry directly. "You are here. Great, you universes will definitely bring about a very exciting battle today." Zeno, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, still smiling and smiling. It seems that he is also full of expectations for this battle. Oh! After seeing Zeno, Hertz clenched his fists tightly. He was grinning and his body was trembling slightly. It seems that Hertz really hates Zeno. "Hertz, if you don't want to be destroyed here, control your emotions." After sensing Hertz's mood changes, Carlo said coldly. "Although I gave Hertz a chance. But if he dares to cause trouble here, I will completely destroy him without hesitation." Hug, 1.9 I'm sorry. Master Carlo. After hearing Carlo's cold reminder, Hertz also realized it immediately, lowered his voice and said sorry. Master Carlo is a man who does great things. Moreover, what he planned seemed to coincide with his own. So in a place like this, he must not do anything that disrupts Lord Carlo's plan. It was felt that Hertz's mood had returned to the spleen meridian. Carlo then raised his head, smiled and said to Zeno, "Okay, I will definitely do it, Master Zeno." If it were before, he would be afraid of Zeno and Grand Priest. But it's not that uneasy. But because of what happened with Vados, she feels very uneasy now. especially after seeing that neither Zeno nor Grand Priest mentioned this matter. I feel that this matter will not end so easily. Boo-hoo-hoo. And at this time, one after another universe also appeared one after another. Second universe, third universe, fourth universe, sixth universe, 11th universe. In just a few minutes, all the participating universes have arrived at Wuja in advance. As for the 6th universe and the 11th universe, their eyes quickly focused on the 7th universe after they appeared. Because they all know that the comprehensive level of human beings in the 7th universe is very powerful. It is very likely that he is the most difficult opponent in this competition. And after all the universes appear, Grand Priest's body also took a few steps forward. Then he glanced at all the universes and said in a calm tone, "It seems that all 8 participating universes have arrived. Now that everyone is convinced, I will announce all the rules of this competition, as well as the rules of rewards and punishments." Chapter 121. First of all, who is each universe contestant? This power conference among the 8 universes uses a melee mode, with a total of 80 people fighting together. During the battle, you are not allowed to use any hidden weapons, you are not allowed to use flying skills other than your own abilities, and you are not allowed to use any weapons. It is also not allowed to use some items to restore physical energy or increase strength, except for one's own skills. The total game time is 100 tuckers. Using the timing unit of the 7th universe Earth, it is 48 minutes. The most obvious reference is the pillar in the middle of the ring. When the pillar is completely parallel to the ring, the game officially ends. In the end, the universe that stays under the ring the most will win the final victory. The most important thing is the rules of elimination. The opponent must be knocked out of the ring to be considered eliminated. As long as the opponent is unconscious or admits defeat, it will not be counted as eliminated, and the opponent cannot be killed. Once the opponent is killed, then all contestants in that universe will be eliminated immediately. Grand Priest's tone at this moment was very serious. His eyes scanned all the universe gods and contestants. Everyone quickly lowered their heads subconsciously. The above are the rules of the competition for this power conference. Next let me talk about the reward and punishment system. First of all, the final winning contestant will get an opportunity to make a wish to Super Shenron. As for the eliminated universe, it will be completely wiped out by Master Zeno. When he said this, Yin Shanai's face was extremely serious. Seeing that serious face, everyone felt panic in their hearts. Especially after hearing that the eliminated universe will be erased. All the gods and players had fear on their faces. What? Are the eliminated universes going to be erased? How could this happen? Isn't this just an ordinary game? Why do we need to directly erase the eliminated universe? All the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai in the universe began to feel anxious. I thought it was just an ordinary game. Just for fun, Zeno and Grand Priest. Now it seems that their thinking is a bit too simple. This was originally a competition to wipe out the universe. Once all the players are eliminated, the corresponding universe will also be completely cleared. In fact, Grand Priest and Zeno have done this kind of thing before. There were a total of 18 universes in the past, but 6 universes have been eliminated by Zeno-sama. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? The eliminated universe will be directly destroyed. So does our universe have any chance of winning? The 9th universe's Supreme Kai Lul said with a very solemn expression. Although his character is usually very confident. However, the overall strength of their 9th universe is not very strong among all universes. Although those participating in the competition this time are all relatively low-strength universes. But the 9th universe wants to stand out among these 8 universes and become the final winner. It's obviously something that's unlikely. I think should not be. Sidra, the gods of destruction from the 9th universe, also frowned tightly and said. I didn't expect the punishment this time to be so terrible. The losing universe will be destroyed directly. This means that 7 of these 8 universes will be completely destroyed. Only one universe can remain. All gods of destruction are clear. Among these 8 universes, the 11th universe has the strongest overall human strength. Perhaps the one who can win the final victory is also the 11th universe. Jiren, you must show your strength well. If we are eliminated, our 11th universe will be completely wiped out. But if you win the game, you will get a chance to make a wish to Super Shenron. At that time, you can make a wish to Super Shenron to find the demon that destroyed your entire clan and killed your master. Gods of Destruction Vermit of Universe 11 said to Jiren very seriously. Although Toppo, who is a candidate for Gods of Destruction, is also very strong. But in front of Jiren, he was completely vulnerable. Jiren is the real ace player of their universe. If you want to win the final victory, you can only rely on Jiren. A chance to make a wish to Super Shenron. After hearing this breath, his expression became slightly angular. For him, many things can no longer arouse even the slightest turmoil in his heart. Only 2 things. One is that his former tribe was wiped out. The second one was that his master Ji Qing was killed. He never gave up on the demon that destroyed his entire clan and killed his master. But after such a long time, there was no news. I used to think that Super Shenron was just a legend. It seems now that Super Shenron does exist. If he uses the power of Super Shenron, he will definitely be able to help him find those demons. Well, I understand. In this game, I will win the final no matter what. After thinking for a moment, Jiren nodded seriously. The reason why he participated in this game before. Mainly because of Vermit's face. After all, that guy and his master are good friends. For the sake of the master, I gave Vermit some face. Super Shenron's wish-making opportunity, this is an unexpected surprise. Therefore, this time he must win the final victory. Find out the demon who destroyed his entire clan and killed his master. Then he executed him with his own hands. This is his biggest wish all along. Okay. That's good. After seeing Jiren nod in agreement, Vermit's mood suddenly improved a lot. Although the 7th universe's gods of destruction are very powerful. Of course, you can now call him the god of time and space. However, the strength of gods of destruction does not mean that the strength of the 7th universe is strong. I heard Mark Arita say that the comprehensive level of human beings in the 7th universe ranks second to last among all universes. Even if they improve, there is absolutely no way to escape the fate of being counted down. Therefore, the 7th universe is no match at all. As for the other universes, they are even more vulnerable to Jiren. This final victory definitely belongs to their 11th universe. That's great. Fortunately, the 4 of us universes don't have to participate in the competition. I'm so lucky. Fortunately, during our tenure as Gods of Destruction, we have continued to improve the overall level of mankind. If we didn't work hard, it might be our 4 universes that would be wiped out today. The Gods of Destruction in of the first universe said with a happy face. This is indeed something to be happy about. Because it doesn't matter who loses or wins in the end, it's 2 universes. None of them have anything to do with the 4 universes. Their 4 universes are absolutely safe today. Yet, I'm really lucky. But while we were working hard, the other gods of destruction were doing their own thing. So we are still lucky, and secondly, we deserve it. Jin, the gods of destruction from Universe 12, said calmly. Now for them, they only need to appreciate the performance of the other 8 universe humans. As for which universe will eventually remain, and which universes will disappear, this has nothing to do with them anymore. And just when everyone was whispering, Grand Priest's voice sounded again. Dear gods of destruction and all players, did you hear clearly the rules and reward and punishment system just now? After finishing speaking, Grand Priest's gaze swept across the universe. It finally fell on Carlo. There was obviously a bit of a cold look in those eyes. Carlo didn't shy away at all. Because he knew that even if he was obedient, he would kneel on the ground and cry. What should happen will still happen. If there is no point in being afraid, why be so afraid? Listen clearly. All the gods of destruction, ghost kings, gods, and players are promoted and promised. At this time, everyone's face looked heavy. Because no one can guarantee that they, universe, will win in the end. Even Carlo can't guarantee 100%. After all, there is no way to know what kind of accidents will happen during the game. Good. Now that everyone has heard clearly, let's invite Master Zeno to give a speech. After Grand Priest's voice fell, he retreated directly to the back. Zeno jumped down from his throne. Then he said to all the players, "You must compete well and give us a wonderful battle." The speech was very concise. After saying that, Zeno returned to his seat. The Grand Priest continued, "Then the game starts now. All gods of destruction, Supreme Kai and the Guide Angel are asked to leave the ring and go to the auditoriums of their respective universes to watch the game." After Grand Priest's voice fell, all the gods of destruction, Supreme Kai and Angel also returned to the audience in their respective universes. Carlo glanced at Son Goku and the others. He said calmly, "Let me get rid of the fourth universe first, that white mouse, let him experience the fear of being erased." After saying that, Carlo and the others returned to the audience of Universe 7. Son Goku and the others can certainly hear it clearly. It seems that Master Carlo doesn't like the gods of destruction of the fourth universe very much. The game officially begins. With the Grand Priest's order, some universe players could not contain their excitement. He rushed out directly. Because in their opinion, preemptive strike may be able to achieve better results. But there are also many players who do not take action in order to preserve their strength. Because the battle lasts for 100 tuckers in total. If you fight with all your strength, your physical energy will be exhausted quickly. At that point, you simply won't be able to hold on to the end. Now I can save a little energy and save it for the end. It would be better if it can be used to reap the benefits. Everyone, Mr. Luo just said it. Be the first to eliminate the fourth universe. Let the gods of destruction from the fourth universe feel the fear. In this case, let's start with the fourth universe. Hertz said to everyone on the sidelines. Anyway, even if it is the fourth universe, be the first to destroy it. Finally, they can also use Shenron to make a wish and restore all the universe to its original state. It's just that the gods of destruction of the fourth universe are the first to experience the fear of being wrapped in death. Humph! Damn you guy, do you think you can tell us what to do just by following Mr. Carlo for a few days? Vegeta seems to dislike Hertz a little bit. Then he said coldly. How dare this guy take the initiative to give orders? You must know that they have been following Mr. Carlo for a long time. This guy has only been in the group for a few days and he's actually giving them orders. Cut. It's your business to listen or not, but I don't know if you can afford it if it delays Mr. Carlo's affairs. Hertz didn't want to pay attention to Vegeta, an arrogant guy, and said coldly. Vegeta, is this not the time for a conflict? And this matter was explained by Lord Carlo just now, so we must defeat the fourth universe first. This is Lord Carlo's order. Son Goku on the side also quickly spoke to dissuade him. Vegeta is a bit too stubborn and arrogant. If it is because of his arrogance that Mr. Carlo's affairs are delayed, it's not something they can afford by then. Cut. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. But in the end I chose to compromise. No matter how arrogant he is still very respectful in front of Lord Carlo. At this time, the fourth universe was obviously not ready to join the battle from the beginning. Because they know that their strength is not very strong. If you join the fight from the beginning, you may be eliminated quickly. So they are waiting for the best opportunity. Preferably the one that allows for the final harvest. It's just that their idea is a little too good. Ooh-hoo-hoo. The next second, 7 players from the 7th universe directly surrounded them. This is abominable. Why did these guys from the 7th universe come to our 4th universe in the first place? Damon, a contestant from Universe 7, said with an ugly expression. I originally wanted to survive until the end. Unexpectedly, the 7th universe immediately started to cause trouble for them. Looks like their plans are about to change. Don't worry, there are only 7 of them. As long as 10 of us come together, we can completely eliminate them in no time. Ganos said to the others confidently. There are only 7 people from the 7th universe. There are 10 of them now. If they fight, they will not suffer in terms of numbers. You're right, let's go from the sun. Magilla clenched her fists tightly and said relatively confidently. After saying that, the 10 people rushed directly towards Son Goku and Hertz. However, although there are 10 of them, they have an advantage in numbers. But the strength is completely different from that of the 7th universe. To know that in Dragon Ball Super Original Tournament of Power, both Krillin and number 18 have eliminated several 4th universe players. This is enough to prove how weak the overall strength of the 4th universe is. Now, each of the 7 of them, Son Goku and Hertz, has power far beyond Krillin and number 18. Even if they are alone, they can probably take out everyone in the 4th universe. And just when the 10 people were about to fly out, Ragus, the glass girl who had always said very little, suddenly shouted angrily. The color of the pupils changed directly. Then bunches of sharp glass emerged from the ground. Then it directly pierced the limbs of 8 4th universe contestants. Ah! Screams instantly sounded on the stage. Coolers waved his hand, and 8 people's bodies were thrown out of the ring. The next 2 little ones are difficult to see clearly even with the naked eye. Fortunately, Hertz also had more powerful abilities and found them easily. Then there was a direct burst of breath, shaking the 2 of them out of the ring. None of this was fought. The entire 4th universe has been eliminated. At this moment, Grand Priest's voice also sounded. Universe 4, all contestants are eliminated. Therefore, the 4th universe will be the first universe to be purged by Lord Zeno. Grand Priest's tone was very cold, obviously the death sentence of the 4th universe had been pronounced. All. Master Zeno, please spare us, please let us go this time. Even the rebellious gods of destruction Quitella was completely scared. Started to beg loudly for mercy. Unexpectedly, their 4th universe was eliminated first. And he was eliminated by the 7th universe in a devastating manner. Hey! The overall level of humans in the 4th universe is really ridiculously bad. It really disappoints me. So, 4th universe, disappear. After Zeno's calm voice fell, he slowly raised his right hand. Then a shake. A silver-white halo instantly enveloped everyone in the 4th universe except Angel. Immediately afterwards, it disappeared without a trace. Together with the entire 4th universe, they have completely disappeared in this dimension of time and space. Chapter 122. The complete disappearance of the 4th universe caused all universes to panic. Although I already knew that Zeno and Grand Priest would not joke with them. It must be cleared if it is said to be cleared. But they watched helplessly as a universe disappeared under their noses. Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai also disappeared, which was a big shock to them. Especially some weaker universes. Like the 9th universe, the 10th universe, the 2nd universe, etc. At this moment, all the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai had very heavy looks on their faces. As for the players in the ring, they all began to be afraid. Disappeared in an instant, and the entire universe. This is really terrible for them. They had never experienced anything like this. Especially the players who can participate in this kind of power competition, which one is not the top human being in the universe. They possess greater strength and a more noble status than ordinary humans. So they are more afraid of death than ordinary people. With the disappearance of the first universe, many weaker universes began to form a group. Because only in this way can they have a chance to persevere. If you go out and fight others right now, by then, the whole army will definitely be annihilated. Then, just like the fourth universe just now, it will be completely wiped out. However, not all players think so. Some people may feel that they are relatively powerful. So you can do whatever you want. Less than 5 minutes after Universe 4 disappeared, some universes are starting to stir again. That is the dangerous trio of the 9th universe who overestimate their abilities. They relied on their strength, so they directly launched an attack on the 11th universe. But the ending can be imagined. Without Jiren taking action at all, Toppo and Dispo easily eliminated Earth universe. And after the 7th universe eliminated the 4th universe, it was not idle either. This was followed by a direct elimination of Universe 10. Because Trunks knows very well that Master Carlo doesn't like the 4th universe, and he doesn't like the 10th universe even more. In another time and space, the Gods of Destruction of the 10th universe once provoked Lord Carlo. Although this time and space is different from another time and space, the Gods of Destruction in this time and space didn't do anything out of the ordinary. But there must be a final winner in this game. Other universes must be eliminated. Then they will naturally attack the unpopular 10th universe first. Almost in a moment, Universe 10 was completely defeated. And the 9th universe were eliminated before and after. At this time, in the audience seat on Zeno's side, Grand Priest's voice also rang. 9th universe, all contestants have been eliminated. Therefore, the 9th universe will be completely eliminated by Master Zeno. In the 10th universe, all contestants have been eliminated, so it will become the 3rd universe to be eliminated. Along with the Grand Priest's voice sounded. Everyone in Universe 9 and Universe 10 is ashen. Some lessons learned from the 4th universe, they don't even want to beg for mercy right now. The reason is simple, since it is decided by Master Zeno. Then their begging for mercy is of no use. Since you lose, you cannot avoid the fate of being eliminated. It seems that this is the fate of our 9th universe. Forget it, I have long thought that such a day would come, but it just came a little late. Gods of Destruction Sidra laughed at himself, showing the fear on his face before. It also began to dissipate little by little. The most tormenting thing is actually the fear of the unknown before death. When you really know you are going to die, it seems that death is not so scary anymore. All the players also closed their eyes at this moment, waiting for death to come. Because they know that no accidents can happen. The 9th universe and the 10th universe, your overall human level is also ridiculously poor. I'm so disappointed. So you two universes, disappear together. After Zeno's voice fell, he raised his fists. Then I shook it gently. Silvery white light shot out from between the fingers. Immediately afterwards, a layer of silvery white light appeared on all the contestants of Universe 9 and Universe 10. In an instant, it disappeared directly. Along with the entire 9th universe and 10th universe, they also disappeared without a trace. Just 5 minutes. Unexpectedly, 3 universes have been eliminated. At this time, the 2nd universe, the 3rd universe and the 6th universe also began to panic. Especially Gods of Destruction Compa from the 6th universe. Although all the previous grudges between him and Master Carlo have been wiped out. But for today's matter, neither of them had any choice. This is the decision of Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. No one can stop it, and no one can change it. Although the overall strength of their 6th universe is pretty good. Killer Hit's Flash of Time skill is also used with great proficiency. But the 6th universe and the 7th universe have already gone through a game. The final result is that the 6th universe is no match for the 7th universe. So he didn't have high hopes for this power conference from the beginning. In front of the 7th universe, the 6th universe has no chance of winning. 7th universe, solo player is eliminated. 7th universe, contestant Mo is eliminated. Second universe, contestant Kakunsa is eliminated. Second universe, player Roger is eliminated. Sixth universe, the Botomo player is eliminated. Universe 6, the Maggot player is eliminated. Universe 6, contestant Frost is eliminated. In Universe 11, contestant Cocotte is eliminated. Universe 11, Quincy player is eliminated. Grand Priest's voice kept ringing. Contestants from various universes are constantly being eliminated. Players are eliminated from every universe. There are 7 people left in the 7th universe. The 3 people who took the lead have all been eliminated. Because that's the only role they can play. After all, they are just ordinary humans. When they saw the explosion wave generated by that energy again, they were completely frightened. I once suspected that it was just a cover-up. Therefore, he was easily eliminated by other universe players. As for the 2nd universe and the 3rd universe, there are only 2 players left who are still struggling. But it is obvious that it will soon become overwhelming. There are still quite a lot of players left in the 6th and 7th universes. Because the 6th universe is under the leadership of Hit. He didn't participate in any fighting at first. Now he is forced to challenge. Bertamo, Magata, and Frost have been eliminated. 2 other Namekians were also eliminated easily. At this time, only Hit, Saiyan Kair, Saiyan Gabe, and Saiyan Caulifla are left in the 6th universe. Because the last time I went through the battle with Universe 7, they have all been able to transform into Super Saiyan forms. And after special training by the new Angel Custer, all 3 Saiyans have been able to complete forms beyond the Super Saiyan. At this moment, Caulifla was also very swollen. As for Universe 11, after a fierce battle, there were only 3 players left. That's Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo. Although there are only 3 people left in the 11th universe. But Gods of Destruction Vermit and Supreme Kai from Universe 11 were not panicked at all. It doesn't matter whether other players will be eliminated. Even if Toppo and Dispo are eliminated, it won't be a big problem. As long as they stay on that platform for a few years, then their 11th universe has an absolute chance of winning. According to their estimates, no human in the universe can reach Jiren's level, let alone defeat Jiren. At this moment, several people from the 6th universe are still hugging each other. Did you eliminate so many people at once? I didn't expect there were only so many people left in the ring. Hit, let's go for it. Caulifla couldn't hold back her excitement and said to Hit. The last time he was defeated by Saiyan from Universe 7, he is still aggrieved. Now she has been able to transform into Super Saiyan. If we don't go to Saiyan from the 7th universe to settle the score. She always felt like she couldn't swallow this breath. By the way, she wants to show those Saiyans higher level transformation. After showing off enough, she would eliminate all those guys. Don't be impulsive, Caulifla. Although your strength has improved a lot compared to before, compared with those perverts in the 7th universe, your strength is not enough to fill your teeth. I can tell you without exaggeration that anyone left in the ring in the 7th universe can easily defeat you. Hit on the side immediately shouted sharply. What happened this time was not that simple. After losing the game, you will be completely destroyed. He has lived for 1000 years and earned a lot of money through his career as a killer. I haven't had a good time to relax yet. If he was about to be erased, he would naturally be extremely reluctant. In fact, he already had a plan in mind for what to do next. Saiyan Kair is the magic weapon for their universe to win. After his analysis of all the battles and universe just now, both the 7th universe and the 11th universe have very strong players. They must start fighting first, preferably until both sides are injured. Then let Kair transform into that special Saiyan form, and you can clean up the mess. As for his flash time skill, it will definitely come in handy at the end. And Gabe aside. To be honest, he had never taken these 2 people seriously. There was no expectation that they would win the game, although able to transform into Super Saiyan form. But compared with the strong men in other universes, the gap is really huge. Senior Hit was right, Ms. Caulifla. Please bear with me a little longer. If we rashly go out to cause trouble for the 7th universe, we may be eliminated. While neither Universe 11 nor Universe 7 is paying attention to us, we can conserve our physical strength. Saiyan Gabe on the side also immediately said to Caulifla. In front of you. He could clearly see the form. The 7th universe can quickly eliminate several universes with a devastating attitude. That's enough to show how powerful they are. Moreover, every Saiyan in the 7th universe possesses unimaginable power. Seeking trouble rashly like this. It will definitely be you who gets hurt by then. Cut. I asked you, why are you two grown men so nagging? You've already fought to this extent, why should you just shrink here and conserve your physical strength? I'm here to fight, not to be a coward. Since you don't want to fight, I will leave you alone. Soon I will prove to you that whether it is the 6th universe or the 7th universe, I am the most powerful Saiyan. I will eliminate all those guys from the 7th universe and let them know how powerful I am. Caulifla glanced at Hit and Gabe with contempt. Ignoring any dissuasion, he jumped up and appeared directly in front of the 7th universe contestant. Yo yo yo! Aren't these the Saiyans from the 7th universe? It seems like you guys have quite a bit of time. In this case, I will play with you, young lady. But let's talk first, my lady's strength has been qualitatively improved. So next, I will eliminate all the bastards from your Foundation universe. Caulifla has now transformed into the crooked-mouthed god of war. The corner of his mouth almost touched the back of his ears, and there was an extremely conceited look on his mouth. Oh? Who is she? She is so arrogant. Is he very powerful? Hertz glanced at Caulifla, who was extremely confident, and then spoke calmly. But she didn't feel any powerful aura from her body. Is it a hidden strength? She is a Saiyan from the 6th universe and is very weak. At least more than a month ago, her strength was very weak. It can be said that any one of us can defeat her with one finger. But it seems that her strength should have improved somewhat in the past month or so. After hearing Hertz's question, Trunks also answered from the side. Even the Caulifla in front of me has been training under Angel's guidance for a month. There is absolutely no way his strength will make any big breakthrough. There is absolutely no way to break through to Super Saiyan 4, or Super Saiyan God. Therefore, she poses no threat to any player in the 7th universe. And Vegeta, Son Goku and Son Gohan didn't even bother to look at Caulifla. Because her strength is really too weak. They have no interest in fighting. I see. If it turns out to be a woman, Ragus, I'll leave it to you to handle. Hertz also said lightly. Since you only have that little strength, there is no need for them to take action at all. Ragus can kill her completely in an instant. Ragus just nodded with an indifferent expression. Then he turned his head and glanced at Caulifla. That look didn't take Caulifla into consideration at all. Chapter 123. TCH. You actually let a woman fight with me. As expected, all Saiyans of your 7th universe are cowards. But after I knock her off the ring, you will definitely fight me. Caulifla said confidently. He was confident that he could defeat the girl in front of him who looked like a little loli in an instant. After all, the power of Super Saiyan 2 has far exceeded Saiyan's limit. Completely different from Saiyan. What an irritating woman. I didn't expect to talk more than Bulma. Vegeta glanced at Caulifla with disdain. He thought Bulma was already a talkative woman. Unexpectedly, this woman was talkative and even stupider than Bulma. With her three-legged cat skills, anyone present can easily eliminate her. Wake up! Super Caulifla is not something you can handle. After Caulifla said something, she clenched her fists. instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2. Blue lightning flashed around his body, and his hair turned golden and stood up high. The aura of Super Saiyan 2 is indeed ridiculously strong compared to ordinary Saiyan. But in this arena, which human being is not at the forefront of the universe? What's more than 10 minutes have passed since the game. Everyone who can still stay in the ring is the best in the universe. Caulifla was just lucky enough to stay in the ring, so what right did she have to shout? Aha! Caulifla ignored the looks of others, roared angrily, and rushed towards Ragus. Miss Caulifla is such an idiot. This is obviously provoking a fight with Universe 7. Our side has no chance of winning at all. Saiyan Gabe's face was also extremely heavy. Their original plan was to let the two powerful universes, the 7th universe and the 11th universe, consume the wave first. Only then will they have a chance of winning. But what Caulifla is doing now is obviously to start the battle between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. In this case, their idea of reaping the benefits is simply unrealistic. Because the 7th universe will regard them as targets of attack. Hit on the side also frowned tightly. As for Gods of Destruction Compa in the ring, already started shouting and cursing. What the hell is that idiot doing? Do you think that after becoming a Super Saiyan, you can do whatever you want? Didn't I warn him before that he must not fight the 7th universe before the battle reaches the final battle? Compa gritted his teeth in anger. But in the battle in the ring, they, Gods of Destruction, cannot participate. Once you participate in the battle in the ring, you may be completely eliminated by Master Zeno in an instant. 413. Naturally, he didn't dare to take this risk. Miss Caulifla is too impulsive. I can feel that each and every one of the players in the 7th universe contains powerful power. There are even many people who have the breath of God in their bodies, which means they have reached the realm of God. Our 6th universe now only has 4 players left, if the 7th universe takes action together. I don't think Universe 6 can last more than a few minutes. The new Angel Custer also said solemnly. Could it be that he was about to lose the 6th universe just a few days after becoming Angel? Lose Angel's abilities? In this case, it is better to let yourself be a trainee all the time. Angel might as well be tired. With an IQ like that, he lived a relatively free life. Although you can't use Angel's abilities either. But at least I won't stay here forever. Damn BD. Compa's face became increasingly serious. But now he has no choice. Once the 6th universe is eliminated, it will be completely eliminated. Even if he wanted to punish Caulifla properly, he could no longer do it. That's when. After everyone in the 7th universe left Caulifla with Ragus, the others walked towards the 6th universe. Since the 6th universe wants to fight them, then let's eliminate Universe 6 first. Gabby, Kel, prepare to fight. It's a tough battle. Perhaps we have no chance of winning at all, but the battle has been provoked, and we can only choose to fight. Hit said with an extremely serious expression. In fact, Caulifla cannot be entirely blamed for all this. The only thing to blame is that Universe's overall human strength is really poor. No matter what, the hope of final victory is slim. Both Kyra and Gabe nodded heavily. When the Grand Priest announced that the failed universe would be destroyed. In fact, they have already made the necessary psychological preparations in their hearts. Because the overall strength of the 6th universe is definitely not very strong. More importantly, they had already lost to the 7th universe once. Now the 7th universe has joined more powerful people. Then they have even less chance of winning. At this time, on the other side, Caulifla was constantly launching attacks. But every time, Ragus could easily avoid it. The strength gap between them is too big. You must know that among Dragon Ball heroes, Ragus can directly defeat Ultra Instinct's son Goku. So her strength can be imagined. Even Hit, the strongest killer, can never be Ragus's opponent. Not to mention a mere Caulifla. Damn it, can't you just go faster? You think you can defeat us because of your speed? This tactic is of no use to me at all. Because my power will not be consumed at all. Let me see where else you can hide. Dozens and hundreds of attacks failed to achieve any results, and Caulifla began to become anxious. Unexpectedly, after becoming Super Saiyan 2, his speed was not as fast as the little loli in front of me. This really hit her hard. However, the little loli in front of me only reached the market at 10 o'clock. In the end, she will never win against herself. In the face of absolute power, everything is just fancy. Irritated. Ragus said lightly. The woman in front of me is too self-righteous. His strength is ridiculously weak, but he is still so confident, which is really unpleasant. After the words fell, Ragus waved his hand. Countless glass instantly imprisoned Caulifla, who just rushed over. Then he waved his hand again. Caulifla was thrown directly out of the ring. There is not even a chance to resist. But Ragus didn't hurt her. After landing in the 6th universe's auditorium, the glass disappeared. Caulifla looked confused. She never expected that the moment the guy took action, he would directly eliminate her. And she didn't even realize what happened. No. Impossible. How could I lose to him? I'm going to fight her again. Caulifla clearly found it difficult to accept this outcome. If she was defeated head-on, she wouldn't have any problems. It can only be said that his skills are inferior to others. But now, that guy defeated her with this weird superpower, which was hard for her to accept. UBD, if you don't want to be destroyed, just be more honest with me. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Look at the situation in the ring now, it's all your fault. Seeing Caulifla, Kampa was very angry. If it weren't for this self-righteous fool, the 6th universe would not be in the current situation. Now the 7th universe is under siege, and there are only 3 players left in the 6th universe. The final outcome can certainly be imagined, and even hit can't change it. This. Damn it. 7th universe, those bastards are so despicable. Are you going to carry out such a shameless joint attack? Califna looked at Hit and Kair, who were surrounded, and said with an angry look. As a strong warrior, shouldn't he have a fair one-on-one fight? Now 7 against 3, what does this mean? Shut your stinky mouth right now. Otherwise, I will completely destroy you. Would this happen if it weren't for the stupid thing you did? Worthless fool. Hearing Caulifla's stupid, ignorant, and childish words, Kampa really wanted to kick this BD to pieces. But now in this place, Zeno and Grand Priest are both here. It is obviously inappropriate to use the destructive ability now. If he had been elsewhere, he would have eliminated this self-righteous BD long ago. If not for his self-righteousness, the 6th universe will not fall into this dangerous situation. Who was being destroyed? Kampa cursed her head and face, and Caulifla also calmed down. Alf. What I did just now was indeed a bit too impulsive. If only it weren't so impulsive. The 6th universe may indeed not have the current situation. Hit, Kel, Gabby, you have to be good, come on. We must defeat those bastards in Universe 7. Caulifla looked at the 3 people and could only pray in his heart. Kair is incredibly powerful. Especially after receiving the guidance of Angel Custer, his strength has become even stronger. So as long as Kair is not eliminated, then they don't lose. Add more oil. Do you think they still have a chance of winning now? Stupid, naive BD. Kampa couldn't help but scolded Caulifla again. If it's obscene to the end. Let the 11th universe and the 7th universe consume each other. Maybe they still have a chance. All the players in 7th universe are now in peak condition. Universe 6 has no chance of winning. The 11th universe ended up being cheaper. Uncle Gaku, Dad, let's do it. After taking care of the 6th universe, our only opponent will be the 11th universe. Trunks said to Son Goku and Vegeta. Snort. It's just a group of defeated generals. With my current strength, I have no interest in fighting them. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to take care of those guys from Universe 11. Vegeta snorted coldly, obviously not taking Hit and Kair seriously. They couldn't beat Universe 7 before. It's even more impossible now. And he's more interested in those guys from Universe 11. Ah! Vegeta and I will go there together. Son Goku also said something, and then followed Vegeta. At this time, only Trunks, Broly and Hertz are left here. 3-on-3 is just right now. It's a fair fight. You two choose your opponent. Hertz said to Broly and Trunks. To be honest, he prefers Broly and Trunks. As for the self-righteous Vegeta, he hated him from the moment they met. Leave that Saiyan to me. I'm quite interested in him. Broly pointed at Kel and then spoke. In the last battle, although he defeated Kair with a suppressive victory, but he felt like Kel had become stronger. So he was interested again. Besides, both of them are Saiyans with rather special bloodlines. Fighting becomes more enjoyable. Then leave Gabe to me. Trunks glanced at Gabby. Gabe's strength is the weakest among them. Although Trunks doesn't think he's any weaker than Hertz. But for the sake of safety, let's leave Hit to Hertz. Because Hertz has never shown anyone what he's capable of. It just so happens that this time, we can see how strong he is. Then, leave that guy to me. It looks pretty strong, I hope you don't disappoint me too much. Hertz also looked at Hit with interest. The guy in front of me doesn't seem to be weak. And at this time, on the other side, Son Goku and Vegeta have arrived in front of Universe 11. They have long felt that the three guys who are still in the ring in the 11th universe are not as strong as they want to be. Especially Jiren, who has big eyes and looks like an alien creature. The strength is even more unfathomable. Hey! You seem to have never made a move from beginning to end. Let me experience your strength. Vegeta took a step forward, pointed directly at Jiren and said. He has always been very curious about this kind of strong man. Go away. Jiren said in a cold voice. In this arena, he felt that no one could make him look him in the eyes. This is also the reason why he has never taken action. Although those guys from Universe 7 were having a great time jumping around. But so far, no one has been able to burst out with enough power for him to face it. Nanny! What a smug BD! How dare you say such things to me, Vegeta? Vegeta was instantly angry. I didn't expect this guy from Universe 11 to be so arrogant. It seems that he needs to be taken care of properly. Haha! Vegeta roared angrily and transformed directly into Super Saiyan's 4 full energy form. Toppo and Dispo on the side had horrified looks on their faces. I didn't expect that these guys from the 7th universe would be so terrifying after their transformation. There is no doubt that Vegeta's power at this time has exceeded the two of them. But Jiren still didn't look at Vegeta. Such power is still too weak for him. Call out! The moment he turned into Super 4 full energy, Vegeta rushed over while hiding Jiren. If you want to fight Jiren, you have to get through me first. Toppo jumped up and stood directly in front of Vegeta. Although this guy is very strong, but he is no match for Jiren. And Jiren is the hope of their universe. Before meeting a real opponent, he must maintain sufficient physical fitness. Call out! The next second, Son Goku also appeared in front of Toppo. Then he said calmly, don't hinder their fight, your opponent is me. With a thought, Son Goku instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energies. What? Every one of the players in the 7th universe is so powerful. Toppo's face became even more ugly. I didn't expect that these two guys could transform into the same form. Even the one in front of him seemed to be more powerful. Wow! At this moment, Vegeta, without Toppo blocking him, was already in front of Jolien. "You man, get down here!" Vegeta roared. Golden flames appeared on his fists. This punch is enough to eliminate the arrogant guy from Universe 11. Jiren raised his head suddenly, and his eyes instantly became extremely cold. Just wide-eyed. An extremely huge energy directly knocked Vegeta away. Boom boom boom. Vegeta's body flew out directly, shattering dozens of rocks. Finally, it was heavily embedded in the stone. With one look, Vegeta was defeated directly. Chapter 124. Kikik. Damn it! That BD! Vegeta's body lay in the rubble, grinning with anger on his face. I didn't expect that BD from Universe 11 to be so seriously injured with just a look. He didn't even see Jiren take action clearly. What's possible? How could that BD from Universe 11 be so powerful? You must know that the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energies is already very powerful. He felt that few of the other universe players in the ring could be his opponents. But I didn't expect that there would be such a perverted existence. It wasn't just Vegeta himself who was shocked. Others were also shocked instantly. The most shocked person was naturally Son Goku, who had witnessed everything just now. Are you kidding? You didn't see clearly that guy launched an attack just now. Vegeta has already flown out. Son Goku and Toppo have already fought together, and they are extremely shocked at this moment. He doesn't believe in eye attacks. Jiren must have knocked Vegeta away at super speed just now. Then in an instant he was back to where he was before. It's just that most people simply can't see Jiren's movements clearly with the naked eye. So in the eyes of weaker people, Jiren didn't move at all. He just moved his eyes. Do you see clearly? The guy from Universe 7. This is the strength of the strongest Grey Jiren in our universe. Your 7th universe has no chance of winning at all. Toppo raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said to Son Goku. It is undeniable that the 7th universe is a strong opponent. Without Jiren, it would be difficult for their 11th universe to win. But as long as Jiren is in charge, their 7th universe has no chance of winning. Ah! Jiren's strength is indeed ridiculously strong, and it makes my blood boil. Although he was shocked, Son Goku smiled and felt extremely excited at this moment. He originally thought that the strong men from other universes were not qualified to let him use Ultra Instinct. But now it seems that Jiren is very powerful. If you don't use Ultra Instinct, it's impossible to become his opponent. Humph! I don't know what it means. You are just pretending to be calm now. Although you are very strong, you are not vulnerable to Jiren. By the way, Jiren can defeat me in a split second. Toppo said with a sneer again. Judging from the current situation, Son Goku of the 7th universe can suppress him. But it's not much stronger than his strength. Such strength is also vulnerable to Jiren. Oh? Then I'll be more interested. Son Goku smiled again and said. After defeating Toppo in front of him, he went to challenge Jiren. This is the only opponent in the ring that makes him feel excited. What a reckless guy. In this situation, you are still so stubborn. After Toppo said coldly, he attacked Son Goku again. At this time, the other 7th universe players, as well as the 6th universe players, all had surprised looks on their faces. I didn't expect that the 11th universe Jiren, who had never made a move, would be so terrifying. Super Saiyan is Vegeta at full power, and there is almost no chance to attack in front of him. Hateful! Aha! Vegeta clenched his fists, and the gravel around his body exploded instantly. The body jumped up. Golden flames burst out from the body again. But after Jiren's attack just now, Vegeta's strength has also been significantly weakened. UBD, I will never let you go. Vegeta's character will not give up just because one attack fails. Instead he glared at Jiren. This guy just humiliated himself, he will definitely pay it back twice as much. Vegeta, don't be impulsive. There is no way you are a match for Jiren. Son Goku immediately spoke to dissuade him. Although Vegeta is also very strong. But the meeting just now explained all the problems. There is no way Vegeta can be Jiren's opponent. In fact, if he attacks again, he may be directly eliminated by Jiren. Hey! That Jiren from Universe 11 seems to be very strong. I wonder if Universe 7 can defeat Jiren. Zeno looked at the ring with interest, and then asked Grand Priest. The 11th universe is worthy of being the universe with the highest overall level of humankind. The human level has actually reached this level. You must know that Vegeta from the 7th universe is also quite powerful. It can even be said to have reached the level of quasi-gods of destruction. I didn't expect that he would be so vulnerable in front of Jiren from the 11th universe. Vegeta might not even see Jiren's attack clearly. Yes, Master Zeno. The 11th universe Jiren is indeed very strong. Judging from the current situation, his strength should be considered the top one in the ring. Grand Priest also replied calmly. As for whether Jiren from Universe 11 can win the final victory, he himself couldn't guarantee this. After all, Son Goku of the 7th universe and that Trunks fought against the 7th universe of another time and space last time. I have already mastered the form of Ultra Instinct. If only they could realize Ultra Instinct to perfection. Then even Jiren will have a hard time winning, the 7th universe. On the ring, Vegeta roared again. A hole! Get down here! Then he rushed towards Jiren again. This time he used his speed and strength to the extreme. Act recklessly. Jiren looked calm and said lightly. When Vegeta rushes over again. This time Jiren jumped up, his speed was astonishingly fast. Vegeta still didn't react. He even failed to see Jiren's movements clearly. So his attack came up empty. He quickly raised his head, only to find that Jiren had fallen from the sky. Vegeta wasn't even given a chance to react. Then 5 fingers clasped Vegeta's entire face. Press down hard. Rumble. The ground beneath Vegeta's feet exploded instantly. That kind of terrifying power directly embedded Vegeta's body. A red energy ball also instantly condensed from Jiren's palm. Boom! The moment the energy ball exploded, the huge crater on the ground spread countless times. Vegeta's body was covered in scars from the explosion. He passed out directly and exited Super Saiyan 4's transformation. Jiren picked up Vegeta and tossed him away. Vegeta was thrown directly out of the ring. It's obvious that the gap between Vegeta and Jiren is so huge. It is simply impossible to defeat Jiren unless he breaks through to a higher level. After easily getting rid of Vegeta, Jiren's face remained very calm. He didn't help Toppo and Dispo. Instead, he stayed where he was with a calm expression. It seemed that all the fighting happening around him had nothing to do with him. In other words, Jiren is not afraid of this battle at all. And with Dispo joining the battlefield, this guy's super speed also gave Son Goku a headache. Although his strength is average, every attack is unlikely to cause any harm to him. But this speed is indeed quite annoying. Able to disrupt Son Goku's offensive mood. Boom! Toppo punched Son Goku again in the chest. Knocked Son Goku back several dozen feet. According to Toppo's strength alone, there is no way he can defeat Son Goku. Not even a slight advantage. But with the addition of Dispo, Son Goku began to be at a disadvantage. The two of them cooperated quite well. And Dispo has been covering for Toppo, constantly disrupting Son Goku's offense. In this case, it is also difficult for Son Goku to fight at full strength. The two bodies rushed towards Son Goku again. Opening the bow left and right, the speed and power are very powerful. After all, Toppo is a candidate for Gods of Destruction. At this time, he also fully exerted all the divine power in his body. It can be said that the power has been improved to the extreme. Under the pressure of this alliance, Son Goku could only passively parry and retreat. I didn't expect these two guys to join forces to attack and be so powerful. If this continues, I will soon be pushed to the edge of the ring. Son Goku also frowned at this time. Time has not passed yet, 20 minutes. In other words, there are still more than 20 minutes before the game ends. If he uses Ultra Instinct now, it is obvious that his physical strength will not last until the end. But if he doesn't use Ultra Instinct now, it's very likely that he will be eliminated by these two people. Toppo and Dispo were still launching a flurry of attacks. With the cooperation of the two, Son Goku got closer and closer to the edge of the ring. Dispo, hurry up and eliminate this guy. Then the pressure we face will be very little. Toppo said, tearing into the ground. Then he also used his strength and speed to the limit. They know Son Goku is very strong. Vegeta has been eliminated now. If the two of them eliminate Son Goku again, then, the winning rate of Universe 11 will be greatly increased. Dispo also nodded immediately. Then the speed reached its limit. This guy is called the Sonic Warrior of the 11th universe. The speed is naturally astonishing. Goku kept retreating and was forced to the edge of the ring. At this time, his face became even more ugly. Son Goku from the 7th universe is going to be eliminated. It seems that the 11th universe is indeed very powerful. After Vegeta and Son Goku are eliminated one after another, the strength of the 7th universe should be greatly reduced. Zeno spoke in the audience at this time. In this case, faced with the joint attack of the two, Son Goku obviously has no chance of winning. Not necessarily, Master Zeno. Although the 11th universe, Toppo and Dispo are indeed very strong, but Son Goku should have more strength that he has not yet shown. Grand Priest said. In the last game, Son Goku showed that he was stronger than this. It's been so long now. He shouldn't stand still or even regress in strength. Perhaps he is conserving his strength for the final battle. After all, neither Toppo nor Dispo are the ace players of the 11th universe. Ouch! Is Mr. Goku going to be eliminated too? I didn't expect Universe 11 to be so powerful. Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku will both be eliminated. Vados said with some surprise. You must know that Goku and Vegeta are both very powerful. It is really difficult for humans in other universes to reach this level. No, sister. Although Universe 11's Toppo and Dispo are both very strong. But Mr. Goku didn't show his full strength. Whis said with confidence. Goku is now able to control Ultra Instinct with ease. Although his Ultra Instinct was transformed by him. But enough to beat Toppo and Dispo. Even Jiren from Universe 11 is not necessarily Goku's opponent. 0. Please give me flowers. At this moment, he should want to persist until the end. That's why Ultra Instinct wasn't cast. Oh? Whis, you seem to have a lot of confidence in Goku. Vados spoke. Obviously now, Goku has an absolute disadvantage. Already forced to the edge of the ring. Of course, this is because he doesn't know that Son Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct. Okay. Whis nodded. And just then, Son Goku has appeared at the edge of the ring. The two continued to attack and were soon able to completely eliminate Son Goku. These two guys are really ridiculously strong. It looks like there is no other option. I won't be eliminated like this. Son Goku smiled, with a determined look in his eyes. Even if you don't make it to the end, there's no problem. Broly is ridiculously strong. Hertz and Glass Lady Coolers also have great powers. As long as a few of them are still there, the game will not be lost. Toppo, Son Goku has become a dead end. Did you eliminate him? Dispo said to Toppo. He felt that Son Goku was no longer able to resist. Toppo nodded, and then the two of them rushed towards Son Goku again. This time there were no bells and whistles, someone directly displayed the most powerful power in his body. Each person punched Son Goku with one punch. Whoosh! However, after they waved their two fists. Didn't touch Son Goku's body. Son Goku didn't accept any resistance either. Instead, it penetrated Son Goku's body directly. After image. What? The guy dodged him. Toppo and Dispo's expressions suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, at this time, Son Goku actually dodged their attack. This is simply impossible. They had been suppressing Son Goku just now. But why is Son Goku so fast all of a sudden? They didn't see clearly when they escaped. And just when the two people were extremely horrified, Son Goku's body had already appeared in front of them. At this time, Son Goku has exited the form of Super Saiyan 4. Brilliant flames surround the body. Wow! The next second, Son Goku's hair suddenly turned silver white. The pupils also turned into silver grey in an instant. His expression was extremely calm, and his breath was like a trickle, without any ripples. Nani! The two immediately turned their heads. I saw a completely different Son Goku. That's, frustrated face, what's going on? This guy's form has changed. Damn it, what does it look like? Toppo immediately felt an uneasiness lingering in his heart. It is unknown what became of Son Goku. But, this guy is definitely getting stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to see Son Goku's movements just now. Ridiculously fast. Unexpectedly, I was dodged by this guy. Dispo also frowned tightly. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. At this time, Jiren looked calm. After seeing Son Goku at this time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, there was a hint of solemnity. Although Son Goku's breath was extremely calm at this moment, but he knew it was definitely not that simple. As a strong man, he could feel that Son Goku was putting some pressure on him at this moment. This is an ability that the Son Goku just now definitely does not have. The contestants from the 7th universe are really surprising. That Son Goku doesn't look easy to deal with. Jiren also said to himself in a low voice. At this time, in all the auditoriums, everyone looked extremely surprised. Especially the Gods of Destruction Kampa from the 6th universe, the Gods of Destruction Vermit from the 11th universe, and the 4 Gods of Destruction that did not participate. Includes all Supreme Kai that were not destroyed. There was a look of shock in his eyes. That's, no way. That guy is just a human being. How can he reach the realm of God? Tell me this isn't true, Mark Erita. Gods of Destruction Vermit of the 11th universe looked at Angel Mark Erita with an extremely solemn expression and said. Although he was almost certain in his heart. But he didn't want to admit this fact. How could a human be able to do this? How is it possible to reach the realm of God? A state that even the Gods of Destruction cannot reach. Dear, Son Goku seems to have really reached the level of Ultra Instinct. Although it is a little different from our angel, it is indeed perfect, Ultra Instinct. It seems that Universe 11 is in some trouble this time. Even Jiren may not be able to defeat the perfect Ultra Instinct Son Goku. Angel Mark Erita on the side also said with a somewhat surprised tone. Unexpectedly, humans in the 7th universe can actually reach the realm of gods and realize Ultra Instinct. You must know that among the previous 12 Gods of Destruction, none of them could perfectly master Ultra Instinct. It's hateful. What the hell is going on? Why is that Son Goku Saiyan able to master Ultra Instinct? Gods of Destruction Kampa also looked extremely ugly. Originally, their 6th universe had no chance of winning. Now, Son Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct. Then their universe will have no chance of winning. And a human actually mastered Ultra Instinct, which even the Gods of Destruction could not master. This is a huge insult to the Gods of Destruction. Chapter 125. Oh! Son Goku's body suddenly appeared with a dazzling light. What happened? Grand Priest. Zeno sat up from his throne excitedly, then immediately looked at Grand Priest and asked. Zeno seemed very interested in this fancy transformation. I was very interested in Universe Saiyan 7 after it transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Now Son Goku's Ultra Instinct made him look very curious. Master Zeno, it seems that Mr. Son Goku has understood the perfect Ultra Instinct. Although it is slightly different from other angels, it is also an Ultra Instinct. If this happens, the battle may be reversed. Grand Priest explained calmly. Son Goku and Angel's freedom of expression are very different. Angel treats Ultra Instinct as his normal form. As for Son Goku, it's obvious that his Ultra Instinct training has become a kind of transformation. But even though it's different, it should be more than enough to defeat the two humans from Universe 11. Ultra Instinct. It seems Son Goku is different from last time. Zeno said, still a little excited. Because last time, Son Goku had silver lines around his body. But the hair did not turn silver white, and the light around the body was not so dazzling. At this time, Son Goku is like a dazzling gem under the sunshine. Okay. Because last time Mr. Son Goku only mastered the imperfect Ultra Instinct. And now, with his Ultra Instinct, it's perfect, so it's different. Grand Priest continued to answer. So this is Does that mean that the 11th universe has no chance? Zeno continued to ask. Ultra Instinct is indeed a very powerful state. Even if Son Goku doesn't master it as pure as Angel, it should be more than enough to defeat the humans of Universe 11. Based on the current situation, it should be yes. No matter how strong the humans of the 6th universe are, they probably won't be able to defeat Son Goku of Ultra Instinct. Grand Priest also seems to have pronounced judgment on this battle. Ultra Instinct is a god's ability. It is not easy for humans to defeat. Even though the Jiren from Universe 11 is really strong. At this time, in the auditorium of the 7th universe, Vados was also a little surprised. No wonder Whis and Carlo were so calm just now. Then he asked, did you already know that Mr. Goku has understood the perfect Ultra Instinct? That's why you are so calm. Take the previous situation of Son Goku. The chance of him being eliminated is 90%. But Whis and Carlo were so calm. It's obvious that they already knew that Goku had mastered Ultra Instinct. Carlo and Whis did not speak, expressing their acquiescence. In fact, this battle was no surprise in their eyes. The 6th universe and the 11th universe have no chance of winning. Ultra Instinct's Son Goku alone can defeat Jiren and Toppo alone. What's more, Broly's strength is not weaker than Son Goku at all. Hateful. What the hell is going on with this guy Son Goku? Toppo's face also became heavy. Son Goku was really too fast just now. So much so that the two of them didn't see clearly at all. This shows that that guy has become more powerful. Let's go together, Wangpo. I don't believe how strong he can become. It can be stronger than the two of us joining forces. Dispo naturally did not believe that Son Goku would become so powerful in such a short time. If he had that kind of ability, Vegeta shouldn't be eliminated. Toppo nodded, this is all he can do for now. The other contestants are left to Jiren. But Son Goku, the two of them must be eliminated. Even if both sides suffer, it's still worth it. Because Son Goku is indeed ridiculously strong. After the words fell, the two men continued to launch a violent attack. The speed and power seemed to be even stronger than before. But apparently they underestimated Son Goku's Ultra Instinct a little too much. Even if they increase their speed to the extreme, they cannot touch Son Goku's body. Son Goku was also extremely calm. He only moved in a small area, but he perfectly avoided all the attacks of the two. Swish swish swish. The shadow of their fists was like the wind, and the two of them continued to attack. But every attack seemed to glide past Son Goku's body perfectly. It was impossible to touch him. As the battle continued, the two people's moods became heavier and heavier. Because they have raised their strength to the extreme. But he hasn't touched Son Goku's body until now. This means that even if the two of them join forces, they can no longer defeat Son Goku. This news is undoubtedly very heavy for them. You can be eliminated, Son Goku said lightly. The moment his body was avoiding the breakthrough attack, he punched Toppo directly in the abdomen. The fist sank in instantly. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Toppo's body was so straight that he flew backwards. Boom boom boom! After breaking several hard rocks, Toppo's body flew directly out of the ring. What? Dispo's face changed suddenly, and Toppo was unexpectedly defeated in an instant. You must know that he is a candidate for the 11th universe Gods of Destruction. The most powerful human being besides Jiren. Was he simply defeated by the humans of Universe 7 like this? Call out! Just when he was surprised, Son Goku kicked out directly. Dispo didn't react at all, and Son Goku kicked him directly in the face. Afterwards, Dispo's body also scraped the ground and slid out of the ring. The ground was also plowed to leave a long mark. The 11th universe Toppo player, Dispo player was eliminated. The remaining contestant of the 11th universe, contestant Jiren. Just after the two were eliminated, the voice of the great monster also rang out. This made the 11th universe Gods of Destruction Vermit look extremely ugly. Although he placed all his hopes on Jiren. But now there are too many players left in the 7th universe. If Son Goku holds Jiren back, then even if the game is over, the winner will be the 7th universe. More importantly, Son Goku is ridiculously powerful. After mastering Ultra Instinct, Jiren may not be able to defeat him yet. Damn it! Those bastards from Universe 7. Vermit clenched his fists tightly and cursed softly. Without the 7th universe, the 11th universe would have won the final victory. On the stage, after easily eliminating Toppo and Dispo, Son Goku looked at Jiren. From the beginning of the game, he felt that Jiren was the real opponent. As for other universe players, there are few that interest him. Even hit from the 6th universe is like this. After mastering Ultra Instinct, hit is not worth mentioning at all. Da-da-da. The crisp footsteps were particularly harsh on the ring. Son Goku walked towards Jiren step by step. Finally appeared 5 meters away from Jiren 0. The two looked at each other. A terrifying wave of air swept in all directions instantly. All the surrounding gravel and dust were blown away. The two of them did not speak. But the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wow! The next second, flame-like spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Jiren's body. The breath also exploded in an instant. Neither of them spoke. Almost at the same time, the bodies rushed towards each other. Boo-hoo-hoo! Then they fought directly together. Ultra Instinct's evasion ability is very powerful. Jiren's offense couldn't touch Son Goku's body at all. On the other hand, Son Goku's offense is very sharp. Even Jiren's face began to look serious. Boom! Almost 10 seconds before the fight started, Son Goku had already punched Jiren in the jaw. He knocked Jiren away. Kamehameha Wave. While knocking Jiren away, Son Goku directly used Kamehameha Wave. Although Ultra Instinct increased his strength countless times in a short period of time. But he knew that he had cultivated Ultra Instinct into a kind of transformation. And it is a transformation that consumes more physical energy than Super Saiyan 3. He had to eliminate Jiren as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once there is a problem with his physical fitness, at that time, this battle will become unknown. Oh! Ha! Jiren wiped his lips gently. Suddenly roared. The flame-like aura suddenly shone brightly. The entire arena was rendered red. The arena was shaking violently. Waves of scorching air spread in all directions. Even in the auditorium, you can feel the burning pressure. At this time, Jiren also raised his strength to the extreme. After the brief duel just now, he also knew that Son Goku was difficult to deal with. If you don't use all your strength, you may not be able to defeat Son Goku. After improving the breath, directly punched out. The fist wind formed a crimson air wave, which directly shred Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. Call out. Son Goku's body flashed, leaving only an afterimage in place. The body has appeared behind Jiren. Then he kicked out. Jiren's expression changed and he did not turn around, but 5.5 directly raised his right hand and blasted an energy ball behind him. Boom! Son Goku hit the energy ball with a kick. In the terrifying explosion wave, both Son Goku and Jiren's bodies fell back several feet. Jiren, you are indeed very powerful. This battle is really exciting. Son Goku, who originally looked calm, now also showed a bit of excitement. Jiren's power was completely beyond his imagination. It seems that even if he is extremely comfortable, he will not be able to defeat him in a short time. But once it turns into a protracted war, when he has physical problems, he will definitely lose. But, I will never lose. Son Goku said with great determination. The body instantly turned into an afterimage. The speed was ridiculously fast and he appeared directly in front of Jiren. Punch out! Jiren also rushed forward with a punch. Boom! The moment the fists collided, Jiren was knocked back dozens of feet by Son Goku's punch. Son Goku rushed forward again. Jiren punched out of thin air. The punch was so fierce that Son Goku could only dodge quickly. Boom boom boom! After Son Goku dodges, this year's fist instantly pierced through a dozen solid rocks. The rock was directly blasted into powder. It seems that it is difficult to determine the outcome of this battle in a short time. Chapter 126. In contrast, look at the match between the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Saiyan Gabe is no match for Trunks. After all, he can only become a Super Saiyan, and Trunks' strength has already reached the level of Super Saiyan 4. Trunks showed no mercy and was still decisive. After turning into Super Saiyan, he eliminated Gabe from Universe 6 in an instant. And the battle between Hertz and Hit. It doesn't seem like it will end that easily. Call out! Hit took the lead in launching the attack and directly used the Flash Time Kung Fu. After his last match with Universe 7, he also felt that his Flash Time skill was not strong enough. So after returning home, I began to study the evolution of Flash Time Kung Fu. At this time, he has evolved his previous 0.1 second flash time skill to 0.5 seconds. This evolution, although it seems to be only a short 0.4 seconds. But the battle between masters, even for 0.01 seconds, can completely change the success or failure of the battle. 0.4 seconds is already considered a very incredible existence. The battle had begun, and Hit suppressed Hertz. Hit Hertz accurately every time. If his body wasn't relatively strong, just these few attacks would have left him unable to stand up. Pooh! It seems like this guy from the 6th universe has mastered some kind of time ability. Able to jump through time to attack. It really amazes me that a human being can control time. Hertz spat, even though the opponent's offense was indeed sharp. And the speed is amazing. Every attack caught him off guard. 0-1. But as long as we figure out that he can jump time, it won't be too troublesome to crack this ability. Call out! Hit's body flashed again and disappeared instantly. The whole person's aura also disappeared at the same time, as if he had completely disappeared in this time and space. Boom! Another precise punch hit Hertz's chest. Hertz took another dozen steps backward. At this time Hit had already seen the dawn of victory. Although the opponent's ability to resist a blow far exceeded his imagination. After so many attacks, he didn't suffer much damage. But Hit is confident enough. Under constant attacks, Hertz will never be able to hold on. Call out! Hit's body flashed again and disappeared. At this time, a sharp look appeared in Hertz's eyes. Just give me enough is enough. This ability has reached its limit. The moment the voice fell, Hertz also displayed his superpower. That is to instantly increase the gravity around the body. This is his unique ability. The reason why he dared to resist Zeno was precisely because of the blessing of this ability, which gave him confidence. The gravity around the body is instantly adjusted. The moment Hit's body appeared, he felt an unparalleled gravity that almost pushed him to the ground. The speed has naturally slowed down a lot. Before he could be surprised, Hertz's fist had already greeted him. Boom! Unable to dodge, Hertz punched him hard in the face. Hit's body was directly knocked out. Bang bang bang! The body bounced 3 or 4 times on the ground, and finally landed more than 10 feet away. Obviously, Hertz's power is more powerful than Hit's. Just when Hit was about to stand up, Hertz suddenly pressed hard with his right hand. A gorgeous square pressed directly on Hit's body. Hit, who had just stood up, suddenly felt his knees weaken and fell to the ground again. The unparalleled pressure was like a planet pressing on him. Let Hit be a little unable to bear it. Call out! At this time, Hertz's body appeared in front of Hit again. Then he said coldly, "Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. You can even control time. You are one of the few strong people among humans. But if you want to be my opponent, you're still a little short of that." As the voice fell, Hertz kicked Hit in the chest hard again. Hit's body flew out again. It was obvious that Hit had lost his previous advantage in this battle. Boom! The body hit the ground hard again. Hertz didn't give Hit a chance to react. The right hand pressed down continuously, and 7 or 8 gorgeous squares pressed directly on Hit's body. Hit, who was originally ready to struggle, could only be pressed to the ground. It felt like the weight of 7 or 8 planets was superimposed on his body, making him unable to resist at all. Damn it, who is that guy from Universe 7? Why have I never seen him before? I didn't see him either in the last game against Universe 7. That guy can actually control gravity, that guy is so weird. Gods of Destruction Compa's face became very solemn. Hit is their final ace in the 6th universe. If Hit is eliminated, then only demi-humans will be left. Even if he has a strong talent, he wants to challenge 3 or even 4 people alone. It's completely impossible for you. After all, Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe has stronger talent and fighting ability than Kair. Master Kompa, it seems that our 6th universe will be eliminated this time. Although I have only been an angel for a while, I am very happy. Custer looked at Kompa, smiled and said, "I'm so sorry." It was also very rare for Kompa to say the word sorry. He did feel very sorry that Custer had only been angel for a few days. But this is the comprehensive level of humanity in the 6th universe. This is something that cannot be changed. It goes without saying, Lord Kompa. I just lost Angel's abilities. Castle comforted with a smile. It seems that they are getting along well during this time. While the two were chatting, Hertz kicked Hit away. Because he was not prepared to turn this battle into a protracted one. After figuring out Hit's time flash skill, it's very easy to get rid of him. Soon, the priest's voice rang out. The 6th universe Hit player was eliminated. The 6th player is the remaining player, Player Kair. Ben fell with the voice of Grand Priest, and Kompa was completely desperate. At this time, on the stage, Broly has transformed into Super Saiyan's full power form. The whole body is filled with grass-green arrogance. And Kyle also transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form. After Angel's training, both Broly and Kair were able to control their Saiyan power freely. Boom boom boom. The two of them were constantly clashing fists. Every time fists collide, the entire arena will be greatly destroyed. But it is obvious that there is still a big gap between Kair's power and Broly. After each collision, Kair's body would fall back dozens of feet. Not bad, you are much stronger in one fight. But you are still no match for me. Next, I will eliminate you in the shortest possible time. Broly said to Cal. A crazy attack followed directly. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bang bang bang. It was obviously a bit difficult for Kair to deal with the attack, which was like a hail of bullets. He began to retreat steadily, until he reached the edge of the ring. But his face was already very ugly. Because soon, she will be eliminated. As the last contestant in the 6th universe, elimination means being completely eliminated. You can go down. Broly said in a cold voice. Although there is no enmity with the 6th universe. But the rule now is that only one universe can survive. Then, only the 7th universe can survive. And only after the 7th universe survives, the other universes have the possibility of recovery. If other universes survive, then all universes may be cleared. After Broly finished speaking, his body jumped up, and the grass-green aura around his body instantly surged. Obviously, this time he has used all his 27 power. Seeing this, Kair was also a little desperate. Because her power is nowhere near as powerful as Broly's. He couldn't block this attack at all. I can only raise my arms and hope for a miracle to happen. Boom! The moment a low collision sounded, Kair's body was directly punched out of the ring. And where he stood, there was also a huge gap. In the 6th universe, all contestants have been eliminated. Gods of Destruction Compa's face is ashen. All the players in the 6th universe also had very gloomy expressions. They are really unwilling. Why is that little Xeno able to control the life and death of the entire universe? Why did he suffer the fate of being destroyed when he obviously didn't do anything wrong? They really couldn't figure it out, but at this moment, there was no chance for them to think about it. Just after Kair was eliminated, Grand Priest's voice also sounded faintly. 6th Universe Kel contestant eliminated. All contestants in the 6th universe have been eliminated, so the 6th universe is about to be eliminated. After Grand Priest's voice fell, Xeno shook his right hand out of habit. A flash of silver-white light instantly covered Kampa and all the players in the 6th universe. Maybe this is the fate of the 6th universe. After Kampa said helplessly, his body instantly turned into silver light spots. The entire 6th universe also disappeared without a trace in an instant. The 2nd universe and the 3rd universe have completely disappeared. Coupled with the disappearance of the 6th universe this time. Now the only remaining players in the ring are 6 people from the 7th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe. Everyone can clearly see the situation in the arena at this moment. Although Jiren is very powerful. But every player in the 7th universe has a powerful power zone. There is no chance of winning this year. After all, just one Son Goku has already begun to suppress Jiren. If they take action together, Jiren might not be able to hold on for half a minute. Chapter 127. It's over, our 11th universe will follow in the footsteps of the other 6 universes. Why are there so many perverted humans in the 7th universe? The strength of each human is not weaker than Toppo. The Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe has a look of despair on his face. Although he didn't want to despair, even though he was full of confidence in the 11th universe before. But now the facts are before our eyes, Toppo and Dispo were easily defeated. Now there is only one Jiren left. Even if the opponent doesn't come together and persists until the end of the game, the final result will be that Jiren will be eliminated. Universe 11 has no chance of winning. I'm sorry, Lord Vermit. It's all because we are so useless that the entire 11th universe is in crisis. Toppo on the side immediately said guiltily. If their strength could be stronger, this kind of thing would not happen. Jiren will not be left to fight alone. Forget it, this is not your problem. Those humans in the 7th universe are all too perverted. Other universes have no chance of winning. Vermit also had no intention of blaming Toppo and the others. They have done their duty. This is because the seventh universe is too powerful. Dear, don't be too pessimistic. Maybe Jiren will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Mark Arita on the side spoke to comfort her. But such comfort did not make Vermit's mood any better. This kind of miracle will never happen. Stop comforting me, Mark Arita. You know this is impossible. Even if the seventh universe Son Goku is alone, it is a question whether Jiren can defeat him. Not to mention the Broly and Hertz just now, both have super powerful power. Not even weaker than Jiren. Vermit also knew that Mark Arita was comforting them. But this kind of comfort has no comfort effect at all. It seems that victory or defeat has been decided. Zeno also knows that although Jiren from the 11th universe is still insisting, but his persistence is meaningless. In the end there was simply no way to win. Even the 7th universe dragged it until the end of the game. They have no chance of winning in the 11th universe. It seems so. The 7th universe should be a sure winner. I just don't know what kind of wish the 7th universe will make next. Is it as we expected? Grand Priest nodded. Then he glanced at Carlo and said, although this guy is not a selfish person, but it shouldn't be that selfless. A chance to make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball, given his character, shouldn't make the other universes that were wiped out disappear. As long as he doesn't make such a wish, then even if their 7th universe wins in the end, it will still be a dead end. There was no winner in this competition. Everything has already been budgeted by Master Zeno. It seemed that he felt the Grand Priest's gaze. Carlo turned his head and glanced at Grand Priest, then smiled at him. Although I didn't hear clearly what the two of them were talking about. But Carlo knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Maybe it really is like Dragon Ball, if they make selfish wishes. Maybe it will really be destroyed on the spot. On the stage, Son Goku and Jiren are still fighting anxiously. But as the fighting time passed, Son Goku's physical fitness obviously had some problems. Ho. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Son Goku was breathing heavily. The consumption of perfect Ultra Instinct seemed more terrifying than he imagined. It was just a 3 or 4 minute fight. He already felt a little powerless. Strength is constantly declining. The dodge ability and offensive ability also continue to decline. If this continues, he wants to win. It's already somewhat impossible. Although Jiren's physical fitness has also declined, it is much better than Son Goku. Son Goku, I have to say that your strength is indeed ridiculously strong. I underestimated you a little too much before. But in this game, I will win no matter what. In fact, Jiren, who is taciturn, rarely speaks out at all times. He must get the chance to make a wish to Super Shenron. Then he knew who killed his entire clan and who killed his master. He must figure these out. So he must achieve the final victory. Don't be too self-righteous, Jiren. You are indeed ridiculously strong, maybe I will be defeated by you. But even if you defeat me, you can't win the final victory. Because Hertz and Broly are no worse than me at all. Son Goku gritted his teeth and said. Although he may not be able to defeat Jiren. But there's Hertz and Broly. So Jiren has no chance of winning. Then give it a try. After Jiren's voice fell, flame-like aura once again appeared in his body, heading towards Son Goku's attack. Boo-hoo-hoo! Bang bang bang! Every punch and every move carries unparalleled terrifying power. Son Goku has begun to retreat steadily. Perhaps this is the persistence in his heart about what happened in the past, so Jiren burst out with a more powerful force Emperor. Boom! With another full blow, Jiren directly knocked Son Goku back dozens of feet. And Son Goku's breathing became heavier and heavier. The next second, Son Goku actually exited the Ultra Instinct form. After returning to normal, his body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. What? Damn it! Ultra Instinct has reached its limit. My physical fitness has declined too fast and I cannot maintain Ultra Instinct. Son Goku looked extremely ugly. Without the bonus of Zaizuoji Gong, he is no match for Jiren. Out. Son Goku. Son Goku is seen exiting his Ultra Instinct form. Jiren didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Just punch out of the air. The speed is too fast and the power is too strong. Son Goku has no chance to dodge. Boom. After being punched in the chest, Son Goku's body was directly knocked out of the ring. Then returned to the auditorium. Maybe it's because Son Goku knows that even if he is eliminated, and Broly and hurts, therefore, the firm strength in the body was not exploded. That's why he was eliminated by Jiren so quickly. I'm so sorry, Master Carlo, I lost. After appearing in the ring, Son Goku also said with an embarrassed look. I didn't expect Ultra Instinct to be defeated so easily. Forget it, the ending won't change anyway. Carlo didn't blame Son Goku either. It seems that Son Goku's pressure is still too low. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku was able to defeat Jiren mainly because he was under too much pressure. Because once he fails, the 7th universe will be eliminated. But in this competition, Son Goku is not under so much pressure. Because he knew that even if he was defeated, there would still be Broly and the others. Therefore, Son Goku did not exert the hidden power in his body. But this year, we have made a desperate move, with the belief that we will win. Under such circumstances, it is expected that Son Goku will be unbeaten by Jiren. Carlo, UBD. I didn't expect that after understanding Ultra Instinct, I still couldn't beat that guy. Vegeta scolded Son Goku. Originally, he hoped that Carlo could defeat Jiren and avenge himself. But I didn't expect that this guy was also defeated. At this moment, he didn't know whether he was angry or happy. After all, losing to Jiren also made him feel less ashamed. You have the nerve to call me Vegeta. Weren't you eliminated by Jiren all at once? Son Goku glanced at Vegeta and Taguchi muttered. At this time, although Jiren defeated Son Goku, but he also had some problems with his physical fitness. Under such circumstances, it is already impossible to recover to the peak period. Oh? Did you actually defeat Son Goku? It's really good. The guy from Universe 11 is also ridiculously powerful. Hertz said calmly. After all, even he may not be able to defeat Son Goku. Leave it to me and let me eliminate this guy. Broly took a step forward, although Jiren from the 11th universe was very strong. But he still didn't take it seriously. After appearing in front of Broly, Broly once again burst out with power in his body. Grass-green arrogance swirled crazily throughout the arena. Ba-la-la! Rays of golden lightning swirled around Broly's body. It is obvious that at this moment he has exceeded the full power limit of Super Saiyan. To the extent of Super Saiyan 2. But this Super Saiyan 2 is completely different from Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2. This kind of power is completely superior to Ultra Instinct. So, such a powerful force. This guy is stronger than Son Goku just now. The 7th universe, what kind of universe is it? How can we cultivate so many perverted strong men? After feeling Broly's burst of breath, Jiren's face began to become more solemn. Because he could clearly feel that even at his peak, he might not be able to defeat the Broly in front of him. After the battle with Son Goku just now, his physical energy has been somewhat exhausted. It is obviously impossible to fight Broly again. However, for the chance to make a wish for the Super Dragon Ball, he also wants to fight to the death. Aha! With a roar, Jiren rushed towards Broly. Boo-hoo-hoo! Took the lead in launching an active attack. But Broly was able to dodge all the attacks easily. Swish swish swish! The punches and kicks kept attacking, but Broly was able to dodge with ease. Snapped! In the next second, Broly grabbed Jiren's fist. Impossible! Admit it, you are very powerful. Stronger than any other player in the universe. But your physical energy consumption is too great. You are no match for me now. After Broly's faint voice fell, he pulled hard. Jiren's body was pulled forward uncontrollably. Then Broly hit with his right knee. Boom! His knee pressed hard against Jiren's abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of acidic water spurted out of his mouth, and Jiren's body bent directly into a prawn. Broly clenched his fists and hit Jiren hard on the back of the neck. Boom! Well! His pupils suddenly shrank, and Jiren felt his eyes go dark. The whole person's consciousness suddenly faded. Then he lay down directly on the ground. Broly didn't give Jiren any chance to react. Then he kicked him out of the ring. If it weren't for Jiren's previous battle with Son Goku, which consumed a lot of their physical energy, there is no way Broly can defeat Jiren so easily. But now, the outcome has been decided. The final winner of the battle has also appeared. After Jiren was eliminated, Gods of Destruction Vermit from the 11th universe looked ashen. All the players were extremely desperate. They know that the 11th universe is completely over this time. Grand Priest's faint voice also sounded. In the 11th universe, contestant Jiren was eliminated. All contestants in Universe 11 are eliminated and will therefore be cleared. After the voice fell, Zeno showed no mercy and clenched his fist. Universe 11 disappeared without a trace in an instant. 7 universes were all wiped out in just over 30 minutes. Even the 4 universes who did not participate in the competition felt chills running down their backs. Because they don't know when the 4 universes may have such a competition. Master Zeno, the 7th universe has become the universe that finally wins this power tournament. The opportunity for Super Shenron to make a wish should be obtained by the 7th universe. It was player Broly who defeated Jiren in the end, so the opportunity to make a wish should also be given to Broly. Grand Priest turned his head and said to Zeno. Okay. The 7th universe is very powerful. It may be said that, the King's One, is more powerful than the other 4 universes. Zeno nodded and said with a smile. The disappearance of the 7 universes seems to have nothing to do with him. It's as simple as drinking water and eating. So, are you summoning Super Shenron now? Grand Priest continued to ask. Well, summon it. I'm very interested in the 7th universe's wish. Zeno spoke. At this moment, the 7th universe, which won the final victory, seemed not as happy as imagined. There was even less cheering. Because every player is kind at heart. Some universes were wiped out for their own reasons. In fact, they still feel a little guilty. But fortunately, Master Carlo said before, after finally winning the game, their wish is to restore the destroyed universe. At this time, Yin Shinai also summoned Super Shenron. Super Shenron appeared, and his entire body instantly filled up the entire Wushija. Mr. Broly, because you finally eliminated Jiren, the contestant from Universe 11. So this opportunity to make a wish to Super Shenron is up to you. So, what wish do you want to make? Grand Priest looked at Broly and asked with a smile. It seems that he is looking forward to Broly's next wish. Broly glanced at Carlo, then smiled, and said to Grand Priest, my wish is to restore all the universes that were cleared by Zeno. The moment the words fell, Grand Priest and Zeno's faces suddenly showed expressions of surprise. They never expected that Broly would actually make such a wish. It's exactly the same as what they said before. But Carlo's expression did change slightly and turned into a roar. Although Broly's wish was correct. But he missed the word just now. The universes eliminated by Zeno are not just the 7 universes just now. Chapter 128. Because in the past, Zeno had destroyed 6 universes from 13th to 18th. If Broly's wish just now is, let Zeno restore the universe that was just destroyed. Then, everything will proceed as normal. The current desire without effort is to restore all the universes cleared by Zeno. That is to say, it also includes the previous 6 universes. Of course, this is just Carlo's speculation. It is not certain whether those 6 universes will also be restored. If the other 6 universes also recover by then, I don't know what will happen. Oh? Mr. Broly, Super Shenron can grant any wish. No matter what wishes you have, he can help you realize them. Are you sure you want to make such a wish? Grand Priest's face is still full of disbelief. According to his understanding of the 7th universe and his understanding of Carlo, it is impossible for him to make such a selfless wish. After all, he is an ambitious man. If it were ordinary gods of destruction, how could they dare to have a relationship with Angel? This is absolutely impossible, not even the other gods of destruction dare to think of it. But this guy actually took out such a wish. This made him wonder if Carlo already knew Master Zeno and what he meant. Is this really your wish? Are you sure yet? Even Zeno had a look of extreme surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, the desire he discussed with Grand Priest was actually thought of. And it's the 7th universe. This really surprised both of them. It was so shocking. Yes, this is my wish. Let all those universes that have been wiped out return to their original appearance. Broly said very firmly. If it weren't for Mr. Carlo's reminder, he would never have made such a wish. Even if I make a wish to eat a delicious meal, it will be much better than me this month. It's just that this is Lord Carlo's wish, and he doesn't dare to violate it. Grand Priest and Zeno looked at each other. They all saw shock in each other's eyes. But I was surprised, since Loli had already made such a wish. 360. Then, they naturally want to be satisfied. Moreover, this time the universe may not be destroyed. Okay, if that's the case, then your wish will come true. Zeno smiled at Broly. In fact, this wish surprised him very much. In fact, I felt quite relieved at the same time. According to Broly's character, it should be impossible to make such a wish. Then it is obvious that this wish must have been thought up by Carlo. Unexpectedly, it was exactly what he and Grand Priest thought. To know this, he and Grand Priest have not told anyone. And now Grand Priest is very unhappy with Carlo, and it is absolutely impossible to tell this matter. Grand Priest, just follow Broly's wishes and make a wish. Zeno said to Grand Priest. Then the Grand Priest and Yula began to make wishes in the language of God. Okay, I understand your wish. Super Shenron's rich voice sounded. Then a scarlet light appeared in his eyes. He quickly continued, your wish has been fulfilled, so we will see you later. After Super Shenron's voice fell, it turned directly into 7 golden rays of light. Disappeared in 7 different directions. And Universe, who had been completely eliminated just now, also returned to the ring at this moment. What? What is going on? Weren't we already cleared by Master Zeno just now? Why are we still alive? Yes, we were clearly dead just now. So what happened? All the gods of destruction, Supreme Kai, and players had extremely horrified looks on their faces. They had indeed been eliminated by Master Zeno just now. This is definitely not a dream. But why, now they are standing here intact again? Resurrected from the dead? TCH. It's really unexpected that the 7th universe would actually do such a thing. Using an opportunity to make a wish to Super Shenron, he actually saved all the universes that had been wiped out. The Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe obviously has a relatively high IQ. Besides, it occurred to him that they were not dreaming. It's not like they came back to life for no reason, Abek. It's because after the 7th universe won the final victory, it used Super Shenron to make a wish and restored all the eliminated universes. Dear, what you think is absolutely right. It is the 7th universe that uses the power of Super Shenron to restore all the universes known to Master Zeno. I have to say, what 7th universe did surprised me a little bit. Mark Arita on the side also said with a faint smile. Such a result is indeed something that many people did not expect. Because the strength shown by the seventh universe before was not in line with their wishes. Is it? Seventh universe made a wish. Toppo and Jiren both had horrified faces. Because they really didn't expect that the seventh universe would actually make such a wish. You must know when he and Dispo teamed up to defeat the seventh universe Son Goku. But there is no mercy at all. This method can be said to be extremely despicable in order to win. Unexpectedly, even so, the seventh universe is still so open-minded. Such a selfless wish was made. Okay. This is indeed the wish of the seventh universe. It seems that Lord Carlo, the gods of destruction of the seventh universe, is really unexpected. Mark Arita glanced at Carlo from Universe 7, then smiled and said. This wish was definitely not made by Broly. Looking at that guy's appearance, you can tell that he is a person with well-developed limbs and a relatively simple mind. It is absolutely impossible to think of such a wish. So it's obvious that Carlo had prepared this wish in advance. The seventh universe's pattern of repaying evil with kindness is indeed something I can't compare to. Vermit also finally said. At this moment, when they knew that Carlo had resurrected them, every gods of destruction had a look of disbelief on their faces. Is this really Lord Carlo's wish? It's kind of unbelievable. Even the gods of destruction Kampa from the sixth universe had an expression of disbelief on his face. He had some dealings with Carlo. Even knows Carlo better than the other gods of destruction. He knew that although Carlo was not a person who always wanted to take revenge. But he is definitely not broad-minded, let alone kind-hearted. Because when he beat himself, he showed no mercy. He actually made a wish to restore the entire universe. This was indeed a bit beyond his imagination. Well, it's indeed a bit unbelievable. But it's true, all the universe has returned to its original state. Isn't this the best ending? Master Kampa. Angel Custer said with a smile. I originally thought my angel career was about to end. But I didn't expect that now I could be the angel of the sixth universe again. All of this is really thanks to the seventh universe for taking out such a wish. Okay, very good. Kampa also nodded quickly and said with a smile. Being able to come back from the dead is already a very happy thing. As for other things, you don't need to think about it for the time being. Enjoy the joy of resurrection from the dead. As for the gods of destruction Quitella from the fourth universe. At this moment, he looked at Carlo with a guilty look on his face. I didn't expect that he had ostracized Carlo so much before, and even wanted to humiliate him when he went to the seventh universe for the first time. Although this kind of thing ended in failure. But if it were based on his own character, then he would never restore the seventh universe. But I didn't expect that Carlo would be so generous. Quitella glanced at Carlo. It seemed that after this power conference was over, he must go to the door to say thank you. This will show his sincerity. At this time, in the auditorium on Zeno's side, Grand Priest's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Originally, he thought that the seventh universe was worthy of such a wish. At that time, all universes will be cleared by Master Zeno. Even Carlo is no exception. But I never expected that such a miracle would happen. Carlo, this guy, was lucky enough to survive. And it seems that the gods of destruction in other universes are grateful to him. For Grand Priest, this is something unimaginable. Is the matter between Angel Vados and Carlo going to end like this? Master Zeno. Grand Priest glanced at Zeno, seeming to be waiting for his decision. Except for the seventh universe gods of destruction and Angel, all gods of destruction, Angel, and all contestants in other universes can now leave the world of nothing. Zeno glanced at all the universe's gods of destruction and its contestants, and said calmly. And his words are naturally like an amnesty order to the gods of destruction and players in other universes, which sounds very, very good. Yes. Lord Zeno. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, Master Time and Space God, let's take our leave now. All the gods of destruction greeted the three of them very respectfully. Then left the world of gods of destruction. If it were before, they would still not be convinced by Carlo. Although Carlo defeated all the gods of destruction with his absolute strength, he took the position of god of time and space with his strength. But deep down in their hearts, they were naturally unconvinced. But now, after this incident, they were completely convinced by Carlo and were even very grateful. If it weren't for the seventh universe's wish, they probably wouldn't be able to find even a trace of their soul now. After all, the gods of destruction and the players in the universe leave. After all, only Zeno, Grand Priest, Zeno's bodyguards, and Carlo were left in the huge Zeno temple. Grand Priest and Zeno both had very serious expressions. Carlo and Vados naturally knew the purpose of keeping them here. It's just because of what happened between him and Vados. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, if you have anything to say, please just say it. Carlo was quite nervous at first, but things have reached this point. On the contrary, he felt less nervous. If Zeno and Grand Priest haven't done anything to him now, it means they are not prepared for that. Kill yourself so easily. Or maybe they feel they are useful. Carlo, we already know about you and Vados. As the god of time and space and an angel, doing important things is against the rules of angel and the god of time and space. I think you two should be very clear about this matter. Zeno looked at Carlo and Vados seriously and said. Okay, I know. Carlo nodded and replied. Things have come to this, what should happen has happened. Even if you kneel in front of them and beg for mercy now, it probably won't change any outcome. They want to know now, what do they want to do next? Destroy yourself? Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest. This incident all happened because of me. I took the initiative to seduce Mr. Carlo, so this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Carlo. If you want to punish, just punish me alone. Vados immediately took a step forward, without any fear on his face, and spoke firmly to Zeno and Grand Priest. When she fell in love with Carlo, he was already prepared for this. She knew she would one day face Zeno and the Grand Priest. So now that she has reached this point, she is not that afraid. Elder sister. Whis frowned tightly. In fact, he had already guessed this kind of thing. However, he couldn't stop this kind of thing. After hearing what Vados said, Grand Priest's face became even more ugly. I didn't expect that my daughter, Vados, who is an angel, would say such shameless words. It seemed that she didn't take her past teachings to heart at all. Master Zeno, if you want to punish me, punish me. Carlo also stepped forward and said to Zeno firmly. If I didn't have that thought, no matter how Vados tried to seduce her, nothing like that would happen. Let Vados bear all the punishment alone, Carlo will never be able to do it. Oops. It seems a bit difficult to make a decision. Zeno held his chin, seemingly a little confused. He really admired Carlo. Especially the seventh universe's wish this time made him have a better impression of Carlo. But mistakes made, if not punished. It may be difficult to convince the public in the future. Of course, whether other gods of destruction are convinced or not is a lie. The main thing is that if some punishment is not given, Grand Priest may feel uncomfortable. In this case, I can only punish you. Zeno looked at Carlo and said seriously. Chapter 129. Carlo and Vados frowned when they heard the word punishment. Even Angel Whis on the side frowned slightly. Whether it is Carlo or his sister Vados, they are two people he likes and cares about very much. If the two of them were punished, he would definitely feel unhappy. More importantly, as the original angel of the seventh universe. If something like this happens, he must be responsible. When the time comes to hold him accountable, as an angel, he will definitely bear the blame. Grand Priest looked at the two people with an indifferent expression. However, before punishing you, I want to give you one more chance, Carlo. Zeno looked at Carlo, whether it was Carlo's performance before or the wish he made today. They all made him feel that Carlo was really good. Carlo is the one he admires most among the gods of destruction. It can be said that no gods of destruction in the universe can compare with Carlo. And when he made Carlo the god of time and space, he really took a fancy to Carlo's talent and ability. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this now. So this time you might as well give him a chance to show off his talent. If he's talented enough to match Angel, what's the harm in having them together? What chance? Master Zeno? Carlo asked immediately. He really didn't want to be an enemy of Zeno unless he had to. At first, he seemed to appreciate himself. Even if he is pretending, at least he looks good on the surface. Secondly, with his current strength, there is no way he can be a match for Master Zeno. Even if a fight breaks out, he may kill himself in an instant. Vados and Whis also looked curious. I didn't expect they would have a chance. Even Grand Priest looked at Zeno with some confusion. I wonder what is going on in his mind? I don't know what the opportunity he mentioned is. It can be seen that Master Zeno really appreciates Carlo. If an ordinary Gods of Destruction made such a mistake, they would definitely be eliminated on the spot. Not even blinking. But when I got to Carlo, I actually got a chance. This was something he didn't expect. It also made him somewhat unconvinced. This opportunity is not easy to grasp. That means you have to defeat my two guards. If you can defeat them both, then the matter between you and Angel Vados will be wiped out, and I will make the decision for Grand Priest. Break the rules and you two will be together. But if you can't defeat them too, then you will have to let the Grand Priest handle it. Zeno said in a very serious tone. Because Carlo's talent is indeed very strong, he may be the only god who can take over the position of Grand Priest in hundreds of millions of years. It would indeed be a pity to destroy him like this. Giving him a chance now is also to avoid wasting talents in vain. After finishing speaking, he looked at Grand Priest and asked, Grand Priest, what do you think? In fact, he has already done enough on this matter. Grand Priest naturally has nothing to say. Although Grand Priest possesses the most powerful power in the dimension. But in front of Zeno, Grand Priest knew that he still lacked a lot. Not to mention that he can't resist Zeno's clearing ability. If Zeno is allowed to merge and become a fighting form, no one in the entire dimension will be able to be his opponent. Even if he is Grand Priest, there is no way he can be a match for Master Zeno. Therefore, even if he is a Grand Priest, he must obey what Master Zeno says. Master Zeno, you can make the decision on these matters. Grand Priest could only say respectfully. Maybe he doesn't pay attention to other people. But he didn't dare to refute what Lord Wang said. Although it seemed that Zeno was quite polite to her on weekdays. But if he turns against him, he knows how cruel the consequences will be. Okay. In that case, let's decide like this. Carlo, if you can defeat my two guards, it means that I am not wrong about the person. You do possess a talent that the Gods of Destruction, even Angel, can't match. So even if you ask Angel to follow you, it's not too much. But if your talent doesn't meet that requirement, then I won't care about what happens next. Zeno said to Carlo seriously again. After all, this matter is very serious. In the long history of history, nothing like this has ever happened. A Gods of Destruction actually got together with Angel. Well, I understand. Thank you, Master Zeno, for this opportunity. Carlo nodded seriously. It can be seen that Zeno still likes him better. You must know that in his eyes, ordinary Gods of Destruction are as useless as existence. Such a thing as chance is simply impossible to happen to other Gods of Destruction. And now that he has this opportunity, it fully demonstrates that Zeno values him. Don't thank me yet. My two guards are incredibly strong. Even if the 12 angels add up, they may not be their opponents. So if you want to defeat them, it's not that easy. Zeno said still in a serious tone. I remember the battle on Yinming planet a few months ago. Carlo was no match for his escort. Even one of them is far from being comparable to him. Not to mention the two of them joining forces now. Whether Carlo can achieve the final victory is hard to say. After all, it only lasts a few months, no matter how talented you are. It is not that simple to cross several levels. Grand Priest is naturally very clear about this. In all the dimensional universe, there are only a few people who can defeat Lord Zeno's two bodyguards. And Carlo is just a human who has only been a Gods of Destruction for a few years. Even if his potential really reaches Angel's level, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Lord Boxing Champion's bodyguards. Yes, I know. Carlo continued to nod. If you don't use Shenron to make a wish, he is indeed no match for Zeno's guards now. But after using Super Shenron to make a wish, his strength has been qualitatively improved. Even Zeno's bodyguard may not be his opponent. Carlo, are you sure? Vados asked from the side. To be honest, he is really worried now. Although I have long thought that there would be such consequences. But when this consequence really came, she was still very uneasy and nervous. Zero, please ask for flowers. Do not worry. They are really strong. But it's not easy to defeat me. Just watch it carefully. Carlo smiled at Vados and said. This is a good opportunity for him to practice. Zeno's two guards join forces, and their strength is not as simple as 1+1. After they join forces, their strength will definitely become stronger. Because they have a tacit understanding that no one can compare with. With this tacit cooperation, the strength will naturally change qualitatively. But the stronger they get, the more excited Carlo gets. After all, he has the blood of Saiyan, a fighting nation, flowing through his body. Vados naturally believed Carlo and nodded. As for Whis on the side, he has always had confidence in Carlo. No one else has experienced the power of Carlo at his peak. But last time, he really felt it. That is a power that Angel simply cannot compare to. It was so powerful that he couldn't believe it. Even if Carlo couldn't defeat Zeno's two guards, there would be absolutely no problem defeating one of them. Call out. After the voice fell, Carlo's body flashed. Appeared directly on the newly repaired arena. Zeno also nodded to the guard behind him. We understand, Lord Zeno. After the two guards nodded, they also jumped and appeared behind Carlo. Sir Carlo, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. And to have another fight is really a battle that people are looking forward to. I just don't know to what extent Master Carlo's power has increased now. One of the guards raised a smile and said to Carlo. This guard is naturally the guard who fought Taro last time. The last time he fought Carlo, he felt a long-lost excitement. After all, he hadn't fought for a long time and hadn't even relaxed his muscles. But the battle with Carlo made him experience the joy of fighting that he had not seen for a long time. Yes. It's definitely an exciting fight. It's just that the ending this time won't be the same as last time. Carlo smiled faintly, and then said confidently. The last time I fought this guy. But he suffered a lot. Fortunately, during the battle with him, Carlo also successfully understood Ultra Instinct. So it's a blessing in disguise. But this time, it will definitely not end like that. Oh. Yeah. It seems that Lord Carlo is very confident this time, which is a good thing. But it's not that easy to defeat us brothers. So Master Carlo had better not slack off at all. The guard continued to smile. Although Carlo has stronger talents than other gods of destruction, it seems that Sir Carlo is really confident. If this is the case, then we two brothers should learn from it. Another guard also said with a smile. Then their bodies suddenly flashed. The speed was astonishing, disappearing like a ghost. When they appeared again, the two of them punched Carlo out the door one after the other. Chapter 130 What a fast pace! It looks like both of them have used their full strength. Vados and Whis looked shocked when they saw their speed, and then said in great surprise. Zeno's two guards just now were so fast that they couldn't see clearly. At this speed, Lord Carlo seems to have no chance of winning. And the two of them chose to attack from both front and back. Even a perfect Ultra Instinct would not be able to cope with this kind of attack. But just when they were shocked, Carlo's body suddenly disappeared. The fists of the two men directly pierced through the afterimage of Carlo left in place. But Carlo's body had already appeared above the two of them. Then he pinched out two energy balls and shot them directly. The two of them didn't panic at all when they saw this. He retreated his body and easily dodged Carlo's attack. It's really incredible to me that Master Carlo was able to increase his strength to this level in such a short period of time. Let alone the Gods of Destruction, even our talents are not so powerful. The guard who had fought with Carlo before said with a surprised look on his face. Although they had easily dodged Carlo's attack just now. But I have to admit that Carlo's growth rate has been astonishingly fast. If it had been a few months ago, it would have been impossible for Carlo to dodge the attack just now. As for counterattack, that is even more nonsense. Well, it is indeed very powerful. Especially the talent in training makes us all feel ashamed. Another guard nodded in agreement and said. If you give them such a little time, it is absolutely impossible for their own strength to improve to this level. Master Carlo is indeed worthy of being favored by Master Zeno. But just when they were surprised, Carlo's body was already rushing towards them again. The speed is very fast. Carlo couldn't tell which one of them was which. Because they look so similar, almost exactly the same. Carlo directly launched a violent attack on one of them. The speed and strength increased to the extreme in an instant. Bang bang bang! Under this violent attack, the body of the guard was constantly being repelled. No! Impossible, how could such a thing happen? His power was so powerful that he suppressed me to the point where I was unable to fight back. The guard had a look of extreme horror on his face. Apart from Master Zeno and Grand Priest, this was the first time he felt such palpitations. This stormy attack made him feel tremendous pressure. Carlo raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a slight movement. Such a battle really made him feel very comfortable. I didn't expect Zeno's bodyguards to be nothing more than this. Especially after seeing the shocked expression on his face, Carlo naturally felt extremely comfortable. Boom! Carlo charged up another blow and knocked back the guard with a heavy punch. It was directly knocked back dozens of feet. At this time, another guard also jumped up. He punched Carlo directly. Carlo's body flashed, and the guard's fist hit the ring hard. The terrifying force directly smashed a huge gap in the center of the arena. Carlo's body also jumped up. Ha! Carlo roared angrily, and purple energy balls continued to blast out from his palms, directly hitting the surface of the ring. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire arena began to explode and shake crazily. The bodies of the two guards were instantly swallowed up by the billowing smoke. What is Carlo doing? Such an indiscriminate bombing will only consume your own energy. What kind of level are Master Zeno's guards like? Such an attack will not work at all. Vados and Whis both frowned and said. Obviously, this approach is very stupid. It will only waste your own power in vain and will not cause any harm to the opponent. The law of smoke and no harm is no joke. Yes. I wonder what Lord Carlo is thinking about. Whis also nodded, saying that he had no idea what Carlo was doing. Such an approach is impossible to use even in daily battles. Not to mention fighting against Zeno's guards. And just when the entire arena was completely filled with smoke, Carlo's body swooped down directly, and his body was also swallowed up by the thick smoke. Bang bang bang! Rumble! Soon, explosions and low crashes were heard in the thick smoke. Boom! Boom! And in the next second, the bodies of the two guards flew directly out of the thick smoke. Two long tails with thick smoke were trailing behind him. What? Are you kidding? The two of them were actually beaten away by Carlo. Zeno also looked at the two of them in surprise. He knew very well how strong his two guards were. Even though he knew that Carlo's talent was very powerful. But he was actually able to equalize one with two, and was able to knock the two guards away. Are you kidding me? Carlo's power has become so powerful. Unbelievable. Even Grand Priest was completely shocked by Carlo's power. Just a human being. Even though he turned into the god of time and space a few days ago, he still didn't take Carlo seriously. But the strength Carlo showed at this moment was enough for him to face it. Hey! Grand Priest, actually Carlo seems to be very good. You see how talented he is, and his strength can actually surpass my two guards. What's more important is that he has only been training for a few years. If we give him some more time, maybe he can have power beyond us. It's actually not a loss for you to have such a talented little guy be your son-in-law. Zeno said to Grand Priest with a smile. Although he usually looks very childish. But if you really treat him as a childish kid who doesn't understand anything, that would be a huge mistake. Although they are gods, they know more or less about human affairs. Otherwise, what they, the most cutting-edge gods, have done is a failure. Grand Priest's brows wrinkled slightly. But it soon stretched again. Compensation smiled and said, what Master Zeno said makes sense. Carlo's talent and strength are beyond doubt. He was so angry that Vados would approach Carlo, and that something like that happened between the two of them without notifying anyone. As the father of Vados, and as the Grand Priest in charge of all angels, he couldn't accept such a thing. If the two of them are not punished, wouldn't the position of Grand Priest become a decoration? It seems that with Carlo's current strength, it is a bit impossible to punish him. Zeno continued to smile and said 0. Because at this time, the thick smoke in the arena had completely dissipated. Under the joint attack of the two, Carlo did not show any signs of defeat. Instead, he seemed to be standing further and further away. Zeno's two guards are retreating steadily under Carlo's crazy attack. It's so cool. The feeling of fighting against a master is indeed completely different. It felt like my blood was boiling like crazy when I was fighting the two of them. And every second, my strength seems to be increasing with the battle. Carlo was extremely excited. The battle did not cost him any physical energy. On the contrary, it was like being given a shot of chicken blood, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Every punch struck seemed to be more powerful than the last one. This also made Zeno's two guards look increasingly ugly. Unexpectedly, the two of them teamed up and couldn't defeat someone who had been the Gods of Destruction for several years. This is a huge blow to them. But that's the truth. Bang bang! At this moment, Carlo punched out again. He beat the two guards back dozens of feet. Hit it all the way to the edge of the ring. And around Carlo's body, raging purple flames filled the air at some point. Damn it! This is actually happening. Are we two going to be defeated? The expressions of the two guards were extremely solemn. Although they have used all their strength. They even brought all their fighting skills to the extreme. But Carlo was too strong, and any fancy fighting skills didn't seem to work in front of him. That's all, the two of us have no chance of winning. The other one said a little discouragedly. It's not that he's not confident enough. But the strength gap between them and Carlo has been completely widened. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger Carlo will become. If this continues, what chance do they have of winning? And just then, Zeno, who was sitting on the throne, also jumped up. 1.4 jumped directly to the edge of the auditorium. He said to the two guards, "Okay, you two come back. This game can be terminated. You lost." This isn't Zeno being partial. But the situation is already like this. Even if the two of them continue to persevere, they will not be able to win the battle in the end. There is no doubt that Carlo has defeated them in this game. At the same time, he also proved his strength and potential to Zeno and Grand Priest. Sir Carlo, this time we lost, and we are convinced that we lost. Much stronger than I imagined. The guard who had fought Carlo before said with admiration. This time, he was completely convinced by Carlo. The other is for the same thing. For Carlo, I admire him from the bottom of my heart. His strength, and his talent. None of them can compare. You two are also very strong. Although I have some advantages, it is not easy to defeat you. Carlo smiled and said. Although he defeated the two guards, he still had to give them a step down. Sure enough, smiles appeared on their faces. Then he responded to Zeno and jumped up behind Zeno. Chapter 131. Grand Priest, Carlo won this match. What should we do now? Zeno, after calling the two guards back, looked at Grand Priest and asked. In fact, his meaning is very obvious. That is to fulfill the previous commitment. Since Carlo won the game and showed his unparalleled talent. So if such a strong man is destroyed, it will be a pity for the entire resource space and time. In this case, let's follow Zeno-sama's wishes. Let them be together. Grand Priest could only nod helplessly and said. Even Zeno spoke, so what else could he say? And even though Master Zeno had just asked in a questioning tone, how many people dared to resist what he said? Yet, I think so too. If Grand Priest doesn't refuse, then we will follow the previous agreement. Make an exception and let Carlo and Vados be together. Actually, Carlo's talent is very powerful. You must already know this, right? Zeno said to Grand Priest with a smile. Although he knew that Grand Priest must still be unhappy. But when things got to this point, he was unwilling to sacrifice Carlo. It's not easy to meet a god with such a powerful talent. If you just destroy him like this. This is something he doesn't want to see. After all, the other gods of destruction are really disappointing. As for those Supreme Kai, they are even more weak. Now that Lord Zeno has spoken, what else can I say? Then just do as you say. It's true that Lord Carlo is incredibly strong, and Dos follows him. It seems good. Grand Priest nodded, albeit helplessly. But if you think about it carefully, it seems good. As long as he can abandon the old ideas in his heart, there is nothing he can't accept. Carlo, Vados. Why don't you two hurry up and thank Grand Priest? Zeno immediately said to the two of them. Thank you, Grand Priest. Thank you, Master Zeno. Carlo and Vados immediately saluted the two of them and expressed their sincere thanks. Although Carlo had some grudges against Zeno and Grand Priest before, or he didn't trust them at all. But now it seems that they are not as bad as imagined. And he seems to cherish himself quite a lot. That's it. If they treat others well, at least they treat me well. Perhaps there are rules for the life and death of all things. Even if it's me, there's no need to deliberately change it. Carlo felt relieved at this time. He did think about rebelling against Zeno and Grand Priest before. Unexpectedly, Zeno would defend him so much today. It can be seen that Zeno really appreciates him. Otherwise, a god who stands at the highest point of the universe. There is no need to take care of yourself at all. Carlo, treat Vados well. If you let me know that you are not good to Vados, I will not forgive you. Although you have great power now, you are still far from surpassing me. Grand Priest looked at Carlo and said seriously. It is undeniable that Carlo is indeed very strong now. Even Zeno's bodyguards are no match for him. But Grand Priest is known as the most powerful existence in the dimension. Even in all the dimensions of time and space, there are only a handful of people who can surpass him in strength. So he has the capital and the strength to say this. Yes, I definitely won't. Carlo nodded immediately and replied. It wasn't because of what Grand Priest told him. But since he has chosen Vados, he will definitely treat Vados well in the future. Vados almost lost his life following him, if he hadn't treated Bardo badly. That is indeed a bit unreasonable. After a few more casual chats, Carlo and Vados said goodbye to Zeno and Grand Priest. Then he left Zeno Temple directly and returned to Earth. Everyone is worried about Carlo. But after seeing Carlo come back safely, I finally felt relieved. Oh! Master Carlo, sister, you two are really serious too. Such a major thing happened, but you didn't tell me at all. Didn't even think to tell me about it. But fortunately, there is no danger today. Whis said with a horrified look on his face. To know this, if it were other gods of destruction today, maybe it would have been cleared out on the spot. Even Master Carlo, if he didn't have great strength today. Basic Zeno-sama's guard. It is estimated that he will also give an explanation at the Zeno Temple today. This is no small thing. Okay, Vados and I both know we were wrong. Next time if anything happens, I will discuss it with you first, okay? Carlo was also in a particularly good mood, and then said to Whis with a smile. I originally thought that if I went to Wushija today, I might not be able to come back smoothly. Unexpectedly, not only did he come back safely today, and Zeno and Grand Priest have fully agreed on the matter between him and Vados. If this was the case, he would no longer be able to think of resisting Zeno and Grand Priest in the future. Maybe even make him the new Zeno. It may not be the life he wants. Being a god of time and space and gods of destruction seems to be a free and easy thing. That's pretty much it. Whis said proudly. At this time, Vados suddenly smiled and said to Carlo, do you know why Grand Priest asked you to treat me well? After finishing speaking, he winked playfully. I don't know, why? Carlo asked pretending of course. Not many people actually know that Angel is Grand Priest's child. Maybe it's because Carlo hasn't been a Gods of Destruction for a long time. Whis didn't mention this to him. So in the opinion of Vados and Whis, Carlo doesn't know about this. I just know you don't know. Let me tell you, all our angels are actually Grand Priest's children. He is my father, so he naturally hopes you will treat me well. So no matter how strong you become in the future, you can never bully me. Do you understand? Vados said with some pride. Having the most powerful man in one dimension as a father is indeed something to be proud of. Yeah, I know. Carlo also nodded perfunctorily. This disappointed Vados and Whis. At the same time, they also had some doubts. Did Carlo know about this before? Otherwise, why would you act so perfunctory? Actually, it would be nice if time could stay at this moment forever. I hope nothing major happens again in the universe. This way we can live well in this world of gods of destruction. What do you think? Carlo glanced at Vados and Whis and said with a smile. Now it's certain that Zeno and Grand Priest have no ill intentions towards him. Even less murderous. Therefore, Carlo feels that the strength still needs to continue to improve. But there is no need to be so anxious. There is probably no one in the universe that can surpass Zeno and Grand Priest yet. Such a simple life seems pretty good. Well, Master Carlo is right. Being able to eat delicious food every day and stay with you is a relatively happy thing for me. The idea of Whis is also very simple. You can eat some delicacies from the earth every day. Then find a few people to talk to him. For an angel, this is a very happy thing. And Vados feels that as long as Carlo and delicious food are with him, it's the same no matter where you are. But things are often not as beautiful as they imagined. Within the next few hours, the gods of destruction from the other 7 universes came to the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe one after another. Then he expressed his gratitude to Carlo and 7th universe very respectfully. If it weren't for Carlo and the 7th universe, it is estimated that they have completely disappeared from this universe long ago. Not even a speck of dust will be left behind. Carlo also casually said a few words of thanks to the 7th universe Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. After all, his original purpose was not to rescue the other 7 universes, but because if they take out their selfish wishes, they are likely to be destroyed by Zeno and Grand Priest. He was also forced to do so. Otherwise, he will never use this precious wish-making opportunity to resurrect other universes. 517. After seeing that Carlo was quite polite to them, every god of destruction is convinced of Carlo. He is powerful, yet so polite to those who are weaker than him. And he is so broad-minded that he can repay evil with kindness. This is something all their gods of destruction cannot do. So in the hearts of every gods of destruction, they are already convinced Carlo is more suitable than them, and more qualified to become the god of time and space. And the 7 gods of destruction also secretly swore that if the 7th universe encounters any problems in the future, even if they risk their lives, they must maintain the safety of the 7th universe. Now each of the gods of destruction in these 7 universes has a different personality. Arrogant, lazy, rude, self-righteous. But every gods of destruction still has a righteous heart. They can become clear about right and wrong, right and wrong. I also understand the principle of repaying kindness by a drop of water with a spring of water. Just like that, the peaceful time passed day by day. Carlo Shishin insists on training, and in his spare time, he also takes Vados to wander around the earth. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. And Carlo's strength has also made further breakthroughs. With his current strength, if he fights Zeno's guards again, he was confident that within 10 rounds, the 2 of them would be completely incapable of fighting. Just these few days, Zeno and Grand Priest in Zeno Temple looked very ugly indeed. Master Zeno, it seems that the last wish Broly made not only restored the 7 universes. Even the 6 universes that were destroyed by you have been restored. Grand Priest said with an extremely solemn expression. If you just restore those 6 universes, there will actually be nothing wrong at all. But these days he suddenly discovered the 6 universes that were originally restored were not really restored. Instead, only 1/13th universe was restored. And this universe is very strange. With his ability, he is actually unable to enter this 13th universe. The internal structure of this universe is even more unclear. Instead, a steady stream of evil aura is constantly being released from this 13th universe. Chapter 132. He could feel that the birth of this 13th universe might cause something huge to happen in the universe. Well, I feel Grand Priest too. Not even my ability can enter this 13th universe to check it out. And I've tried it just now, and my purging ability seems to be unable to purge this 13th universe. Zeno said with a very ugly face. He didn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, even after the Tournament of Power, Broly's wish restored the other 6 universes. But now it should be 6 universes. And as Zeno, who has mastered the laws of this universe, he should be able to destroy any universe at will. But the problem now is, there are not 6 universes after the restoration. Instead, it became 1. Moreover, he could not penetrate into this restored universe, and it was even more impossible to destroy it. You must know that there is no universe or thing in this universe that he cannot destroy. What? Even you, Zeno-sama, can't clear it. After Grand Priest heard this, a look of extreme horror appeared on his face. Master Zeno is the embodiment of the laws of this universe. As long as it's within these rules, there's absolutely nothing he can't eliminate. But now, Master Zeno actually told him that this 13th universe suddenly appeared, and his cleaning ability was useless. This is simply too shocking. In hundreds of millions of years, he had never heard such shocking news. Yes. It seems like the random competition we held this time has caused a lot of trouble. Zeno said with a very solemn expression. Perhaps this time, it will be a huge catastrophe for all dimensional universes. Grand Priest's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't speak. Because he no longer knew what to say. The emergence of this 13th universe. It will be a catastrophe, and a very huge catastrophe. Grand Priest, don't publicize this matter yet. Let's observe quietly for a while to see what went wrong. Zeno could only say to Grand Priest. Or maybe they are worrying too much. Before this matter was dealt with by other gods, the past had been cleared away by the two of them. After all, one is Zeno and the other is in Priest. They possess the most powerful power and unrivaled laws in the world. Grand Priest nodded. In this way, time began to pass day by day. Carlo's daily work is basically training and traveling with Vados. When I have nothing to do, I play poker with Vados. During this period of time, I lived a very carefree life. The 7th universe is basically finished. Carlo also took Vados and Whis to other universes. To be honest, even though I traveled to the Dragon Ball world. Although he has very strong strength. But he has never been to other universes, so Carlo is naturally very curious. What do the other universes look like, and how are they different from the 7th universe? He was very curious about these. During this period of free time, I can go to other universes. And on this day, on the Earth of the 7th universe, 2 uninvited guests suddenly arrived. One of them is wearing an old battle suit from planet Vegeta. The other one next to him also wore very similar clothes. The moment these 2 people appeared on Earth, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were training in the spiritual time room, immediately felt these 2 huge auras. Such a powerful aura. What's going on with these 2 auras? They're so strong. Vegeta and Son Goku suddenly stopped training. Then a look of extreme horror appeared in his eyes. Except for Master Carlo, they have never felt such a huge aura. Just the moment the breath appeared, they felt a great sense of oppression. This is not Lord Carlo's aura. These 2 auras are very huge and somewhat evil. Trunks spoke immediately. Master Carlo's aura is definitely not like this. Moreover, the auras of these 2 people are not gods at all. Very evil, even the Demon King Dapura seems not worth mentioning in front of them. It's Saiyan's anger. While everyone was panicking, Vegeta said with a trembling body. Yes, as Vegeta's prince, he can feel that these 2 breaths are Saiyan's breath. But this is impossible. They were the only surviving Saiyans. There is absolutely no chance of a redundant Saiyan. But why? These 2 breaths are obviously Saiyans. Even Broly's body started to tremble. There were even glistening drops of sweat on his face. Broly, what's going on with you? Why do you look so nervous? Hertz quickly asked as he ran away. Although he could also feel the extremely huge aura. But he didn't act as panicked as Saiyans like Son Goku and Broly. I feel very uncomfortable. After these 2 breaths appeared, they seemed to have greatly suppressed my blood, and my heart began to tremble uncontrollably. Broly looked at his palms, which were shaking uncontrollably. When he met any powerful opponent in the past, even when he saw Zeno and Grand Priest, he never felt this way. I feel this way too. Whenever I met any opponent in the past, I, Nanyo Hao, never felt afraid. But this time, my body started to tremble. Even Son Goku on the side said with an extremely solemn expression. Growing up, he encountered countless opponents. And every opponent is enough to keep her on the verge of death. But even so, he never felt fear. Even when he really faced death, he was very open-minded. But this time, he actually felt fear. The body also began to tremble uncontrollably. Feeling like never before. What kind of terrifying monster will it be? You guys are already trembling with fear before you even start fighting. I'm a little curious about this store. Hertz looked at several people with very ugly faces and said. He could only feel the powerful aura. But I can't feel that overwhelming sense of oppression. Chapter 133. Sir Carlo said a few days ago that they are going to travel to other universes. I guess he's not in Universe 7 right now. How about we go over first and see what's going on? Hertz looked at the nervous people and said. Each of them possesses very powerful power. Especially Son Goku and Broly, the power of both of them far exceeds even Hertz. If both of them are so nervous, then it is obvious that the opponent they are about to face this time is definitely very powerful. It may even be an existence that they cannot compete with at all. Come over and have a look. Son Goku also nodded seriously, trying hard to calm down his emotions. But that huge sense of oppression made him unable to calm down. After Son Goku casts instant transmission. Then he appeared directly in a deserted valley. Opposite them, two strange figures appeared. Sure enough, it's Saiyan. He's actually wearing the old Frisia Legion battle uniform. What is going on? Is it an existing Saiyan? Vegeta immediately recognized the two people in front of him as Saiyan. Although both of them wear masks, their hairstyles and the tails wrapped around their waists are quite different. It is the best symbol of Saiyan. Son Goku, look, that guy's hairstyle seems to be exactly the same as yours. Could it be your brother or something? Hertz quickly asked. Because among the two Saiyans in front of me, one has the same hairstyle as Son Goku. Even the height and shape are similar. Brother? I don't know either. There used to be an older brother, Raditz, but we got rid of him. I don't know if I have any other brothers or brothers. Son Goku quickly shook his head and said. They said that Raditz was his brother, but he didn't know whether he was. But the guy in front of me has exactly the same hairstyle as him. There is indeed that possibility. But it is also possible that, just like the previous Zamasu 743, it just occupies the body of Son Goku in other time and space. Dad, could he be just like Zamasu before? Occupied the body of my father in other time and space. Son Gohan also immediately raised such a question. After all, this has happened before. So it is very normal for Son Gohan to have such questions and speculations. No, you are wrong. Those two guys are absolutely pure Saiyan, and very pure. Vegeta immediately shook his head and said. As Saiyan's prince, he is still very sensitive to Saiyan. The two guys in front of me are definitely not occupying Carlo's body. But Saiyan survived. But why they can have such huge pressure, Vegeta can't imagine. Because a few decades ago, Saiyan was weak. Even becoming a Super Saiyan is unprecedented. So why are these two guys in front of me so powerful? Then, who could that be? Everyone's expressions were very solemn. If it doesn't occupy Son Goku's body, why is it so similar to Son Goku? Even the height and shape are almost the same. Carlo, that guy is probably your father Bardock. Because according to my memory, you look exactly like your father Bardock. Vegeta said immediately. But he quickly denied this statement. Because in 737 AD, Frisia directly destroyed the entire Saiyan planet in order to prevent the birth of Super Saiyan. As a warrior, Bardock was the first to bear the brunt and was the only Saiyan to resist Frisia. But the final result was naturally completely destroyed by Frisia. So the guy in front of me definitely cannot be Bardock. My dad. Son Goku had a surprised look on his face. He had almost no memory of his father. Never even seen it before. At this time, the two Saiyans on the opposite side saw Son Goku and Vegeta appear, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Oh! So many Saiyans survived. Saiyan, the tall man, said calmly. Unexpectedly, after hundreds of millions of years, Saiyan has not yet become extinct. It's just that the blood in their bodies is already very weak. I have to say, it's really embarrassing for Saiyan. Hey Bardock, that guy looks exactly like you. Are you related? Or is he your son? Saiyan asked again calmly. No, I don't know him. Saiyan looks a lot alike. Another Saiyan spoke calmly. Obviously, he is the Burdock just mentioned. That is Son Goku's biological father. Is that so? Then destroy them completely. There is no need for this seventh universe to exist anymore. Another Saiyan said in a cold tone. The purpose of their return this time is to take revenge. Revenge against all the universe, revenge against Zeno and the Grand Priest. Amosi, have you forgotten what my lord said before? Don't destroy the Earth-wife universe, and don't kill the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. Because this universe must be left to adults to solve. Burdock glanced at Amosi aside and said coldly. Hearing Burdock's words, Amosi frowned. He was very unconvinced by that adult. However, he possesses very powerful power and possesses various powerful magics. Therefore, even as the ancestor of Saiyan, he cannot fight against that master. TCH. I can't destroy this universe. But it shouldn't be a problem to kill a few people, right? Those guys seem to be pretty strong. Let me take good care of my descendants. Amosi's eyes showed cold murderous intent. Trapped in that dark place for billions of years. He hasn't killed anyone in a long time. And the guys in front of me seem to be pretty good. Just enough to become an opponent and let him relax his muscles. Burdock said nothing. Because he does have that right. What that adult meant was to keep the seventh universe and the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. As for the others, they can do as they please. Whoosh! The moment the voice fell, the bodies of Amosi and Burdock reconnected, and appeared in front of Son Goku and the others. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Earth? Although the feeling of oppression became more and more intense, Son Goku still stepped forward and asked in a serious tone. No matter how strong the other party is, no matter who they are? If he wants to do something detrimental to the Earth, he will never agree to it. Vegeta and Broly followed closely behind. There is definitely a tough battle to be fought today. It is even possible that they will be completely killed by these guys in front of them. Me. I am the father of all Saiyans. You can also call it the ancestor of Saiyan. Amosi pointed to the tip of his nose with his thumb, and then said extremely proudly. He was the first ever Saiyan. So calling him Saiyan's father is not an exaggeration at all. What? Saiyan ancestor? After hearing this, Son Goku and Vegeta were completely shocked. If this guy was the ancestor of Saiyan, wouldn't he have lived for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years? Although Saiyan lived much longer than Earthlings. It is possible to live to be 300 or 400 years old. But live for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. This is something they completely fail to understand. After all, even if Saiyan is strong, he is not a god. How could it be possible to live such a long time? Amosi was obviously very satisfied with Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions. But even so, he will not let these guys go. Then, what is your purpose of coming to Earth? Son Goku continued to ask with a frown. Then he glanced at the man with the same hairstyle as himself. It always felt like there seemed to be a mysterious connection between them. It's very simple, our goal is to kill you completely. Such a weak Saiyan really embarrasses me. If this is the case, then you will be completely destroyed. Amosi smiled coldly. Then the breath began to burst out from the body. His aura is very similar to Broly. The whole body is filled with that kind of grass-green breath. Just like Broly's anger, he is also a special Saiyan. It seems that today's battle is very dangerous, Carlo. Vegeta said with a tight frown. If this guy has the same bloodline as Broly, so obviously, he must be more powerful than Broly. Having lived for hundreds of millions of years, it is already considered an existence at the level of an old monster, and its strength is naturally unfathomable. And now, Lord Carlo is not in this universe either. GG. At this moment, Broly started to crack his teeth. A grass-green aura also erupted from his body. Ha! With a roar, Broly directly transformed into Super Saiyan's full power form. Although he was very nervous before. But as the legendary Super Saiyan, he is never timid when facing a real battle. I never thought that after hundreds of millions of years, there would still be a Saiyan with such pure blood. It's really good. It makes me reluctant to kill you. Broly Moc was also very surprised to see Broly Moc transform into his super form. However, this will make him more excited. Swish swish swish. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta, Trunks, Son Gohan and Son Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan 4 forms. There is no need for them to show their full strength before seeing the strength of their opponents. Tisk tisk tisk. Not bad, it really surprises me that you can reach such a level. The corners of Moc's mouth revealed an extremely penetrating arc. It can be seen that he is excited because of the strength of Broly and the others. Bardock on the side frowned slightly. Then he said to Moc, "Leave the Saiyan named Carlo to me." Because decades ago, the son he gave away with his own hands was also named Carlo. You can tell by his appearance that the Carlo in front of you is his son. He needs to take a good look at Carlo's improvement over the past few decades. After all, his combat power at birth was only 2. This is garbage among Saiyan recognized by planet Vegeta. It is an existence that can never grow into a warrior. But now seeing the burst of power, Carlo said, he was indeed his son of Bardock. And he felt that Carlo had more powerful power that he had not yet unleashed. Chapter 134. Okay. Don't show mercy, Bardock. If you show mercy, you should know what the consequences will be. Moc on the side glanced at Bardock and said casually and coldly. Stop talking nonsense to me, Moc. You are not qualified to dictate what I want to do. Bardock also glanced at Moc indifferently. Although this guy claims to be the ancestor of Saiyan. But Bardock didn't take him seriously. This is a world where strength is respected. Even if you are an old monster who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, if you don't have great strength, you are just a poor reptile. This is why Bardock doesn't take Moc seriously. UBD. Moc looked angry. But he didn't get angry. Although he hates Bardock's self-righteousness. But he possesses extremely powerful power. This makes Moc very afraid. At this moment, Bardock also took off his mask from his face. Sure enough, a face exactly like Son Goku's appeared. The facial features and edges and corners are almost identical. As for hairstyle, it's completely like looking in the mirror. The only difference is that Bardock's expression is more indifferent. And there is a cross scar on the left cheek. This further accentuated his indifferent temperament. What? Exactly like Goku. The moment they saw Bardock again, everyone's faces were filled with unparalleled shock. I didn't expect that the guy in front of me had exactly the same hairstyle as Son Goku. They have to look exactly the same. It's almost like it was copied from the same mold. He actually looks exactly like his father. What on earth is going on? Son Gohan murmured to himself. Carlo, he is your father Bardock. He was also a very brave warrior among the Saiyans in the past. I didn't expect that he was still alive. Vegeta said with an extremely solemn expression. You know, everyone thought Bardock had been killed by Frieza. In that case, Bardock had no chance of survival. But when he heard Moc call out the name Bardock just now, Vegeta knew it. The guy in front of me is Carlo's father. In other words, just by looking at their appearance, you already know what happened. But he was curious, how did Bardock escape from Frieza's hands? And judging from his current appearance, he should be very powerful. Even the so-called Saiyan ancestor, he didn't seem to take it seriously. My dad. My grandpa. Son Goku and Son Gohan were stunned at the same time. Although they looked the same, I didn't expect that the guy in front of me is actually Son Goku's father. You know, Son Goku has never been impressed by the name Dad. Now he actually has an extra father. Moreover, it seems that they are still appearing on their opposite side as their enemies. Is he really my son, Carlo? He has actually grown to this point. It seems that he was underestimated before. Bardock said with a faint smile on his lips. If you were my dad, please don't do anything to harm the earth. This is the hometown where I grew up, and I will never allow anyone to harm it. After a moment of surprise, Son Goku said to Bardock. Even if the other party is his father, if he dares to harm the earth, then I will never spare him. Carlo, many things are beyond your control. It is undeniable that you are much stronger than I thought. But with your little strength, you can't stop us at all. Carlotta said calmly. And behind them, there is a very powerful adult. That was the figure he and Moc needed to look up to. It is estimated that even Xeno and Grand Priest in this universe may not be able to defeat him. TCH. Then try it. Son Goku clenched his fist tightly and said to Bardock. He is ambitious and worthy of being my son. But your strength is too weak. After Bardock's voice fell, his fists suddenly clenched. The moment the golden flames exploded, it also directly transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 form. For a pure Saiyan, it is not difficult to become Super Saiyan 4. And Bardock also received special guidance. And his strength is definitely not just Super Saiyan 4. No one was surprised by Bardock's transformation. Because a very strong sense of oppression can be felt from his body. That means he has great power. Super Saiyan 4 is definitely not Bardock's limit. Bring it on. Son Goku gritted his teeth, then dodged his body and launched an active attack. At this time, on the other side, Vegeta and Trunks had also attacked Moc. Although it was 6 against 1, Moc didn't take them seriously at all. Boom! At this time, Son Goku and Bardock had a collision. Then the two bodies fell back and retreated from a distance of more than 10 feet. Not bad. Carlo. The power has become so powerful. Bardock was unimpressed and smiled afterward. He rushed towards Son Goku again. Rumble. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions echoed throughout the valley. The entire earth is shaking constantly at this moment. It's like a doomsday scene. The battle rages on. Bardock and Son Goku seem to be evenly matched. For a while, I'm afraid no one can defeat anyone. Of course, neither of them showed their true strength. So no one knows who will win in the end. Son Goku doesn't know what kind of strength Bardock still hides. But this time in Xeno Temple, Grand Priest and Xeno stared at a projection, and the picture played on it was exactly the picture of Son Goku and Bardock fighting. Master Xeno, that guy is Moc. It was the first Saiyan of Universe 13 before those 6 universes were destroyed. Eons ago, he possessed a power not weaker than Gods of Destruction. I can feel that he is very powerful now and has completely surpassed Angel and the others. Grand Priest frowned and said to Xeno beside him. If it were just Bardock and Moc, as a god official, he would not take them seriously at all. Even if they have power that rivals or even surpasses that of Angel. I can also completely destroy them in an instant. But the problem now is that there is a very terrifying power hidden in the bodies of these two guys. This power seems to be very similar to the evil aura of Universe 13. So according to his speculation, Moc and the Saiyan named Bardock both came from the 13th universe. He was also the one who was resurrected this time. I also feel that the one named Bardock seems to be very powerful. If my feeling is correct, that Bardock should be no less powerful than Carlo. It's unbelievable that that black Asian can actually become so tall. Xeno also said very seriously. That Moc is obviously not as powerful as Bardock. But that's not what they worry about most. If there are only 2 of them, you can make them disappear completely by clenching your fist. But what he is more concerned about is the 13th universe now. Because he knows that there may be a very terrifying boss in Universe 13. Both Zamasu and Burdock should be his subordinates. From now on, more guys like this will appear to disrupt this dimension. Now what? Although Son Goku and Broly are both very powerful, there is still a huge difference between them and Angel. The strength of Burdock and Zamasu has obviously surpassed Angel, and there is no way Goku and the others can stop them. The only one who can stop them too now is Carlo. Grand Priest spoke. It's not like the two of them can't take action. But once he takes action, the big man hidden in the 13th universe may not be able to sit still. Before figuring out the other party's identity. As the two most powerful gods in this dimension, they will never take the lead. Zero, please give me flowers. Grand Priest, you are right, only Carlo can deal with them now. Zeno also nodded and continued. Carlo is very powerful. It's just right for dealing with these guys. After all, if they have to deal with all these little miscellaneous things, then Grand Priest and Zeno are too embarrassed. If that's the case, then I'll inform Carlo to come back first. He seems to be traveling in Universe 11. Grand Priest spoke again. Although he didn't like Carlo much before. He even wanted to kill Carlo because of what happened with Vados. But now it seems that Carlo's role is still very huge. The other gods of destruction are now of no use at all. As for myself and Master Zeno, we are the top figures in the universe. If the real big boss hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have gone out to deal with the minor characters. And Carlo does exactly that. Because they are quite powerful. For this Luo, it should be a one-time experience. Call me back. I guess there will be more guys like that besides Zamasu and Burdock. After the two discussed it for a while, Grand Priest directly took out his angel staff. Then started contacting Vados and Whis. At this time in the distant 11th universe, Carlo had a great time wearing Vados. And Whis followed behind like a light bulb, with a bored look on his face. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come with us. Stay on Earth and play with Trunks and the others, and eat delicious food. Not happy? But there is no regret medicine in the world. Now that it has come out, we can only endure it. At this moment, the gems on the angel staffs of Vados and Whis suddenly flashed. Well, Father is looking for us. I don't know what's going on. Vados looked at Carlo and said. Now she has nothing to hide from Carlo. And Carlo also knew that Grand Priest was their father. Put it through. There must be something important, otherwise the God of Heaven wouldn't contact you. Carlo said to Vados. Now that the incident between him and Vados has passed, Grand Priest will not embarrass them. Contact them now, there must be something important. Vados also connected to the chat immediately. Vados, Whis, Carlo, something terrible is happening right now on the Earth of the 7th universe. Two very powerful Saiyans have appeared on Earth. Their strength is beyond what Broly and Son Goku can handle. So you should go back to Universe 7 immediately to stop them. Grand Priest got straight to the point and spoke very concisely and clearly. If the delay continues, Son Goku and the others will most likely be killed for this. If those guys are killed, it may not be so easy to resurrect them. What? Carlo's expression changed. Two powerful Saiyans actually appeared on Earth? And even Broly and the others can't handle it? No joke, he had never heard of such a powerful Saiyan. It has never appeared in Dragon Ball Super or in future time and space. Broly is the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. The strength at this moment exceeds most of the gods of destruction. What kind of Saiyan can defeat them? But Carlo didn't have time to think too much, so he replied, I understand, Mr. Grand Priest, we will go back immediately. Then hung up the call. But Carlo still couldn't figure it out. Which two Saiyans can actually possess such powerful power? Vados and Whis also looked confused. Because the universe that has Saiyan is only the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Except for Kyr, all the Saiyans in the 6th universe are weak. Even Kyr is vulnerable in front of Broly. So, who will it be? But there was no time to think too much. Carlo knew that he had to return to the 7th universe immediately. Look who he is, he dares to cause trouble in the 7th universe. Chapter 135. In order to save some time, Carlo directly found the Gods of Destruction Vermit of the 11th universe. Ask him to bring Supreme Kai over so that he can instantly transmit directly to the 7th universe. Now Carlo felt for the first time that as a god of time and space, he didn't even master instant transmission. This is indeed a very shameful thing. However, Universe 11's Gods of Destruction Vermit is actually very good at the moment. He had great respect for Carlo and immediately called for Supreme Kai from the 11th universe. Then through Supreme Kai's instant transmission, they came to the 7th universe. Gods of Destruction Vermit from Universe 11, Angel Margarita also came with her. After knowing that the 7th universe was in trouble, they also wanted to do their part. After all, if it weren't for Carlo, their 11th universe would have ceased to exist long ago. Woohoo! After casting instant transmission. In a moment, Carlo and the others had arrived on Earth in the 7th universe. And appeared on the battlefield. It's Mr. Carlo. After seeing Carlo and the others coming back, Trunks was the first to shout excitedly. Then everyone looked at Carlo. There was excitement on his face. Because the enemy he faced was ridiculously strong. They know that this is not an existence that they can handle. Lord Carlo can appear now, which is like a reassurance for them. Even if they can't win, these two guys in front of them are absolutely impossible to be Lord Carlo's opponents. Great, Master Carlo is back. Son Gohan also shouted excitedly. They are fighting too hard at the moment. Even if the 4 Saiyans and Hertz joined forces, they did not take any advantage. Everyone's face was filled with excitement about the surgery at this moment. And Carlo just showed up. After seeing those two people, he was also extremely surprised. That's Bardock and Amos. Carlo stared at the two people with a surprised look on his face, and then continued to mutter to himself, how could it be the two of them? Wasn't Bardock already killed? And Amos is also a legendary figure. This surprised Carlo. Bardock is Son Goku's father and a relatively brave Saiyan warrior. But logically speaking, Bardock was killed on planet Vegeta more than 40 years ago. And he's just a low-level warrior. How could he have such a different experience? Everyone knows that when he was in his 30s, Bardock only had 10,000 points of combat power. It shows that his talent is not outstanding. Now I can actually fight Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku back and forth. More importantly, this guy seems to have a stronger power hidden in his body. How did he come back to life? How do you have such great power? Carlo was curious. Of course, the so-called Saiyan ancestor Amos also made her extremely surprised. It's obviously just a legendary figure, or even just a legend among fans. How could it appear in reality? And he also possesses very powerful power. After Broly and Vegeta joined forces, they were unable to hurt him at all. Sir Carlo, from the look of you, you seem to know those two Saiyans, right? Whis and Margarita looked at Carlo's expression and knew that Carlo must know them both. However, there was an inner Asian there that Angel didn't even recognize. How did Master Carlo meet him? Because they are all Saiyan, I have heard their legends before. I really didn't expect to be able to see it with my own eyes today, I'm just a little surprised. Carlo said calmly. The appearance of the two people really surprised him. And after being surprised, Carlo seemed to feel an evil force from their bodies. This kind of power is definitely different from Saiyan's kind of evil. But demonic energy. It seems that the appearance of these two guys should hide a huge conspiracy. Of course, this is just his current guess. The two of them are definitely not real bosses. Behind them, there must be more powerful characters. It seems that this universe and even the entire dimension are not peaceful anymore. It seems that both of them are very powerful. Especially the one over there. I didn't expect that even if Broly, Vegeta and Hertz worked together, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. According to my speculation, that guy's strength has probably reached the level of Angel. Vados looked at Amosi who was fighting and said. The battle in front of them really made them, Angel, extremely surprised. In fact, regardless of whether they are in the 6th universe or the 7th universe, in their eyes, Saiyan is just an ordinary barbarian nation. Of course, this was their previous understanding. But now more and more Saiyans have become so powerful. Let's not talk about Master Carlo first. Suddenly, these two Saiyans appeared in front of them, both possessing unparalleled terrifying power. It's very possible that it has reached the level of Angel. This was something they had never thought about before. Can Saiyan surpass Angel? It's simply a dream. Is it really the time for Saiyan to rise? It's really amazing. I don't know what happened to make such a powerful guy appear. The gods of destruction seem to have become worthless in their eyes. Mark Arita on the side also spoke. As for the virtue of gods of destruction, his face is very ugly. They were originally these proud gods of destruction, but now so many humans have surpassed them. This is naturally a great humiliation for gods of destruction. But this is the fact before us. In everyone's surprised eyes. The battle between Son Goku and Bardock has entered a fierce stage. Carlo, I know you still hide your power, use all your power. With your Super Saiyan 4 form, there's no way you can defeat me. After Bardock knocked Carlo away with one punch, he said with a faint smile. He could feel the power of God hidden in Carlot's body. So he was also very curious. What level of strength has your youngest son reached? You must be hiding your power too. You also show your strength, let's have a good fight. Honestly, it's a really exciting fight. Son Goku also raised a smile on his lips and said to Bardock. He didn't know why, but he always felt very comfortable when fighting Bardock on the opposite side. And he had an intuition that Bardock seemed different from the other Saiyan. He even doubted that Bardock would harm the earth at all. But this is just his guess. It's hard to say what the specific results will be. Want to see my power? If that's the case, then you should keep an eye on me, Carlo. The power I have now is far beyond what you can imagine. Bardock raised the corner of his mouth, showing a confident arc. But his eyes are sharper than Son Goku. After finishing speaking, I suddenly felt confused. A low roar came directly from his throat. Ha! Along with the earth-shattering roar, the entire ground began to tremble crazily. Cracks like spider webs spread in all directions. The cracked ground surface is already suspended in mid-air. Red lightning kept falling from the sky, and it felt like it was the end of the world. And Bardock's aura continues to grow stronger. Rumble. The surrounding mountains began to collapse. Good, what a terrifying smell. How did that guy Bardock train, and how did he become so powerful? The moment he felt the breath released by Bardock, Vegeta's brows instantly frowned. In his impression, Bardock was just a low-level warrior with good talent. He would never reach the heights of himself and Carlotta. But I didn't expect the aura he just burst out in an instant. It was completely beyond his expectation and knowledge. So strong. Is this Grandpa's anger? Even from such a distance, you can still feel the terrifying oppression. Son Gohan was also extremely horrified. He has never felt this kind of terrifying aura, even from Master Carlo. What a powerful breath! Is this really a breath that humans can have? Damn it! Absolutely impossible! Hertz has also been completely fooled. You must know that he used to charge the seeds of the universe just to obtain powerful energy stars. But I didn't expect that so much energy was gathered. He can't compare to a Saiyan. Moreover, this guy only has Saiyan's chi in his body, and no other breath. This shows that he relied on the strength obtained through his own training and did not use opportunistic methods. I have been completely shocked by Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe of 2.0. Because of the power exuding from Burdok's body at this time. No weaker than Angel. You must know that Angel's combat ability is as high as a ceiling to them. Unexpectedly, this Saiyan is actually more powerful than Angel. This is completely beyond their imagination. And under everyone's extremely shocked eyes. Burdok's appearance has changed dramatically. The body is surrounded by raging flames. At this time, his hair had completely turned white and was swaying in the wind. Unlike Son Goku's Ultra Instinct. Burdok's hair is not silver, but pure white. What's even more eye-catching is that a blood-red mark appeared on Burdok's heart. It looks like an inverted A, but there are two levers inside. No one knows what kind of transformation this is and what is going on. But Carlo knows it very well. And it shocked him extremely. White God, no, it should be said to be the god of all Sai. Carlo's brows furrowed tightly. Although I have long felt that Burdok still has hidden power. But I didn't expect that this guy could actually turn into a complete Saiyan god. Chapter 136. What's going on? That guy has actually reached the realm of God, and is even stronger than us. Saiyan, what kind of race are they? Vados and Mark Arita were completely shocked. Although they are angels, the power shown by Burdok at this moment indeed far surpasses their angels. More importantly, at this moment, the aura exuding from Burdok's body has completely turned into the aura of God. Okay, so awesome. This world seems completely different from what I knew before. Gods of Destruction Vermit from the 11th universe had a look of horror on his face and muttered to himself. As a Gods of Destruction, in the past, in his understanding, it was almost impossible for humans to surpass the Gods of Destruction. Although the distance between their 11th universe's Jiren and Gods of Destruction is very close. But if you want to truly reach the level of Gods of Destruction, it is not that simple. Moreover, Gods of Destruction hold the power of rules for a universe. It is definitely not an existence that humans can surpass. But I didn't expect that so many powerful humans would appear in such a short time. And most of them are Saiyan. I had only heard that the overall strength of humans in the 7th universe was very poor. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. 01 As for Vegeta and Broly, they were completely shocked and speechless. Of course, they also care about Moxie. I didn't have time to pay attention to it. Just the stormy waves rolling in my heart. This powerful force is even more powerful than Lord Carlo. No. It can't be. It's so strong. Son Goku was also stunned, looking at Burdok in disbelief. Although he knew there was power hidden in his body. But I didn't expect it to reach this level. There is no doubt that he can never be Burdok's opponent. Balala. At this time, Burdok has become a full Sai god, with red lightning swirling all over his body. His hair has completely turned white, and his body is releasing the terrifying aura of God. Carlo was shocked at all. Although Burdok has turned into a full game god, it can also be called a white god form. But clearly he didn't turn on all the limits. I have just mastered this form and entered the entry level. But even so, Burdok's strength is still ridiculously strong. Already possessing strength that far exceeds that of Angel. This shocked Carlo. But it's okay, even though Burdok and Wan Qian are both very strong. But if they really fight, the two of them are no match for Carlo. Carlo, use all your strength and let me see it. As my Burdok's son, I think you shouldn't be too bad. After becoming the white god, Burdok's lips curved with confidence. Then he said to Son Goku. Although Carlo's combat power was only 2 when he was born. But you must know that he was also called a lower level warrior before. Since he can reach such a level, then Carlo, his son, must also be able to reach a higher level. And looking at Carlo's appearance, it's obvious that he has completely inherited his excellent genes. Your transformation and strength really shocked me. If this is the case, then I will use all my strength. Son Goku also had a serious look on his face. He knew that Bardock was ridiculously strong. Even if you cast Ultra Instinct, you probably won't be able to defeat him. But for now he has no choice. If he wants to continue to protect this earth, he must use his strongest power to defeat all enemies. Son Goku took a long breath, directly exiting the Super Saiyan 4 form. Then his eyes closed slightly. Brilliant spiritual energy instantly rose from around the body. Then, his eyes suddenly opened suddenly. At that moment, a silver-white crescent flashed across his eyes. The pupils turned directly to silver-gray. And the hair also turned silver-white, automatic without wind. Although it looks somewhat similar to Bardock. But it's completely different. Bardock's white god form is a transformation of Saiyan. But Son Goku's Ultra Instinct is a kind of divine realm. Realm and transformation are two completely different concepts. After casting Ultra Instinct, Son Goku's aura became extremely calm. It's like I have completely integrated into this space. This is. Seeing Son Goku turn into Ultra Instinct. This surprised Bardock. It seems that Carlo's shape is somewhat similar to his, but not the same. Although Carlo also possesses the power of a god, the aura in his body is extremely calm. This is fundamentally different from the full Sai god form he currently masters. This kid Carlo is really good. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, he would be able to reach such a level and also master the power of God. Yes, he is indeed my Bardock's son. In his heart, Bardock has already affirmed Carlotta. I also admire his son very much. You must know that when he was born, Carlo could only be treated like garbage because his combat power was too low. I didn't expect that Carlo would become so strong after decades. This is all my power, Ultra Instinct. Although I know that such power may still not be able to defeat you, I will definitely stop you. I will never allow anyone to harm the earth, even if you are my father. Son Goku clenched his fists. Although his expression is still calm, his appearance is extremely indifferent. Yet, I can't believe that Carlo's son is so affectionate and kind. But if you want to stop us, let alone you, even the Gods of Destruction over there will definitely not be able to. Bardock glanced at Carlo opposite him, and then said coldly. Gods of Destruction is indeed very powerful. But in front of them, he was simply vulnerable. It is no exaggeration to say that it can kill a Gods of Destruction in an instant. And their so-called destructive power has no effect on themselves. Then give it a try. Son Goku said with a calm expression. No matter what, he had to stop these two people today. Even if he can't stop them, Lord Carlo will definitely stop them. Perhaps Gods of Destruction is vulnerable in their eyes. But what they don't know is that Master Carlo is completely different from ordinary Gods of Destruction. Humph. Then let me see what you call Ultra Instinct, Carlo. The moment Bardock's voice fell, the body flashed out directly. The entire ground began to explode as Bardock moved. Call out. Bardock punches out with extra moves. As long as this punch hits Carlotta, he will lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. However, Son Goku's body retreated slightly. He easily dodged Bardock's attack. Oh! It's so fast! It's really good! Bardock said in surprise. 137 He felt that Carlotte's breath was very ordinary. Logically speaking, such an aura cannot evade his attack at all. But Carlotta not only escaped his attack, but also seemed to be very relaxed. This is indeed a bit unbelievable for him. But in surprise, Bardock once again launched an attack on Son Goku. His body flashed and he was directly behind Son Goku. Then he punched out without hesitation. And Son Goku looked like he had eyes on his back, and his body suddenly moved more than 10 centimeters to the right. He easily dodged Burdok's attack once again. The characteristic of Ultra Instinct is that the body spontaneously avoids danger before the brain reacts. Oh! Even though I was dodged again. It seems that I underestimated this kid Carlo a little too much. Burdok said again in surprise. I originally thought that after becoming the all-game god, he would be able to defeat Carlo easily. But now it seems that it is not that easy. Boo-hoo-hoo. Soon, Burdok became angry and attacked Son Goku like a storm. The speed is getting faster and faster, so it is getting stronger and stronger. The two attacks just now were just to test Carlot's strength. Unexpectedly, he surprised Burdok. This also made Burdok get serious. Faced with the attack that started to become more forceful and like a gust of wind, Son Goku obviously began to have difficulty coping with it. Even after using Ultra Instinct, he couldn't keep up with Burdok's speed at this moment. Boom! In the next second, Son Goku couldn't dodge. He was directly punched in the chest by Burdok. The body was directly knocked hundreds of feet away. Boom boom boom! 7 or 8 mountain peaks shattered in an instant.